Chapter 1. The Prophetic Dream. 300 miles west of the capital lies Yuanyuan Mountain, at the foot of which is Qinghe village, an incongruous horse-drawn carriage, ill-suited for the rustic village, halted outside a dilapidated thatched cottage at the village's edge. A portly matron clad in a silk robe disembarked with a disdainful expression, clutching a handkerchief, and cast a knowing glance at the young driver before calling out, "Is anyone there?" After several calls, just as the matron's impatience began to surface, the gate of the courtyard creaked open, revealing a diminutive, dark-skinned girl whose face was partially obscured by an unsightly mask resembling tree bark. Though the girl's clothes were clean, they bore numerous patches, and while her eyes sparkled with brightness, her hair was sparse and lifeless, rendering her appearance quite unappealing. The matron's look of distaste was barely concealed as she scrutinized the girl, her skepticism evident. "You surely must be mistaken." Yuanyuan's clear gaze met the matron's, and she thought to herself, "Here it comes." Recently, she had experienced a dream. In that dream, she envisioned herself fugly and living in a rural village with a madwoman growing up as a village girl reliant on the charity of others, while in truth, she was of noble birth, the legitimate daughter of the illustrious Duke of Shenghua in the capital. During her birth, chaos erupted in the capital. Her mother, in a state of panic, entrusted her to a wet nurse, who took her back to her hometown for safety. 3 years later, when the turmoil subsided, the Duke's household sought her out, only to mistakenly take the wet nurse's granddaughter instead. Thus, the wet nurse's family was granted a life of luxury in the capital, while the true daughter of the Duke, her face disfigured, was cast into a mountain trap to fend for herself. Fortunately, a hunter from the village heard her cries and rescued her. Otherwise, she would have perished in the wilderness. From then on, she relied on the villagers' charity, growing up amidst hardships until a decade later, when the wet nurse's son, inebriated, inadvertently revealed the truth, leading to her return to her biological family. However, the Duke's household was unwilling to relinquish the precious girl they had raised for over a decade, claiming instead that twins had been born. Yet, how could this wild girl, raised in the countryside, compare with the pampered daughter of the Duke? Consumed by jealousy, she gradually became unhinged, creating mischief and ultimately being cast aside, hastily married off to a military man, only to meet a tragic end due to domestic abuse. This was the brief and sorrowful life she had envisioned in her dream. Yet Yuanyuan knew that all of this stemmed from the fact that Sheng Yunju, the girl who had been mistakenly taken, had been reborn. Driven by envy for the lady she had idolized throughout her life, she had unhesitatingly deceived her grandmother, casting the true daughter of the Sheng family into the mountains, while she herself assumed the identity of that esteemed young lady, becoming the cherished jewel of the Duke's household. Having stolen her name and life, Yuanyuan awoke from the dream, initially believing it was merely a figment of her imagination. However, the individuals now standing before her seemed to validate the reality of the life that had been taken from her, making her recent dream appear as a divine warning of her plight. Nevertheless, Yuanyuan did not perceive herself as a pitiful creature destined to meet a tragic end out of jealousy, for she possessed her own name, her own life. She was Yuanyuan. "What brings you here?" she inquired coldly. The matron, still uncertain, scrutinized her once more, muttering, "She appears to be no older than 10, yet claims to be 13. Who would believe that? Her features do bear a slight resemblance. What is that thing on her face? Enough. Take her away." Seemingly disinterested in further conversation, she summoned the guard accompanying the carriage to pull Yuanyuan aboard. In alignment with her dream, Yuanyuan offered no resistance, obediently settling into the carriage as they departed from the village she had called home for 13 years. The carriage journeyed for 3 or 4 days before finally arriving at the gates of the Duke's residence, where it passed through the main entrance and halted at a side door. The matron, known as Lu Mama, disembarked with a look of disdain and a weary tone, calling out to Yuanyuan in the carriage, "Miss, we have arrived, please step down." Yuanyuan's frail hands gripped the carriage door as she nimbly leapt down. Lu Mama mumbled, "Truly a wild girl." As Yuanyuan steadied herself, a sudden shadow darted past her, yanking the bark-like mask from her face, revealing her small visage. A conspicuous, grotesque scar marred the left side of her face, stretching from just beneath her eye to her temple, as if something had crushed it. Monster. Monster! The cries resonated, and Yuanyuan turned towards the source of the commotion, spotting several well-dressed children. The boy holding her mask, slightly taller than her, wore an expression of loathing and disbelief, his handsome features contorted in repulsion that a little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, clung to the boy's leg, bursting into tears. "Brother Wu, this monster can't possibly be coming to our home to be our sister. Can she? I don't want her. She looks so frightening. We'll be laughed at." The boy tightened his lips and shouted at Lu Mama, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? How could a beggar like her belong in our duke's household?" "Wu, Brother Wu is right. Let her go, filthy beggar." The little girl wailed. Lu Mama, taken aback, quickly apologized. "Oh my lord, we cannot let anyone see this outside. I shall take her in to clean her up before presenting her to the old lady." Meanwhile, 2 or 3 boys, around 5 or 6 years old, had found stones and began hurling them at Yuanyuan. "Filthy beggar! Monster! Ha, how disgusting! That scar on her face is uglier than a toad. How can she compare to Sister Yinju?" Yuanyuan's gaze swept over them, and she strode toward the boy leading the taunts. Snatching her mask from his hands, in the blink of an eye, she swiftly slapped him across the face. "Listen closely, I am your true sister." Then, in front of the astonished onlookers, she approached the 3 boys who had thrown stones at her, delivering a slap to each of them in turn, before pointing at her scar and coldly stating, "You think this scar is ugly, do you? Let me make it clear. This scar was branded on my face by the grandmother of your precious Yinju, using a hot iron when I was a child." Chapter 2. Has she been reborn? What are you doing? A sharp voice pierced through the air from behind. The children finally comprehended the situation, and the youngest boy was on the verge of tears, yet upon recognizing the newcomer, he stifled his emotions and timidly glanced at the figure. Granny Lu fell to her knees with a thud. "Your Grace." The surroundings fell into an instant hush. "This servant, at the behest of the old lady, has come to escort the young lady back to the manor." Granny Lu's head nearly touched the ground as she trembled in reply. Yuanyuan turned around and raised her head. "Your Grace, she is my father?" At this moment, the Duke of Sheng had evidently spotted the one individual among the group who stood out. However, upon catching sight of Yuanyuan, his already stern expression froze further in surprise. His daughter, whom he believed lost to the world, appeared before him in such an unanticipated manner. After a brief pause, he spoke in a measured tone. "Since she has been brought back, ensure she is well settled." With that, he took a step forward, striding away with his entourage, offering not even a lingering glance at Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan began to understand why the version of herself in the dream had been consumed by jealousy. Having grown up without parents, she had harbored a fleeting fantasy about them. Yet, in just this brief encounter, the image of her father shattered into pieces. "How dare you strike me? I shall end you." A boy, no older than 6 or 7, resembling a little firecracker, charged at Yuanyuan. She swiftly raised her foot and sent him flying 2 meters away. "Ah, 5th brother, help!" The scene spiraled into chaos once more. "You seize her!" The beautiful boy, called 5th brother, bellowed angrily. "5th young master, 5th young master, the old lady is waiting. Let's first meet with her and then seek her judgment," Granny Lu implored, crawling over to clutch the boy and oppose his leg. Originally, she intended to tidy up with Yuanyuan before meeting the elder. But with such a ruckus at the entrance, and having encountered the Duke, she feared the situation might escalate beyond control. She no longer dared to hesitate, and simply wished to escort them away to fulfill her duty. "I will have grandmother punish you, you ugly wretch." A group of younger boys seemed to find their courage, shouting as they raced into the courtyard. Yuanyuan followed them into the estate, twisting and turning for about a quarter of an hour before finally arriving at the residence of the matriarch, Lady Li, where a lively atmosphere enveloped the space. Granny Lu led Yuanyuan inside. The raucous room fell silent in an instant. Yuanyuan stood in the hall, surrounded by a dozen gazes that fell upon her in unison. Expressions of disdain, contempt, and derision openly scrutinized her, with some even discreetly covering their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs. Standing there, Yuanyuan could almost imagine the timid helplessness the version of herself in the dream must have felt in the face of such scrutiny. "Kneel," Lady Li commanded in a stern voice, directed at Lu Yuanyuan. Meeting her gaze, Lu Yuanyuan remained unmoved. Impudent. I took you in, knowing you had suffered in your youth. Yet you show no gratitude and openly humiliate your own kin. The Sheng family has no room for someone with your upbringing. Lady Li's piercing gaze stabbed at Lu Yuanyuan. Humiliate? Lu Yuanyuan let out a laugh. Is it not your esteemed descendants who assaulted and insulted me at the entrance? It seems I truly belong to your Sheng family. For otherwise, such upbringing would not have been bestowed upon me. Sharp-tongued. Sharp-tongued. Lady Li was instantly enraged, and a nearby maid hurriedly approached to soothe her chest. Take her away. This girl shows no respect for her elders, nor for her siblings. She need not be acknowledged henceforth. Lady Li gestured dismissively, panting with indignation. The others reveled in the spectacle. My daughter. At that moment, a beautiful woman, tears brimming in her eyes, was assisted into the room. She excitedly examined Lu Yuanyuan, disregarding her disheveled appearance, and rushed to embrace her tightly, exclaiming, My daughter. Lu Yuanyuan felt herself enveloped by a fragrant breeze, crashing into a warm and soft embrace. This was her mother. In her dreams, there had been a few who harbored goodwill towards her, yet in the end, only disappointment remained. Thus, there was little to anticipate. Struggling to extricate herself, Lu Yuanyuan spoke. I am Lu Yuanyuan. The beautiful woman froze momentarily, then cautiously inquired, Which character is Yang? A burst of laughter erupted from an unknown source. Aunt, does she even know what a character looks like growing up in the countryside? Behold the waters, so vast and deep. Lu Yuanyuan said expressionlessly to the girl who had laughed, I may not recognize characters, but you surely have not studied the Book of Songs, you. Country bumpkin, what nonsense are you spouting? The girl glared fiercely at Lu Yuanyuan. Fourth sister, upon learning that Yuanyuan's sister has suffered, mother has been worry-stricken. How can you speak so to Sister Yuanyuan? A gentle voice interjected, filled with disapproval. Uft, third sister, you might want to refrain from speaking up when I mention her, lest this country bumpkin forget who she truly is. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yuanyuan's gaze swept over the speaker, landing on the girl who had come with her mother. Third sister, the third young lady of the Duke's manor, Sheng Yunju. She was stunningly beautiful, having blossomed into a graceful young lady at the age of 13, towering over Lu Yuanyuan by a head. Lu Yuanyuan locked eyes with her. Those hazy memories from her childhood suddenly crystallized. Zhu is me, and you are Caoya. Indeed, before being abandoned in the mountains by her wet nurse, she had another name, Caoya. This was also the name of the current Sheng Yunju in her previous life. After her rebirth, she understood that the Duke's manor was on its way, so she had seized the name Zhu as soon as she learned to speak, manipulating her wet nurse into a scheme that led to her own disfigurement, relegating her to the identity of Caoya, fearing she might interfere. When the Duke's manor came calling, they had tossed the 3-year-old her into the mountains to fend for herself, to have suffered such a fate, and she still had the audacity to appear before her. In her dreams, she had been consumed by jealousy towards Sheng Yunju, leading her to commit numerous wrongs. But was it truly jealousy? It was nothing short of deep-seated hatred. What she said was not unfounded. The term country bumpkin could apply to anyone. After all, couldn't it? Lu Yuanyuan's gaze remained clear as she fixed her eyes on Sheng Yunju, enunciating 3 words, He Caoya. Sheng Yunju's face turned pale, and she stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Lu Yuanyuan in disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. You. Her lips trembled, words failing her. Lu Yuanyuan stepped forward, rising onto her toes to lean closer to Sheng Yunju's ear, lowering her voice. Do you wish to ask me if I, like you, have been reborn? Chapter 3. The Thief. Sheng Yunju was so startled that she could hardly maintain her balance, her body weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuanyuan promptly grasped her sleeve. The fabric is delicate as mist, rendering Lu Yuanyuan slender, dark hands particularly unsightly. Even with such a gentle tug, the calluses on Lu Yuanyuan's fingers snagged the material, leaving a fine, threadbare mark. This fabric was indeed remarkable, light yet fragile. She could only wonder. With a slight exertion, Lu Yuanyuan inadvertently tore off the entire sleeve of Sheng Yunju, causing the balance of the latter's body to falter, and she fell backward onto the ground. revealing a smooth and tender arm. Ah! Sheng Yunju let out another piercing scream. Lu Yuanyuan toyed with the sheer fabric, lightly tossing it onto Sheng Yunju's form, pondering whether this pilfer material would truly be so comfortable against the skin. What do you think, Yu? Since arriving in the capital and becoming a young lady of the Duke's household, Sheng Yunju had never endured such humiliation and grievance. She longed to scratch Lu Yuanyuan's other cheek, but with so many onlookers eager to witness her disgrace, she could no longer hold back her tears, covering her face as she sobbed. "Mother, please take me away. I should never have taken my sister's belongings when I was young and ignorant. I can leave now." "Zhu, this has nothing to do with you. You were merely a child back then." The beautiful matron Lan, the head of the Sheng Duke's household, had doted on Sheng Yunju for years and was reluctant to let her go. Hastily bending down to lift her up and offer comfort, Lu Yuanyuan scoffed lightly. "Madam, your words carry some truth. She was indeed a child back then, so I, at the tender age of 3, was marred and cast into the mountains to fend for myself. It was my advanced age and knowledge that led to my identity being usurped. I deserved to perish." Yuanyuan, Mother did not mean it that way. It was Mother's fault for being negligent back then. If you must blame someone, let it be Mother. Lan immediately forgot about helping Sheng Yunju. Her eyes flustered as she attempted to explain to Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan nodded. "Otherwise, do you believe I should not hold you accountable?" Lan Fan Do, unsure how to respond. "Enough." The old matriarch, Lady Li, barked sharply, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Lu Yuanyuan, as if she could bore a hole through her. At that moment, the imposing figure of the Duke entered from outside. "Wu, my husband, it is all my fault. I failed to protect our child. Please let Yuanyuan stay. She's our flesh and blood." Upon seeing the Duke, Lan rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. The Duke steadied her and glanced at the old matriarch, who was pointing at Lu Yuanyuan, wishing to expel her. He furrowed his brows slightly. "Mother, the bloodline of the Duke's household cannot be cast aside. Since we have brought her back, she shall be renamed and recorded in the family register." "You want to change my name?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired. The Duke frowned at her. Lu Yuanyuan, unperturbed by his gaze, shifted her attention to Sheng Yunju. "And what of her? Since I am of the Duke and Oppos, as bloodline, how shall we handle this impostor? Will she also be renamed, removed from the family register, and sent away?" "Do not speak nonsense," Lady Li admonished. Lan's face was filled with entreaty. "Yuanyuan, Zhu has been with the Sheng family for many years, serving you with affection. The events of the past were not her fault. You two sisters should, together what? To be your good daughters?" Lu Yuanyuan laughed derisively. "Do I appear to be a fool? To call the one who usurped my life a sister, as if nothing has transpired? Let me make this clear. It shall not happen. Vile creature." Lady Li's lips trembled with anger as she turned to the Duke. "What purpose does it serve to keep such a wretch? Send her far away, never to return." "I do not care." Lu Yuanyuan turned to leave. "Stop," the Duke commanded coldly. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yuanyuan turned her head, surveying the assembly. "It is quite simple. I may remain, but I, Lu Yuanyuan, shall not change my name nor my lineage, nor shall I be entered into your family register unless you expel this impostor at once." Sheng Yunju covered her face, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Grandmother, father, mother, it is Zhu who is unfortunate, unable to continue serving you. Please send me away. I should have made way for my sister." "Zhu, do not say such things. Are you not piercing your mother's heart?" Lan leaned weakly against the Duke. "Very well, if that is your wish, and you do not wish to enter the family register, then from now on, you shall only be a distant cousin of the Sheng family. I hope you do not come to regret your decision," the Duke stated solemnly. Lu Yuanyuan scoffed coldly. "I would rather choose the daughter of an enemy than my own flesh and blood. If you have no regrets, then why should I? Arrange for her a courtyard, and you all may leave," the Duke commanded. Lan, supporting the matron, looked at Lu Yuanyuan with a pained expression. "Yuanyuan, come with me." This time, Lu Yuanyuan said nothing further and followed her outside. The room full of people observed the Duke's expression, hesitant to linger, and soon dispersed. Only Lady Li and the Duke remained in the room. Lady Li pressed her hand to her chest. "That girl has been spoiled outside. Why trouble ourselves to keep her? No one in the capital knows of this. Let us pretend she does not exist. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. If we keep her at home, even if it comes to light later, we will have an explanation. If she is exploited by those with ill intent, the outcome is even more unpredictable. The Duke pondered briefly before continuing. The Crown Prince has injured his leg and may find it difficult to recover. When the late Empress was alive, she had mentioned a marriage proposal to Lan. The Emperor is aware of it. It was a fine match, but now, should the Emperor bring it up again, he will certainly seek a suitable bride. Lady Li was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, I understand. Long before Lu Yuanyuan's return, Lan had already arranged for Lu Yuanyuan's courtyard to be prepared, but due to her anxiety, she fell ill and could not oversee the preparations herself, resulting in a somewhat neglected space. When Lan eagerly arrived with others, she discovered that the courtyard she had supposedly prepared for Lu Yuanyuan had been situated against the western wall of the Duke's estate. Ample in size, but left untended for many years. The weeds had just been cleared, leaving behind only an empty expanse. Lan's face flushed with embarrassment as she cautiously turned to Lu Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, Mother has been ill these past few days and could not prepare adequately. Perhaps tonight, you could stay in Mother's courtyard, and tomorrow, I shall have someone prepare for you. No need. This is quite satisfactory, Lu Yuanyuan interrupted, madam. Since the Duke has declared that I shall only be a distant cousin of the Sheng family henceforth, I suggest you be mindful to avoid misunderstandings. With that, she entered the courtyard without glancing back. Lan's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched, and just then, Sheng Yunju, who had hurried over in a change of clothes, rushed to support Lan. Mother, I have come to bring something for my sister. Lan looked at her with a sense of relief. Zhu, you are so thoughtful. However, Yuanyuan harbors resentment. Do not take it to heart. You must care for her more. If she truly does not wish to, do not provoke her. She has suffered enough. And all I desire is for her to find happiness. Sheng Yunju clenched her fists, though her expression remained understanding as she nodded. Do not worry, mother. I understand. Only then did Lan feel reassured as she assisted the matron in leaving. Sheng Yunju entered the courtyard, instructing the attendants to wait outside while she herself entered the room. Lu Yuanyuan sat in a chair, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Sheng Yunju gritted her teeth. What exactly do you intend to do? A sly smile curled at Lu Yuanyuan's lips, her gaunt face accentuated by the grotesque scar, revealing a chilling and eerie aura. I am here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. What do you think, little thief? Chapter 4. Kneeling to come, Sheng Yunju's lips quivered, her countenance as pale as death. At that moment, a voice from the courtyard called out, Fifth young master. Sheng Yunju fixed her gaze on Lu Yuanyuan, suddenly raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap to her own face. She then covered her face and stepped back. Crying out to Lu Yuanyuan as fifth young master, Sheng Jun stepped inside. Sister, I know I have wronged you. You can hit or scold me. I will accept it all. I only came to bring you something. Why must you humiliate me so? Sheng Jun hurriedly grasped Sheng Yunju, glancing at her swollen face, and furiously pointed at Lu Yuanyuan, exclaiming, You hideous creature, how dare you strike my sister? Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh, rubbing her wrist. She rose and approached the two. What are you doing? Sheng Jun stepped forward, firmly shielding Sheng Yunju behind him. The boy, just over 10 years old, was nearly as tall as Sheng Yunju, while Lu Yuanyuan, a malnourished little girl, appeared even smaller than him. Sheng Jun looked at the frail girl before him, his fists clenched, feeling a mix of anxiety and an indescribable complexity. Lu Yuanyuan seized the teacup from the table and forcefully smashed it on the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Sheng Jun instinctively opened his arms, protecting Sheng Yunju. Lu Yuanyuan bent down to pick up a shard of porcelain, then seized Sheng Jun by the collar and, with a swift motion, threw him out the door. Ah! Sheng Jun cried out in pain, while Sheng Yunju screamed. Lu Yuanyuan grasped Sheng Yunju's chin, causing her to weaken in fear and collapse to the ground. Sheng Jun, thrown outside, scrambled to his feet and shouted at Lu Yuanyuan. What do you intend to do? The shard of porcelain pressed against Sheng Yunju's face, its edge perilously close to her delicate skin, threatening to cut if moved even slightly. Sheng Yunju's eyes widened in terror, tears brimming but not falling. What are you doing? Didn't you say I struck her? Lu Yuanyuan addressed the approaching Sheng Jun. Then you two better understand clearly. If I, Lu Yuanyuan, intend to strike someone, a mere slap would not suffice. This face of mine was marred by your dear grandmother. If I were to act against you, I would at least ruin your face beyond recognition, wouldn't I? You stop this at once. Otherwise, I'll tell mother and have you. Sheng Jun stammered, realizing Lu Yuanyuan's fierce demeanor was no bluff. His steps faltered, and he became tongue-tied. Be quick about it. If you do not expel me today, I shall first mar her face and then break your legs. Do you know how I survived when I was cast into the mountains as a child? There were wolves, wild boars, and on unlucky days, bears. I had to run faster than them, with greater ferocity than their bite, to survive. All of this was thanks to your dear sister. Lowering her head, Lu Yuanyuan traced the shape of Sheng Yunju's eye with the shard. So now you understand how to plead for mercy and admit your mistakes, don't you? Ah, Sheng Yunju let out a piercing scream, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Sheng Jun stared at Lu Yuanyuan, swallowing hard. Lu Yuanyuan released the unconscious Sheng Yunju and waved her hand in front of her nose. Disgusting, so easily frightened. It seems you have committed many misdeeds. Sheng Jun instinctively looked down at himself, and then at the fainted Sheng Yunju, his face flushing with embarrassment as he pointed at Lu Yuanyuan. You, little stutterer, drag your useless sister away. Remember, if you wish to enter my door in the future, come kneeling. Sheng Jun trembled with rage. He had never suffered such humiliation. In the past, he would have charged forth without hesitation. But at this moment, he regarded Lu Yuanyuan as a fierce beast, akin to a demon risen from hell. In just a short span of less than an hour, Lu Yuanyuan had shattered all his previous perceptions. His steps faltered, unsure of how to call for help to take Sheng Yunju away, and he followed suit. Once they departed, the surroundings finally quieted. Lu Yuanyuan stretched, feeling exhausted after several days of turmoil. Mississippi. A trembling voice emerged from behind her. Lu Yuanyuan turned to find a plump little maid cowering in the corner, resembling a chubby white bun, round and soft, evoking hunger in the observer. The little maid, upon meeting Lu Yuanyuan's gaze, instinctively shrank her not-so-slim shoulders, her chubby hands gripping her sleeves tightly as she nervously warned, "Miss, the fifth young master is the most favored in the household, and his temper is rather fierce. If you provoke him." The maid's warning trailed off, but Lu Yuanyuan understood her meaning. She had provoked someone she should not have. "What is your name? What are you doing here?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired. The maid, taken aback by Lu Yuanyuan's calm demeanor, stammered, I am Yuanyuan, sent to attend to you." Yuanyuan? Lu Yuanyuan assessed the maid's round, plump face, finding the name quite fitting. She recalled that in her dreams, she had not encountered such a maid, as her dreams were filled with her own trepidation and resentment, struggling to survive, leaving her too exhausted to notice those around her. "Who sent you here?" Lu Yuanyuan asked. Yuanyuan suddenly knelt, causing the floor to tremble beneath Lu Yuanyuan. She couldn't help but glance at the maid again. Indeed, she was quite rotund, perhaps 3 times her size. "Miss, please do not dismiss me. I can be of service." Yuanyuan, despite her plumpness, had round, glistening eyes, and her pitiful gaze reminded Lu Yuanyuan of a fat little pig raised by a landlord in the village. "Rise." Lu Yuanyuan was indifferent to who stayed behind. She had clenched her teeth and returned to the capital, driven by her refusal to accept her fate. She, Lu Yuanyuan, would carve her own path. "I am hungry. Take me to find something to eat," Lu Yuanyuan commanded. Yuanyuan clumsily scrambled to her feet, her face brightening. "Miss, wait here. I will go to the kitchen and bring something back for you. Our household's meals are fetched from the large kitchen, but if you want something special, it requires a bit of silver. I have no silver. I will eat from the large kitchen," Lu Yuanyuan replied, her pockets emptier than her face, but here, at least, was the residence of a duke, better than her meals in the village. "Then please wait here, Mississippi. I shall return shortly," Yuanyuan cheerfully exclaimed as she grabbed a food box and hurried out. As Yuanyuan left, Lu Yuanyuan surveyed her new abode, realizing she would likely reside here for several years. Though slightly askew, the courtyard was quite spacious, and the room layout was open. Lu Yuanyuan walked around, feeling quite satisfied. The bare yard was perfect for her to tidy up and cultivate some herbs. Imagining a better life, her stomach growled louder. She glanced up at the dimming sky, unable to suppress her thoughts. Why hasn't Yuanyuan returned yet? Just then, Yuanyuan rushed back, her face drawn and panting, opening the food box with a look of guilt. Miss, they said you're a distant cousin and that the main family must be prioritized. In the end, they only gave me a few corn cakes and leftover dishes. The round-eyed Yuanyuan gazed with a look reminiscent of a rabbit. Yuanyuan glanced at the contents of the food box, which contained 2 plates. One held several cornmeal cakes, while the other was a medley of assorted vegetables and bones, long since devoid of warmth. My lady, I am truly sorry. It is my inadequacy. Yuanyuan's voice trembled on the brink of tears. Yuanyuan, however, paid her no heed, instead casting a cold smirk at the food box, thinking of a bunch of forgetful imbeciles. Chapter 5. Leftovers. Yuanyuan was exceedingly irate. Life in the village was harsh. She had been cast aside at the tender age of 3, too helpless to fend for herself. Each household in the village was scarcely affluent, making it impossible for anyone to take her in. The utmost they could offer was the occasional morsel of food. With nowhere to turn, she sought refuge in a thatched hut shared with a woman rumored to have lost her sanity years ago, merely to avoid freezing to death. As she grew older, she managed to accompany the village hunters on their excursions, trading the meager spoils for grain to stave off hunger. Thus, it was not merely the coarse millet buns and leftover dishes that sustained her. In moments of desperation, she had resorted to gnawing on tree bark and drinking the frigid water from winter snow. But now, why should she endure such indignities? Yuanyuan snapped the lid of her food container shut and strode purposefully outward, declaring, I shall confront them myself. Miss, perhaps you should seek out the mistress. She will surely advocate for you. The days ahead are long. Yuanyuan suggested, her voice laced with concern. After all, you are the mistress's own flesh and blood. The last 4 words she uttered softly, although the outcome of the recognition ceremony today revealed that the mistress, Lady Lan, had given birth to a pair of twins. The entirety of the household was now aware of Yuanyuan's true identity. She was the legitimate daughter of the duke's primary lineage, while the resplendent Yuanyuan was merely the daughter of a servant. Yuanyuan believed that once Yuanyuan approached Lady Lan, all dilemmas would dissolve. No, to the kitchen. Yuanyuan firmly rejected the notion. Yuanyuan, perplexed, could only clumsily follow, captivated by Yuanyuan's diminutive yet commanding presence. As they reached the threshold of the kitchen, they overheard a lively chatter within. A matron was fawning over Yuanyuan and Oppos. S maid, Diao Chui. Oh dear, Diao Chui, you Haven and Oppos. Seen it, have you? That rustic girl from the courtyard has been waiting here for nearly half an hour, only to walk away with a few coarse millet buns and a plate of our leftover chicken bones and vegetable scraps. She was even crying, lamenting how her family's daughter was treated. It's utterly laughable. I dare say, that country girl has probably never even tasted a millet bun, judging by her emaciated figure, resembling a wretched little creature. To think she could feast on our leftovers is truly her fortune. Wouldn't you agree? Diao Chui chuckled. Oh, do not speak so. Our lady is the kindest at heart. If she hears this, she would surely be distressed for that country girl. We must inquire if the bird's nest soup is ready. Our lady has been quite troubled over that girl's plight and deserves a proper supplement. Very well, I shall fetch it at once. Only our precious lady deserves such exquisite delicacies. The matron simpered before disappearing into the kitchen. Outside, Yuanyuan's eyes reddened with indignation. Miss, they're utterly outrageous. Indeed, they are intolerable. Yuanyuan thrust the food container into Yuanyuan's arms and boldly proceeded into the kitchen. Hey, what are you doing? A matron, caught off guard by Yuanyuan's entrance, exclaimed. At this hour, the grand kitchen was bustling as various households gathered for their evening meal, and numerous maids and servants lingered outside. With that outcry, every gaze turned toward Yuanyuan. Disregarding their stares, she inquired of Yuanyuan. Who provided you with your dinner just now? Yuanyuan pointed to the matron carrying the bird's nest soup. It was her, Granny Yang. Granny Yang, who had not previously encountered Yuanyuan, had only heard descriptions from others. Upon seeing Yuanyuan's appearance, she burst into laughter. It seems I was not mistaken. This country bumpkin truly resembles a wretched little creature. Look at her. She is dirtier than the beggars in the city. How dare she enter the kitchen? The food here is for the masters of the mansion. Who knows what diseases that beggar might carry? Get out at once. Do not soil the place. The room erupted in laughter. Indeed. I've heard those country children hardly bathe once a year. Just look at her filthy face. Who knows how long it has been since she washed? Goodness, our young master has a phobia of dirt. If he learns of this, he may lose his appetite. Inc. Chapter 6. I cannot afford the cost. The Duke's residence is currently under the authority of the Lawn family. Yet the kitchen is managed by the second branch. The lady of the second branch, Madame Wang, hails from a prestigious lineage, and it is her dowry maid, Yao, who oversees the kitchen. With her keen oversight, nothing escapes Yao's attention, including the matter of old Yang providing leftover food to Yuanyuan. However, old Yang's access to the kitchen is facilitated by Nurse He, the true grandmother of Sheng Yunju, which allows her to curry favor with Sheng Yunju, positioning her as part of the first branch. As long as her actions do not become excessively outrageous, Yao will remain silent. The bullying of Yuanyuan is considered an internal affair of the first branch. Thus Yao turns a blind eye, as long as it does not escalate to her doorstep. Furthermore, even if the situation were to come to light, it would ultimately reach the Duke's wife, Madame Lan, and not pose any significant concern for the kitchen. Consequently, Yao never anticipated that Yuanyuan would be someone who defies convention, opting to confront her directly in the kitchen rather than seeking recourse with Madame Lan, her own mother. Should Yao continue to feign ignorance, the situation could devolve into a kitchen scandal. Thus, she felt compelled to intervene. Yao approached with a stern expression, first bowing respectfully to Yuanyuan. I am Yao, a servant of the household, and I have the honor of meeting the young Mississippi. I currently oversee the kitchen, and if you have any grievances, you are welcome to voice them. It is a busy time in the kitchen, and we would not wish to offend you. It would be best if you return to rest, and I shall report to Madame Wang and personally come to apologize. Though she spoke of apologies, her tone lacked any genuine remorse, instead carrying an implicit warning. It was clear she was informing Yuanyuan that the kitchen was currently preoccupied, and should she continue to disrupt, it would lead to a report to Madame Wang, which would essentially alert the entire Duke's household. Given that Yuanyuan was new, it was wise for her to avoid trouble. Yuanyuan regarded her with a glance. In her dreams, she often glimpsed the scenes of her intense jealousy towards Sheng Yunju, rarely recalling the mundane intricacies of daily life. It seemed she had truly endured a great deal of suffering, silently bearing it all. On her very first day in the Duke's residence, she had already experienced countless humiliations, despite being the rightful mistress of the household. Yet here was a mere servant, daring to insult her as a filthy beggar. How much distress must the woman in her dreams have endured to reach such a state of jealousy? Her anger grew with each thought. Lowering her gaze, she noticed old Yang attempting to spit out a corn bun. Without hesitation, she seized old Yang's chin, forcing her to swallow the morsel, then took the plate and pried old Yang's mouth open, disregarding her resistance, and began to shove food and bones into her mouth. Old Yang's face turned a ghastly shade of purple, her eyes bulging. The onlookers were thoroughly shocked, and Yao was flustered. She had never expected that her earlier remarks would provoke Yuanyuan into such a fierce retaliation. Stop! You will cause a death, Yao exclaimed urgently. A life? Yuanyuan chuckled coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. What value does the life of a servant hold in the Duke's residence? If I were to take her life, what of it? You, Yao, though experienced in worldly matters, could not help but feel a surge of panic. Within the Duke's residence, Yuanyuan, despite being the Duke's biological daughter, was deemed worthless due to her disfigurement. A girl of no value, regardless of her noble lineage, was still just a wild child. Yet, she remained the mistress of the Duke's residence. If she truly wished to confront a servant, what could result from it? Merely a light reprimand, as the Duke would certainly retrieve his daughter. Would he truly sacrifice his daughter for the sake of a servant? In that instant, cold sweat began to bead on Yao's brow. Not only was old Yang's life expendable, but even her own stood at negligible worth in the eyes of the Duke. Please forgive me, young miss, Yao implored, biting her lip and kneeling. It is the fault of this servant for failing in her duties. I ask for your punishment, and I assure you that I shall regulate the kitchen henceforth to prevent any recurrence of today's events. I hope you will grant me the opportunity for atonement. The unspoken rule of the kitchen was well understood among households, yet it was the first time someone had dared to disregard protocol, threatening her life. Yao steeled herself and slapped her own face twice, pleading for mercy from Lu Yuanyuan, vowing to report the incident to Madame Wang for serious consequences. Is that so? Lu Yuanyuan replied coolly. Yes, I shall have someone escort old Yang to Madame Wang immediately. Yao responded hastily. Very well, considering your awareness, I shall grant you this favor. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, appearing accommodating. However, her actions did not relent. She showed no intention of releasing old Yang. Miraculously, she managed to force-feed old Yang the remaining food on the plate. Then, in front of all, she took a corn bun and slowly stuffed it into Yao's mouth. Piece by piece, until Yao resembled a lifeless fish, her eyes rolling back, her body twitching occasionally, as if she were on the verge of choking. I grew up in the countryside, lacking in sophistication, but the one thing I detest most is wastefulness. Lu Yuanyuan pressed old Yang's face against the ground where the precious bird's nest lay scattered. This bowl is worth a fortune. Clean it up thoroughly, bite by bite. Go tell your esteemed third miss that her loyal dog has licked up the bird's nest. If she seeks compensation, she should not come to me. I cannot afford it. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Yuanyuan appeared diminutive and frail, resembling a malnourished, pitiful child. Yet at that moment, the onlookers turned pale, each too afraid to utter a word, lest they find themselves next to the dead fish underfoot. Lu Yuanyuan fixed her gaze on old Yang as she licked the bird's nest clean before kicking her robust form and brushing her hands, turning to Yao. Where's my dinner? Yao scrambled to her feet. This servant will personally prepare it for you. Moments later, 2 food boxes were respectfully offered to Yuanyuan. A small token of my sincerity. Please accept it. Young Mississippi Yuanyuan opened the boxes in a daze, revealing several steaming dishes, freshly prepared. A delightful assortment of meats and vegetables. Let us go. Lu Yuanyuan turned to leave, with Yuanyuan excitedly following behind. Miss, you are truly remarkable. Outside the kitchen courtyard, Yuanyuan gazed at Lu Yuanyuan with admiration, yet she remained puzzled. But why did you not seek the madam to advocate for you? She did not prepare the meal. So why seek her? Lu Yuanyuan replied. If appealing to Madame Lan were effective, the version of me in my dreams would not have been driven to madness. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Returning to her small courtyard, Lu Yuanyuan washed her hands, eagerly urging Yuanyuan to lay out the dishes on the stone table. The 2 food boxes contained 8 sumptuous dishes, along with desserts and bird's nest. A feast for the senses, and Lu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. She had never encountered such exquisite cuisine before. She had tasted the most delectable dish when Uncle Zhang, after exchanging a bounty for money, took her to a street vendor where she savored a bowl of lamb offal noodles accompanied by flaky pastries. The flavor lingered in her memory, causing her to salivate throughout the winter. Lu Yuanyuan picked up the plate, barely taking time to grab chopsticks, and began to devour the food voraciously. Suddenly, a muffled laugh echoed from the courtyard wall behind her. Chapter 7. I am not usually like this. Lu Yuanyuan heard the laughter, but paid it no mind. At that moment, her mind was solely occupied with the tantalizing dishes before her, wafting aromas so delectable they could make one swoon. In her dreams, she had glimpsed sumptuous feasts at the limited gatherings at the Duke's residence. Yet those dreamt delights bore no comparison to the vivid flavor she experienced now. It felt as if she were ensnared in a delightful dream, one she feared would shatter if she hesitated for even a moment. She yearned to consume all this exquisite food that she had once deemed unattainable. Hey, where did you come from, little beggar? How dare you brazenly sneak into the Duke's residence to steal food? The laughter seemed to echo, as if the speaker had noticed Lu Yuanyuan's indifference. Engrossed in her meal, she turned slightly, casting a glance at the wall. As dusk settled, the sky darkened, and the western wall glimmered with the hues of sunset, revealing a striking young face with crescent-shaped, radiant eyes that sparkled like the evening light. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at him before turning back to see Yuanyuan still staring blankly at her, pushing the untouched plate toward her, urging, "What are you waiting for? Eat, miss." Yuanyuan swallowed hard, slowly extending chopsticks toward Lu Yuanyuan. "Miss, would you like to use The chopsticks? Lu Yuanyuan blinked, accepting the chopsticks from Yuanqing and Appo's hand, sitting down and softly explaining, I'm not usually like this. Yuanqing and Appo's eyes, however, were glistening with unshed tears as she hurriedly filled a bowl with delectable morsels for Lu Yuanyuan. Miss you have suffered. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yuanyuan quickly grasped the bowl and dove into the meal. The rice was fragrant, the meat tenderly stewed, and even the vegetables burst with sweetness. Throughout the year, she rarely had the luxury of eating plain rice, and now she voraciously shoveled food in her mouth, her appetite surpassing her desire to savor each bite. The boy, ignored and undeterred, grew increasingly curious and called out again, Hey, little beggar, I'm talking to you. She calls you miss? What is your relation to this household? A poor relative here for a handout? Do not speak nonsense. Our miss is no poor relative. Yuanqing glared at the boy perched on the wall. I was asking her, not you. The boy persisted, shouting again, Hey, little beggar, do you know? Lu Yuanyuan spat out a bone, casually tossing it behind her. Ah. The boy tumbled from the wall in a clumsy heap. Lu Yuanyuan turned to see him land in a pile of dirt, his hair and face muddied with soil and grass. His broken leg contorted in an odd position, revealing his injury. Falling with a broken leg. Serves you right, Lu Yuanyuan scoffed, contemplating whether to approach him. She walked over, looking down at the handsome boy. Hey, little beggar, what do you want? The boy, unable to rise, felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Lu Yuanyuan's gaze. She bent down, grabbing his hair and pushing his head into the dirt. Coughing, he choked on the soil. His pretty face flushed red as he sputtered, Ugh, what are you doing? If I hear you call me little beggar again, I will break your other leg, Lu Yuanyuan warned, glancing at his twisted limb. She grasped his ankle, and with a sudden twist, there was a sickening crack. His anguished scream echoed. Ah, young master, are you all right? Where are you? From beyond the wall, urgent voices called out. The boy, face contorted with distress, glared at Lu Yuanyuan. You. What? I was merely helping you set your bone. You fell off the wall. If that leg isn't properly aligned, it will become useless. And let me tell you, I have no money to compensate you, so do not think to extort me. It is people like you from high-born families who lack manners. Did I eat your food? Calling me a little beggar? Lu Yuanyuan stood, brushing dirt from her clothes in disdain. The interruption had truly irked her. She approached the basin to wash her hands, then returned to the table to continue her meal. I am Yuanyuan, my apologies, he stammered, watching her frail figure with a tinge of guilt. She appeared no older than 10, and he realized he had lost his senses by jesting with a young girl. Lu Yuanyuan heard his apology, but chose to ignore him. Yuanyuan felt increasingly remorseful and struggled to sit up, now incapacitated with a broken leg. He simply sat on the ground and continued to engage Lu Yuanyuan. What happened to your face? Is it a scar from an injury? I know many renowned doctors. Would you like me to introduce you to one? If you're a relative of the Sheng family, why are you not wearing decent clothes? I can send someone to bring you some. I truly did not mean any harm. I was just amused watching you eat. Having grown up, Yuanyuan had never seen anyone consume food with such ferocity, reminiscent of the street urchins he had once encountered. Lu Yuanyuan's appearance was ragged, her skin darkened, yet her tattered clothing, albeit frayed, was not particularly dirty. In the capital, he had never seen a girl dressed in such a manner. This was the Sheng residence, and it was inconceivable for a beggar to enter. Thus, he was simply curious about when such a person had arrived at the Sheng household. Content after a hearty meal, Lu Yuanyuan burped and turned to him. Are you done speaking? Yuanyuan, caught off guard by her gaze, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Lu Yuanyuan approached, scrutinizing him for a moment before suddenly bending down, seizing his waist and hoisting him up. Though only 15, Yuanyuan was not short. Being lifted by such a diminutive girl left him bewildered. Lu Yuanyuan scanned the area and spotted a large tree growing against the wall. She ran over, effortlessly scaling the tree while carrying Yuanyuan, and then set him atop the wall. Next time you climb over, I'll toss you back. Lu Yuanyuan declared without hesitation. Wow, miss, you're incredible. Are you tired? I can fetch you warm water to wash up, Yuanqing exclaimed, her admiration for Lu Yuanyuan growing. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, feeling quite fatigued after the day's events. She ambled back toward the house, leaving Yuanyuan, cheeks flushed and wishing he could bury himself back into the ground. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless one for the entire Sheng residence. The commotion in the kitchen spread quickly throughout the household. Madame Wang, overseeing kitchen affairs, was instantly invigorated by Mama Yao's report, raising her hand to signal her maid, "Go, gather some items for the young lady. Let us pay a visit to my esteemed sister-in-law." In less than 15 minutes, Madame Wang, accompanied by several attendants, made her way to the residence of Lady Lan. Lan had just finished her evening meal and was being attended to by a maid as she took her medicine. Upon hearing that Wang had arrived, she wearily rose from the soft couch and instructed someone to invite Wang in. As soon as Wang entered, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear sister-in-law, please do not rise. Your health is still fragile, and you ought to rest well. I truly should not disturb you at such a late hour, but my heart is heavy. Regardless of what we say outwardly, we all know that Yuanyuan is your own flesh and blood, a cherished daughter. Hearing that she has suffered an injustice, I could not remain seated for even a moment and hastened here to apologize." What happened to Yuanyuan? Upon hearing about Lu Yuanyuan, Lan's anxiety heightened. Wang gestured for Mama Fong to bring forth an assortment of food and explained to Lan, "Sister-in-law, you know me well. I oversee the kitchen and strive to be fair in all matters. Yet with so many tasks at hand, oversights are inevitable. Today, Yuanyuan's maid went to the kitchen for dinner and encountered that old hag, Yang. I do not know what madness overtook her, but she sent Yuanyuan away with some stale leftovers and unappetizing corn buns. Furious, Yuanyuan went directly to the kitchen. What? How dare that insolent servant, who gave her the audacity to treat our esteemed young lady with such disdain? Lan's pale face flushed with anger, and she found it difficult to breathe. Her close attendant, Mama Hui, entered and rushed over to assist her. "Madam, please take care. The physician has instructed that you must not become agitated. Sister-in-law may not be aware, but that old hag, Yang, used to work in the household and was devoted to the third young lady. I truly did not expect her to vent her frustrations on Yuanyuan. It is a grave injustice to that dear child. I apologize to both you and Yuanyuan on her behalf. As for that old hag, I will bring her to you so that you may decide her fate." Wang signaled to Mama Fong. Mama Fong hurriedly presented the items they had brought. "Madam, this is an offering from Our Lady to Miss Yuanyuan as an apology." Lan clenched her handkerchief and, with great effort, said, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention, sister-in-law. From now on, I shall allocate 2 taels of silver daily to ensure Yuanyuan receives additional nourishment. Ah, dear sister-in-law, please rest assured. Yuanyuan is simply too slender. I will instruct the kitchen to nourish her until she is plump and healthy." Wang left in high spirits. This visit not only addressed the insolence of Yang, who had been taking advantage of the kitchen's resources, but also secured a benefit from Lan. 2 taels of silver may not seem substantial, but for young Lu Yuanyuan, it would suffice for quite some time. In an ordinary household, it could support an entire family for a month. Furthermore, Yuanyuan's presence in the kitchen would ensure that she received her fair share, likely amounting to 50 taels over the month. Moreover, since Yang was allied with Sheng Yinju, this incident would stir discord between Sheng and Lan, promising future intrigue within the household. Yuanyuan had indeed made a significant entrance into the Duke's residence. As soon as Wang departed, Mama Hui turned to Lan and remarked, "Madam, the second mistress is deliberately seeking benefits from you. My dear, how can a young girl like her possibly consume such a large sum of silver?" Lan took a moment to collect herself before responding. "How could I be unaware of her intentions? If I do not provide some silver now, how can I ensure that Yuanyuan will not face neglect in the kitchen again? On her very first day back, she has already endured such hardship. I was startled during her birth and did not even have a chance to gaze upon her properly, only to have her suffer thus. I initially hoped to compensate her, yet I never anticipated." Lan covered her face and wept, prompting Mama Hui to comfort her. "Madam, please do not be too hard on yourself. None of us wish for this to happen. That old hag, go, drag her out, and execute her. How dare she treat my daughter with such contempt?" Lan tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her hands trembling with rage. At that moment, a maid entered and reported, "Madam, the third young lady has arrived." Sheng Yinju entered with red-rimmed eyes. "Mother, I am at fault with my sister. Please send me away." Chapter 8. Revenge and kind Sheng Yunju hastily approached the soft couch, as was her custom, and collapsed into Lan Shi's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed up at her mother with pained expression. Mother, forgive me. Zhu fears she can no longer fulfill her filial duties by your side. My sister harbors such hatred towards me that I know I cannot remain in this household any longer. Please, send me back to the village. For the rest of my days, I shall repay the debts owed to my sister. Sheng Yunju wept uncontrollably, her body trembling slightly. Lan Shi's heart ached profoundly, and she instinctively pulled her daughter closer. Just as she was about to utter comforting words, memories of recent events flooded her mind. Yuanyuan, her own flesh and blood, had endured a decade of hardship in the countryside. On her very first day back home, her family had not recognized her, and even the meals sent her way were mere leftovers. Lan Shi could hardly bear to imagine, let alone muster the courage to confront Yuanyuan. That was her own daughter. Yuanyuan had suffered such great injustices due to her mother's poor judgment, having been deceived by a servant, leading to this tragic exchange of children. That wet nurse, after all, was their adversary. Now, she held her enemy's granddaughter in her arms, filled with both sorrow and compassion. But who held her daughter? Had anyone ever cradled her when she was born? The large scar on her face, seared by a hot iron, must have caused excruciating pain. As these thoughts consumed her, Lan Shi felt an even sharper pain in her chest, and words of comfort for Sheng Yunju eluded her. She gazed at the weeping Sheng Yunju, who was tall and graceful, her complexion rosy. Though her features were merely delicate, her cultivated demeanor made her appear gentle and charming. Among the noble families of the capital, who did not speak well of Sheng Yunju, in the past, she had been so proud, nurturing her daughter to be such a fine young woman. Yet now, her true daughter was frail and small, with dark, rough skin and that ghastly scar. Where was the beauty in that? Lan Shi found it hard to breathe, releasing Sheng Yunju from her grasp. Zhu, mother knows you were still young at that time. You are not to blame for Yang's misfortunes. Take comfort in that. She then supported the arm of Granny Hui, saying, Hui Xian, assist me to rest. Mother. Sheng Yunju looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Granny Hui half embraced Lan Shi, supporting her and casting a disapproving glance at Sheng Yunju. Third miss, the madam is truly unwell today. Please be understanding. With that, she helped Lan Shi into the inner quarters. Sheng Yunju stared blankly at Lan Shi's retreating figure, her heart sinking. Moments ago, her maid, Jiao Chui, had rushed in to tell her of the commotion in the kitchen, prompting her immediate concern. That young old woman had been placed there at her specific instruction. In her previous life, having lived in the Duke's residence alongside Sheng Yunju for many years, she was well aware of Lan Shi's ineffectiveness. Though the madam of the Duke's household, she allowed the second madam to control the kitchen, draining the household of resources year after year. Unlike Lan Shi, who was inept, she had been secretly nurturing her own people since her arrival at the Duke's residence. Had it not been for this, she wouldn't have been able to so easily place Lu Yuanyuan in such a remote position today. Given a little more time, she could have ensured Lu Yuanyuan's demise without anyone being the wiser. Yet, she never anticipated that on Lu Yuanyuan's very first day, she would turn the entire Duke's residence upside down, even instilling fear in the once impenetrable kitchen controlled by Wang Shi. This Lu Yuanyuan bore no resemblance to the gentle and graceful Sheng Yunju of her past life. Not even a trace. Despite having marred her beauty and cast her into the rural depths of Qinghe village, Lu Yuanyuan had the audacity to appear before her. And now she was beginning to encroach upon her status. Her father and grandmother prioritized their interests. She was far more useful than the disfigured Lu Yuanyuan. Thus they would not part with her easily. However, her mother was perpetually weak and easily swayed. If she began to show favoritism towards Lu Yuanyuan, it could lead to considerable trouble for her. After expending so much effort to reach this point, she could not allow anyone to obstruct her path. Miss, the head maid Jiao Emo stepped forward to assist her. Sheng Yunju's gaze fell upon the half-consumed bowl of medicine on the table, her expression darkening. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuanyuan, the undercurrents she stirred on her first day at the Duke's residence were profound. After enjoying a warm bath, She nestled in her cozy bedding and indulged in a rare, deep slumber. However, the following morning, as she opened her eyes and sat up, a hand brushed aside the bed curtains before hers. It was a matron with a gentle countenance. Yuanyuan recognized her vaguely. She seemed to be one of Lan Shi's attendants. Glancing at Granny Hui and then behind her, she noted the absence of Yuan Xing. "Where is Yuan Xing?" Yuanyuan inquired as she slipped into her shoes. "Servant Hui Xin, at your service, miss." Granny Hui curtsied slightly, offering a warm smile. "I have served the madam since childhood. You may call me Granny Hui." Yuanyuan nodded disinterestedly. "Is there something you need?" Her tone was casual, and had it been anyone else, they might have faced reprimand by now. Yet Granny Hui remained unfazed by Yuanyuan's demeanor. She clapped her hands, and several maids and an older woman entered. "Miss, this is my sister, Shun Hui Qing, your nurturing matron. Additionally, you will require 4 head maids, 6 second-level maids, and 8 third-level maids, along with a few matrons responsible for chores around the courtyard." Granny Hui spoke with a smile. "In our household, girls have nurturing matrons from a young age. Hui Qing once accompanied the madam in her studies, but after marrying, she worked in the family business and has now returned to serve you. These maids are newly selected. Should you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to voice it." As Granny Hui spoke extensively, Yuanyuan absorbed none of it. Her gaze swept across the room, filled with a sea of unfamiliar faces, still no sign of Yuan Xing. "If the miss favors Yuan Xing, we can have her serve as a second-level maid to assist you," Granny Hui suggested. "No need, since I am here under dubious circumstances. I do not wish to waste your resources." "1 Yuan Xing is sufficient," Yuanyuan replied. Accustomed to solitude, she was not inclined to have so many people surrounding her daily. Moreover, she was acutely aware that, to the Duke's residents, she was merely a discarded pawn. They were quick to assign her numerous attendants, but she knew not what traps awaited her. Her return to the capital and the Duke's residence was driven by her disbelief in fate. What she sought to reclaim was not the identity of a true daughter nor the affection of the Duke's household. She yearned to unmask Sheng Yunju's pretenses and claim the fairness that rightfully belonged to her, Yuanyuan. She required no one's validation. All she demanded was for Sheng Yunju to pay the price for her past transgressions. She was indeed a person who would repay her debts in kind. Chapter 9. How much will you give me? Yuanyuan had a clear objective and did not intend to be overly entangled with the Sheng Guogong mansion. Thus, she had no desire to assume the role of a legitimate daughter of the Guogong, nor did she wish to indulge in the pomp associated with such a title. Witnessing her resolute refusal, Grandma Hui was somewhat taken aback, unable to resist scrutinizing Yuanyuan. At that moment, Yuanyuan was clad in an ill-fitting white garment made of subpar fabric, which only accentuated her dark complexion, rendering her figure rather gaunt. Her face was hardly larger than a palm, still adorned with that hideous mask, giving her the appearance of a wild monkey. Only her pair of eyes shone with unwavering determination and brightness. Given her appearance, one might easily mistake her for a refugee. No one could possibly associate her with the esteemed Sheng Guogong mansion. Even the lowest-ranking laundry maid in the mansion was fairer than she. However, Grandma Hui had grown up alongside the Lan family and was well aware that Yuanyuan's features unmistakably resembled those of Lan Shi, her biological mother. Lan Shi had suffered a shock during Yuanyuan's birth, leaving her in a frail state, yet in her youth. She had been renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, a true vision of unparalleled beauty. Sheng Yunju, while possessing a certain elegance, lacked the enchanting beauty, managing to compensate only slightly with her gentle demeanor, and her face bore no resemblance to Lan Shi. Had Yuanyuan not been disfigured, she would undoubtedly have blossomed into another renowned beauty. Grandma Hui felt a twinge of regret. If the young lady wished to avoid disturbances, it would not be an issue to keep her away from others. However, she would need to survive in the grand mansion, and ignorance would prove inconvenient. Allowing Hui Qing to remain could assist in managing the household affairs, thus freeing the young lady's time for study. The daughters of the Guogong mansion were expected to attend the academy. Since she had returned, it would be unwise to hide away in isolation forever, would it? Grandma Hui smiled and said. Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. She had not considered such matters. The girl from her dreams had been entirely focused on vying for Sheng Yunju's favor, seemingly expending considerable effort to learn, but due to her poor foundation, she had ultimately been ridiculed and had never attended any academy. Yet, Lu Yuanyuan desired to learn. She wished to read. In Qinghe village, she had eavesdropped on a neighboring scholar's lessons for 2 years. Her memory was sharp, so she had managed to recognize a few characters through imitation, but she had never studied diligently, not even mastering how to write. She wished to succeed, and being merely a brute would not suffice. Hence, Grandma Huiyendapo's words struck a chord within her. She had returned to the capital to seek justice for herself. Would she continue to hide away, devoid of knowledge? Sheng Yunju had usurped her life and taken her place in the Guogong mansion, seeking a powerful identity. But if she remained the same ignorant maid from her past life, she would not be able to advance further, ultimately marrying a prince and becoming a revered empress. Could she possibly be inferior to Sheng Yunju? Absolutely not. Thus, she must pursue her studies earnestly. Lu Yuanyuan's greatest virtue was her willingness to heed advice. Grateful for Grandma Huey's guidance, she decided to allow this aunt to stay. Lu Yuanyuan performed a proper bow to Grandma Hui. The latter gazed at Lu Yuanyuan in astonishment, suddenly feeling that they had all misjudged the true daughter of the Guogong mansion. She did not appear to be as ignorant as they had presumed. Grandma Hui chuckled, saying, "You need not call me aunt. Since you wish for Hui Qing to remain as your housekeeper, let us refer to her as Madame Shun from now on. The other servants may wait outside until you decide their fates. I shall not disturb you during your breakfast. I take my leave." Grandma Hui was efficient in her actions. After ushering everyone else away, she departed. It was only then that Lu Yuanyuan noticed a considerable heap of items piled in the small hall outside. "What is all this?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired. Shun Hui Qing, the newly appointed Madame Shun, stepped forward to answer. "These are all personally selected and sent by the lady for you. And some are gifts from his second madam due to last night's kitchen incident, specifically designated as compensation for you." Shun Hui Qing, fearing Lu Yuanyuan might not comprehend, emphasized, "The lady oversees the household's internal matters, while the second madam manages the kitchen." With a flicker of understanding, Lu Yuanyuan realized that her accidental involvement had inadvertently aided the second madam, prompting her to stir up trouble at Lan Shi's expense, which led to Lan Shi sending Grandma Hui to facilitate her arrangements. It seemed there had been considerable trust in Sheng Yunju, the daughter she had raised. Yet, such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Lu Yuanyuan, gazing at the pile of gifts that filled nearly half the room, felt a surge of joy. Growing up in poverty, she had always prioritized 2 things, money and food. Money was essential for purchasing food, thus rendering it of utmost importance. With eagerness, Lu Yuanyuan asked, "These items are valuable, aren't they?" Madame Shin paused for a moment before nodding. "Naturally, what the lady sends you is the best." Lu Yuanyuan's smile widened in sincerity. "That is wonderful. Please tidy them up and take them out to sell. Convert them into cash for me. What use do I have for things that cannot be eaten or drunk? It is far more crucial to exchange them for money." As she rummaged through the treasures of hairpins and jade pendants, she could not fathom their worth. "A country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin," a mocking female voice interjected. "I've never heard of someone wanting to sell gifts from their elders." Lu Yuanyuan looked up to find the same little girl from the previous day, her face round and cherubic yet marred by a sharp tongue that diminished her charm. "Do you have something to say?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired coolly. "You." The round-faced girl gritted her teeth. "I am Sheng Yunjiao, the 4th daughter." "Oh," Lu Yuanyuan replied disinterestedly. Sheng Yunjiao's face puffed up in indignation as her gaze darted to Madame Shun. "You may leave. I have something to discuss with your young lady." Madame Shun glanced at Lu Yuanyuan, who nodded in acquiescence. Once Madame Shun exited, Sheng Yunjiao quickly scanned the surroundings and, like a thief, turned to shut the door. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan cast her a dismissive glance. "What is it? Do you intend to strike me?" "Not at all." Sheng Yunjiao fervently shook her head, then hurriedly approached Lu Yuanyuan, gripping her hand and exclaiming excitedly, "Let us join forces." Lu Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I mean we should unite. I can't stand Sheng Yunju's pretentiousness. You are the true daughter of the Guogong mansion. Together, we can drive her out and send her back to that little mountain village. What do you think? I think that sounds splendid, Lu Yuanyuan replied. Sheng Yunjiao's voice trembled with excitement. Then you agree. How much will you give me? Chapter 10, The Ugly Duckling. Sheng Yunjiao's face flushed crimson, resembling a duck caught by the neck, as she stared in disbelief at Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan, with an air of nonchalance, responded, What? No money? Then why did you come to me? Why you? Sheng Yunjiao stammered. Although younger than Lu Yuanyuan, she had been raised well and was tall. Perhaps provoked by Lu Yuanyuan, she disregarded her image, one hand on her hip while the other pointed accusatorily at Lu Yuanyuan, her finger nearly poking her forehead. Lu Yuanyuan stepped back, creating some distance to avoid being jabbed. You, a country bumpkin. Sheng Yunju has usurped your status as a young lady. And instead of trying to drive her away, you're asking me for money? Sheng Yunjiao's mind felt as if it might explode. In her life, she had never encountered such absurdity. Had it not been for Lu Yuanyuan's earlier provocation of Sheng Yunju, which had delighted her and sparked the idea of using Lu Yuanyuan to oust Sheng Yunju, she would never have sought out this bumpkin. Though she was of similar age to Sheng Yunju, she had always been overshadowed by her, suffering numerous grievances, especially being from the second branch of the family. While the Duke's residence had yet to be divided, the second branch was still deemed inferior to the first, forcing her to endure much. She had long yearned for an opportunity to confront Sheng Yunju, and now, discovering that the girl who often pretended to be a phoenix was nothing but a false one, she thought it was the perfect time to act. Thus, she had pondered for an entire night before seeking out Lu Yuanyuan for collaboration. She believed that Lu Yuanyuan, being a naive country girl unfamiliar with city life and naturally opposing Sheng Yunju, would be easy to manipulate. Little did she expect that Lu Yuanyuan would come out demanding money right away, shocking her to the point of forgetting her original intentions. It was you who said to join forces. Without benefits, why would I collaborate with you? You expect to get something for nothing? Lu Yuanyuan assessed her with a glance. Noting that this girl was quite well off, adorned in expensive attire, yet surprisingly stingy. You city folks are rather ungenerous. You. Sheng Yunjiao was nearly beside herself with indignation. Fortunately, her maid timely tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Miss, you still have important matters to address. Time is of the essence. At last, Sheng Yunjiao regained her composure and hurriedly exclaimed, Listen, I genuinely came to cooperate with you. Let me inform you that your antics in the kitchen last night have already reached grandmother's ears. She has always favored Sheng Yunju. You should prepare yourself. For in less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Mama will surely come to find you. No sooner had she spoken than a voice rang out from outside. Miss, someone has come from the old lady's courtyard. Please go at once. At this moment, Sheng Yunjiao refrained from speaking loudly, desperately signaling to Lu Yuanyuan with her eyes. Lu Yuanyuan remained unfazed, casually replying, I understand, before returning her attention to the pile of gifts, contemplating how much she could gain from them. Sheng Yunjiao widened her eyes, lowering her voice in an attempt to intimidate her. You still have a mind to look at this? I tell you, grandmother will certainly punish you. If you're clever, you and Oppose, LL admit your mistake, appease her, and get through this, or perhaps feign illness. Sheng Yunjiao hurriedly offered suggestions to aid Lu Yuanyuan. However, before she could finish, Lu Mama stepped in, instructing her attendants to push the door open. She did not come alone. 2 burly maidservants followed behind her. It was evident that the visitors were not benevolent. Lu Mama, hailing from the old lady's courtyard and having personally fetched Lu Yuanyuan, had witnessed that Lu Yuanyuan was not to be trifled with. Therefore, her demeanor towards Lu Yuanyuan was far more amiable than it had been upon her arrival. Fourth Miss is here as well. Cousin, the old lady requests your presence. As you will be residing in the mansion, you must adhere to our family's customs. Please come with us. Before Lu Yuanyuan could respond, Shimama entered, addressing Lu Mama gently. What Lu Mama says is correct. Our young lady ought to pay her respects to the old lady. However, we kindly ask for your understanding, as our young lady is new here and did not have the opportunity to prepare properly last night. She even lacks suitable attire. It would be best if you could inform the old lady, and once our young lady is ready, we will come to pay our respects to avoid offending her. Having just awakened, Lu Yuanyuan was still clad in ill-fitting clothing. Even if Lu Mama were anxious, it would not be appropriate to take her away in such a state. Lu Mama, while not particularly hurried, could not ignore the fact that early this morning, Sheng Yunju had gone to the old lady, red-eyed from crying, and the entire mansion was aware that Sheng Yunju was the old lady's favorite. Despite the upheaval over the true and false young ladies, Sheng Yunju's position remained utterly unchanged. Moreover, the matter had already reached a conclusion yesterday. The legitimate daughter of the duke's residence was still Sheng Yunju, while Lu Yuanyuan, the true daughter, had been relegated to the status of a distant cousin. The disparity was apparent. Thus, the old lady had recently raged and immediately sought to summon Lu Yuanyuan for questioning. Lu Mama feared that Lu Yuanyuan might react irrationally, yet she could not afford to delay the old lady's affairs, so she could only muster the resolve to say, "Of course, I shall wait in the nearby flower hall for a moment. The old lady is already waiting, so I must trouble you to be prompt." With that, she hurriedly led her entourage outside, waiting in the small flower hall. The situation indicated that Lu Yuanyuan was unable to evade this encounter. Seeing this, Sheng Yunjiao immediately approached to express her sincerity. "I'll go with you. Rest assured, as long as you agree to cooperate with me, I will certainly look out for you." "No need." Lu Yuanyuan decisively rejected her, turning to return to her room to change. Today, Hui Mama had made a valid point. She would be living in this duke's residence and could not continue to hide. This was not her style. Thus, Lu Yuanyuan swiftly changed her attire, as usual, braiding her somewhat malnourished, yellowing hair before stepping outside. Sheng Yunjiao, still lingering, exclaimed in astonishment, "How revolting! You're wearing yesterday's clothes? How long has it been since you changed? It must reek. Goodness, I need to keep my distance from you." Clutching her handkerchief, she scampered away. Were it anyone else, such remarks would have been mortifying, yet Lu Yuanyuan remained unfazed, urging Lu Mama, "Shall we not go? Did you not invite me?" Lu Mama hesitated, at a loss for words, and could only lead Lu Yuanyuan to the Roman hall of Old Lady Li. The hall was bustling with activity. At this hour, it was customary for each branch to pay their respects, and today was particularly fortuitous, as the duke's aunt, Sheng, had arrived with her children. Being the direct daughter of Old Lady Li, she entered without presenting a formal greeting. Upon seeing her daughter and grandchildren, Old Lady Li was in high spirits, momentarily forgetting about Lu Yuanyuan amidst the lively conversation. Lu Mama brought Lu Yuanyuan to the doorway, ready to announce her presence, but Lu Yuanyuan boldly stepped forward. Entering the main hall, the room fell silent in an instant. Sheng, the duke's aunt, had married into the Zheng duke's residence and was now the wife of the Zheng duke's heir. Her daughter, Zheng Hui, was known for her sharp tongue, and upon spotting Lu Yuanyuan, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, who is this ugly duckling come to beg for scraps?" Chapter 11. Do not dare to provoke me. Huanyang, do not be rude. You go in first to see your cousin. Ziqian will accompany you. Sheng Shi shot a glare at Zheng Hui, who reluctantly stood up. Her brother, Zheng Ziqian, kindly helped her along. However, the attention of the others swiftly turned to Lu Yuanyuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan's appearance, old Madame Li's earlier good mood vanished instantly. "Lu Yuanyuan, now that you have entered the duke's residence, you must adhere to its rules. How dare you step out dressed like this? Today, I called you here to teach you some decorum, but it seems you are incorrigible and shameful. Phone Mama, go and fetch the family law. I want to see if she can learn her lesson." Old Madame Li's face darkened with rage. Today it just so happened that her own daughter was present. Yet even so, there were guests arriving, and Lu Yuanyuan had the audacity to appear in such a manner. If word got out, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of the Duke's residence? She had already caused a commotion upon her arrival yesterday, and made a scene in the kitchen that night. Now, to show up like this? If it weren't for her son's warning from the previous day, old Madame Li would have been tempted to send Lu Yuanyuan out of the capital immediately, never to return. As a prominent family, they valued their reputation above all. With Lu Yuanyuan's disgraceful appearance, she became utterly useless. Keeping such a liability would only lead to embarrassment. Were it not for the potential implications of the marriage concerning the Duke's future, she would have found the girl quite unbearable to look at. "Mother, who is this?" Sheng Shi understood old Madame Li's temperament and initially intended to remain silent. Yet the more she looked at Lu Yuanyang's features, the more familiar they seemed, though she could not place where she had seen them before. Old Madame Li hesitated, wanting to label her as a worthless child, but remembering her son's instructions. And recognizing that this was her own flesh and blood, she felt it pointless to conceal the truth. With a sigh, she said, "She is your elder brother's child. During the turmoil in the capital, we could not bring her back, and it was only recently that we found her. However, this girl is quite stubborn and refuses to acknowledge her roots, so we have kept her in the residence for now." In just a few brief sentences, old Madame Li's words left Sheng Shi in a state of uncertainty as she gazed at Lu Yuanyang. Then her eyes briefly flicked over to Sheng Yunju, whose countenance had dimmed, and she suddenly understood the familiar feeling she had sensed on Lu Yuanyang's face. Indeed, it was reminiscent of her sister-in-law, Lan Shi, born Lan Yin, a renowned beauty in the capital. Even now, on the verge of becoming a grandmother, she was still the object of many noblemen's youthful affections. Previously, Sheng Yunju had only perceived herself as ordinary and thought she had merely inherited an unattractive appearance. But who could have guessed it was a case of mistaken identity? In just a few moments, countless thoughts raced through Sheng Shi's mind. Then, she casually removed a golden bracelet adorned with gemstones from her wrist, approached Lu Yuanyang, and placed it gently upon her hand. "Good child, I am your aunt. This is our first meeting, and I did not have a chance to prepare a gift for you. I shall make it up to you another day." Sheng Shi smiled warmly. Lu Yuanyang was momentarily bewildered. Aunt? In her dreams, there seemed to be such a figure who had once treated her kindly, perhaps even mentioned a marriage. But that was long forgotten after she was thoroughly rejected by the Sheng family. Such unsolicited kindness felt somewhat strange. However, as Lu Yuanyang glanced at the oversized golden bracelet on her wrist, her eyes sparkled with delight. Since this gift was so generous, she decided to overlook the rude remarks of that daughter. "Thank you, Aunt," she replied sweetly, her voice resonating with clarity. Unlike the delicate and soft tones of the girls raised in the capital, hers had a certain clarity that was particularly pleasant to hear. Seeing Lu Yuanyang's demeanor, Sheng Shi's expression softened further. She patted Lu Yuanyang's hand and turned to old Madame Li, saying, "Mother, since she is our own child, it is not her fault for being unfamiliar with the rules. As for her clothing, she has only just arrived, and the sewing room is not yet prepared. Please forgive her this once. We can let Feng Mama teach her properly." Sheng Shi's words were tactfully phrased, yet old Madame Li's expression soured. No matter how much she disdained Lu Yuanyang, a grand residence like the Duke's could not possibly neglect a young girl's needs. The events of the previous day had unfolded this way because Lan Shi, as her mother, had failed in her duties. The individuals sent to retrieve Lu Yuanyang had already departed days ago, and yet they had not managed to prepare her clothing. However, in front of her daughter, old Madame Li refrained from expressing her indignation, suppressing her anger as she said, "Fine, since you have spoken, we shall let it pass today. The family law is waived, but she must learn the rules. Feng Mama, take her to the ancestral hall to kneel. She shall not return until she has memorized the Sheng family's customs." "Yes," Feng Mama replied sternly as she approached Lu Yuanyang. "Cousin, please." Lu Yuanyang remained motionless. Feng Mama reached out to pull her, but her efforts were futile as she found herself momentarily stunned by the frail girl before her. "Old Madam, I do not bear the Sheng surname. Why must I adhere to your family's rules?" Lu Yuanyang raised her voice defiantly. Old Madame Li's previously softened expression darkened immediately. "You dare to defy me? You refuse to submit, do you? Feng Mama, bring forth the family law." Having wielded authority her entire life, old Madame Li could not tolerate disobedience from the younger generation. This was the first time someone had dared to oppose her so boldly. If she did not subdue Lu Yuanyang thoroughly, where would she find her dignity? Sheng Shi opened her mouth, wishing to intervene, but knowing old Madame Li's temperament, she thought better of it and remained silent. Feng Mama swiftly returned with a rattan whip. "Strike her. Keep at it until she obeys," old Madame Li commanded fiercely. Feng Mama raised the whip, preparing to strike Lu Yuanyang, but in a flash Lu Yuanyang, as if possessing a sixth sense, deftly turned her small frame, snatching the whip from Feng Mama's grasp. Feng Mama, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. "You dare defy me! Restrain her!" old Madam Li shouted. The two maidservants who had come with Lu Mama to escort Lu Yuanyuan rushed in, attempting to seize her. But before they could even touch her, Lu Yuanyuan delivered a swift kick, sending them both crashing out of the door. These two maidservants were robust, each weighing over 160 pounds, their arms thicker than Lu Yuanyuan's waist. Yet no one could discern how she managed to kick them out with such ease. The sound of their falls reverberated through the room. "How many more are there? Bring them forth. I may not understand your Shang family's rules, but today I shall impart my own." Lu Yuanyuan extended 4 fingers defiantly. "Do not dare to provoke me." Chapter 12. Her rules. Lu Yuanyuan met the furious gaze of the old lady with a cold stare, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. She had little desire to engage in their trivial disputes, yet the prospect of living here for an extended period loomed over her. If she were to be subjected to their family rules every few days, it would surely drive her to madness. Since childhood, she had been oblivious to the customs of others, only aware of her own principles. Anyone who dared to strike her would receive a tenfold retaliation. If the Shang family refused to send Shang Yunju away and denied her as their true daughter, then they had no right to impose their family laws upon her. You. The old lady trembled with rage. "Grandmother, what is the matter?" At that moment, Shang Yunju, Zheng Hui, and Zheng Ziqian emerged from the inner chamber. Shang Yunju hastily approached the old lady, leaning against her and gently soothing her chest. "Grandmother, please calm down. Your health is of utmost importance. The physician has warned you not to let your temper flare. It is this wicked child who has vexed me." The old lady finally caught her breath, only to see Lu Yuanyuan and feel a wave of darkness wash over her. Taking advantage of the rural setting and thinking you can flaunt your strength in the Duke's residence? Who gave you the audacity? Go, summon the Duke. If I do not teach her a lesson today, what calamity might she bring upon our household in the future? Grandmother, this is all my fault. It is I who have implicated my sister Yuanyuan, causing her not to grow up in the Duke's household and thus disrupting its customs. Please punish me alongside her. As a form of atonement, Shang Yunju knelt at the feet of the old lady, looking up with tear-filled eyes. "Cousin, how can this possibly be your fault? It is clearly this ugly girl who is arrogant and deliberately provoking our grandmother." Zheng Yi exclaimed, unable to contain her dismay at seeing her favored cousin take the blame for the unsightly Lu Yuanyuan. "We do not say such things. Yuanyuan did not mean any harm. This was my oversight. I brought Yuanyuan some clothes yesterday, but failed to ask her if she liked them, so it is no wonder she chose not to wear them. I should have been more considerate," Shang Yunju replied, her expression filled with self-reproach. "What does a country bumpkin know? She dares to show disdain for your gift?" Zheng Hui cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yuanyuan, her contempt palpable, as if Lu Yuanyuan were something filthy. Sheng Wanjiao rolled her eyes. "Third sister, you truly have the audacity. Everything you eat and wear is taken from Yuanyuan. What kind of clothes did you send her? The leftovers from your wardrobe? You're well-fed and plump in this household, while what you've worn could barely fit Yuanyuan twice over. Wouldn't she look like a sack in your clothing? How can you even say such things?" Initially, Sheng Wanjiao had stood by, amused, but she was taken aback by Sheng Yunju's unabashedness. She recalled Yuanyuan and Appo's ill-fitting attire from earlier and realized that Sheng Yunju, with her ulterior motives, had likely sent nothing suitable. Regardless of what Yuanyuan wore today, it would be deemed inappropriate. She had deliberately stirred the pot, knowing full well that the grandmother would summon Yuanyuan for questioning, and with the aunt visiting. It was no wonder the old lady was furious. Everything was intricately woven together. It was no wonder that Sheng Yunju had always managed to gain the upper hand at Yuanyuan's expense. Sheng Yunju bit her lip, her face a mask of guilt. "Indeed, fourth sister speaks the truth. It is all my fault. I only thought that since Yuanyuan and I are of similar age, I eagerly sent her my newly made garments for the season without considering. It was my mistake. Then whose fault is it?" Sheng Wanjiao refused to indulge her. "Enough." The old lady glared at Sheng Wanjiao. "Silence. Who taught you to speak to your sister in such a manner? Where has your sense of propriety gone? Go and copy the family rules 10 times and have your mother deliver them to me tomorrow." Sheng Wanjiao gritted her teeth, unable to contradict. and could only meekly reply, "Yes, grandmother." Yuanyuan observed the entire room as if it were a theatrical performance, an incessant din of accusations and defenses. Impatiently, she inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, please do not delay my return to rest. Unless there is something of great importance, it is best if you refrain from disturbing me. I have no interest in the affairs of the Shang family." "Impudent!" the old lady scolded sharply. "The Duke has arrived," a servant announced. Yuanyuan turned to leave. She had come to assert her stance, wishing to avoid further entanglements. Having spoken her piece, she had no desire to squander more time. However, just as she reached the door, a fierce wind swept toward her. Instinctively, she tried to evade, but the next moment, something struck the pressure point on her knee, causing it to buckle, and she found herself kneeling on the ground. As she quickly turned her head, her arm was seized, twisted painfully. It was a rather ordinary-looking servant, not particularly tall and seemingly frail. Yuanyuan stared at him in astonishment, her eyes narrowing slightly. Behind this servant stood the tall, stern figure of Duke Shang. "You possess a modicum of agility, but the Duke's residence is not a place for you to run rampant. There are always greater powers beyond your own. If you lack the certainty of victory, refrain from embarrassing yourself. In the presence of true skill, you are nothing. Should you presume to use your meager skills against your own kin, I would not hesitate to personally teach you what it means to abide by the rules." Duke Shang regarded Yuanyuan, who lay on the ground, with a cold, detached gaze, as if assessing an inanimate object, 3 parts interest, 7 parts calculation, devoid of any sentiment. Chapter 13. Dare you treat me as a donkey? The room was filled with a palpable tension, the guests utterly taken aback by the methods of the Duke of Shang. Even the elderly matriarch, Lady Li, quivered slightly but managed to remain silent, despite her usual authoritative demeanor, where she commanded others with a heavy hand. She would never direct such severity towards the children of the household. Only Shang Yinju hung her head, tightly clutching her handkerchief, the corners of her lips curling ever so slightly. The previously raucous room was now enveloped in a chilling silence. Yuanyuan, emboldened, let out a sudden laugh, a sound so jarring it startled everyone. Shang Yunjiao, who had shrunk back in fear, widened her eyes, genuinely breaking into a cold sweat for her. "I concede. I am outmatched," Yuanyuan declared straightforwardly after her laughter subsided. If, upon entering the Duke's mansion after having that dream, she had any lingering thoughts of comparison or an indefinable expectation, at this moment she felt a complete release from those notions. It was no surprise that the dream version of herself met such a tragic fate, for in this household, familial affection was a mere illusion. All that she had hoped for in that dream was destined to be unfulfilled. To survive here and seek justice for herself, she must forget everything that might transpire in that dream. She was simply Yuanyuan. The Duke of Shang regarded Yuanyuan for a moment before instructing a rather unremarkable servant, "Take her away." The servant grasped Yuanyuan's shoulder and lifted her from the ground. Just as they were about to leave, an announcement was heard from outside. "The young lord of the Yin family has arrived to offer his apologies to Miss Liu." Before the words faded, a familiar voice called out, "Put me down at once. What is this nonsense? It's utterly humiliating." Everyone turned to see Yuanyuan entering the courtyard, being carried by a guard, struggling to get down. The guard, unable to resist his determination and fearing for his safety, set him down, and a nearby servant promptly positioned his cane for him. Using the cane, Yuanyuan limped over, first acknowledging the towering Duke of Shang with polite greetings. "I have met with Uncle Shang and the matriarch. Did you come to pay your respects so early in the day?" The Duke merely nodded in response. Yuanyuan then turned his attention to Yuanyuan, making playful faces. "Why do you still look like this? You helped me yesterday, and I truly want to thank you. I brought you a gift, but they said you weren't here, so I hurried over. I specifically came to apologize for my behavior yesterday. It was wrong of me to mock you. I brought you some fine fabric and even bought some trendy snacks from the capital. Can we shake hands and make amends?" Even Yuanyuan, though somewhat naive, could see that this young lord had likely heard of her potential troubles and had come to her aid. Though she felt a twinge of greed, she had already reprimanded Yuanyuan the day before. Since he was apologizing, she decided not to hold on to the past. "I will accept the food, but I do not require anything else. She replied. Yuanyuan seemed unconvinced. You don't even have a decent outfit. How can you say you don't need it? Is there no one to make clothes for you? Just wait. I'll have our seamstress come to take your measurements and send you the finished garments. Though your skin tone. Yuanyuan fixed him with a clear, unwavering gaze. Yuanyuan tactfully fell silent. The Duke of Shang then noticed Yuanyuan's attire, which was the same as what she had worn upon entering the mansion. He turned to Lady Li. I must trouble you to take care of matters within the household. Lady Li's face flushed with indignation, and she gritted her teeth. Instructing Granny Phone, what are you still doing standing there? Take Miss Lu back and ensure she has several outfits made. This is no way to receive guests. While Lady Li was accustomed to taking charge, she had not managed the household for many years. The myriad affairs should have been overseen by the main matriarch, Lan, yet she had been unwell and had even neglected her own daughter, all while being caught in front of so many witnesses. Lan had been avoiding responsibilities, leaving only Lady Li to bear the brunt of the situation, which only fueled her frustration further. Yes, ma'am, Granny Phone replied hurriedly, approaching Yuanyuan with a beaming smile. Miss, I shall escort you back to ensure you have the seasonal garments made promptly. The Duke of Shang glanced at the servant, who immediately released Yuanyuan and discreetly unsealed her pressure points. Thank you, Lady Li, Yuanyuan said politely, bowing slightly. Lady Li was taken aback, but her expression softened slightly, thinking that perhaps the girl was not entirely hopeless. You may rise, she replied. As Yuanyuan stood, she turned innocently, and, as she passed the servant, swiftly seized his wrist and gave a sharp twist. With a crack, his wrist dislocated. The servant stared at her in shock, while she maintained a stoic expression before gently twisting it back into place and releasing him. Be more careful next time, she said with a faint smile as she walked past him. Wow, you're impressive. Have you studied this? Yuanyuan exclaimed, his eyes shining as he leaned closer. Using his cane, I visited the physician after I returned home, and he said the bones were realigned just in time. Otherwise, my leg might have been permanently damaged. Have you studied medicine? How do you know so much? I've set the bones of donkeys in my village. My technique is quite adept, Yuanyuan replied without looking back. You dare to compare me to a donkey? Yuanyuan's face flushed a lovely shade of red. Yet he found Yuanyuan amusing and couldn't help but limp after her. Wait for me. I really brought you some food. You've never seen anything like it. Even after they had walked a considerable distance, his voice echoed back. Sheng Yunzhu bit her lip hard, attempting to mask her jealousy. Just one day, merely a day, Yuanyuan had not only stirred chaos in the household, but she had also received praise from her aunt and even caught the interest of the young Lord Yan. How could she deserve such fortune? She had already marred her appearance, and it seemed impossible for her to have any opportunities in the future. Why did she deserve this? Now, Sheng Yunzhu could only resent herself for not being more ruthless back then. Why not have outright eliminated her? So many children had perished in the village, and no one would have known the truth. She should not have allowed Yuanyuan any chance to survive, let alone return to the Duke's mansion. Zhu, take your cousin and cousin out for a stroll, Lady Li instructed wearily, turning to Sheng Yunzhu. Reluctantly, Sheng Yunzhu masked her emotions and led her siblings outside. Only Lady Li, the Sheng family, and the still-present Duke remained in the room. Before Lady Li could speak to the Duke, Shang Shi eagerly inquired, Mother, elder brother, I have taken quite a liking to this girl, Yuanyuan. Though her beauty is flawed, her prospects for marriage may be challenging. Why not consider having her wed to my son, Ziqian? Chapter 14. The little overlord of the capital upon hearing these words. Old Madame Li's lips quivered in disbelief as she gazed at Shang Shi, questioning whether she had misheard. What did you say? Even Duke Sheng turned his attention to Shang Shi. With a smile, Shang Shi replied, Mother, why do you look at me like that? Would I dare deceive you? You know I have but one son, Ziqian, and I naturally wish to find him a suitable match, someone with a good background. In my eyes, Ziqian is nothing short of perfect, yet his constitution is somewhat weaker than others. If we aim too high, we may find no one willing. If we aim too low, it might be a disservice to him. In the past, I did entertain the idea of Zhu, but I am aware that you and elder brother have other plans for her. Now, is this not a match made in heaven? Yuanyuan is the biological daughter of elder brother. They are cousins by blood. How could it be more fitting? Her words seemed to resonate well. Yet old Madame Li remained unconvinced. That wild girl, have you lost your mind? Though she could not voice her thoughts directly, her eyes conveyed her sentiments. Sheng Shi chuckled. Mother, Yuanyuan is only 13. It takes a couple of years to teach her the proper decorum. For families like ours, as long as she can pass the basic standards, that suffices. I believe it would be better for them to spend more time together. A harmonious life in the future is worth more than anything. If you and elder brother agree, I shall formally bring gifts to discuss this matter soon. Old Madame Li was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the situation. Let us discuss this later. She is still young. We can wait until she matures to arrange a betrothal. Duke Sheng interjected. Sheng Shi was momentarily taken aback, her fingers instinctively tightening, before she smiled again. Elder brother speaks wisely. I shall encourage Ziqian to visit Yuanyuan more often. They are cousins after all, and should grow closer. Duke Sheng offered no further comments, merely nodding before addressing old Madame Li. Having grown up in the countryside, it is natural for her to be unfamiliar with the rules. There's no need to be overly harsh, mother. I will ensure Lan teaches her properly. Thank you for your concern today. With that, Duke Sheng turned to leave. Once he was gone, old Madame Li slammed her hand on the table in frustration. So, it seems I am the sole culprit in this matter? Have I been too harsh on that girl? Her own mother shows no concern. Do they expect me, her grandmother, to care? She then glared at Sheng Shi. What game are you playing? Do not think I am unaware. You are deliberately saying this to your elder brother. Do you truly intend to marry that wild girl? Sheng Shi appeared helpless. How could I dare deceive you, mother? I am being sincere. You know my situation in the Zheng family. The heir's courtyard is always bustling with people, and the illegitimate children come and go like the seasons. It is not envy that drives me. Rather, the Zheng family has significantly declined in recent years. I have no choice but to return and seek your and elder brother's support. Just think of Ziqian and me. If Yuanyuan marries in, I shall treat her like my own daughter. Old Madame Li was not oblivious to her daughter's difficulties. Yet she still struggled to reconcile the wild nature of that girl, especially after her disfigurement. How had she returned and gained favor? She felt a headache coming on. Covering her forehead and waving her hand, allow me to ponder this further. Sheng Shi instantly brightened. Then I shall await your good news, mother. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan returned to the courtyard with Yuanyuan, followed closely by Sheng Yunjiao. Yuanyuan, puzzled, inquired, Why are you following me? Have you lost your senses? Sheng Yunjiao, filled with disbelief and curiosity, could hardly fathom how someone so small could have lost their senses. I have not only treated a donkey's bones, but I have also adjusted the bones of cows in the village. My greatest skill is in bone setting. Would you care to try? Yuanyuan replied. Sheng Yunjiao quickly waved her hands. No, thank you. But didn't it hurt when you just did that? Raised in an environment of pampering, Sheng Yunjiao had never witnessed such scenes and was genuinely frightened, her legs trembling at the thought. She could not comprehend how Yuanyuan maintained her composure. Are you curious? Yuanyuan asked, observing her interest. Sheng Yunjiao nodded eagerly, of course. I may not like you that much, but the farthest I have ventured is to the temple outside the city. What is your village like? Yuanyuan, leaning on his cane, also craned his neck, curious. Yuanyuan retorted, You both resemble the large white geese from our village. If you're so curious, why not visit for yourselves? It will be quite an experience. Feeling a bit impatient, she left them behind and walked into the courtyard. Sheng Yunjiao hastily squeezed past Yuanyuan, nearly causing him to stumble. Yuanyuan, irritated, shouted, Do you not have eyes? If you do, then go ahead. Am I blocking your path? Sheng Yunjiao was not one to cower before the young lord. She rushed to Yuanyuan and warned, Do not be deceived by him. He is the little tyrant of the capital, a bully. Who is the bully? Yuanyuan, slightly delayed in entering, overheard Sheng Yunjiao's remarks. The Yin family was the maternal family of the late empress. His father was her younger brother, and the crown prince was his cousin. Thus, he walked with an air of confidence in the capital. His leg might have been broken while he was out teasing cats and dogs. Do not let his flowery words fool you. He could never be interested in you. You should know better. Sheng Yunjiao whispered to Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, perplexed, asked, Are we that close? Yuanyuan, having just crossed the threshold, quickly chimed in, Right? Are you two really that close? Who are you calling that close? Lu Yuanyuan, isn't it? Do not listen to her nonsense. Sheng Yunjiao huffed, glaring at Yuanyuan with wide eyes. Aren't we allies? Yuanyuan was baffled. When did they become allies? Suddenly, she realized, so you agreed to give me money? Sheng Yunjiao hesitated, biting her lip, thinking, fine, I'll part with some silver to catch a wolf. She produced a purse and handed it to her. Here. This is just a little for now. Is that enough? Now we are allies, right? You have agreed. Yuanyuan weighed the purse in her hand, finding it satisfactory. She nodded. I see your sincerity. Sheng Yunjiao's eyes sparkled. Then tell me about all the interesting happenings in your village. Why did you treat a donkey as bones? How did you learn to do that? Earlier, when the uncle had someone. How did you remain unscathed? Did you set your own bones? Chapter 15. 12 silver coins. You cannot fathom the fright that gripped me upon hearing that sound. My legs turned to jelly. Does it truly not hurt you? How could it not? Sheng Yunjiao chirped incessantly like a sparrow, her hands itching to reach for Lu Yuanyuan's shoulder. May I see if your arm has truly been reattached? Lu Yuanyuan flexed her arm, confirming that it was indeed unharmed. Sheng Yunjiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked again, so, does it hurt or not? Lu Yuanyuan paused, pondering the question. Did it hurt? Truth be told, she had no idea. Perhaps it had in the past. Yet, throughout her childhood and adolescence, spanning over a decade, she had been embroiled in a constant struggle between injury and healing. A person who survives in the mountains has little time to contemplate pain. No one had ever inquired so directly before. Goodness, why all the nonsense? Just tell me if it hurts or not. Otherwise, I could dislocate your arm again for you to try. Yuanyuan, leaning on his cane, approached with a smirk and whispered to Lu Yuanyuan, what kind of relation do you have with the Duke of Sheng? How could a noble like him intervene in the affairs of a mere child? Yuanyuan scrutinized Lu Yuanyuan, noting that though she appeared somewhat emaciated and less attractive, she was still a young lady. Even if she had erred, it seemed excessive for the Duke to chastise her. Yuanyuan, with a sharp slap. Sheng Yunjiao struck Yuanyuan and Oppo's shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Lower your voice. Don't you see that Granny Feng is still waiting outside? Do you wish for her to report back and create further trouble for Yuanyuan? Sheng Yunjiao glared at him. Yuanyuan promptly fell silent. Lu Yuanyuan, unfazed, remarked, I am merely a poor relative, not worth much attention. The Duke's intervention is likely due to my ignorance of the customs here. After all, there are so many rules in the capital. This prompted an eager nod from Yuanyuan, who chimed in, yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. The multitude of confusing customs can be quite vexing. What brings you here? Lu Yuanyuan inquired. Yuanyuan hesitated, recalling the events of the previous day that left him feeling both embarrassed and curious about this unattractive girl's background. Thus, he had climbed the wall once more. He witnessed Lu Yuanyuan's plump companion anxiously darting about like a large-headed ant. Soon realizing that Lu Yuanyuan had been summoned by the elderly matron, likely facing punishment. Without a second thought, Yuanyuan called for gifts, disregarding his injured leg, and rushed to rescue her. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat sheepish, and said, I genuinely came to apologize. It was inappropriate to jest with you yesterday, especially after you corrected my injury. It is only right that I express my apologies. He gestured towards the pile of items on the table. Here, these are all for you. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly assist you as long as it is within my means. You do appear rather pitiable. Yuanyuan felt hesitant to voice that sentiment. Lu Yuanyuan, though covetous of wealth, was not insatiable. She nodded. Very well. I accept your apology and gifts. You may leave now. Yuanyuan was taken aback by her immediate dismissal and hurriedly glanced at Sheng Yunjiao, who mischievously stuck her tongue out at him. Actually, there is something else I wish to ask you, Yuanyuan said, dragging out his words. Why are you being so slow? Speak swiftly. Do not delay Yuanyuan from her sewing. Sheng Yunjiao rolled her eyes. Lu Yuanyuan turned her attention to Yuanyuan, succinctly stating, speak. Yuanyuan looked at her with anticipation. Are you particularly skilled in bone setting? The physician who treated my injury remarked that your technique is remarkably adept. I was wondering if you might have any methods to expedite my recovery. I have a crucial polo match in 2 weeks, and while I initially intended to abstain, not participating would surely invite ridicule. as it might be perceived that I am avoiding defeat. However, the physician insists that my leg requires at least another month of rest, let alone writing ISNT that the case. Sheng Yunju mocked. Yinyu shot her a glare. Be quiet. If I remain silent, you still won't be able to participate. If the physician cannot help, what makes you think Yuanyuan can? Sheng Yunjiao looked at him incredulously. Yinyu lowered his head, feeling disheartened. Apologies, I must have been dreaming. All right, Lu Yuanyuan interjected. What did you say? Both responded in unison, turning to her with disbelief. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, certainly. But first, you must be brave enough to let me treat you. Sheng Yunjiao leaned closer, quietly tugging at her sleeve, whispering, You're not deceiving him, are you? Yinyu frowned. I can't hear you. I always keep my word. Why would I deceive him? Moreover, treating you will require a consultation fee. Let us say 12 silver coins. Lu Yuanyuan swiftly calculated her mind. Back in her village, she treated ailments without charge, occasionally accepting 2 handfuls of rice or coarse grains. For outsiders, it was merely a few copper coins, as her expertise lay solely in treating external injuries. 12 silver coins were the result of selling countless hares or chickens. After all, in the countryside, even a wild boar might not fetch 2 silver coins. Her appetite consumed most of her earnings, leaving little behind. Furthermore, large game was rare, making it exceedingly difficult to save money. Given Yin Yu's noble lineage, demanding 12 silver coins seemed reasonable. She stifled her anticipation, feeling a bit anxious, yet attempting to appear nonchalant while observing Yinyu's shocked expression. Yinyu stood dumbfounded, and Lu Yuanyuan mused, surely, that cannot be too exorbitant? Are city dwellers truly this impoverished? It was no wonder she lacked experience. Even in her dreams, she had scarcely encountered silver coins, and the dream self had no particular skills. Thus, she felt fortunate to have learned a few things from that eccentric woman. All right, no problem, Yinyu quickly replied, coming to his senses. Are you foolish? You're only charging 12 silver coins? Have you considered how much that leg is worth? Charging him 1,000 would still be reasonable. Sheng Yunjiao urgently nudged Lu Yuanyuan, trying to alert her, yet Yinyu had already responded. Lu Yuanyuan felt a pang of regret. She sensed she had missed an opportunity to secure a lifetime's worth of wealth. However, she was a person of principle, and having stated 12, it would remain 12. She looked at Yinyu and said, Then you may remove your trousers. Chapter 16. The Art of Butchering. What did you say? Yinyu was once again rendered speechless. Sheng Yunjiao took a step back, covering her eyes with her hand and turning away. What is improper to see? What is improper to hear? Yinyu. Lu Yuanyuan looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you doing? And Yinyu, why are you in a daze? Take it off. Aye. Yinyu's fair and beautiful face turned crimson, stammering, This isn't appropriate, is it? Aye. Lu Yuanyuan replied, Aren't you asking me to treat your leg? If you don't take off your pants, how can I treat you? How can I give you acupuncture through your pants? You can give acupuncture? Yinyu was even more bewildered. Aren't you just supposed to twist it and it's fine? Lu Yuanyuan retorted, Twisting is for setting bones. I don't even know the condition of your broken leg. If you want to recover quickly, I must give you acupuncture. Otherwise, should I just snap it again? Lu Yuanyuan thought that Yinyu looked clever, yet somehow appeared quite foolish. Are you going to take it off or not? Are you waiting for me to strip it off for you? You are so rude. Yinyu's face turned even redder. How pretentious. If you don an appos, do you want to be treated? Then please leave. Appos, embuse. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at Yinyu, feeling quite hungry as she hadn't eaten even at breakfast yet. Though Lu Yuanyuan was reluctant to part with those 10 taels of silver, she felt that today's harvest was decent. If she sold all these things, it should at least be worth 10 taels, which wasn't too bad. Sheng Yunjiao quietly parted her fingers, addressing Yinyu. I think she has a point. If you want to treat your leg, how can you do so without exposing it? Are you afraid? Who is afraid? I simply believe in the propriety between men and women. Yinyu exclaimed in frustration. In the eyes of a doctor, you are no different than a piece of pork, Lu Yuanyuan replied flatly. When I was butchering pigs in the village, I never saw a pig fuss so much. Sheng Yunjiao, now even more curious, asked, You can butcher pigs? Can you even lift one? With your strength, it must be from butchering pigs, right? Lu Yuanyuan explained. Our village has no butcher. When they saw that I butchered better than the butcher from the neighboring village, they let me take over. I haven't only butchered pigs. I've also dissected carcasses. Ah, Sheng Yunjiao jumped back in shock, trembling both in body and voice. You've even touched a corpse? She changed her gesture of covering her eyes to covering her mouth, making a gagging motion, as if she could hardly bear the thought. Lu Yuanyuan continued. In our little place, there isn't even a coroner at the county office. For the examination of the dead, they rely on the butcher. Once, while helping with the butchering, I happened to assist the county magistrate with a case. He saw my skill and called upon me several times thereafter, always rewarding me with a few copper coins and a meal. How can you do everything? Sheng Yunjiao was left in disbelief, glancing at Yuanyuan, trying to suppress her laughter. She was utterly fascinated, wondering how someone as slender as Lu Yuanyuan could have accomplished such incredible feats. When I was little, a hunter rescued me from the mountains. With nothing to eat, I secretly learned to hunt from him, and over time, I became adept at it, Lu Yuanyuan casually recounted. In truth, her skills were not solely from hunting. She was most proficient with a knife and needle. The crazy woman she lived with would occasionally, in her moments of clarity, dismember the prey they brought back, and Lu Yuanyuan learned by watching. However, her strength was overwhelming, and she struggled to control it. Eventually, she was compelled to practice acupuncture until she could precisely control every ounce of pressure. Only then did she consider herself proficient. But these were things she couldn't share openly. Sheng Yunjiao gazed at Lu Yuanyuan, momentarily stunned. As a young lady of privilege, she could hardly imagine the life Lu Yuanyuan led, especially when she thought of Sheng Yunju, who always overshadowed her and caused her to suffer countless grievances. Sheng Yunjiao felt an inexplicable sensation arise within her for the first time. She couldn't articulate it, merely a strange feeling that all the luxuries Sheng Yunju enjoyed should have belonged to Lu Yuanyuan. Yet, Lu Yuanyuan worked as a butcher, touched corpses, and hunted for mere copper coins. In the Duke Sheng's residence, the most worthless items were gold and silver trinkets, scraps of silver. If not for her mother overseeing the kitchen, she might never have even seen a copper coin. Yang. Sheng Yunjiao bit her lip, wanting to say something to Lu Yuanyuan, but her pride held her back, leaving her at a loss for words. Lu Yuanyuan, however, paid no mind to her unspoken thoughts and urged Yuanyuan, "Are you going or not? Don't delay my meal. You really can treat my leg, right?" Yuanyuan asked, his face still flushed. "Of course. Why would I deceive you? I'm not treating you for free," Lu Yuanyuan replied. "Then, my injury is on my calf. Can I keep the top part on?" Yuanyuan's voice was barely above a whisper. Lu Yuanyuan looked at him incredulously. "I'm not asking you to take off the top part. Besides, you look like a white-cut chicken. What else there to see?" You. Yuanyuan's face flushed again. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, yet fearing others might find out. He could only plead with Sheng Yunjiao. "Could you step outside and keep watch? I don't want anyone to know." Sheng Yunjiao immediately refused. "No. Why should I go out? I want to see how it's done. Besides, if I leave, what if you take advantage of Yuanyuan?" Yuanyuan found himself at a loss against her, turning to Lu Yuanyuan for help. Lu Yuanyuan was anxious to eat, yet she couldn't let 10 tails slip away. So she shot a glance at Sheng Yunjiao. "Then you step outside and don't delay my business." Yuanyuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Sheng Yunjiao was somewhat unwilling, but, as a young lady, felt it would be inappropriate to linger. "All right, I'll help you keep the door closed. And if you promise to keep it secret." She looked at Lu Yuanyuan expectantly. "You must agree to form an alliance with me, understood?" Fine. "Hurry up and go. Don't delay my meal," Lu Yuanyuan urged. As Sheng Yunjiao walked away, she turned back several times, finally reaching the door and solemnly closing it behind her. Lu Yuanyuan pointed to the brightly lit soft couch by the window. "Sit there and expose the injured leg." Yuanyuan hesitantly shuffled over. Lu Yuanyuan returned to her room, rummaging through her tattered belongings to fetch a pouch of needles, and walked back to Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan's face was a deep crimson, hesitating to speak to Lu Yuanyuan. "Rest assured, if you help me with this, I promise to be there for you in the future," Yuanyuan stammered. At 15, many of his peers were already discussing marriage. He understood the propriety between men and women and felt he should be responsible if Lu Yuanyuan had seen him. Yet, facing Lu Yuanyuan, who was dark and short, he found it difficult to voice such responsibility. For the first time, Yuanyuan felt a hint of shamelessness. Lu Yuanyuan, however, paid no heed to his words. Her thin, dark hand pressed against his leg, and upon feeling a swollen area, she opened her needle pouch and unceremoniously plunged a silver needle into it. Ugh! Yuanyuan quickly covered his mouth, stifling cry. Chapter 17. A gift of a horse. Yuanyuan's face contorted in pain, and he could not suppress a profound sense of regret as he stammered. Are you deceiving me? You have never treated anyone, have you? Was he out of his mind to believe that a country girl who slaughtered pigs could heal his leg? Which renowned physician does not sport a long beard? Yet here was Lu Yuanyuan, who appeared to be no more than a mere child of 10. And even if she had begun her studies in the womb, how much could she possibly learn? Ignoring his protests, Lu Yuanyuan inserted another needle. With each needle, she plunged deeper. Yuanyuan's legs soon resembled a hedgehog, studded with needles. Then, she began to withdraw them. Dark crimson blood oozed from the puncture wounds. Blood. Yuanyuan's voice trembled even more. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. What? Are you squeamish about blood? No, it's not that. Am I poisoned? Yuanyuan Appo's face turned ghostly pale, filled with both pain and panic. It's merely the dispersal of stagnant blood. Must you be such a coward? Lu Yuanyuan voiced her bewilderment, unable to refrain from a teasing remark. How overly dramatic. She fetched a basin and placed it beneath his leg to allow the congealed blood to flow out. As she removed needle after needle, Yuanyuan's leg became stained with dark red blood. After cleansing a cloth, Lu Yuanyuan returned to wipe away the blood, leaving a series of puncture marks on his leg. She pressed her hand down firmly. This time, Yuanyuan could no longer contain his cries. Be quiet, Lu Yuanyuan shouted at him, tossing the cloth into the basin. All right, I shall write you a prescription. Have someone gather the herbs and crush them, changing them every 2 hours. One more prescription requires boiling for a day and taking 3 doses, while the other is for foot baths twice daily. In 3 days, you shall be able to walk. But for 10 days, refrain from riding. After 10 days, you may ride again, but be cautious of strenuous activities. After delivering her instructions, Lu Yuanyuan turned to find paper and ink, only to discover there was none in the room. She approached the door, pulling it open, and nearly stumbled as Sheng Yunjiao, who had been leaning against it, tumbled in. What are you doing? Lu Yuanyuan asked. Sheng Yunjiao steadied herself, looking sheepish. Is he all right? He's fine. Just a minor issue. Now go fetch me some paper and ink. There are no herbs here. He must gather them himself, Lu Yuanyuan instructed. Why must I go? Sheng Yunjiao began to protest, but her curiosity drew her to peer out the window. She saw Yuanyuan, his face as pale as a sheet, with a copper basin beside him. A white cloth draped over it was already stained a deep crimson, and a potent scent of blood wafted toward her. Is he all right? She asked, gripping Lu Yuanyuan's arm anxiously. He's merely fine. Nothing serious, Lu Yuanyuan urged. Hurry up, I am starving. I've already sent a maid to fetch your meal. She will return shortly. I will get the paper and ink now. Sheng Yunjiao nodded vigorously and rushed outside. Only at the door did she realize, wait, why am I so obedient to that little shorty? Despite her protest, she hastily ordered someone to fetch the paper and ink Lu Yuanyuan requested, then watched eagerly as Lu Yuanyuan dipped the brush and began to write with great flourish upon the paper. You. Sheng Yunjiao pointed in disbelief at Lu Yuanyuan's handwriting, utterly dumbfounded. I thought you were well-educated and knowledgeable. Just yesterday, you mocked me, and yet your writing looks like this? It's missing limbs. On the pristine white rice paper, Lu Yuanyuan and Appo's scrawl was akin to that of a dog's paw, varying in size and utterly chaotic, resembling a jumbled mess rather than coherent writing. Though Lu Yuanyuan had a thick skin, she was somewhat aware of her own shortcomings, muttering, as long as it's legible. That's all that matters. Sheng Yunjiao was aghast. Look at this. Are you sure this is legible? At her remark, even Yuanyuan could not suppress his curiosity, hopping over with his cane. Upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan's handwriting, he fell silent. He sat down, cleared his throat, and quietly suggested, how about you recite, and I will write? As Lu Yuanyuan's brush dripped with ink, it splattered onto the already chaotic writing, rendering it even more illegible, a sight too painful to behold. Embarrassed, she handed the brush to Yuanyuan, brushing her nose, inadvertently smudging ink across her face. Ha ha ha! Sheng Yunjiao laughed heartily. You look like a wild cat from the garden. To think that even the scratches of a cat would produce better writing than yours, and you still dare to mock me? She placed her hands on her hips, proudly lifting her chin. Lu Yuanyuan huffed. I merely eavesdropped on a scholaress reading for 2 years. I've never attended a proper school. I only practiced writing on the ground. Once, when that scholar was injured, I treated him for free, and he gifted me his used paper and brush. I've hardly written a few characters, so to manage this is already commendable. Sheng Yunjiao and Yuanyuan were both momentarily struck dumb. They had gleaned from her words that Lu Yuanyuan had not enjoyed an easy life, but until this point, they had no concrete understanding of her hardships. The mention of her slaughtering pigs and setting bones had merely piqued their curiosity, but now a vague outline of her struggles began to form in their minds. Particularly, as two individuals who had little love for study, it was hard for them to fathom what it meant to eavesdrop on others' reading due to financial constraints. I shall return home and give you all my books. You must learn to write properly, or you will bring me shame. Sheng Yunjiao stammered awkwardly. Yuanyuan, gripping the brush, felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and mused, once my leg heals, I will gift you a grand horse. How's that sound? Lu Yuanyuan looked at him in astonishment, her excitement bubbling over. Really? Yuanyuan tightened his grip on the brush, declaring, a gentleman's word is his bond. Wonderful. I have always dreamed of having my own horse. Our county magistrate travels only by donkey cart, and aside from the occasional traveling merchant, there isn't a horse to be found in the entire county. Just a few days ago, when I went to the capital, it was my first time riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Lu Yuanyuan rubbed her hands together in glee, not for lack of experience, but because it was a grand horse. There wasn't a single horse in 10 villages. If her friends back in Qinghe village found out, they would surely be envious. Extending her hand toward Yuanyuan, she declared, as a good brother, for the sake of this horse, I shall ensure your leg heals completely. From now on, you are my friend. If you ever find yourself in need of treatment for a broken limb, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yuanyuan stuttered as he clapped hands with her. Let us not go that far. Sheng Yunjiao joined in the clapping. Clearly, we are allies. Why are you becoming friends with him? What about me? The trio was in high spirits when an unwelcome voice intruded from the doorway. What are you all doing? Chapter 18. You are the master here at the entrance. Sheng Jun, Sheng Yunju, and the Zheng siblings, Zheng Ziqian and Zheng Hui, stood together, astonished at the sight before them. It was Sheng Jun who broke the silence. Having suffered a considerable setback at Lu Yuanyuan's place the previous day, he had resolved never to return. However, upon encountering Sheng Yunju, who was accompanied by the Zheng siblings and was feigning concern for Lu Yuanyuan by bringing her fabric, he found himself unable to resist and followed them inside. To his surprise, upon entering, he found Lu Yuanyuan nestled closely with Sheng Yunjiao and Yuanyuan. The rivalry between Sheng Yunjiao and Sheng Yunju was well known, and naturally, as her brother, Sheng Jun shared a disdain for Sheng Yunjiao. Witnessing her mingling with Lu Yuanyuan only heightened his displeasure. With a cunning glint in her eye, Sheng Yunjiao turned to Sheng Jun and the others, declaring, we were just discussing next month's polo match. You just invited me and Yuanyuan to attend. Oh, with the weather warming up, I presume you want to be joining us? It would be best not to interrupt our strategizing. Yuanyuan wore an odd expression, perplexed by her claim of an invitation. However, noticing Lu Yuanyuan's evident interest, he inexplicably nodded. Indeed, at the beginning of next month in Guanfeng, I have invited Miss Sheng Si and Miss Lu to watch the event. Sheng Yunju could not help but tighten her grip. Guanfeng belonged to Prince Rong, the Emperor and Amp, Appo's beloved younger brother, known for his indulgent lifestyle. He had transformed the royal garden, bestowed upon him by the late emperor, into an expansive polo field, hosting several matches each year, attended by the most prominent figures of the capital, including several princes. In Jinghua, societal norms were relatively relaxed, allowing not only men's polo matches but also women's, attracting many noble ladies from the capital to spectate. Invitations to Guanfeng were not easily obtained without a male relative's endorsement. Sheng Yunju had only visited a few times during her childhood with her elder brother, and since then had not set foot there for 2 long years due to her second brother's disinterest in Sheng Junyi's youth. She could hardly fathom that upon her return to the capital, Lu Yuanyuan, in her ragged and unkempt state, had managed to secure an invitation from the young marquis. Jealousy twisted her insides. She had toiled to earn the affection of the Sheng family and had barely established her footing there, and now, before her, could even marry the illustrious third prince, Lu Yuanyuan. This nuisance returned. Regret consumed Sheng Yunju. Had she known Lu Yuanyuan would return, she would have taken matters into her own hands long ago. Hatred surged within her, yet she dared not reveal a hint of it on her face. Instead, she lowered her gaze to conceal her envy and feigned warmth as she congratulated Lu Yuanyuan. Congratulations, dear sister Yuanyuan. I never imagined that upon your arrival in the capital, you would receive an invitation from the young marquis to Guanfeng. I truly envy your charm. She continued, these days my mother has been unwell, and I have been managing the household. I am deeply remorseful for not taking better care of you. Hence, I brought a few of my favorite fabrics to gift you, so the needlework room can make you something lovely. With an expression of gentle, sisterly affection, she retrieved a pale aquamarine fabric from her maid's arms, smiling at Lu Yuanyuan. This exquisite baishui silk is a royal gift, delicate and soft, perfect for summer attire. I've been reluctant to use it, but today it is yours. Sheng Yunju, what are your true intentions? The color of this fabric. Sheng Yunjiao, who despised Sheng Yunju's feigned generosity, could hardly believe her eyes. She knew full well that Lu Yuanyuan's complexion was dark. This light aquamarine would only amplify that. To present such a fabric was a deliberate act, not to be dismissed lightly. Moreover, this fabric rightfully belonged to Lu Yuanyuan. Sheng Yunju, with her every word, seemed to flaunt her own status, thoroughly repugnant to Sheng Yunjiao. She longed to rip the mask of hypocrisy from her face, but the words remained unspoken, for she had to consider the reputation of the Sheng family. As of now, they had not acknowledged Lu Yuanyuan's status, and despite her ignorance, she could not expose Lu Yuanyuan's origins with Yunyu present. Frustrated and enraged, Sheng Yunjiao could only suppress her feelings, clenching her fists and glaring fiercely at Sheng Yunju. Before she could speak, Zheng Hui, who had always followed Sheng Yunju's lead, chimed in, "It is only because our cousin Zhu is generous and ungrudging. Some people ought to consider whether they are worthy of such fine fabric. Wasting good materials is akin to a cockroach dressed in gold." "Cousin Hui, do not speak thus," Sheng Yunju gently interrupted Zheng Hui, casting a pitiful glance towards Lu Yuanyuan. "I know that Sister Yuanyuan does not appreciate my gifts, but I truly came with sincerity. Cousin, why do you extend kindness to someone so unworthy?" Zheng Ziqin questioned, unable to comprehend Sheng Yunju and Appo's indulgence towards this unknown girl. Just looking at Lu Yuanyuan made him feel disgusted. "You are a lady of the Guogong residence. You are the true master here." "Master? Does she have the audacity? Does she have any shame?" Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed, her temper flaring. "Enough. Do not quarrel," Sheng Jun interjected, keen to defuse the tension. Since the previous day's events, he had felt a sense of discomfort around Lu Yuanyuan and wished to leave, particularly given the current scene. It was evident that Sheng Yunju was concerned about Lu Yuanyuan, bringing her the finest fabric, yet an indescribable feeling lingered that unsettled him. "Third sister, if she does not wish to accept it, then you may take it back. Her needs will be provided by our mother. You need not concern yourself with such matters," Sheng Jun said to Sheng Yunju. Her eyes welled up with tears. "I'm sorry, I only thought of Sister Yuanyuan, considering our mother's illness, and want to be kind to her. Have you finished your performance?" Lu Yuanyuan exclaimed, picking up an ink-soaked brush from a table and flinging it towards Sheng Yunju's face. "What did I say yesterday?" Instinctively, Sheng Yunju recoiled, but it was too late. The inky end struck her fair visage, leaving a dark smear that trailed from her lips to her hairline. "Ah!" Sheng Yunju screamed in shock. Chapter 19. Once accustomed to hunger, Sheng Yunju felt a dampness on her face. Her panic rendering her unable to discern whether it was her own blood or something else entirely. Terrified, She released her grip, causing the invaluable green silk to fall to the ground. She did not dare touch her face, fearing she might truly be disfigured. In her fright, she stumbled back, almost losing her balance. Zhang Ziqian, standing behind her, hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Cousin, are you all right?" He then cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yuanyuan, saying, "How can you be so lacking in decorum? How dare you treat the daughter of the Duke's residence in such a manner? The Duke's family kindly took you in. You should be grateful, yet you have the audacity to lay hands on your host. Who gave you the gall? No wonder your grandmother cannot tolerate you. It is simply—" His face flushed with anger as he scolded, "utterly rude and shameless. This is our Duke's residence, and Yuanyuan is one of us. Who are you to reprimand our own? If you wish to show off, return to your Zhang family. You squander a handsome face, praise for your scholarship. It seems your education has gone to waste, as you dare to lecture others in their own home. What kind of manners are those?" Sheng Yunxiao's face turned red with anger. Though she had often been at odds with Sheng Yunzhu due to Zheng Hui's constant flattery, she was always clear about her grievances. Zhang Ziqian, her cousin, lived up to his name. He had been studious since childhood and was remarkably refined and handsome, despite her usual arrogance. She had never dared to provoke him. But today, she was truly astonished. He, clearly ignorant, had the audacity to speak so brazenly. It was simply outrageous. "Xingxi, will you ever cease? Why do you protect that ugly girl? Cousin Yunzhu is your true sister. Yet you shield an outsider, one who looks like she crawled out of mountain hollow, appearing so shabby. Do you not find her repulsive?" Zheng Hui shouted, appalled that Sheng Yunxiao would dare to support Lu Yuanyuan against her brother. "You know nothing," Sheng Yunxiao retorted, her temper flaring. "If you dare insult me again, believe me, I will tear your mouth apart." As a pampered daughter of the second house, she had always been doted on by her parents. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to confront Sheng Yunzhu. Regardless of whether this was about Lu Yuanyuan or not, Zheng Hui's words had ignited her fury. She rolled up her sleeves, prepared to strike. However, Shang Junyi swiftly stepped forward to restrain her, saying, "Fourth sister, have you lost your mind?" He regretted following her. If a fight broke out, it would only serve to make them the laughingstock. Though he was the youngest among them, he still cared for his dignity. "Hui cousin, Qian cousin Lu. Lu Yuanyuan is one of us in the Duke's residence. You cannot treat her with such disrespect. You must apologize," Sheng Junyi insisted, mustering his courage. He secretly hoped that an apology would appease Lu Yuanyuan. Otherwise, if she went on a rampage and beat everyone up, he could hardly bear to envision it. "What did you say? Fifth brother, have you gone mad? Apologize to this country bumpkin." Zheng Yu shrieked, her formerly delicate features now appearing even more haughty. If anyone were to apologize, it should be her to cousin Yunzhu, for she was the one who had attacked without reason. Zhang Ziqian continued to support the unsteady Sheng Yunzhu, his expression grave. "Cousin, Hui cousin, please do not provoke Yuanyuan." With reddened eyes, Sheng Yunzhu spoke with restraint. As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Yinyu, intent on showing the outsiders just how overbearing and tyrannical the country girl Lu Yuanyuan could be. Lu Yuanyuan clapped her hands. Her dark face revealed no discernible expression, but her eyes gleamed with impatience. She stepped out from behind the table and approached the group. In that moment, Sheng Junyi, without knowing why, instinctively released Sheng Yunxiao and retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the threshold. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Yuanyuan's bony hand effortlessly lifted the reckless Zheng Hui, tossing her aside with ease. Sheng Junyi barely dodged, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, he had moved quickly enough to avoid being hit. "What are you doing?" Zhang Ziqian's eyes widened, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yuanyuan seized his arm and, along with Sheng Yunzhu, flung them away as if they were mere sandbags. With two heavy thuds, they crashed to the ground. It was remarkable how Lu Yuanyuan had calibrated her strength and distance, managing to throw all three of them to the same spot, as if they were stacked together like a game of Jenga. Zheng Hui, trapped at the bottom, attempted to rise but was quickly knocked down by two others. The sound of something cracking echoed. Who knew what had broken? Outside, startled screams erupted, both from the three individuals and the maidservants waiting nearby. "How loud?" Lu Yuanyuan remarked impatiently. Sheng Yinxiao hurried to close the door, and, coincidentally, her maid returned with the meal just then. Like a thief, Sheng Yinxiao personally carried the food box inside. She then rushed to the door, poking her head out to address Sheng Jun, who stood there in a daze, staring at the three sprawled on the ground. Fifth brother, please tell them that being sharp-tongued can lead to a beating. Quickly shutting the door, Sheng Yinxiao turned, excitement nearly causing her to leap. Yuanyuan, you truly are the most formidable person in the world. In all my life, I have never seen Sheng Yuanju, that little green tea, or Zheng Hui, that widow, look so miserable. As her words fell, she noticed Yin, who wore a bewildered expression, staring at her in disbelief. Sheng Yinxiao touched her nose and cleared her throat. Young Lord Yin, why haven't you left yet? It's nearly mealtime. You wouldn't want to stay for lunch, would you? That would be inappropriate. I'm waiting for the prescription, Yin stammered. It wasn't that he wanted to stutter, but he had never witnessed such a spectacular scene in his life. Only Yuanyuan remained entirely unaffected, having already opened the food box and begun to serve the dishes. The greatest advantage of having the second madam manage the kitchen was that Sheng Yinxiao, as a legitimate daughter of the second house, received the finest meals, always exquisite and varied. Just the pastries alone included 7 or 8 different kinds, each beautifully plated with only 1 or 2 pieces. For someone as refined as Yuanyuan, who had come from humble beginnings, this was a sight she had never even imagined. Yuanyuan tried to restrain herself, but ultimately could not resist, stuffing a pastry into her mouth. As she munched, she recited the prescription to Yin. He hurriedly sat back, ready to take notes. Actually, I can do it later too. Yuanyuan quickly finished reciting the prescription, detailing the differences between the 3 formulas, all while devouring nearly half of the pastries. Sheng Yinxiao was left dumbfounded. You eat like a starving ghost. Have you never had a full meal before? For the first time, seeing her so emaciated, she felt a pang of pity. Growing up, she had never known what it felt like to be hungry. Yuanyuan shook her head, suppressing her urge to continue eating, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I don't mean to be this way. I just became accustomed to hunger in the past and cannot control myself. Whenever there is food, I want to eat my fill at once. Chapter 20. Our separation. Lady Lan stood at the doorway, clutching the arm of Mama Hui with all her might to steady her wavering body. Mama Hui, who had intended to knock on the door, froze mid-motion. As the wife of the Duke, Lady Lan was well aware that even in her illness, she would be informed of any matters concerning the household. Especially since the Duke had taken action against his own daughter, Yuanyuan. Today, secrets could hardly be contained within the walls of the estate, and news spread like wildfire. Whispers echoed throughout the residence, suggesting that the Duke's feelings toward his biological daughter were far from affectionate. After all, even the notoriously mischievous 5th young master had never faced such direct aggression from the Duke, who, after a lifetime of battle, was known for his formidable presence. The servants surrounding him were not mere attendants. They were once elite soldiers, fiercely loyal to the Duke. If one of them had laid hands on Yuanyuan, she would surely be left gravely injured, if not worse, even if there were subsequent tales of the young Marquis coming to her aid. The crux of the matter remained that Yuanyuan had been scorned. Upon hearing this, Lady Lan could scarcely remain composed. Ignoring her ailing condition, she attempted to rise, determined to confront the Duke. Despite Mama Huey's persistent efforts to restrain and persuade her, Lady Lan finally acquiesced to first check on Yuanyuan's condition. As they made their way outside, they encountered Mama Feng leading a group of maidservants, carrying away Sheng Yunju and her companions. The courtyard was eerily empty, save for a few young maids. During the day, a family of their stature would never close the main hall doors. Fearing for her daughter's safety, Lady Lan hastily approached without notifying the maids. Just as she was about to ask Mama Hui to knock, she heard the voices of Sheng Yinxiao and Yuanyuan from within. With her eyes reddened and body trembling, Lady Lan paused, motioning for Mama Hui to assist her away. Once outside, Lady Lan could no longer suppress her tears. Mama, did you hear that? Did you hear what Yuanyuan said? Such a young child, accustomed to hunger, cannot control herself when she sees food. When I first met her, despite her frailness, I thought she at least had the spirit to survive. Surely, That was the blessing of our ancestors. Yet I had no inkling of how she managed to endure and grow. I even had the audacity to pity the children of others in her presence. What face do I have to meet her? Lady Lon wept in Mama Huey's embrace, her voice choked with anguish. My grandfather, during his travels across the realms, often recounted the peculiarities of various individuals, explaining that some eccentricities are not deliberate nor indicative of one's character, but rather the result of a peculiar affliction, a malady of the heart. Those officials in the Ministry of Justice, when interrogating prisoners, would instill fear over time to break their spirits, leading them to develop these odd traits. Yet my daughter, born into privilege, a young lady of a prominent family, should not. Lady Lan's words faltered. Her daughter, Yuanyuan's child, a legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, even disregarding that lineage, their clan had been a grand family for centuries. How could this be? Madam, this cannot be blamed on you. Given the circumstances back then, you acted to protect the young miss. Mama Hui said gently, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, letting out a soft sigh. During the turmoil in the capital, the lady, pregnant, had been abducted and endured great hardship to give birth in a dilapidated temple. To ensure her child and Appo's survival, she had to relinquish all her valuables to nurse he, sending her away with the child, hoping to spare at least one life. Afterward, the Duke rescued her, but they could not remain in the capital and had to accompany him to his post. It was only 2 years later, when the upheaval subsided, that the Shang family returned to the capital and finally sought out the child sent away. Yet, no one could have imagined the audacity of Nursey, who dared to swap the Duke's bloodline and brazenly enjoyed her position in the Duke's household. Let's go see the Duke. Lady Lon gritted her teeth, gripping Mama Huey's arm firmly. With no other choice, Mama Hui led her to the Duke's study. The Duke was on leave that day, yet the affairs of the household were numerous, and he was busy attending to them. Upon seeing her, he instinctively furrowed his brow and hurried over to support her, his tone laced with annoyance. Your health is poor. Why are you wandering about instead of resting in the courtyard? Lady Lon abruptly pushed him away, stepping back 2 paces, her gaze icy. Wandering? I was unaware that the Duke held such authority. If I had not come, would I remain oblivious to the fact that my daughter might perish without my knowledge? What nonsense are you spouting? The Duke and Appo's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Mama Hui. She hastily knelt, lowering her head in silence. You need not look at her. I am a mistress of this household. If I cannot even be informed of such matters, then am I truly blind and deaf? Lady Lon retorted coldly, then added in self-mockery, No, I truly am blind and deaf. Clutching her chest, she felt an overwhelming urge to pound her heart to catch her breath. After a moment, as if having made a decision, she spoke with resolute determination. Send Yuanyuan away. Return her to where she belongs. If not, then to her ancestral home, or to Jiangnan. It matters not. Just send her away. The legitimate daughter of the Shang family is Yuanyuan, and only Yuanyuan. These words have been bottled up in her heart since she learned of Yuanyuan's existence. However, witnessing the child she had raised for over a decade, she found it unbearable to let go. As Yuanyuan returned, seeing her disdain for Yuanyuan, witnessing Yuanyuan's fragile, tear-streaked face, she hesitated, hoping against hope that perhaps fate would allow them a chance to bond as sisters. Yet since yesterday, with each unfolding incident, even if she closed her eyes and plugged her ears, she could not help but ponder how Yuanyuan had lived these past years. In her absence, she could only rely on her imagination, and upon their reunion, she found herself thinking that perhaps it wasn't as dire as it seemed. Yet these thoughts struck her like slaps to the face. 13 years, her daughter, alone and defenseless, had fought with all her might to stand before her, and she could not fathom her resentment or her hatred. What right had she to be a mother? Have you lost your senses? What utter nonsense! Yuanyuan is the legitimate daughter of the Shang family that is known throughout the capital and cannot be altered. You might as well abandon this notion. The Duke and Appo's face darkened, his displeasure evident as he regarded his wife, tinged with a hint of impatience. I am indeed mad, for it is madness to disregard my own daughter's wishes and harbor the child of my enemy in my home. She speaks the truth. As parents, we cherish the child of our foe. Why should she acknowledge us? Lady Lon and Appo's S voice rose with conviction. I have no concern for your schemes. I have but one daughter, and I will recognize her. I want the entire capital to know that Yuanyuan is my daughter, my flesh and blood. If you are unsatisfied, then let us part ways, and I shall return to the Lan family with Yuanyuan. Chapter 21, Timing Academy. The final words of Lady Lan were nearly a scream, startling Grandma Hui, who quickly grasped her leg tightly, exclaiming, Madam, you must not. La Nin. The Duke of Sheng bellowed, his fists clenched behind his back, desperately suppressing his fury. Do you realize what you are saying? Do not forget, you are not only that girl's mother, but also the lady of the Duke's residence and the mother of Junyao. Junyao is to be married at the end of the year. How will others perceive the Duke's household and Junyao if you create such a scene? You are simply. The Duke of Sheng was visibly agitated, yet before his tear-streaked wife, he could only force himself to contain his anger. Today's incident is my fault for losing my composure. I saw she had some rebellious spirit, and, knowing she grew up in the countryside without understanding proper decorum, I feared she might go too far. I thought it better to correct her before she caused a catastrophe, rather than regretting it later. Since I have gone to such lengths to bring her back, how could I genuinely wish for her demise? The Duke sighed heavily, his tone filled with resignation as he attempted to explain to Lady Lan. Grandma Hui seized the moment to urge, Madam, I understand you feel you have wronged the girl, but she will eventually need to make her mark in the capital. Living here requires understanding certain rules. Otherwise, it will not only bring trouble to the family, but also harm her. She will not. Lady Lan instinctively retorted. She could not comprehend the source of her unwavering trust. Though she barely knew the child, she firmly believed she would not truly misbehave. Very well, you should rest. I assure you, as long as she behaves properly in the future, regardless of whether she wishes to be the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, she is still a daughter of the Duke's house, and I will not mistreat her, the Duke of Sheng said, feeling a headache coming on. Is that truly all? Lady Lan insisted, gazing intently at the Duke. So you refuse to send Yuanyuan away? Is that correct? Yuanyuan cannot be sent away. The Duke frowned, looking at Lady Lan. The Duke's residence cannot lack a legitimate daughter. Even if you wish to acknowledge Lu Yuanyuan, it is not acceptable. Lady Lan looked at the man she had shared a bed with for over 20 years, her disappointment palpable. She closed her eyes, wiped away her tears with her hand, and turned to leave. Madam, please take care of your health. Grandma Hui followed closely, her voice filled with concern. Do you know what he is saying? He is telling me that Yuanyuan is ruined and of no use. Allowing Yuanyuan to stay is already his grace. Lady Lan suddenly laughed, a sound tinged with bitterness. How absurd. He is Yuanyuan's biological father. I was kidnapped because the enemy wanted to use me to threaten him, which led to Yuanyuan and Appos, as premature birth. Yuanyuan has suffered so much, yet he despises her for being useless. Madam, please do not think such thoughts. I know you are heartbroken for the girl, but you must take care of yourself to watch over her as she grows and find her a good husband. She has suffered in her early life, but now that she is back by your side, she will surely turn her misfortunes into blessings and live a prosperous and safe life. Grandma Hui urged. Her words seemed to revive Lady Lan's spirit. She nodded. You are right. I still have the chance. I can make amends with Yuanyuan. I must live. I must see her grow up well. And I must let everyone know that Yuanyuan is my daughter. Seeing her resolve, Grandma Hui finally relaxed, carefully supporting her as they made their way outside. Not far off, a small girl, bowing her head as she trimmed the flowers, quietly glanced over. Once the two had left, she hurriedly clutched her belly and said to the steward, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom, and then dashed away. In Yunfang courtyard, Shang Yinzhu had just been attended to by her maid and was now weakly reclining on the bed. The head maid, DNMO, had just seen the doctor off and leaned closer to whisper, Miss Shaolin has come. Shang Yinzhu furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat powerless, but still spoke. Let her in. The girl who had been trimming flowers, Shaolin, was led to Shang Yunzhu's bedside. She knelt and quietly shared what she had overheard, hesitating for a moment before uncertainly saying, I also overheard that the madam and the duke had a quarrel. I couldn't hear clearly, but it sounded like they were discussing sending someone away and possibly a separation. I may have misheard. Sheng Yunzhu's face turned pale. Once Xiao Lian left, Sheng Yunju seized the porcelain pillow from the bed and hurled it with all her might. The pillow shattered into pieces on the floor. "Miss, please remain calm. That girl was far away. She likely misheard. This is the Duke's residence. The madam is the matriarch and would never mention a separation. You must not take it to heart." Dian Emon knelt by the bed, grasping Sheng Yunju's icy hand. Sheng Yunju's fingers clutched the quilt tightly, her eyes bloodshot. "I have spent over a decade currying favor beside her, yet I am outdone by that wretch who has only returned for a day." She gritted her teeth, a metallic taste rising in her mouth. She would never, ever allow anyone to take away what belonged to her. Absolutely not. In this life, she was Sheng Yunju. No one could contest that, no one. Yuanyuan, of course, was unaware that her mere presence in the Duke's residence for a day had nearly turned the household upside down. As soon as Lady Lan left the Duke's courtyard, news arrived that Yuanyuan had caused trouble again, throwing someone out of the hall and injuring Zheng Hui, who was hurt by Zheng Ziqian and Sheng Yunju, her tailbone damaged in the process. The Sheng family had not anticipated such a serious incident involving their daughter, and they hurriedly took their leave from the Duke's residence. When old Madame Li learned of it, she was so furious that she fainted. The Duke of Sheng had initially wished to avoid such trivial matters, but recalling Lady Lan's frantic demeanor, he felt compelled to personally visit old Madame Li's courtyard to offer comfort, and he also sent someone to the Zheng family to apologize, temporarily suppressing the incident. Furthermore, he summoned Granny Shun for a personal admonition. After Sheng Yunjiao and Yinyu left, Yuanyuan finally found a moment of respite, only to be pestered by Granny Shun, who thoroughly cleaned her desolate courtyard from top to bottom. Had Yuanyuan not stubbornly refused to allow her to plant flowers, even that empty space would have been at risk. Once the courtyard was tidied and her clothes mended, Granny Shun unceremoniously filled Yuanyuan's schedule with lessons. Not just reading and writing, but also needlework, culinary skills, and more. Yuanyuan, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of her new schedule, stared blankly. "Granny Shun, how much do I have to learn in a day?" Granny Shun smiled. "My dear, these are merely the basics. The most renowned academy in the capital is Taiming Academy. It has a southern and a northern courtyard. The southern courtyard is for girls, while the northern is for boys. The founder of the academy was Madame Hua, a remarkable woman who single-handedly transformed the status of women in the Great Zhao Kingdom. Although women still cannot hold positions in the court, they can attend school just like men and, in the past, could even take the imperial examination to become court officials. Why in the past? Cannot they do so now? Yuanyuan inquired, intrigued by the notion of female officials. Since the passing of Her Majesty the Empress, the Palace's Bureau of Internal Affairs no longer recruits externally, conducting examinations solely within the palace, Granny Shun said, pausing for a moment before adding with a smile. "But I believe you can guess that all the women in the capital take pride in being able to enter Taiming Academy. If you do not wish to lag behind, you must gain admission. The entrance examination for Taiming Academy takes place in early August, with the admission list announced before the Mid-Autumn Festival and classes commencing thereafter. My dear, you have merely 2 months at your disposal." Chapter 22. The transformation of carbon. Yuanyuan was astonished. 2 months? Granny Shun nodded. Yuanyuan was taken aback. In just 2 months, even if I were a genius, I couldn't possibly pass, could I? She was no fool. She barely recognized a few characters and had never properly studied a day in her life. The notion of being admitted to an academy was utterly absurd. However, there was no need for the young lady to belittle herself. The admission criteria for Taiming Academy were not strictly academic. "So, are you suggesting that there's a backdoor?" Yuanyuan inquired. Granny Shun replied, "Considering the time we've spent together, I've come to understand your character. You're indeed very intelligent, but at times, your straightforwardness is disarming. You never seem to take the indirect route. In this world filled with intrigue and convolutions, I cannot ascertain if this trait is a blessing or a curse. There's a possibility of entering through the back door. The lady said that if you truly cannot pass, she will assist you in securing a spot." Granny Shun, recognizing that there was no point in beating around the bush with Yuanyuan, decided to be forthright. Moreover, Taiming Academy does allow for exceptional candidates with particular skills to be admitted even if they don't meet the usual standards. A girl from a common family can gain entry if she possesses unique talents that meet the Academy's criteria, and there are no tuition fees, along with financial aid available. While it may not be feasible to catch up academically in such a short time, you could strive to excel in other areas. As for literacy, as long as you can practice and learn to write legibly before enrollment, that should suffice. I see that you have a knack for mathematics. Perhaps you could focus your efforts there. Mathematics? Yuanyuan questioned. What do I know of mathematics? Is it merely arithmetic? I only learned it because that crazy woman forced me to recite numbers every day. I didn't see any other benefits, but I did become quite adept at calculating. I also noticed that your stitching technique is quite commendable. However, your embroidery lacks form. It seems you have never stitched from a pattern before, which is something you could learn, Granny Shun suggested. No, that was merely practice in sewing. I cannot embroider patterns, Yuanyuan dismissed without a second thought. Throughout her life, her experience with needle and thread had only involved sewing straight and curved lines. The idea of embroidering flowers was simply too daunting for her. Granny Shun recalled the perfectly straight lines Yuanyuan had sewn over the past few days, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that Yuanyuan truly disliked the idea, she conceded, very well, needlework and culinary skills are merely pastimes. It suffices for you to understand a little of each. Granny Shun thoughtfully arranged the prepared books, suggesting, let us focus on your studies. Yuanyuan mused, in the past, when I had no books to read. I found it quite intriguing. Now, being forced to gaze at these densely packed characters daily, I seem to vaguely understand the feelings of Shang Yunjiao, the academic underachiever. No wonder she would sneak away quietly whenever she saw me study. As time flew by, half a month passed swiftly amid their busyness. Yuanyuan, confined to the courtyard, found herself in a rare moment of tranquility. She wondered if the old matriarch, out of anger, had decided not to summon her for greetings. Even Lady Lan had taken the opportunity to visit personally, leaving Yuanyuan free from the customary pleasantries. Yuanyuan relished this newfound freedom and found her studies fulfilling. It was not until early one morning that Shang Yunjiao eagerly knocked on her door. Dressed in a vibrant light yellow riding outfit adorned with cloud patterns. With her hair styled high and in numerous small braids interwoven with colorful threads, she appeared exceptionally lively and charming. Shang Yunjiao handed Yuanyuan a set of pale blue riding attire, which was soft in color and unassuming, perfectly suited for Yuanyuan's darker complexion. Here, a gift for you. Hurry and change. We need to leave for the Guanfeng Garden in half an hour. If we are late, we shall miss the main event. Shang Yunjiao urged. It dawned on Yuanyuan that she had promised to accompany them to the polo match. In the past, she had been so preoccupied with survival that she had never had the chance to witness such a grand spectacle, and she was now filled with anticipation for the event. Most importantly, Yuanyuan had utilized her medicine, and not only had he compensated her with silver and gratitude, but he had also promised that she could personally select a horse she liked at the Guanfeng Garden stables. Yuanyuan had been eagerly awaiting this day. She quickly took the clothing to change, allowing Granny Shun to style her hair into a Taoist bun. Her hair was thin and yellow, and no matter how it was styled, it never looked appealing. Nevertheless, Granny Shun, feeling sympathetic, selected a few strands adorned with pearls to embellish her hair, which, paired with Yuanyuan's exceptionally bright eyes, made it easy for others to overlook her unattractive mask. She looked like a charming young girl. Yuanyuan and Shang Yunjiao rode in a carriage to Guanfeng Garden, where the match had yet to begin and people were trickling into the venue. During this time, Yuanyuan had been enjoying good meals and had gained a little weight compared to when she first arrived, yet her skin remained somewhat dark. Standing beside the fair-skinned Shang Yunjiao, who resembled a peeled egg, she felt as if she had been overshadowed by her companion. Thus, as soon as they entered the garden, they drew attention. The second daughter of General Cheng, who had a past grievance with Shang Yunjiao, began to mock them. Oh, Sheng Si, it's only been a little over a month since we last met. Where did you find this piece of carbon to turn into a spirit? The laughter of those around them erupted in a chorus, making Shang Yunjiao and Yuanyuan the center of attention. Shang Yunjiao was not one to be insulted without retort. She shot a glare at the second daughter of Cheng and fired back. Who is speaking to me? I wondered why the ground seemed to tremble earlier. I thought a weight had passed by, but it was merely Yu Chang'er. It seems your meals have been substantial lately. It hasn't been long since we last met. And you've bulked up quite a bit, looking even more like General Chung. Truly impressive. You. The second daughter of Chung stamped her foot in frustration, and the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. It was well known throughout the capital that the second daughter of Chung bore a striking resemblance to her father, General Chung, who had a robust physique due to his humble beginnings. The second daughter was almost a carbon copy of him, towering over girls her age. As General Chung beamed with pride, Mrs. Chung was in despair, loving yet disapproving of her youngest daughter, which had fostered her unlikable disposition. Seeing the crowd begin to laugh at her expense, the second daughter of Chung became increasingly enraged. In a fit of impulsive rage, she swung her fist toward Sheng Yunjiao's face, declaring, "I will smash that foul mouth of yours." Though raised in a military household, the second daughter of Chung had trained in martial arts since childhood, while Sheng Yunjiao, a pampered young lady, was no match for her. As the fist, larger than Sheng Yunjiao's head, barreled toward her, she stood frozen in fear, forgetting even to evade. "Watch out!" Yin Yu, who had rushed over upon witnessing the scene, called out in alarm, but he was still a distance away, helplessly watching as the second daughter's fist hurtled toward Sheng Yunjiao's face. A gasp escaped the lips of frightened onlookers as the fist neared its target. Just in the nick of time, a slender, dark hand shot up to intervene. Chapter 23. You are quite the gossip. Yuanyuan's slender, dark hand grasped the fist of Miss Chung, which was larger than a weight stone. With a gentle push, akin to using a feather to shift a mountain, Miss Cheng's robust figure staggered backward uncontrollably, retreating a full 10 steps before barely regaining her balance. Miss Chung stood there, dazed and seemingly foolish, unable to collect her wits for quite some time. It was Sheng Yunjiao who first broke the silence, exclaiming, "Ah, you truly frightened me, Yuanyuan. If it weren't for you, I would have been knocked senseless by her punch." At that moment, Yin Yu approached, casting a concerned glance at Sheng Yunjiao and Yuanyuan. "Are you both all right?" Sheng Yunjiao retorted, "Of course not. There's definitely something wrong." She pushed past Yin Yu and yelled at Miss Chung, "Cheng'er, just wait. I will make you regret it. And you and Amp, Oppos, LLB searching for your teeth." Miss Chung was equally startled. Although she had acted impulsively, she was not one to resort to violence lightly. Aware of her strength, she thought better of hitting someone, especially these delicate young ladies, fearing it might lead to trouble. Today, however, she had been provoked by Sheng Yunjiao. Sheng Yunjiao's most irksome trait was her haughty demeanor. She was relentless in her pursuit of being right, and her sharp tongue could provoke anyone into a rage. It was as if she were a crow, incessantly cawing and getting on one end Amp, Oppos, S nerves. After regaining her composure, she rolled up her sleeves, challenging Miss Chung. "You think you and Oppos, Retough? Len Oppos, SC who ends up searching for their teeth. Enough. Stop the commotion," Yin Yu shouted, his head throbbing from the chaos. He turned to Miss Chung, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, resorting to violence is inappropriate. You should apologize to Sheng Si. That's more like it." Sheng Yunjiao beamed, her expression smug as she eagerly awaited Miss Cheng's apology. Miss Chung, not only tall, but also 14 years old, an age ripe for budding feelings, blushed at the sight of Yin Yu. Despite his less than stellar reputation in the capital, his strikingly attractive face, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, could make any girl feel a flutter. Miss Cheng's cheeks flushed at the sight of Yin Yu, but his intervention clearly favored Sheng Yunjiao. Feeling wronged, she whimpered, "You and Oppos, all picking on me. I and Oppos am going to find my third brother." With that, she covered her face and fled. "Cheng'er, you only know how to whine, don't you? You haven tea even." Sheng Yunjiao fumed, but Yin Yu restrained her. "You should hold your tongue. If it weren't and Oppos, tea for Yuanyuan, not only would you have been humiliated, but you might have been knocked senseless." Yin Yu retorted, his sarcasm cutting deep. He couldn't fathom how he had found himself mediating disputes between young ladies. It was utterly absurd. He had always despised such trivialities. "You are the one who would be knocked senseless," Sheng Yunjiao muttered under her breath. Yet, she was not completely oblivious. She promptly turned to embrace Yuanyuan's arm, nuzzling her cheek against Yuanyuan's ear. "Yuanyuan, you truly are my lucky star. Let me tell you, That Cheng heir is fearsome. I heard that when she was born. Her resemblance to her father distressed Lady Cheng so much that she named her Shu Jin, hoping she would be well-read and composed. What is the outcome? Yuanyuan shot her a glance. You are indeed quite the gossip. Sheng Yunjiao blinked innocently. How can this be gossip? I merely possess a slightly better grasp of information. Let me tell you, despite Cheng Shu Jin and Appo's fierce reputation, she has an elder sister named Cheng Ruoxue, who is the epitome of innocence. They are polar opposites. Most of Sheng Yunju's delicateness is feigned, but Cheng Ruoxue is genuinely as delicate as a flower, evoking sympathy at first glance. Logically, Cheng Ruoxue and Sheng Yunju should have resonated with one another, but for reasons unknown, they utterly detest each other. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Cheng Ruoxue can be quite bothersome, I could introduce her to you another day. She likely won't attend today's gathering. As Sheng Yunjiao chattered on, Yuanyuan, trailing behind them, was reluctantly forced to listen to the gossip, feeling the urge to speak several times, yet holding back vehemently. Upon reaching the polo field, they found the surrounding stands splendidly arranged. The Prince of Rome, a true connoisseur of enjoyment, had set up sunshades and provided an array of fruits and snacks, creating a magnificent scene. For Yuanyuan, this was her first encounter with such grandeur. Although the match had yet to commence, athletes were already warming up. With splendid steeds and spirited youths, laughter and cheers filling the air. It felt as though she were in a dream, one in which she had never experienced such wonders. Since entering the Sheng Guogong mansion, it was as though she had been trapped in an inescapable cage, until the moment she was shunned by all. Her world had been painted in shades of gray. Yet now, she perceived this world as vibrant and colorful, and she would not be confined any longer. Do you wish to give a try? Yuanyuan noticed Yuanyuan and Amp, Appo's eager demeanor and Kuden and Amp, Appo's help but suggest. Yuanyuan truly yearned to try. But I don't know how to ride. I've only ridden a donkey. She gazed longingly at the majestic horses, her hands clutching the railing as she leaned forward, forgetting the snacks on the table behind her. With half an hour before the match, Yuanyuan proposed, "Let me take you down a play for a bit. Riding isn't that difficult. It should be, well, similar to riding a donkey. Can I?" Yuanyuan asked excitedly. "Of course. Let us go, let us go." Without waiting for Yuanyuan's affirmation, Sheng Yunjiao seized Yuanyuan's arm and eagerly pulled her down. Yuanyuan hastily followed suit, instructing someone to bring over the horse he had selected for Yuanyuan in advance. This young horse is not yet fully grown, but it has a gentle temperament and is of a suitable height for you. Climb aboard. I'll have someone lead it for you to try. Yuanyuan had chosen a young horse with Yuanyuan's safety in mind, fearing she might be displeased. He added, "Don't let its small size fool you. It's a fine breed. Though it can't compare to a steed of legendary prowess, it is still a remarkable creature." "That sounds wonderful, thank you." Yuanyuan hardly absorbed what Yuanyuan said. Her gaze was fixated on the chestnut horse, akin to a dream steed she had long envisioned. This would be her very first horse. Without hesitation, she stepped onto the stirrup and gracefully swung herself onto the horse. "Wow!" Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed. "I knew Yuanyuan could do it." However, as soon as she spoke, the horse, seemingly startled, bolted forward with a sudden leap. Yuanyuan. Chapter 24. A critical moment, a startled cry escaped Sheng Yunjiao and Appo's lips, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Yuanyuan found herself momentarily dazed. She genuinely believed that riding a horse was akin to riding a donkey. However, while riding a donkey, one would hardly need to exert oneself to provoke movement, unlike the current situation where she dashed out unprepared. In that fleeting instant, Yuanyuan pondered what had transpired, unable to suppress her murmured question. "Didn't you say it was gentle?" Unbeknownst to her, Yuanyuan was equally stunned. He had never anticipated such a swift turn of events. Just moments before, he had asserted that the creature was a gentle, juvenile horse, only to have his words backfire dramatically. Moreover, they were on the polo field. Although the match had not officially commenced, many were already practicing and warming up in an orderly fashion. Yuanyuan and Appo's impulsive charge could potentially startle the other horses, leading to unimaginable consequences. Without a moment to spare, he seized a horse and mounted it, shouting to Yuanyuan, get down. Cling tightly to the horse's neck. I'm coming to rescue you. At that moment, Yuanyuan found herself propelled into the central area of the polo field, crashing into the crowd. The horses permitted on the field were not juvenile steeds like Yuanyuan and Oppos. Yes. Upon sensing danger, they began to grow agitated. The once orderly polo field erupted into chaos. Who was this reckless fool? Was their life not worth considering? It was trivial to endanger one and Oppos' life. Ruining the young master's match was a matter he would not let slide. Someone, shoot that horse immediately. Act now. The cacophony escalated, mingled with the shrieks of young ladies, transforming the central arena of the polo field into utter disarray. Some frightened individuals covered their eyes, fearing they might witness a gruesome scene unfold. What on earth is happening? Prince Rong, who had just arrived at the main stand, inquired urgently upon observing the turmoil. Your Highness, young Lord Yin brought a girl and led a juvenile horse onto the field. We are unsure what caused the situation, but it has startled the horse and sent it into the central arena. The steward replied hastily. If the horse frightened the others on the field, it would undoubtedly disrupt the impending match. Prepare the archers. Be ready to shoot that horse, Prince Rong commanded coldly. In the capital, not everyone could wield a bow and arrow casually, yet accidents were inevitable in a polo setting. At a critical moment, they could only resort to shooting the horse to protect the people. Understood. The steward had already ordered preparations. With the prince's command, he no longer hesitated. He turned sharply, raising his hand to signal for the archers to shoot the horse on the spot. Wait, a melodious voice interjected. Everyone turned to face the speaker, who softly urged, hold on. If someone is truly injured, we can shoot afterward. That child is still young. If she falls from the horse now, it could be disastrous. But the match. Prince Rong furrowed his brows, unable to suppress his concerns. The individual glanced at him, prompting the prince to relent and wave his hand for the steward to comply. Meanwhile, Yuanyuan's horse had charged to the center of the field. Amidst the chaos, someone cursed, but no one dared to flee on horseback, fearing their mounts would also panic and throw them off. They hastily dismounted and ran aside. However, not everyone reacted swiftly. As Yuanyuan's horse approached another rider, Yuanyuan yelled in terror, Yuanyuan, jump down, jump. If she collided, she would either be gravely injured or worse. If she leapt off, perhaps she could save herself. On the stands, witnessing the unfolding scene, Prince Rong and Oppos' expression tightened as he raised his hand, ready to intervene. As Yuanyuan and Oppos' horse lifted its front hooves, the rider opposite her clung desperately to the reins, panic-stricken. In that critical moment, Yuanyuan grasped the reins tightly and yanked them with all her might. Just as her horse was about to trample the other, she managed to turn its head, losing her balance momentarily, but ultimately coming to a halt on the field. The once bustling arena fell into an eerie silence. Those who had been the loudest mere moments ago were now mute, gazing incredulously at the now calm horse, eager to discern the identity of the young lady seated upon it. Regardless of whether Yuanyuan had been set up or merely startled the horse, injuring someone in such a manner was no trivial matter. In that precarious moment, everyone anticipated a bloody outcome, yet none could fathom how Yuanyuan had managed to halt the horse. Yuanyuan finally caught up to her, reaching out to grasp the reins of the subdued horse. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he scrutinized Yuanyuan with uncertainty. Are you all right? Yuanyuan, appearing somewhat oblivious, shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit perplexed. Why did the horse behave so erratically? This question puzzled Yuanyuan as well. He had deliberately selected a gentle horse. Unless provoked, it should not have reacted in such a manner. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth behind this incident. He assured her, still shaken. First, get down. You nearly terrified me to death. Yuanyuan complied and was about to dismount when a piercing scream echoed from behind her. She turned swiftly to see the individual who had nearly collided with her, now tumbling from his horse. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. Upon recognizing the fallen figure, Yuanyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, it's Su Fengxiu, the Empress's nephew. He is notoriously troublesome and favored by the Empress. If he causes a scene, we will be in deep trouble. You must firmly insist that you have no idea what happened. Don't worry, The horse was given to you. You wouldn't dare retaliate against me. As Yuanyuan spoke, he leaped from his horse and made his way towards Su Fengxiu, who was now surrounded by a crowd. Clutching his legs in agony, his delicate features appeared even more pitiful as his hair came undone in his distress. "Young master, are you all right? Someone, fetch the imperial physician. Where's that girl? Capture her." Su Fengxiu's sycophants pushed through, kneeling before him and demanding loudly for assistance. "Stand back. What is all this commotion?" Prince Rong's voice boomed from outside, prompting the crowd to part. The polo field had been prepared for the physician's arrival, and Prince Rong, still reeling from the earlier chaos, rushed over with the physician in tow. On the other side, as Yuanyuan dismounted, she was seized by two guards who restrained her, dragging her away. The attending physician knelt with labored breath to examine Su Fengxiu's injuries. As the physician's hand pressed upon the wound, Su Fengxiu's face contorted in agony, and he howled, "Get away! Be gentle! Silence!" Yuanyuan snapped, his patience wearing thin. He inquired of the physician, "What is the extent of the damage?" "Your Highness," the physician stammered, sweat beading on his brow, "it appears that young Master Su has suffered a fracture. Alas, I fear I am inadequate to mend it. There is a grave risk of permanent impairment." In the capital, it was common knowledge that Su Fengxiu was the Empress Dowager's nephew, the sole heir of the Su family for 3 generations. He was cherished beyond measure, and the Empress Dowager frequently summoned him to the palace, showering him with more affection than even the princes. To suffer a fracture was no trivial matter. Alas, no one in the imperial hospital, indeed in the entire capital, possessed the skill to mend severed tendons and broken bones. Rumor held that upon the eastern sea lay the Isle of 9 Immortals, where celestial physicians might possess such abilities. However, the isle's existence remained shrouded in myth. Upon hearing the physician's diagnosis, even Yuanyuan paled. He cared little for Su Fengxiu, but he dreaded the Empress Dowager's wrath. As if on cue, Su Fengxiu erupted, "I refuse to be crippled. Seize that vile girl and tear her limb from limb. No, do it now. Sever her legs." When you fell, the horse had already bolted a considerable distance. "Do not blame your mount for reacting belatedly. Yuanyuan suspected foul play." "I care not," Su Fengxiu retorted. "That girl is the root of this misfortune. I care not who she is to you. I shall have her killed. Seize her. Sever her legs this instant." Su Fengxiu's lackeys echoed his demands. "The young master speaks true. What are you waiting for? Sever the wench's legs. 100 lives would not suffice to compensate our young master." Guards dragged Yuanyuan forward, and upon hearing Su Fengxiu's command, they pressed her shoulders, attempting to force her to the ground. Yet, despite her frail appearance, they could not move her. "What are you two waiting for? Do it." Su Fengxiu's henchmen. The guards strained, their faces contorted with effort, but Yuanyuan remained unyielding. "Stop!" Yuanyuan intervened. "The matter has not yet been investigated. Who authorized this violence?" He attempted to pull the guards away. Yuanyuan frowned, then said, "Fengxiu, Yuanyuan speaks sense. The matter requires investigation. I shall dispatch men to escort you home and summon physicians from the imperial hospital. Perhaps they can offer a remedy." Yuanyuan cast a dark glance at Yuanyuan. "What an imbroglio. I care not." Su Fengxiu railed. "It is I who shall be crippled, not you. What are you waiting for? Can 2 men not subdue a mere girl? I summon more men." His mind fixated on the physician's words. His leg would be ruined. Heedless of any investigation, he demanded the girl's dismemberment. At his command, 2 more guards charged toward Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan had suspected foul play from the moment the horse bolted. She had refrained from resisting, hoping for a thorough investigation. Yet, these capital dwellers were unreasonable. With deft movements, Yuanyuan evaded the guards' assault. Seizing an opportunity, she struck their knees, swiftly incapacitating them. In the scuffle, her mask was inadvertently torn off. "Heavens!" the onlookers exclaimed. "How can a girl be so hideous?" That mask was hideous enough, but her face is even worse. What are those toad-like scars? Disgusting. How dare she show her face in public? I would have killed myself. Cheng Shujin's voice rang out. "So that is the treasure that fool Shangxi was hiding? She dares to disgrace herself in public. Cheng Shujin, I will fight you." Sheng Yunjiao, Enraged, charged toward Chang Shujin. Lu Yuanyuan swiftly restrained her. Rong Qinhuang frowned at Lu Yuanyuan. Who are you? This matter cannot be resolved amicably. I cannot shield you from the consequences of this grave offense. Summon your elders. Rong Qinhuang was well versed in the affairs of the capital. He knew all the noble families and students of the Imperial Academy. Yet, he did not recognize this girl. Still, those who were protected by Yin Yu and Sheng Yunjiao were likely to have a prominent background. It would be more prudent to involve their elders. Otherwise, he would be unable to appease the Empress Dowager. Yang. Sheng Yunjiao's voice trembled. She was aware of Lu Yuanyuan's precarious situation. If Lu Yuanyuan were the eldest daughter of the Duke's manor, with the backing of the Sheng family and the Lan clan, Su Fengxiu would not dare to take her life. But Lu Yuanyuan was not the Duke in Appo's daughter. Your Highness, I brought her here. I shall bear full responsibility for any consequences, Yin Yu declared, stepping forward to shield Lu Yuanyuan. Chapter 26. Was it deliberate? Yin Yu, was it intentional? Su Fengxiu's face turned pale with pain. Yet he shouted at Yin Yu, I knew it. You did this on purpose. You're seeking revenge for the last time I bumped into you and caused your leg injury. It was deliberate. At his outburst, the crowd recalled the incident that transpired over 20 days ago, when Su Fengxiu and Yin Yu, both notorious signs of the capital, clashed at Minghua Tower. Minghua Tower is the largest tavern in the city, renowned not only for its exquisite cuisine, but also for hosting literary gatherings and auctions of rare treasures from afar. The two had engaged in a fierce brawl over a coveted item, resulting in Yin Yu inadvertently falling down the stairs and breaking his leg. It was not Su Fengxiu's intention to push him. It was merely an accidental collision. Nonetheless, Yin Yu's leg was broken, and Su Fengxiu was confined for half a month as punishment. He had only just been allowed out when this incident occurred, and now, seeing Yin Yu protect that girl, it was hard for Su Fengxiu to dismiss the notion of conspiracy. His words caused the crowd to regard Yin Yu with suspicion. Even Yin Yu himself was taken aback. His leg had healed so swiftly that he had almost forgotten the incident. Yet, it was curious that this confrontation arose at such a moment. He bore no intention of retaliating against Su Fengxiu. Although he found Su Fengxiu displeasing, he was not that kind of person. At a loss for words, Yin Yu was unsure of how to respond. Will you step aside? Su Fengxiu. I admit it was my fault. If you seek vengeance, I will stand by. At this point, Yin Yu could not afford to ponder further. He and Su Fengxiu were already adversaries. Lu Yuanyuan had rescued him, and he could not bear to see her punished for it. Su Fengxiu was not a righteous individual. If Lu Yuanyuan fell into his hands, her life would be in grave danger. Fine, Yin Yu, you have some courage. Come with me to see the Empress Dowager. I will have her decide for me. Su Fengxiu was furious. He could not accept the prospect of being left with a disability. At that moment, he would be delighted to cripple Yin Yu in return. But that was not enough to alleviate his anger. He needed that wretched girl to pay. Let's go. Yin Yu opened his mouth to retort, but was halted by Lu Yuanyuan. She stepped in front of Yin Yu, addressing the prostrate Su Fengxiu. You can kill me or him, but your leg is already ruined. You, wretched girl. I want you dead. Su Fengxiu's eyes reddened with rage as he attempted to lunge at Lu Yuanyuan. If you wish to avoid crippling your leg further, I can heal you, but you must promise me not to dwell on this matter afterward, Lu Yuanyuan stated calmly. Su Fengxiu paused, bewildered. What did you say? You can heal me? Who do you think you're fooling? You must be dreaming of escaping this predicament. At that moment, Yin Yu finally grasped the implication. Why had he not considered it before? What if Lu Yuanyuan truly possessed such abilities? Su Fengxiu, listen to me. She can indeed heal you. I must speak plainly. I stand before you now to participate in the polo match because someone healed my leg. Otherwise, I would still be bedridden. You witnessed my injury. There are records with the physician. Ask him how long it would take for me to recover. As Yin Yu spoke, the physician kneeling nearby regained his composure. Young Master Su, what young Master Yin says is true. I examined him, and he could not have been up and about in under a month, let alone walking or riding a horse. I still possess the records of his diagnosis. This matter cannot be fabricated. However, the physician hesitated, still uncertain. Young Master Yin had a bone injury, and with enough time for recuperation, he would naturally recover. This young lady seems quite young. Could she truly have a method? Yes. You're clearly deceiving me, attempting to save that wretched girl. Su Fengxiu shouted defiantly, "You shall not succeed." Yuanyuan was filled with indignation. The crux of the matter was, if Su Fengxiu refused to believe, he could do nothing about it. Consider this. If you trust others, your leg will certainly be ruined. If you trust me, you may still have a glimmer of hope, Yuanyuan urged. Su Fengxiu found himself wavering slightly. Such nonsense. Who doesn't know that physician Lu is a master of treating bone injuries? If he claims it's impossible, how could a mere girl possess a solution? Su Fengxiu retorted, "Have you lost your wits to believe their fabrications?" The fifth prince approached, shaking his head disdainfully. "There are always greater mountains and greater talents beyond our own. The matter of reattaching broken bones is indeed beyond my capabilities. The only ones reputed to accomplish such feats are the legendary divine healer from years past or the immortal physicians from the overseas 9 immortal isles. Yet, those islands are elusive, and the divine healer has long since vanished." Physician Lu hesitated before continuing. "Fengxiu, while the fifth brother and Appo's words may be blunt, they hold merit. This matter concerns your future. It would be prudent to proceed with caution." Yuanyuan bore no malice. He sought to heal Su Fengxiu. Although he had not witnessed the incident, he believed it best to ascertain the truth before making decisions, lest they wrongfully accuse an innocent. The third prince, known for his gentleness, had recently emerged from the palace and gained a reputation for wisdom in the court. His sentiments were well regarded by the assembly. However, Su Fengxiu was not an average individual. Just as he had begun to regain a semblance of rationality, the flicker of hope was abruptly extinguished, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. This not only signified his impending disability, but also starkly revealed that he had been foolishly deceived by Yuanyuan and a mere girl. How could Su Fengxiu possibly swallow this humiliation? His fists clenched tightly. He pounded the ground and shouted, "Bring me that ugly girl. Whoever severs her leg will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, many eyes in the crowd brightened, all attention shifting toward Yuanyuan. Su Fengxiu's declaration was not a hollow threat. Who would turn down such a bounty? Numerous onlookers began summoning their guards, and in the blink of an eye, 100 or more surrounded Yuanyuan and Yuanyuan. In the observation garden, weapons were prohibited to avoid harm, but whips and clubs were still at hand. The guard charged toward Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan intended to shield her, but his leg was not fully healed, and he was soon separated from her by the overwhelming numbers. Although Yuanyuan, small yet strong, was agile, she was still vulnerable to injury amidst such a swarm. Amidst the chaos, whether it was a single blow or several strikes that landed upon her, she lost her balance and was knocked to the ground. A thick club was poised to come crashing down upon her leg. "Stop!" Chapter 27, 8 Gift Stop. A sharp voice commanded. Yet in their frenzied rage, the assailants paid no heed to this voice. They merely hesitated for a moment before resuming their attack on Yuanyuan. However, Yuanyuan was no pushover. She dismissed the small number of attackers as inconsequential. Injury was a common occurrence for her. With a swift turn, she seized the stick that was about to strike her leg, applying force to break it in half. The off-balance assailant tumbled toward her, and, seizing the opportunity, she kicked him away several meters. Yet, more assailants surged forward, and Yuanyuan found herself knocked to the ground, tasting the dirt. She spat it out, and suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Propping herself up with her hands, she looked up to see a youth seated in a wheelchair, clad in exquisite white garments that resembled ethereal clouds. He was strikingly beautiful. No fabric could compare to the perfection of his face. Flawless to the point where even Yuanyuan's imagination could not conceive such beauty. He seemed like a celestial being. Her mind went blank as she stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. He extended a hand toward her and gently asked, "Can you get up?" Unconsciously, Yuanyuan grasped his hand, which felt as cold as that of a corpse, devoid of warmth. She clumsily pulled herself up, still holding onto his hand. "Your Highness." A throng of people knelt in unison. It was only then that Yuanyuan regained her senses, glancing down at their contrasting hands. His hand was much larger, pale as jade, slender and delicate, while her own, dark and thin, resembled a mere chicken's foot. The stark contrast was painfully apparent, and she hurriedly released his hand, stepping back. You claim you can heal Su Fengxiu and Appo's leg injury, correct? The prince inquired. I can, Lu Yuanyuan replied. Very well. Then you shall treat him, the prince declared. Your Highness, this is utterly unwise. Someone shouted. What makes it unwise? The prince queried, casting a glance at the onlookers. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the prince's unexpected presence at the polo field. Since his injury, he had rarely appeared in public. This was likely his first outing in nearly half a year. Brother, this concerns Fengxiu's future. It would be prudent to proceed with caution, the third prince advised kindly. The fifth prince, who had been vociferous moments ago, now resembled a frightened quail, not daring to utter a word. Cousin, you finally arrived. This is wonderful. Trust me, Yuanyuan can truly help. I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is genuine. Miss Sheng Si can attest to it. Yinyu, nearly in tears at the sight of his savior, rushed forward, eyes filled with excitement. Sheng Yunjiao, already in shock, nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, I can vouch for her. Yuanyuan can genuinely help. Yinyu's leg was healed by her. The prince did not respond to their words. Instead, he raised a hand, signaling for someone to push him closer to Su Fengxiu. I grant you this opportunity to allow this young lady to treat your injury. Should you agree, I will bear all consequences. If you refuse, I shall personally investigate today's events and ensure you receive justice, and I will inform His Majesty, ensuring you are not wronged. Su Fengxiu pressed his lips tightly together, his previous fervor seemingly a mirage, as he now appeared pale and pitiful. He was no fool. Without the prince and Appo's words, he could have made a scene to his advantage, but now it was clear that he had no choice but to comply, as the prince's words indicated that to refuse would lead directly to the emperor's intervention. Regardless of how much Su Fengxiu's mother was favored, the emperor would not permit him to act recklessly, and any injury he sustained would be in vain. I am willing for her to treat me. Su Fengxiu murmured, barely allowing himself time to think, instinctively opening his mouth. As the words escaped, he felt a flicker of hope, quickly overshadowed by despair. The bravado he had displayed moments ago had completely dissipated. What preparations does the young lady require? The prince inquired of Lu Yuanyuan. A clean place along with strong liquor. Gauze and cotton thread, Lu Yuanyuan replied. The prince turned to Prince Rong, who hastily called for arrangements to be made. Soon, Su Fengxiu was transported to a clean room. The treatment required privacy, and only Lu Yuanyuan, the physician Lu, and a eunuch by the prince's side entered, while the others waited in an adjacent room. After about half an hour, Lu Yuanyuan emerged, having washed her hands, followed closely by physician Lu. The crowd immediately turned their attention to the pair, with Yinyu being the first to inquire. How did it go? Marvelous, truly marvelous, physician Lu exclaimed, stroking his beard with astonishment. I have never witnessed such miraculous skill. To think someone could stitch broken bones together, it's simply extraordinary. At that moment, Su Fengxiu's father, Su Shitsi, rushed over, his excitement palpable. Is it truly healed? He won't be left with a disability, will he? Upon uttering this, he paused, casting a cautious glance at the prince. Noting the prince's impassive expression, he quietly exhaled, eagerly awaiting physician Lu's response. Su Shitsi, portly and prosperous, could hardly bear the thought of losing his only son to an unfortunate fate. I cannot guarantee perfection, but I am confident that with proper rest, Su Gongzi shall recover without issue, physician Lu assured him. Relieved, Su Shitsi clasped his hands together in gratitude. Heaven bless. Heaven bless. Young lady, your kindness deserves my deepest respect. He immediately bowed deeply to Lu Yuanyuan. At that moment, a discordant voice interrupted. Even if she truly healed Su Fengxiu, isn't it also her fault that he was injured in the first place? Su Shitsi, aren't you essentially bowing to your enemy? It was the fifth prince who spoke. Fifth brother. The third prince chided softly. The fifth prince muttered, I spoke no falsehood. The truth remains unclear. Yinyu protested. I have stated that when Su Fengxiu fell from his horse, Yuanyuan had already departed. There is certainly something amiss. Your Highness, it would be a kindness to investigate this matter thoroughly, the prince interjected calmly. Until the truth is uncovered, I would prefer not to hear any baseless conjectures. The crowd fell silent. Yuanyuan gazed at the prince with bright eyes. "You are truly kind." The prince was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured for someone to bring forth a box. "You performed splendidly today. I shall present you with a gift." Chapter 28. Your insight is remarkable. The crown prince handed the box to Yuanyuan. Eagerly, she accepted it and opened it, for receiving gifts always brings joy. Her happiness intensified upon revealing the contents within the box. A beautifully crafted pure gold mask, intricately shaped like a phoenix's tail, adorned with exquisite patterns. Delicate tassels hung from the ends of the feathers, and scattered red and white gemstones sparkled against the golden backdrop, creating a dazzling spectacle. Yuanyuan bit her lip, stifling her urge to drool. Such wealth! This treasure must be worth a fortune, not to mention the glimmering gems. Even the sizable piece of gold alone is immensely valuable. The mask you had before seemed to have been damaged, and it just so happens that I have this in my collection, perfectly suited for you, the crown prince remarked. Yuanyuan contemplated selling it, for it appeared so valuable. However, upon his suggestion, she naturally placed the mask upon her face, though the craftsmanship appeared intricate. The mask was surprisingly light, almost weightless. It fit her snugly, covering her left eye and the scar beneath, as if tailor-made for her. As she donned it, she was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, Yuanyuan, you look stunning. I can oppose to believe how much more beautiful you are. I never realized that your previous mask was so unappealing." Sheng Yunjiao, who had been timidly hiding among the distinguished guests, approached Yuanyuan, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yuanyuan blinked. "Really? Of course. Just wait a moment." Sheng Yunjiao replied excitedly, summoning a maid and whispering instructions. Soon, a bronze mirror was brought forth. Sheng Yunjiao pulled Yuanyuan closer to the mirror. "See? I wasn't lying." Yuanyuan gazed at her reflection. She seldom looked in mirrors. In her childhood, she had not worn a mask, and the village children often called her an ugly girl. After hearing it so many times, she became desensitized to the insult. As she matured and began to assist the villagers, no one called her ugly anymore. Instead, they expressed gratitude and warmth towards her. She realized that to earn respect, one must possess abilities. Her previous mask was crudely made from tree bark, and she wore it out of practicality to avoid strangers commenting on her looks while she helped in other places. Over time, she became so engrossed in the demands of life that she hardly had time to appreciate her appearance. Even upon arriving at the Duke's residence, she focused on seizing opportunities to learn and grow stronger, determined not to end up like the version of herself in her dreams. This was perhaps the first time she earnestly examined her appearance as an adult. The reflection in the mirror revealed a delicate face with refined features. The bronze mirror softened her slightly darker complexion, and combined with the exquisite mask, it exuded an air of opulence. The image of her face marred by unsightly scars seemed but a figment of the past. How astonishing! For the first time, Yuanyuan felt a flicker of confidence, realizing that she, too, could be beautiful. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to the crown prince. "Your insight is truly remarkable." How had she not realized that a beautiful mask could transform her so completely? The crown prince smiled gently. "I share the same sentiment." Yuanyuan was momentarily dazzled by his smile, her heart fluttering. Indeed, she had been rather ignorant. This world held such beauty. Young Master Su had already visited the unconscious Su Fengxiu and returned to bid farewell to the crown prince. "Your Highness, I shall take my son home now. With Prince Rong and Oppo's involvement, I am confident this matter will be thoroughly investigated. I trust Prince Rong completely. As for this young lady, as long as my son recovers well, I shall not pursue this matter further, regardless of the truth." Young Master Su appeared earnest, yet he was no fool. The crown prince's gift to the young lady indicated her significance to him. He had inquired and learned that she was brought by Yuanyuan. Regardless of her background, it would be difficult to hold her accountable for today's events. Thus, it was better to win favor with the crown prince. Having seen Su Fengxiu and received assurances from Dr. Liu, he felt a sense of relief and decided to take his son home, believing it safer than risking further entanglements. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that my uncle provides you with an explanation," the crown prince replied. Young Master Su bowed and hurriedly departed with Su Fengxiu. At that moment, Prince Rong approached the gathering and addressed everyone. Although we are a bit late, there are multiple courts in Guanfeng Garden. I have arranged for another match at a different court. If you're interested, please feel free to stay and watch. The attendees had come for the game, and upon hearing this, they enthusiastically agreed and began to exit together. Sheng Yunjiao excitedly clung to Lu Yuanyuan's arm, whispering, "I was so frightened today. Are you hurt, Yuanyuan? Should we find a place to tend to your wound? I even brought a spare outfit for you to change into. I never imagined I would meet the Crown Prince. He is truly the Crown Prince." Lu Yuanyuan was equally intrigued by the remarkably handsome Crown Prince. "Haven't you seen him before?" Sheng Yunjiao, still in a state of excitement, replied, "I have seen him, but not frequently." The Crown Prince used to appear like a divine being, a figure of belief for all the women and citizens of the capital. From the moment he was born, he was exceptional, surpassing all others. It is said that His Majesty favored him so much that he personally took care of all his matters, raising him within his own palace. Throughout history, few princes have received such love and honor. Moreover, the Crown Prince has lived up to everyone's expectations. He is simply perfect. Everyone believes that the Crown Prince will continue to be perfect and will one day ascend the throne, leading the great Zhao into a prosperous era. Lu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. "I have heard similar tales. Our county magistrate has mentioned a divine prince in the capital, said to be a reincarnation of a deity, destined to bless the great Zhao. He is a devoted supporter of the Crown Prince, hence his diligence in governance. The local people admire him, although he can be a bit stingy." Sheng Yunjiao sighed. "Alas, all this perfection came to a halt last winter solstice, on that snowy day." Chapter 29. Dare you lie to me? Lu Yuanyuan gazed curiously at Sheng Yunjiao, eagerly awaiting her continuation. Sheng Yunjiao did not disappoint, though she lowered her voice slightly as she proceeded. "During last winter's solstice sacrificial rites, the Crown Prince accompanied us. No one could have anticipated that an unforeseen calamity would occur, with a group of assassins infiltrating the ceremony. In the effort to protect His Majesty, the prince was grievously injured by a falling boulder, which shattered his legs, and he was also struck by a poisoned arrow to the chest. He barely survived. Yet for more than half a year, His Majesty has sent envoys across the realm in search of renowned physicians, all of whom have unanimously declared that the prince's legs are beyond healing. Furthermore, the poisoned arrow is said to have nearly penetrated his heart and lungs, jeopardizing his very foundation. It is feared that the prince may not endure for many more years." The last sentence escaped Sheng Yunjiao's lips in a whisper, her usually gossiping visage now bereft of mirth, replaced with solemnity. Thus, for over half a year, the Crown Prince has not made a public appearance. Rumors have circulated that he is gravely ill, reduced to a mere shadow of life, confined to his bed. Sheng Yunjiao clutched Lu Yuanyuan's arm with palpable excitement. "Today marks the first time the Crown Prince has appeared before us since the winter festival. It is truly a blessing that he is safe and sound." Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Yuanyuan inquired, "Is there truly no hope left?" "Huh?" Sheng Yunjiao paused, then shook her head. "The finest healers in the realm have already been summoned to the Eastern Palace. Even the fabled physicians from distant lands have been sought out by His Majesty." Lu Yuanyuan pondered this revelation. Suddenly, a thought struck Sheng Yunjiao, and with a peculiar expression, she asked, "You don't intend to give it a try, do you? I advise you to remain composed. Everyone wishes for a miracle that might allow the prince to stand again, but his condition is vastly different from Su Fengxiu and Yinyu. If there were even a glimmer of hope, the esteemed physician Lu would have detained you, for no one understands the prince's condition better than he." Lu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I am merely a rustic barefoot doctor, having spent my days in the mountains tending to injuries, and thus I have gleaned a few remedies for external wounds. I have not formally studied medicine." This was not entirely untrue. All of Lu Yuanyuan's medical knowledge stemmed from her aunt, that eccentric woman who, in her moments of lucidity, would impart peculiar teachings upon her. At times, her aunt would insist on lessons that lasted for 3 days and nights without sustenance, demanding her complete focus. Initially, Lu Yuanyuan had been apprehensive, but as she realized that the knowledge imparted could sustain her, she dedicated herself to learning. Such rustic skills could hardly compare to the prowess of esteemed physicians. Thus, it was best not to entertain fanciful thoughts. Not at all. You are quite remarkable. After all, you can treat injuries that even physician Lu cannot remedy. You are far superior to the lofty young ladies I know, especially those like Shang Yunju, who are as cunning as they are simple-minded, and Chang Shujin, who is all brawn and no brains. You surpass them by leaps and bounds. When Sheng Yunjiao first met Lu Yuanyuan, she had ridiculed her, but as their relationship evolved, she recognized Lu Yuanyuan's true strength, not in the mastery of arts and etiquette, but in her unique skills. Her mother had always taught her to never underestimate anyone, lest she suffer for her folly. Thus, she genuinely believed that although Lu Yuanyuan had not grown up in the capital, she was indeed formidable. Sheng Si, what mischief are you whispering about me now? As Sheng Yunjiao conversed with Lu Yuanyuan, they unwittingly approached the courtyard, where they encountered Cheng Shujin directly. Coincidentally, Sheng Yunjiao had just muttered a remark about Cheng Shujin, which she overheard. Cheng Shujin immediately erupted in anger, and this time, she was not alone. A fierce-looking girl accompanied her. Before Sheng Yunjiao could retort, she hastily pulled Lu Yuanyuan into a respectful bow, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sixth princess." Lu Yuanyuan followed suit, bowing as well. The sixth princess's gaze fell upon Lu Yuanyuan's mask, and she inquired, "Where did you acquire that mask? If I am not mistaken, it is a tribute. Which family do you hail from? I do not recall this mask being awarded to anyone." "Princess, you arrived late and missed the spectacle." This girl was quite audacious. Cheng Shujin proceeded to recount the events on the courtyard, emphasizing Lu Yuanyuan's supposed ugliness and recklessness, and how she had injured Su Fengxiu, omitting other details. Sheng Yunjiao felt her temper flare and retorted, "Cheng Er, cease your nonsensical chatter. The prince has already dispatched someone to investigate the incident. The results have yet to be revealed. Do not act like a dog, barking indiscriminately." "Who are you calling a dog?" Cheng Shujin rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. "Whoever barks the loudest deserves to be called one. Can end amp. Amp, oppose. Do you understand simple words?" Sheng Yunjiao shot back. "You." Cheng Shujin's face quivered with rage. "Enough. Both of you silence yourselves." The sixth princess commanded, her gaze turning sharply toward Lu Yuanyuan. "I am asking you a question. Which family do you belong to? Where did you acquire that mask?" If her memory served her correctly, this exquisite mask had been offered as a tribute by a small Western nation during a lantern festival, crafted by skilled artisans for their princess. It had been a pair, and one had been gifted to the great Zhao Emperor. The mask was renowned for its beauty, and several princesses had coveted it, including the sixth princess, who had previously requested it from the emperor, but to no avail. Thus, she recalled it vividly. However, she never expected to see this mask adorning the face of a girl whose origins were a mystery to her. "My name is Lu Yuanyuan, a guest residing at the Shengwu Duke's residence. The mask was given to me by someone else," Lu Yuanyuan replied, maintaining a formal demeanor, as she had not previously interacted with these individuals. The sixth princess's expression turned icy, her displeasure evident. If Lu Yuanyuan were a daughter of a noble family deserving of such an esteemed gift, it might have made sense. But as a mere guest in the Shengwu Duke's residence, how could she have received such an honor? The sixth princess had not heard of any mask being bestowed upon the Shengwu Duke's residence. "Who presented it to you?" The sixth princess stepped closer, her gaze fixed coldly on the mask adorning Lu Yuanyuan's face. "Dare you deceive me?" Episode 30. You simply wish to steal. Princess, Yuanyuan did not lie. "The mask is..." As Shang Yunjiao noticed the sixth princess's displeasure, she hurriedly stepped forward to speak on behalf of Lu Yuanyuan. However, before she could finish her sentence, the sixth princess interrupted. "Did I ask you?" Turning to Lu Yuanyuan, she coldly commanded, "Remove the mask." Lu Yuanyuan stood motionless. "Someone, take off that mask from her face. I wish to see who dares to steal the imperial tribute." The sixth princess regarded Lu Yuanyuan with a disdain one might reserve for a corpse. "Princess, let me handle this." Cheng Shujin, who had suffered a setback at Lu Yuanyuan's hands earlier, seized the opportunity to reclaim her dignity. With enthusiasm, she approached Lu Yuanyuan. reaching out to snatch the mask from her face. Yuanyuan, Sheng Yunjiao called out anxiously. Lu Yuanyuan, with a calm demeanor, raised her foot and kicked at Cheng Shujin, who was caught off guard and sent flying several meters away. Cheng Shujin's sturdy form hit the ground with a faint crack, indicating an injury. You never learn, Lu Yuanyuan remarked expressionlessly. Servants of the sixth princess rushed to assist Cheng Shujin, who shouted at Lu Yuanyuan, "You will pay for this. I will not let you off." Deserved, Sheng Yunjiao muttered under her breath. The sixth princess's expression darkened further as she drew her whip and lashed it at Lu Yuanyuan. Sheng Yunjiao's eyes widened in fear. Lu Yuanyuan deftly intercepted the whip. "You wretched thing! How dare you resist?" The sixth princess fumed. "Seize her!" Two guards advanced swiftly. "What are you doing?" A voice rang out from ahead. The third prince, fifth prince, and Yuanyuan approached, having changed in a fresh attire. Upon seeing the confrontation between the sixth princess and Lu Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan rushed over, instinctively snatching the whip from Lu Yuanyuan and positioning her behind him for protection. The sixth princess clung to the third prince's arm, pouting, "Third brother, please teach that vile girl a lesson. How dare she wear the imperial tribute? I reprimanded her, and she even dared to fight back. She could only have stolen it. Yuru, do not speak recklessly," the third prince admonished. "How am I speaking recklessly? If you ask her where the mask came from, she won't answer. Clearly, she is afraid." The sixth princess persisted. Sheng Yunjiao, exasperated, whispered, "Is it our fault for not speaking? You forbade us from doing so. What did you say? Repeat that." The sixth princess's tone turned icy, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Sheng Yunjiao puffed up her cheeks in indignation, but dared not provoke the sixth princess further. "Moreover, third brother, that vile girl injured Chang'er, who is the daughter of a high-ranking official. How dare a wild girl from nowhere lay a hand on her?" The sixth princess implored the third prince. "With so many witnesses present, the truth will be evident," Yuanyuan replied coldly. "Very well. If she indeed harmed Chang'er, let her kneel and apologize to me," the sixth princess declared loudly. "You!" Sheng Yunjiao's eyes reddened. The sixth princess was clearly twisting the narrative. Cheng Shujin had struck first. The sixth princess's eyes darted momentarily. Chang'er did not initiate the conflict. Otherwise, how would this wild girl remain unscathed? "Third brother, you must believe me," the sixth princess pleaded, clinging to the third prince's arm. "Enough. Let us clarify what transpired. As a princess, you must speak cautiously. Regardless of the incident, you cannot resort to violence. This matter ends here. The match is about to begin. Return to your position," the third prince said, furrowing his brow in resignation. "Very well, for my brother's sake, I shall reluctantly overlook this wild girl's offense." However, the sixth princess's gaze fell upon Lu Yuanyuan's mask. "You must remove that mask. Not everyone is qualified to wear the imperial tribute." After all this, it was clear that her intent was merely to steal. Lu Yuanyuan finally understood. This so-called princess was not as astute as she appeared. "I initially thought you were close to Chang'er, resentful because I thwarted her bullying at the gate, and brought you here to create trouble for me. But it turns out you simply wished to steal my mask. You could have stated your intentions outright." Lu Yuanyuan's experience had broadened. Indeed, the people of the capital were far from what she had envisioned. "You lie. Who do you think you're to claim I wish to steal your belongings? Is that even yours? Speak up, who bestowed it upon you? How dare you feign innocence before me? I see you cannot even substantiate your claims. Are you not just a thief?" The sixth princess had never encountered someone so brazen as to accuse her of theft. "Indeed," Lu Yuanyuan began. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the crowd. "It was a gift for me." The sixth princess, once fierce, felt a chill run down her spine at the sound. Slowly turning to face the newcomer, disbelief etched on her features. Your Highness." The crown prince looked at the sixth princess with an indifferent gaze and asked, "Does a gift from me require your approval?" "And no, Your Highness. Please let me explain." Aye. The once domineering sixth princess now resembled someone unable to articulate a coherent thought, as if her throat had been constricted. "I was unaware that merely encountering an object on the road would lead to accusations of theft because it is a tribute. As a princess, do you lack the wit to inquire about its origin? Furthermore, as a princess, How can you demand possessions from others? If refused, you resort to theft and then invert the truth. Have you been deprived by Father Emperor, or has concubine Xiao wronged you? Perhaps I should inquire with Father Emperor tomorrow if the royal provisions have been diminished to the point that you, a princess, resort to theft? Wah. The sixth princess's eyes glazed over, nearly collapsing as she burst into tears. Why are you crying? Where's your decorum gone? In public, who granted you permission to weep aloud? Is royal dignity worthless? Chapter 31. You truly are a good person. The crown prince sat calmly in his wheelchair, gazing at the weeping sixth princess with an expression devoid of any turbulence. His voice, too, carried a placid tone, as if he were merely inquiring whether she had eaten. The sixth princess, unable to bear the weight of her emotions, stifled her cries with one hand while clutching the third prince with the other, fearful of further losing her composure. This was a moment of profound embarrassment for her, one she wished she could escape entirely. Yet, the crown prince did not relent, his voice remaining gentle and unobtrusive. Do you acknowledge your mistake? The sixth princess, no longer daring to retort, nodded vigorously, repeating, I was wrong, I was wrong. Will you apologize? He inquired again. The sixth princess felt a deep sense of resentment. Asking her to apologize to a girl she deemed a mere country bumpkin was more painful than death itself. However, she dare not refuse. The surrounding crowd also refrained from interjecting, caught in the tension of the moment. With flushed cheeks, the sixth princess lowered her head towards Yuanyuan and muttered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. After uttering those words, she could no longer contain herself. The humiliation was too great, and she lost all desire to continue watching the competition. She released the third prince and fled in tears. Yet mere steps away, the crown prince's voice echoed once more, smooth and devilish. If you cannot learn the rules properly, return and study them diligently. You may leave the palace only when you have mastered them, lest you bring shame upon yourself and become the subject of ridicule. The sixth princess swallowed her sobs and ran without daring to stop. The crown prince then turned his attention to the third prince. You, too, must take responsibility, he stated. The third prince hastily bowed and confessed, Royal brother, forgive me. It was my oversight in not keeping a close watch on sixth sister. The crown prince replied, At her age, if she still requires your supervision to speak and act, I suggest you return and have a physician examine her mind. The third prince bowed his head, attempting to diminish his presence. It is indeed my fault. Your failure to prevent her wrongdoing, coupled with your support, only serves to portray the esteemed royal family of De Zhao as a collection of inept bullies. What remains of our dignity? Where have the lessons of governance you have learned over the years gone? The crown prince questioned. One cannot place all the blame on the third brother. We have just arrived and are still trying to understand the situation, the fifth prince murmured. The crown prince turned his gaze towards him. The fifth prince instinctively shrank back, lowering his head in submission. To be unaware of the events while allowing your sister to bully others demonstrates poor upbringing. Perhaps it would be wise for you to return and learn the rules before venturing out again. The crown prince's voice remained calm, yet the fifth prince's demeanor crumbled. Why do we linger here? Shall we continue to embarrass ourselves? The crown prince inquired. It and oppose. It's getting late. We should proceed to the competition, the fifth prince replied, relieved at the prospect of leaving, fearing the crown prince might order him back to the palace. The third prince paused, turning to Yuanyuan to express his apologies. Miss Liu, I am sincerely sorry for not restraining sixth sister, which nearly led to a misunderstanding and caused you distress. I will ensure that appropriate recompense is sent to the Shengwu Duke's residence. Please forgive us. There is no need for compensation. Just ensure you keep your sister in check and prevent her from trying to take what doesn't belong to her. Having grown up in the countryside, I have never witnessed such thievery. You inhabitants of the capital truly broaden my horizons, Yuanyuan replied, her tone firm and tinged with impatience. Observing the third prince, she suddenly comprehended why he was so unlikable. In her dreams, Sheng Yunju eventually married him, and it was this connection that led her to resent him. She had usurped the life of the previous lady and now wished to claim her husband as well for a complete victory. Thus, if she was not mistaken, Sheng Yunju had already encountered and interacted with the third prince by this time. No wonder he was so detestable. The third prince, upon hearing Lu Yuanyuan's words, chose silence and departed with the fifth prince. Even at a distance, she could hear the fifth prince muttering, "What an ungrateful girl. Just a country bumpkin." Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt as he apologized to Lu Yuanyuan. "Yuanyuan, I'm truly sorry. I invited you to the competition to relax, not to encounter such troubles. Rest assured, I will have the prince investigate the matter thoroughly. As for the sixth princess, simply disregard her in the future. If she bullies you again, do let me know, and I will ensure justice is served. This has nothing to do with you. The capital is indeed different from what I had imagined," Lu Yuanyuan remarked, not holding Yuanyuan accountable. She was preoccupied with another matter. "Is the horse you promised still available? I want that little horse." Lu Yuanyuan believed that the little horse's outburst must have had its reasons. It could very well be the case that it was not the horse's fault. If she returned it now, its fate was uncertain. Would it be put down for merely being deemed dangerous? Of course it stands. I have already sent an experienced groom to investigate the matter. Once we confirm it is sound, I will deliver it to you," Yuanyuan assured her. Lu Yuanyuan raised her hand in delight. "It's a promise. A promise." They exchanged a joyful clap, and he added, "I must take my leave now. Wait and see. I shall certainly return with first place." With exuberance, Yuanyuan waved goodbye, leaping over the railing in a single bound. Sheng Yunjiao muttered under her breath, always boasting. However, Lu Yuanyuan turned to the crown prince, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. You truly are a good person." Not only were the people of the capital different from what she had expected, but the crown prince was also unlike her preconceived notions. When he reprimanded the sixth princess, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sincerely, she complimented him. "You are the most eloquent person I have ever met." The crown prince chuckled softly. "It seems I indeed appear to be a good person in your eyes." Lu Yuanyuan nodded eagerly, recalling their first encounter when he had come to her aid, presented her with gifts, and defended her. Was he not a genuinely good person? Chapter 32, encountering an interesting individual. Lu Yuanyuan, accustomed to being straightforward, felt a strong sense of righteousness towards the crown prince, who she believed to be a genuinely good person. Thus, she boldly declared, "If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall go through fire and water for you." "Do you even know what going through fire and water means?" "Do not speak carelessly," interjected Sheng Yunjiao, who awkwardly tugged at her, concerned that Lu Yuanyuan was making grandiose claims. "Of course I know. Back when I was in the county, that was what the bodyguards would say. They're a loyal bunch and quite capable. Often journeying to various places," Lu Yuanyuan replied. Sheng Yunjiao was immediately intrigued. "You know bodyguards?" Lu Yuanyuan nodded. "There is an uncle from the neighboring village who works as a bodyguard. Knowing my skills in bone setting, he would often take me to the county to treat the injuries of his fellow bodyguards upon his return. They were quite generous, frequently sharing tales from their travels and even bringing back snacks that could only be found outside. I envied them immensely back then and even asked the leader if I could join them on their journeys. But they said I was too young and advised me to wait a few years. Had she not dreamed of coming to the capital, she might have indeed become a bodyguard in a couple of years. After all, she was strong and skilled. They would surely have welcomed her." Sheng Yunjiao gazed at her with admiration. "So you were almost a bodyguard?" Lu Yuanyuan beamed with pride indeed. The crown prince listened quietly to their conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Remembering that he was the good person she spoke of, Lu Yuanyuan felt compelled to reiterate, "I truly mean it." "Very well. Should any matter arise in the future, I shall send someone to find you," the crown prince replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the field. "The match is about to commence. I must take my leave." "Your Highness, we take our leave." Sheng Yunjiao hastily pulled Lu Yuanyuan away, eager to avoid any further encounters with the sixth princess and Cheng Shujin, who seemed to revel in creating trouble. They hurried towards the seats prepared for them by Yuanyuan. Once they had dashed away, the eunuch standing behind the crown prince spoke, "Your Highness, it has been a long time since I've seen you so joyful." The crown prince reined in his smile, gazing in the direction Lu Yuanyuan had fled. As if answering the eunuch and himself, perhaps it was due to meeting an interesting person. Upon reaching their seats, Lu Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao had barely settled when the sound of a gong resonated. Looking down at the field, they observed both teams readying themselves. Surprisingly, the first match did not feature Yuanyuan's team, but rather the loathsome 5th Prince's squad. It was Lu Yuanyuan's first experience witnessing a polo match back in her village. She had never even heard of such a sport. The village children occasionally played with a ball made from bamboo strips, but the polo ball before her was exquisitely colorful. Though she did not understand the intricacies, she found herself utterly astonished. Each team consisted of 6 players, and within the 5th Prince's team was a robust man with a dark complexion, appearing older than the others. He played fiercely and passed with remarkable precision. And within moments of the match's commencement, the 5th Prince had already scored 2 goals, dominating the opposing team. Sheng Yunjiao buzzed beside her. "Did you see that dark and sturdy fellow? He is Cheng Shujin and Amp, Appo's elder brother." Cheng Shujin just rushed off to report him. Despite his mature appearance, he is only 16. Strangely enough, he and his sister, Cheng Ruoxue, are fraternal twins. One as dark as coal and the other as fair as snow. If not for the midwife's sworn testimony, many would have suspected a mix-up at birth. Nonetheless, while Cheng Sangongzi is as strong as an ox, Cheng de Gongzhu appears as delicate as a willow, often gasping for breath after a few steps. In any case, perhaps due to this, the twins have always been at odds, leading Cheng Sangongzi to form a closer bond with Cheng Shujin, while Cheng Ruoxue remains isolated. Having trained under General Cheng since childhood, he far surpasses his peers. With the 5th Prince on the field, it is almost akin to cheating. Mark my words, as they gradually swap players, this team is highly likely to claim victory. Sheng Yunjiao chattered incessantly, her mouth flapping like a sparrow. Lu Yuanyuan was genuinely taken aback, even feeling a newfound curiosity towards Sheng Yunjiao. "How do you know everything?" Sheng Yunjiao, pleased with herself, replied, "What do you expect? I assure you, collaborating with me is undoubtedly beneficial. I am a veritable repository of knowledge regarding the gossip in the capital. Not only that, but I also know the best places for food and entertainment. If you butter me up, I shall take you on delightful outings." Lu Yuanyuan felt a flicker of temptation. She had been in the capital for a while now, but had yet to explore. Today marked her first venture outside. Firstly, she wanted to seize the opportunity to learn, and secondly, she was unfamiliar with the area and reluctant to spend money. However, her longing for the capital remained strong. After all, she had traveled great distances, not to hide within the Duke of Sheng's residence. Yet, it was clear that she would never stoop to flattering Sheng Yunjiao. "Next time you are injured, come to me, and I shall waive my fees. I speak with sincerity," Lu Yuanyuan mused, contemplating a mutually beneficial exchange. The last time she treated Yuanyuan, she received 10 taels of silver. This time, treating Su Fengxiu would be more complicated, but the mask gifted to her by the crown prince must be of great value to have caused such envy in the 6th princess. Sheng Yunjiao instinctively recoiled slightly. "Do not curse me." Lu Yuanyuan feigned innocence. "I am quite serious. Is my fee not worthy?" Turning her gaze back to the match, Lu Yuanyuan observed that, indeed, Cheng Sangongzi was dominating the field, and the opposing team was being thoroughly outmatched. Yet suddenly a thought struck her. "Earlier, I nearly collided with Su Fengxiu while riding past. I believe I saw Cheng Sangongzi nearby. What does that mean? Could it be that the shameless Cheng heir ran to report him, and Cheng Sangongzi is scheming to sabotage you?" Sheng Yunjiao, ever the gossip enthusiast, delved into conspiracy theories. Lu Yuanyuan shook her head. "I cannot say. I only remember he was quite close to Su Gongzi at the time, as his features are quite distinctive, so I have some memory of him." She truly could not fathom the convoluted webs these individuals wove. If they would resort to such underhanded tactics over a trivial matter, it was quite frightening. After all, a mere accident could lead to Su Gongzi being gravely harmed. Such exaggeration was alarming. Lu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, glancing at Sheng Yunjiao, who was intently scrutinizing the field, filled with vigilance. Perhaps it was best to let it go. While she may not possess great intellect, neither did her companion. Just then, a sudden turn of events occurred on the field. Someone was violently thrown from their horse. Chapter 33. Your guidance, please. On the polo field, someone was unexpectedly thrown off their horse, a perilous occurrence indeed. In an instant, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a pause. The spectators instinctively reined in their steeds, halting their movements. Almost immediately, personnel rushed onto the field, carrying the unfortunate individual away on a stretcher. With only one match remaining in the competition, the outcome seemed already predetermined. However, according to the rules, the teams could either complete the remaining game or concede defeat. As the injured player was taken away, a defiant youth pointed his mallet at young Master Chung. Chung Qianjun, was that deliberate? Playing the game is one thing, but striking a person is another. I witnessed your foul play. Enough with your baseless accusations. If you lack the skill, simply admit your inferiority and concede. There's no need for such disgrace. Young Master Chung, known as Chung Qianjun, retorted disdainfully. He was robustly built and possessed a booming voice that carried even from a distance, allowing Yuanyuan and her companions to hear him clearly. Sheng Yunjiao quickly provided context to Yuanyuan. I forgot to mention, young Master Cheng's full name is Chung Qianjun, named so by his father, General Chung, who believed from a young age that his son was exceptionally strong. Initially, he was named in Oppos, Qianjin, and Oppos, but as young Master Chung grew, he indeed surpassed his peers in both stature and strength. The people praised General Chung, claiming his son possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, prompting the general to rename him Chung Qianjun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yangyang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Does he truly possess the strength of 1,000 pounds? Having always been strong herself, having once felled a tree that could be encircled by a person with a single punch, she had often wondered if anyone else in the world could match her strength. Yet, in the vicinity of Qinghe village, she had heard no such tales. Indeed, the capital was a realm of wonders. However, Sheng Yunjiao shook her head. While he is undoubtedly strong, whether he possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds remains to be seen. No one has witnessed it firsthand. Lu Yuanyuan secretly sharpened her claws, vowing that if given the chance, she would challenge this formidable figure to ascertain who truly held greater strength. I too observed that they seemed to collide, resulting in that unfortunate individual being thrown off. How lamentable! Yet, I fear there may be no evidence to support this claim. Sheng Yunjiao remarked pensively. At that moment, the commotion between the two sides escalated, but before long, the fifth prince intervened, questioning the opposing team. What is this? Are you unable to accept defeat? With the fifth prince's involvement, even the most reluctant competitor had no choice but to acquiesce. The remaining match was undoubtedly unplayable. The fifth prince and Chung Qianjuan's team emerged victorious, securing their points. With 5 teams competing today, the next match featured 2 other teams. This time, it was the squad of Yuanyuan and his companions. With familiar faces in the fray, Lu Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao found themselves more engaged, unable to suppress their cheers for Yuanyuan. True to their hopes, Yuanyuan swiftly claimed victory in this round. As time passed, the moment of the finals finally arrived. By chance, the finalists were the fifth prince and Chung Qianjuan's team, facing off against Yuanyuan's squad. Both sides included newcomers. On the fifth prince's team, the third prince took to the field, assuming command. On Yuanyuan's side, a stern-faced youth entered, resembling someone owed a fortune of 800,000 taels. Wow, the fourth prince is playing, Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as she grasped Lu Yuanyuan's arm. Really? Lu Yuanyuan replied, intrigued. Sheng Yunjiao eagerly pointed out the cold-faced youth. That is the fourth prince, known as Little Yuanluo. It is no exaggeration to say he has never smiled, perpetually donning a grim expression. Yet, he is a legendary figure. He fought on the battlefield at the age of 11, and 2 years later, he gained fame as the youngest general in the great Zhao kingdom. Since then, he has never faced defeat in battle. Rumors suggest he is a reincarnation of a war god, and with his presence, the great Zhao may one day unify the realms, establishing itself as the foremost power. Bear in mind, the fourth prince is merely 16 years old, a divine general at such a tender age. If he takes the field, what chance does young Master Cheng stand? Do not be deceived by his size. The fourth prince is forged in the crucible of warfare. I suspected, Yin, you would have a decisive advantage today, and it seems he has been quietly preparing a formidable strategy. Sheng Yunjiao, brimming with excitement, clung to the railing, straining to see the action unfold. Lu Yuanyuan's gaze also fell upon the fourth prince. At first glance, she found his countenance rather unappealing. Yet upon closer inspection, she noted a distinction. Though he appeared lean, he was not frail, contrasting with Cheng Qianyuan's bulk, resembling a seasoned hunter instead. In that fleeting moment, he turned his gaze towards her, only to swiftly divert his attention elsewhere. "Yuanyuan, did you see that? He looked our way." Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed, her face flushed with exhilaration, prompting Lu Yuanyuan to think that, had the setting been more appropriate, Sheng Yunjiao might have danced on the spot. In stark contrast to Sheng Yunjiao's enthusiasm, the atmosphere on the field was decidedly tense. The fifth prince, his face flushed with anger, was nearly apoplectic. Lu Yuanyuan's keen hearing allowed her to catch his words. "Fourth brother, what do you mean by this? We are merely here to play. This is not a battlefield." The fifth prince clenched his fists, glaring at the fourth prince. "Why? Is my participation unwelcome? Or is there a rule forbidding me from competing?" The fourth prince's voice matched his expression, icy and devoid of warmth. How can we play if you join?" The fifth prince was nearly beside himself with fury. He had anticipated an easy victory, only to find a formidable adversary emerging unexpectedly. "Are you afraid of losing? Or unable to accept defeat? Pathetic." The fourth prince replied, his expression unmoving, his voice cold as ice. The fifth prince, already provoked multiple times with insults, felt a surge of rage, wishing to claw the fourth prince and amp, Oppo's face. In desperation, he turned to the third prince for assistance. The third prince, caught off guard by this unexpected challenger, maintained his usual calm demeanor. Even at this moment, a gentle smile graced his lips. "The emperor has stated that polo matches serve both for entertainment and to cultivate our teamwork. Fourth brother, your participation is a rare opportunity for us to learn from you." He then smiled at the fourth prince. "So, let's proceed with your guidance." Chapter 34. The intentional injury accompanied by the resonant sound of gongs. The final match commenced. Lu Yuanyuan glanced around and noted that not only her group, but many spectators were standing, leaning forward in anticipation. At a particularly thrilling moment, Sheng Yunjiao almost leaped from her seat. Initially, Lu Yuanyuan did not feel a strong sense of immersion, but upon witnessing Yuanyuan being maliciously tripped, her frustration began to mount. Sheng Yunjiao was beside herself with indignation, exclaiming, I told you that scoundrel Cheng Qianyuan must have intended to cause trouble. He must have been the one to knock him off." On the polo field, the pace was rapid, and occasional collisions were to be expected. It was often difficult to discern whether they were accidental or deliberate. However, both Lu Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao had clearly observed Cheng Qianyuan and Oppo's intentional maneuver against Yuanyuan. Had it not been for Yuanyuan's exceptional skill in evasion, he would have surely been thrown from his mount. "Go, Yuanyuan!" Sheng Yunjiao could not help but cheer. Lu Yuanyuan joined in. "Go, Yuanyuan!" Yuanyuan raised his arm and waved back at them from afar. With this initial excitement, Lu Yuanyuan finally began to relish the joy of watching the match. Unlike the previous encounters where the fifth prince's team dominated effortlessly, this time, the fourth prince's presence on the field rendered them nearly powerless at the outset. Fortunately, the newly introduced third prince was no mere ornament. After a judicious reorganization of their formation, the tide slowly began to turn. This led to the earlier incident where Yuanyuan nearly found himself unseated. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. The young gentlemen in the stands erupted with enthusiasm, while even the usually composed, noble ladies became animated, swept up by the unfolding drama of the match. For Lu Yuanyuan, this was her first encounter with such an exhilarating event, leaving her feeling surprised, intrigued, and entertained. In the highest tier of the stands, Prince Rong leaned against the railing, fervently waving his arms, eager to join the fray himself, perspiration dotting his brow. Turning, he noticed the crown prince sitting quietly, seemingly engrossed in the match, yet also appearing detached. "How did you persuade that little rascal, to take the field?" With the third prince participating, this match was devoid of suspense. "I've never seen such lively excitement before," Prince Rong inquired curiously. At that moment, a ball was struck decisively into the goal, sparking a chorus of cheers from the crowd. "We won! We won!" It was indeed Yuanyuan's team celebrating their victory. On the field, while Yuanyuan's team reveled in their triumph, the fifth prince's team appeared despondent. Even the usually inscrutable third prince wore a solemn expression. The spotlighted fourth prince, however, cast his gaze over the crowd, directly towards the highest tier of the stands. Prince Rong snapped his fan shut, pointing at the crown prince. I knew it was you who had a hand in this. After all, who else could command see? Your Highness, you overstep, the crown prince replied coolly. Prince Rong quickly placed a hand over his mouth, muttering, there are no outsiders here. You are quite tedious. Yuanyuan's leg was injured. While it has healed, he cannot endure strenuous activity, the crown prince stated softly. Prince Rong's realization dawned. I see now. You are concerned over such trivial matters. That impudent Yuanyuan, running off to cause mischief with that rascal Su Fengxiu, injuring his leg, and still insisting on participating in the match. I thought once this event concluded, there would be no further competitions. He intentionally injured his leg, the crown prince remarked, his expression unchanging amidst the cacophony of cheers, as he absent-mindedly flipped through the pages of his book, as if the ruckus were a world away from him. What did you say? Is he out his mind? Prince Rong exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps he wishes to know what it feels like to have a broken leg. The crown prince replied casually. Prince Rong was momentarily stunned, his gaze falling upon the crown prince and Oppo's legs, his mouth agape, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Who goes there? Prince Rong hurriedly stepped out. The stands featured both open areas and exclusive pavilions for the nobility, with only the front section remaining uncovered, while the other three were draped with tents. As Prince Rong stepped outside, he spotted Yuanyuan standing there. What brings you here, little girl? Prince Rong inquired. His curiosity piqued. Truly, he was quite intrigued by her. She had managed to heal Yuanyuan and Oppo's leg and had navigated this tumultuous event unscathed. Even he was at a loss on how to deal with Su Fengxiu, considering the repercussions that would surely arise if the matter reached the Empress Dowager. To think this little girl could resolve such a predicament was truly fascinating. Even more curious was that he had never heard of any such figure emerging from the Shangwugong residence, especially one who had garnered the favor of the esteemed individual within. I came to bid farewell to the crown prince. I wanted to thank him for today. Yuanyuan confessed, somewhat bewildered. She had not intended to eavesdrop. After treating Su Fengxiu's leg, she had attended the match, and, having consumed all the snacks, she was still quite hungry. Thus, she planned to leave with Sheng Yunjiao, but upon reaching this area, she noticed Sheng Yunjiao darting off to the restroom. When she saw the crown prince seated there, she decided to extend her gratitude before departing. Little did she know, she would stumble upon the revelation that Yuanyuan had intentionally broken his leg. Caught eavesdropping, despite her thick skin, Yuanyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly apologized to Prince Rong. I did not mean to eavesdrop. Prince Rong chuckled. No harm done. Since you are here to bid farewell, let us proceed to the crown prince. He turned and led Yuanyuan back into the stands. Having overheard their conversation, the crown prince set aside his book as Yuanyuan approached. She hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Your Highness, for today. I must take my leave now to express my gratitude. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the delicacies displayed on a small table beside him, far more exquisite than those she had enjoyed earlier, with the aroma of cured meat wafting through the air. For a moment, Yuanyuan found herself entranced, entirely forgetting her purpose for approaching. The crown prince followed her gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you hungry? Chapter 35. An invitation. Yuanyuan immediately demurred. Though possessed of considerable audacity, she felt somewhat uneasy about taking advantage of the divine prince, whose benevolence stirred a sense of guilt within her. Despite her limited understanding of many things, she adhered to certain principles. However, her refusal was punctuated by a subtle, yet undeniable, rumble from her stomach. For the first time, Yuanyuan felt a pang of embarrassment and lowered her head. The equestrian games concluded, and the Prince of Rome was to deliver the victor's prize. After dropping off Yuanyuan, he departed, leaving only Yuanyuan, the crown prince, and his attendant eunuch in the viewing stand. The crown prince glanced at the pastries on the nearby table and said with a gentle smile, "Come and partake." Yuanyuan responded, surprised. "Come," the crown prince beckoned. Yuanyuan eagerly approached and seated herself on a nearby chair without further prompting. The crown prince graciously moved the pastry plate closer to her. "Please enjoy." Yuanyuan, who had been mentally salivating for some time, reached out and stuffed a pastry into her mouth. Only when her cheeks were bulging did she realize she had lost control of her impulses. She hastily retracted her hand, blinked her innocent eyes, and, resisting the urge to reach out again, fidgeted with her fingers. "Have these pastries packaged for the young lady to take with her," the crown prince instructed with a gentle tone. The eunuch promptly retrieved an oiled paper package, filled it with pastries, and presented it to Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan accepted the package and expressed her gratitude to the crown prince. "Thank you. You are truly a kind soul. I shall take my leave then. Remember, should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to offer it. I reside in the Sheng Manor, next to Yuanyuan." Clutching the pastries, Yuanyuan happily scampered off. Once she had departed, the eunuch behind the crown prince remarked, "Your Highness, it seems the young lady is unaware that the Sheng Manor's adjacent residence is your Highness's own villa. Master Yin mentioned that the young lady seems to enjoy Lady Lan's favor, but is not well liked by the Dowager and the Duke. It is speculated that she may be a relative from Lady Lan and Amp, Oppos, as maternal side. Should this servant investigate the young lady and Amp, Oppos, as background?" Today, Imperial physician Lu noted that the young lady's knife skills and suturing techniques bore a resemblance to those of the legendary ghost hand physician. It is possible that she has some connection to this enigmatic figure. "Your Highness, if this is the case, perhaps we can glean some information about the ghost hand physician from the young lady." "There is no need," the crown prince replied softly. "She is merely a visiting child." "But your Highness, what if?" the eunuch began to say, but, noticing the crown prince's expression, he wisely fell silent. As Yuanyuan walked with Sheng Yunjiao out of the Guanfeng garden, she couldn't help but wonder why Yuanyuan would deliberately break his own leg. Could it be, as the crown prince suggested, that he simply wanted to experience the sensation of a broken leg? He must be afflicted with some malady. "Were you pondering?" Sheng Yunjiao asked, shaking her arm. "Let's get in the carriage." The two climbed into the carriage. Yuanyuan glanced at Sheng Yunjiao, intending to share her doubts and seek her counsel. However, she suddenly realized that she had overheard this information, which was inappropriate to begin with. Sharing it with others would only compound the impropriety. She decided to wait for an opportunity to ask Yuanyuan directly. Yuanyuan popped the last pastry in her mouth and said, "Nothing, just hungry." She possessed great strength and a large appetite. In addition to her inability to resist food, her high level of activity meant she grew hungry quickly. This explained why, despite acquiring several means of livelihood, she remained perpetually impoverished and unable to satiate her hunger. After having that dream, she came to the capital, not to evade her fate, but also to freeload. Why should Xing Yunju usurp her identity and enjoy free meals? She didn't expect the Sheng Manor to compensate her for anything, but at least they could feed her. Sheng Yunjiao's eyes twinkled, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Since we're already out, and it and Amp, Oppos, it's still early, I and Amp, Oppos, I'll take you to eat something delicious. I guarantee you and Amp, Oppos, I'll love it." Yuanyuan and Amp, Oppos, S interest was piqued. Remembering the 5 taels of silver she had secretly brought, she felt a pang of reluctance. But Sheng Yunjiao was so generous that she couldn't let her bear the cost alone. "As long as you don't order anything too expensive, I'll treat you." "Oh, really?" Sheng Yunjiao widened her eyes, staring at Yuanyuan in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? You're treating me?" Yuanyuan felt a sharp pang of regret, but she couldn't take back her words. She quickly added a caveat. "I don't have much silver to treat you to anything fancy. I only have 5 taels. That's enough. I'll take you to a great place." Sheng Yunjiao instructed the coachman outside, and the carriage turned a corner, heading towards a bustling market street. As soon as they alighted, Yuanyuan, the country bumpkin, was awestruck. The bustling market street was filled with steam, and despite the sweltering summer heat, smoke billowed from every corner, filling the air with the aroma of food. This is called 100 Flavors Market, in the 13 alleys of the South District. This street specializes in all kinds of snacks. Let me tell you, Old Yang's mutton soup is absolutely divine. And the braised pork knuckle from that shop over there, and the tofu buns. Before Sheng Yunjiao could finish her enthusiastic introduction, Lu Yuanyuan had already darted off like a mouse in a grain store. As they strolled along, their mouths and hands were filled with various snacks. Lu Yuanyuan was never stingy when it came to food. Although prices in the capital were much higher than in her hometown, her 5 taels of silver were enough to fill them both up. "Hey, Sheng Yunjiao, hurry up." Lu Yuanyuan stood in front of a fried, stinky tofu stall, impatiently urging Sheng Yunjiao to come. Sheng Yunjiao paused, momentarily stunned by the smile on Lu Yuanyuan's face. From the moment Lu Yuanyuan entered the Sheng manor, she had initially approached her with an agenda. However, after spending time together, she found Lu Yuanyuan to be quite amusing and wanted to get closer to her. Yet, this was the first time she had seen Lu Yuanyuan smile so genuinely and freely. It was as if this was the true Lu Yuanyuan, while the one in the Duke's manor was always distant. She was at an age where she had close friends, but she didn't fully understand the meaning of friendship. Yet, as she ran towards Lu Yuanyuan, she felt a sense of joy, a feeling of excitement, as if something had broken free from its cage. The two spent every last bit of Lu Yuanyuan's 5 taels of silver before reluctantly climbing back into the carriage. By the time they returned to the Duke's manor, dusk had already fallen. As soon as they alighted from the carriage, a servant from the Duke's side stopped Lu Yuanyuan. "Miss Lu, the Duke requests your presence in his study. He has been waiting for you for 2 hours." Chapter 36. Do you wish to learn martial arts? Early in the morning, Lu Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao set out, and by the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon hearing the servant's words, Sheng Yunjiao immediately felt a surge of anxiety. After today, she believed she had grown quite close to Lu Yuanyuan and hurriedly leaned in to whisper, "Could it be that my uncle is angry because he found out I took you out for fun? What should we do? If that's the case, I'll go with you. Let's share the punishment." "Do not worry. No need," Lu Yuanyuan replied firmly. Sheng Yunjiao widened her eyes in alarm and insisted, "How can you say that? Do you not consider me a friend?" Lu Yuanyuan explained, "I mean, I can handle this myself." "But how can that be? What if?" Sheng Yunjiao hesitated, unable to voice her concern that her uncle might target Lu Yuanyuan. In truth, she too was perplexed. If only she understood that Lu Yuanyuan was indeed a fascinating girl. Why would her uncle refuse to acknowledge her? The incident where her uncle had sent someone to harm Lu Yuanyuan still lingered vividly in Sheng Yunjiao's mind. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "You go ahead. I will fetch help for you." Seeing Sheng Yunjiao's anxious demeanor on her behalf, Lu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of emotion. She was not particularly worried about what the Duke of Sheng might do to her. At worst, they would send someone to give her a beating. She had endured worse before. It was hardly a matter of great significance. "Rest assured, I will be fine. You should return now. We shall meet again tomorrow." Lu Yuanyuan reassured Sheng Yunjiao. Though still uneasy, Sheng Yunjiao had no choice as the servant pressed on. "Miss Lu, please, wait for me," Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed before dashing away. Lu Yuanyuan followed the servant to the Duke of Sheng's study. The study was located in the outer courtyard, and upon entering the Duke's residence, they arrived swiftly. It was uncertain whether the Duke was genuinely waiting for her, but inside the study, he was indeed alone. The servant ushered Lu Yuanyuan inside before departing. Lu Yuanyuan stood in the study, glancing at the Duke of Sheng, who appeared to be engrossed in his work. Despite her entrance, he did not raise his head. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired. Only then did the Duke seem to notice her, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Lu Yuanyuan thought to herself how pretentious he was. This so-called relative was indeed a disappointment, being the least reliable in both dreams and reality. As a child, she had listened to her village peers boast about their fathers, harboring dreams and expectations of her own. However, after that day of testing, all her hopes had been extinguished. Unfazed, Lu Yuanyuan met his gaze, waiting in silence for him to speak. After what felt like an eternity, the Duke finally broke the silence, asking, "Do you possess medical skills? Who is your teacher?" Before entering, Lu Yuanyuan had anticipated that the Duke and Amp, Oppose, S. summons was merely about one matter: the incident at the polo field where Su Fengqiu was unexpectedly injured. However, she had not expected that he would inquire about her medical knowledge instead. "Medical skills? What I know of medicine. Are you referring to bone setting? I believe I mentioned that I was once thrown into a trap in the mountains as a child, rescued by a passing hunter. I had no means of survival and learned to hunt alongside him, picking up a few methods for treating injuries along the way. Hunting inevitably involves such things, Yuanyuan casually replied. Your skill in setting bones does not seem to stem from a mere hunter. The Duke scrutinized her intently, as if seeking some flaw in her expression. The Duke was a formidable figure, a seasoned warrior. Most would falter under his piercing gaze. Yet Yuanyuan appeared entirely unfazed. Nodding earnestly, hunters do not teach such things. It is merely that I have hunted extensively and excel at butchering, particularly in the art of disassembling bones. The more one does it, the more adept one becomes. Does it not require formal training? She spoke the truth. She had indeed learned through practice. Her aunt had a penchant for bringing home wild game, and she would meticulously disassemble every bone, ensuring that even the remnants of a cooked bird were reassembled. Through exposure, she had become intimately familiar with the anatomy of even the smallest creatures. The Duke regarded her with a weighty gaze. He had but 2 daughters, one illegitimate daughter who had married last year and left him with little impression, and the legitimate 3rd daughter, Yuanyuan, who was gentle, intelligent, and well-versed in propriety. He had been satisfied with her, despite her lack of the family's beauty. Then he learned of Yuanyuan's existence. His initial reaction was to suppress the matter entirely. He had no need for an unexpected daughter, and the Duke's residence ought not to become embroiled in tales of mistaken identities. However, the news spread too rapidly, and the Yuan family caused a ruckus, compelling him to make a decisive choice. He figured it would be beneficial to bring her back. In their family, an additional daughter could translate into increased advantage. Yet he had not anticipated that Yuanyuan would prove to be a disappointment. Her appearance marred, she held little value for the Shang family. The only potential use lay in the betrothal agreement once made between the late empress and the Lan family. However, he was acutely aware of the prince's precarious situation, and the likelihood of that agreement being fulfilled seemed grim. Thus, he decided to allow Yuanyuan to remain unacknowledged. It was enough to keep her as a backup for the future. He did not mind nurturing her, viewing it as a mere formality. But Yuanyuan surprised him. She was far too restless. Restless enough to have engaged in a brawl with several children the day prior, causing a ruckus in the kitchen, and the following day, she had drawn the young lord of the Yin family to her side, prompting Lan to seek him out in distress. Even after a brief period of calm, she nearly instigated a feud with the Su family at the polo field, only to deftly resolve it and capture the prince's attention. A person of no worth, regardless of beauty, was merely a vase to be discarded. Yet if one proved useful, even if lacking in allure, they could become a pivotal piece in the game. The exquisite mask upon Yuanyuan's face shimmered in the candlelight, casting a glow that illuminated her entire countenance. The evening's dimness concealed her slightly dusky complexion, revealing only her finely chiseled features. The mask resembled not merely a facade, but rather a precious gem that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, allowing her rough stone to radiate the luster of pearls. However, if this were indeed a pearl, the Duke in Apos' gaze darkened further, his mind churning with a different thought. Do you desire to learn martial arts? Chapter 37. Are you trying to make me serve you? Yuanyuan gazed at Duke Shang in astonishment. Of course, she yearned to learn martial arts. Although she possessed considerable strength and had honed her skills over the years to a remarkable level, she was still untrained in formal martial arts. The few techniques she had acquired were merely through encounters with wild beasts while hunting in the mountains, coupled with her profound understanding of the human anatomy, enabling her to deliver lethal blows. She had also picked up some basic boxing skills from the bodyguards, but she could hardly be considered a martial artist. If given the opportunity, she would certainly wish to learn. However, she had initially assumed that Duke Shang had summoned her to inquire about the incident at the polo field, perhaps to punish her in some way. Yet he had not mentioned it at all. Instead, he had posed the question of whether she wanted to practice martial arts. Yuanyuan felt a sense of unease. The weasel offering New Year's greetings to the chicken could not bode well. At that moment, her mind raced, and she quickly responded, "What do you wish for me to do?" Yuanyuan pondered whether he had recognized her potential and intended to train her for some nefarious purpose. Her candid gaze made Duke Shang exceedingly uncomfortable. Among his 4 sons, Only the youngest was somewhat unruly. None matched Lu Yuanyuan's wild and untamed spirit. If you wish to establish yourself in the Duke's residence, you must demonstrate your value. I offer you this opportunity. You may accept or decline. However, in the future, if you find yourself lacking in ability, do not blame the world for being unfair to you. I have already informed you that your meager skills are inconsequential in the capital. If you lack competence, do not create trouble. Should you continue to act without propriety as you did today, I would not hesitate to find another way to discipline you, Duke Sheng stated coldly. His lofty rhetoric was merely a guise to compel her to serve him. Lu Yuanyuan doubted that, should she find herself in peril, Duke Sheng would truly protect her. His words were nothing more than an admonition to prove her usefulness to secure her place in the Duke's residence. In other words, she must prove her worth to serve the Duke. Such a notion was quite naive. Lu Yuanyuan, I can bring you into the Duke's residence, but I can also cast you out. No one had ever dared to be so brazen before Duke Sheng, and his expression darkened considerably. Who are you planning to cast out? You might as well let me leave alongside you. The study door was flung open, and Lan, supported by Granny Hui, entered with wide, incredulous eyes, staring at Duke Sheng. So this is how you treat my daughter behind my back. Granny Hui guided Lan to Lu Yuanyuan's side, holding her behind her as she defiantly glared at Duke Sheng. I tell you, from this day forth, Yuanyuan is my sole daughter. She requires neither your care nor that of the Duke and Oppo's residence. Thus, could you spare her? Duke Sheng, accustomed to his authoritative demeanor, felt somewhat helpless in the presence of his first wife. Could you refrain from causing a scene? Duke Sheng rose. Exasperation etched on his face as he observed her frail condition. He was aware that Lan had been closely monitoring Lu Yuanyuan, yet today, merely moments after summoning her, she insisted on dragging her weakened self here. What was she trying to prevent? Duke Sheng was genuinely annoyed, yet he could not speak harshly to Lan. Causing a scene? In your eyes, defending my daughter is causing a scene? Lan's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Duke Sheng. For all these years, I have never interfered with your actions. Now, with little time left for me, I merely wish for my daughter to remain safe and healthy by my side. Is that a bother to you? Lu Yuanyuan, witnessing Lan's confrontation with Duke Sheng, felt a flicker of empathy despite her disdain for her oblivious parents. She responded, so it appears that even the esteemed Duke Sheng is merely a coward who can only direct his anger at his wife. Outrageous! Duke Sheng was beside himself with fury, grabbing the paperweight from the table, ready to hurl it at Lu Yuanyuan. Lan extended her arms to shield Lu Yuanyuan. If you must throw something, throw it at me. What Yuanyuan said was not wrong. You, Duke Sheng, can only assert your dominance over your wife and daughter. If you dare to lay a finger on her, you must first step over my dead body. Despite his rage, Duke Sheng could not bring himself to hurl the paperweight at his wife. Regret washed over him. Had he made a mistake in bringing Lu Yuanyuan back? Was she his nemesis? Just as he had begun to strategize how to cultivate her into a valuable asset, he encountered Lan, a formidable obstacle. For years, he had grown accustomed to Lan's gentle demeanor, but since Lu Yuanyuan's return, he was witnessing her fierce stubbornness for the first time. You. Duke Sheng was at a loss for words, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Lan, as if struck by a great shock, staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Madam, Granny Hui rushed to support Lan. Duke Sheng, alarmed, swiftly moved around the desk, hastily approached, and took Lan in his arms, shouting, Quick, summon the doctor. He turned and carefully laid Lan on the soft couch in the study. Leaning weakly against the couch, Lan raised her hand and slapped Duke Sheng across the face. Duke Sheng stared at her in disbelief, gritting his teeth. Have you lost your mind? Lan, struggling to breathe, glared at Duke Sheng with intense hatred. I tell you, even if I die, even as a ghost, I will haunt you. If you harm Yuanyuan in the slightest, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Duke Sheng, usually patient, felt his temper fraying. He had never threatened Lu Yuanyuan. What was this madness? You are utterly unreasonable, Duke Sheng exclaimed in anger. Rising in fury, Duke Sheng found that Lan had not even glanced at him, instead reaching out to Lu Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, come here. Lu Yuanyuan obediently approached, contemplating, and extended her hand. As soon as Lan grasped her hand, tears began to flow. I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you that has caused you distress. Duke Sheng's expression darkened further. He could not fathom how he had wronged her. Why should a noble woman like her create such a ruckus over him? Chapter 38. I do not wish to become like that due to Madame Land's poor health. The Duke's residence had always kept a physician on standby. The doctor arrived promptly, nervously taking Madame Land's pulse, and cautiously articulated, "To the Duke, your wife has been frail for many years without proper rest and cannot withstand stress. It is most detrimental for her to harbor worries within her heart. If this continues, it may adversely affect her longevity." The physician's words darkened the Duke Sheng's expression further as he gazed at Madame Lan, a familiar presence now feeling strangely alien. In his memories, she was not like this, not so feeble and pallid, once a woman of unparalleled beauty and radiance. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she appeared as a withered flower on the brink of wilting. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. He gestured for her to return to her quarters. Madame Lan disregarded him, gripping Yuanyuan's hand tightly. She then stubbornly fixed her gaze on Duke Sheng, whose heart was pierced by her look, compelling him to address Yuanyuan. "You should return for now." Yuanyuan released Madame Lan's hand and turned to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she turned back, her voice firm. "Take good care of yourself." With that, she departed the study without a backward glance. As she exited the study, she paused momentarily, pondering the situation. What was truly occurring? While others might be oblivious to the physician's dubious methods, she was not. She had only learned about treating external injuries and acupuncture from her aunt, and had picked up a basic understanding of pulse diagnosis from the town's old physician. In their small town, there were hardly 2 physicians, and thus the old doctor saw a variety of patients daily. She had apprenticed there for a few months. When observing the old doctor diagnose patients, he had imparted wisdom. To treat someone, one must first learn to observe the person. Some ailments required a lighter touch in description, while others necessitated a more severe portrayal. In their little town, most cases were described in the latter manner. If not presented as serious, the patients, concerned about expenses, would forego treatment, allowing minor ailments to escalate into significant ones. Conversely, affluent families, particularly those in power, often needed their ailments downplayed due to numerous taboos. It was best to avoid responsibility, lest these insignificant doctors risk their very lives. The old physician had once served in the households of the powerful in the capital, but due to his inability to navigate the nuances, he had faced punishment that almost cost him his life, prompting his retreat back to his hometown in Qingzhou. Earlier, while Madame Lan held onto her hand, Yuanyuan had discreetly felt Madame Lan's pulse. Although she could not discern the specific ailment, she clearly sensed the frailty of Madame Lan's pulse, indicating extreme weakness. The doctor's foreboding remark about the potential impact on her longevity was clearly understated. Given her current state, it seemed unlikely she could endure for much longer. Yet in her dreams, Madame Lan had lived for several years longer, up until the moment she was hastily married at 16 and tragically met her demise. Never had she heard of Madame Lan's passing. Even if Madame Lan's health were to decline, that should have been a matter for years to come. How was it possible that within merely a month of her return, Madame Lan's condition had deteriorated to such a degree? Filled with perplexity, Yuanyuan exited the study courtyard and spotted Sheng Yunjiao peering curiously from a distance. Upon seeing her emerge, she hurried over, inspecting her closely. "You frightened me. Are you all right?" Realizing the implication of her words, Yuanyuan responded, "Did you summon Madame here?" "Of course. What if you truly got hurt? I heard them say Uncle is quite fierce. I didn't even dare go to my mother. I rushed to find help for you, fearing that if I returned, I might not be able to leave again." Although the second Madame typically indulged her daughter, she was also strict in her discipline, and returning late would certainly entail a scolding. "The Duke did not punish me today, so do not worry." Yuanyuan felt a wave of gratitude. Though she was indifferent to Duke Sheng's treatment of her, it was unexpectedly touching to know someone cared. Yet the most surprising was Madame Lan. She was not quite as Yuanyuan had envisioned or dreamt. Initially, as in her dreams, Madame Lan was reluctant to part with Sheng Yunju, unwilling to send away the daughter of her enemies for her own flesh and blood. Thus, Yuanyuan remained indifferent. However, as Madame Lan cautiously approached, Yuanyuan had observed all. Now, Witnessing her in such a state stirred a tempest within her heart. Noticing Lu Yuanyuan lost in thought, Sheng Yunjiao could not help but inquire, "Do you not find it strange? Clearly, uncle is your father, yet." Sheng Yunjiao struggled to articulate her thoughts, daunted by the implications. If she were in Lu Yuanyuan's position, she could scarcely fathom how twisted her feelings would be. After all, Duke Sheng was indeed Yuanyuan's biological father, yet she could not call him father and had to constantly fear his potential wrath. If Yuanyuan were an illegitimate child born of an outsider or a concubine, it might be easier to comprehend. Yet, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, yet had to yield to a pretender from a servant's family. To dwell on such matters would only drive one to madness. I do not wish to become like that. Lu Yuanyuan spoke the truth. In her dreams, it was her attachment that had transformed her into a despised lunatic. Sheng Yunjiao furrowed her brow, contemplating the meaning behind her words. "By the way, I wanted to ask you, has Madame always been in such poor health?" Lu Yuanyuan could not restrain her curiosity. "You mean Aunt? Her health has not been well, but merely with common ailments. However, she has indeed been unwell more frequently of late." Sheng Yunjiao, ever the informant, quickly shared all she knew. "I overheard it said that Aunt suffered a premature birth while carrying you, which shocked her. Since then, she has not recuperated properly, leaving her with lingering health issues. After that, her condition gradually worsened. I was away with my parents until I returned to the capital at the age of 5. And during these years, Aunt has fallen ill 2 or 3 times each year, yet I had not heard of any serious conditions until recently. Thus, it seems she had only been weak before, not to the extent of such frailty. Could it truly be that she was harboring her worries? If you're concerned, you might return and speak with Granny Shun. Have her mention it to Granny Hui and arrange for a physician to visit the residence. It would not be difficult for us to invite a doctor. We could simply send a request to the Imperial Medical Institute. Alternatively, you could wait for Yuanyuan to arrive. He could easily assist, being the prince's cousin, and all the best doctors in the capital are at the East Palace." Chapter 39. The encounter with Miss Lu. As the two conversed, they made their way towards the rear courtyard. Upon arriving, their paths diverged, necessitating a separation. "I understand now. Thank you." Lu Yuanyuan expressed her gratitude sincerely. When she first arrived at the Duke Sheng's residence, she had no intention of engaging with anyone within the household. However, she found herself unable to resist Sheng Yunjiao's exuberance. Before coming to the Duke's residence, she was merely a typical 13-year-old girl, occupied with her own affairs and surrounded by trustworthy companions. She refused to let a single dream transform her into a creature of confusion, believing that all individuals were malevolent. Thus, she graciously accepted the kindness extended to her. Sheng Yunjiao waved her hand, saying, "I shall take my leave now. My mother is bound to scold me. You should return and rest as well." Once Sheng Yunjiao had dashed away, Lu Yuanyuan headed towards her own quarters. Upon her return, Yuanxing, brimming with excitement, rushed over, marveling at the mask upon her face, praising how it transformed her into an entirely different person. Even Granny Shun remarked that henceforth, such adornment would be most fitting, and she eagerly penned a plethora of beauty recipes, instructing Yuanxing to prepare a medicinal bath for Lu Yuanyuan. Before Lu Yuanyuan could voice a word, she was whisked away into the bathing room and plunged into a tub brimming with herbs. As she inhaled the fragrant concoction, she quietly mused, "This is indeed extravagant." Granny Shun, with a serious demeanor, replied, "My dear, you are growing up now, and soon you shall enter the academy, where you will be seen by many. You must not allow yourself to be outshone." Following this, she expressed her disdain for Yuanxing's clumsiness, sending her away to assist Lu Yuanyuan with acupressure herself. Reflecting on the events of the evening, Lu Yuanyuan discerned that the Duke had no intention of reprimanding her that day. However, she had gleaned some insights for the Duke. The question of whether a daughter was biological was of little consequence, as what mattered most was her utility. He inquired whether she wished to practice martial arts, likely seeing potential in her that could be cultivated for his benefit. While Lu Yuanyuan held a keen interest in martial arts, she did not wish to become a mere pawn, exploited by others. Nevertheless, after their heated exchange and with the commotion caused by the Lan family, it was likely that he would not entertain the notion for some time. exhausted from the day's events. Yuanyuan soon found herself unwittingly closing her eyes under Granny Shun and Amp Oppo's administrations. Meanwhile, upon entering her own courtyard, Shang Yunjiao was promptly summoned by the second madam, who questioned her return. "You're back already?" Shang Yunjiao chuckled sheepishly, running to embrace her mother's arm and feigning innocence. "Mother, I rarely get a chance to play, and I hurried back as soon as it grew dark. You dare to speak so? Do you think I am oblivious? Upon your return, you did not come to greet me, but instead rushed to your aunt's quarters for assistance. You have been in the residence for nearly an hour now. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Moreover, tell me honestly, what transpired this afternoon at the viewing wind garden? Did Yuanyuan cause trouble again? Were you involved?" The second madam poked her finger into Shang Yunjiao's forehead with vigor. "Mother, how could you say such a thing? If it weren't for Yuanyuan today, you might not have seen your precious daughter again. You have no idea how aggressive Cheng Er is. Her punch is larger than my face. She struck at me, and had it not been for Yuanyuan, my head would have been crushed and my face would have been misshapen. It was utterly terrifying." Shang Yunjiao began to recount her grievances animatedly. "What? This is utterly outrageous. The Cheng family has truly lost all sense of decency. Fear not, I shall return this indignity to you in due time." The second madam's eyes widened in exasperation, her earlier disdain quickly replaced by concern as she cradled Shang Yunjiao's face, scrutinizing her for injuries. "I am perfectly fine, but Cheng Er did not fare well. Yuanyuan dealt with her twice, and she deserved it," Shang Yunjiao declared with pride. "You are a constant source of worry." The second madam sighed, exasperated. "Do not try to evade my questions. This afternoon, the Su family delivered gifts, specifically for Miss Lu. What is the story behind that?" "Well," Shang Yunjiao scratched her head, knowing that Su Fengqiu and Oppo's injury would soon spread throughout the capital. Concealing it would be futile. So she recounted the day's events truthfully. After listening, the second madam pondered. "So you mean to say that girl possesses not only strength but also medical skills, and has even caught the attention of the crown prince?" Shang Yunjiao blinked, then nodded. "That could be one way to put it. Yuanyuan is indeed remarkable." "Very well. I understand. Since she saved you today, I shall arrange for some gifts to be sent to her tomorrow." The second madam smiled. "Thank you, mother," Shang Yunjiao exclaimed joyfully, rushing to snuggle against her. "You are the best." Yet, the second madam mused inwardly that they had underestimated this girl from the countryside, who might very well bring them unexpected joy in the future. The following day, Yuanyuan awoke early, resuming her studies diligently. For the entrance examinations for the academy were fast approaching next month. She was determined to learn as much as possible during this period. Aware of her commitment to her studies, Shang Yunjiao refrained from disturbing her. In the afternoon, recalling the support from the Lan family the previous day, Yuanyuan turned to Granny Shun and inquired, "Granny, I wish to visit the madam. Would you accompany me?" Surprised, Granny Shun eventually nodded. "The madam will surely be delighted." Yuanyuan donned a fresh outfit, her first proactive visit to Lady Lan. However, shortly after stepping outside her courtyard, she noticed the servants of the residence avoiding her sight, seemingly shunning something. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Granny Shun instinctively grasped Yuanyuan's arm, suggesting, "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to pay our respects to the madam." With keen observation and hearing surpassing that of Granny Shun, Yuanyuan recognized that something unusual was afoot and refused to retreat. "No, we shall go today," she asserted. Left with no choice, Granny Shun followed as they made their way to Lady Lan's quarters. As they approached, they spotted a group gathered in the garden, their heads bowed in hushed conversation. "Do you think what the immortal said today is true? That cousin truly brings misfortune to our madam? How could it be false? Are you not aware of who she is? That is the revered Shangshan immortal from Qinglian Temple, a place where the nobility goes to cultivate." Her words carry great weight. She personally came to the residence, stating that our madam's health has been declining due to the ill fate intertwined with that cousin. It's a matter of mutual detriment. The better the other party fares, the weaker our madam becomes, akin to infants sapping their mother's vitality, ultimately leading to the mother's demise. Do you not know the cousin's background? For years, our madam has been in good health, yet upon her return, she falls ill, growing weaker by the day. Is that not a curious coincidence? Indeed, I heard that our madam's ailment stems from complications of a premature birth. Did it not already bring misfortune upon her? Had it not been for the third miss being by the madam's side all these years, who knows what calamity might have arisen? Ah, do not speak so recklessly. How can this be mere folly? If not, how do you explain this extraordinary coincidence? Our madam was slightly unwell before, but never to this extent. I have heard she has begun coughing blood these past few days. It must be that Lu girl who brings her misfortune. Chapter 40. Is it my turn to flaunt my power? Madame Shun trembled with anger as she approached and coldly admonished, "What nonsense are you speaking?" The gossiping maids turned to see Madame Shun and her companion, Lu Yuanyuan, startled and somewhat guilty. One of the older women muttered softly, "We were merely chatting, just idle talk." Idle talk? Madame Shun halted before the woman, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap. "Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of your master behind their back? You dare strike me?" The woman was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Madame Shun. "I'm a servant in the ladies' courtyard. Who do you think you are to hit me?" Another maid quickly chimed in, "Exactly. We are from the ladies' courtyard, while you are merely a wet nurse from that minor branch. Why do you have to lay a hand on us? After today, the lady might not even remain in the residence. How could you possibly flaunt your authority? Preposterous." Madame Shun shot them a cold glare. "My action is not dictated by your status, but by the disruption of decorum." Decorum? Who established these rules? One of the women scoffed. "Fine, if you dismiss the rules so easily, then come with me to see the lady," Madame Shun retorted, her gaze piercing. The women instantly shrank back at her words. They had engaged in idle chatter under the assumption that no one would inform the lady, given the current state of affairs. Should this escalate? Fearful, they fell silent. Lu Yuanyuan stepped forward and stood before them, appearing slightly plumper than when she first arrived, yet still frail. However, after changing her attire and mask, she exuded a newfound presence, especially with her eyes, clear yet imbued with an inexplicable chill. "Is it not my turn to flaunt my power?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired. The maids exchanged glances, and one murmured, "Miss, I advise you to accept your fate. You are not born into wealth. Otherwise, why waste such a good background, only to suffer in the countryside? You are a calamity, not fit to be here." Upon hearing this, the woman who had been slapped immediately added, "Indeed, calling you miss is already an honor. Know your place and return to the countryside. Perhaps you might find some favor. Otherwise, should anything happen to the lady, it would all be on you." Lu Yuanyuan chuckled softly, raising her hand to strike each of them across the face. They could not comprehend how she moved so swiftly, only feeling a burning pain on their cheeks and suddenly spitting blood, losing a tooth in the process. "I cannot predict if I shall flaunt my power tomorrow, but today you will endure my wrath," Lu Yuanyuan declared, surveying the swollen faces of the maids. "I possess great strength and lack restraint. It is best you refrain from further gossip, or I shall remove your remaining teeth." The women were paralyzed with fear, promptly dropping to their knees. As Lu Yuanyuan walked past them, she turned to Madame Shun and said, "Let us go, madam." Madame Shun glanced at the trembling women before looking back at Lu Yuanyuan's frail silhouette, a smile curving her lips. For the first time, she realized how gratifying it was to strike someone. Upon entering Yulan Pavilion, a serene silence enveloped the room. The doctor and the so-called immortal Shan Shan had likely departed, leaving the space tranquil. As Lu Yuanyuan stepped inside, Madame Hui promptly approached. "Miss, you have arrived. Come in quickly. The lady was just mentioning you. She will be delighted to see you." Lu Yuanyuan noted the weariness on Madame Hui's face, yet she remained warm and devoid of any sense of taboo. Following her into the inner chamber, Lu Yuanyuan found Lady Lan reclined against the headboard, her complexion appearing worse than the previous day. However, upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan, her eyes brightened momentarily. "Yuanyuan, have you come to visit your mother?" Lu Yuanyuan halted a few steps from the bed, not advancing, but nodding gently. "Madam." The light in Lady Lan's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly regained her cheerfulness, beckoning Lu Yuanyuan closer. "Yuanyuan, come here." Lu Yuanyuan approached, contemplating, and chose to sit on the footstool beside her bed, taking her hand in hers. Unsure of what to say to Lady Lan, she finally ventured, "Shall I check your pulse?" Though her medical knowledge was scant, She had studied for several years and hoped that a more detailed examination today might yield some insights. Lady Lan joyfully extended her wrist. Yes, please. As Lu Yuanyuan's fingers pressed against Lady Lan's pulse, she instructed Madame Hui exile, please fetch the items I prepared for Yuanyuan to take home. Yuanyuan, you have returned for a while, but have yet to visit your grandfather. He has mentioned several times that I should take you back. I regret that my health has not permitted it. Once I recover in a few days, I shall take you to pay your respects. I am aware that family matters may have caused you distress, and if you do not wish to acknowledge the Sheng family, it matters not. Your grandfather will surely be fond of you. Lady Lan gazed tenderly at Lu Yuanyuan, her heart swelling with affection. After their previous encounter, she perceived that her daughter bore an increasing resemblance to herself, growing more endearing with each glance. In her heart, she mused that despite any flaws, her daughter would be the most beautiful when adorned, and with time, she would shine brighter than anyone else. Lu Yuanyuan remained silent, earnestly feeling Lady Lan's pulse. It was even more alarming than the day before, evoking a sense of impending exhaustion. Even with her limited expertise, it was clear that under Lady Lan's current condition, no matter how fine the medicine, she likely would not survive the year. How could this be? Setting aside the dream, when she first entered the residence and met Lady Lan, although frail, her complexion had still been somewhat rosy. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation and inquiry. Even without checking Lady Lan's pulse then, it was evident that her health had not deteriorated to this extent. What could have caused such a drastic change in just over half a month? Lu Yuanyuan could not help but frown. Yet, Lady Lan grasped her hand tightly, her expression anxious as she looked at her. Yuanyuan, have you heard something? Do not pay heed to those who speak foolishly. I am fine, truly. My ailments are merely chronic, and I am aware of my condition. Do not believe those baseless rumors. It is merely the household's concern for my health that led them to invite the immortal Shanshan for a consultation. Does she possess medical knowledge, this immortal? Chapter 41. I shall meet her in person. Lu Yuanyuan inquired of Lady Lan. Lady Lan was momentarily taken aback. The arrival of the esteemed immortal Shanshan was known throughout the household. Her utterances had been made without concealment. Although she had promptly instructed Granny Hui to caution the servants against idle chatter, it was impossible to quell the spread of rumors. As soon as Lu Yuanyuan entered, Lady Lan feared that she had come regarding this very matter. Her apprehensions intensified when she approached to take her pulse. Consequently, she decided to speak first, anxious that Yuanyuan might misconstrue her intentions. However, she never anticipated that Lu Yuanyuan would inquire whether immortal Shanshan possessed medical skills, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, Lady Lan hesitantly replied, she likely does not. Immortal Shanshan primarily specializes in fortune-telling and resolving the dilemmas of the affluent, excelling in her craft, which has garnered her considerable favor among the nobility. Lu Yuanyuan appeared to ponder this. Just then, a voice called from the entrance, "Third Miss, fifth young master." Lady Lan's complexion shifted slightly, instinctively glancing toward Lu Yuanyuan. The latter noted the fleeting panic on Lady Lan's face, but chose to disregard it, gently releasing her grasp. Lady Lan gazed at her now empty hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Sheng Yunju entered and upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan, blinked rapidly, her eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears. With each step she took, her anxious gaze turned toward Lady Lan. "Mother, are you feeling better?" I have Sheng Yunju cast a furtive glance at Lu Yuanyuan, hesitating briefly before resolutely continuing. I have spoken with immortal Shanshan. She mentioned that upon her return, she would have Master Billion concoct some heart-nourishing pills, which may aid in Mother S' recovery. Is that true? The imperial physician also said that if we could obtain the heart-nourishing pills from Qinglian Temple, perhaps Mother S' illness could be cured. Sheng Jun interjected excitedly. It is said that the heart-nourishing pills from Qinglian Temple are reserved solely for the palace, and even then, the quantity is limited. Only 2 are provided to the Empress Dowager each month. If that is the case, it would be marvelous. Thank heaven, third miss. You have truly exerted yourself. Granny Hui, who had just entered, overheard their conversation and shared in their joy. Lady Lan's health had deteriorated rapidly in recent days. prompting her to pray fervently. She had contemplated seeking the heart-nourishing pills herself, but acquiring them was no simple feat. It was rumored that the heart-nourishing pills from Qinglian Temple contained two rare herbs not found in ordinary pills. Yet no physician had been able to ascertain what those herbs were. Thus, the entire capital recognized the heart-nourishing pills from Qinglian Temple as a miraculous remedy for calming the heart and spirit, but they remained exceedingly rare, often described as priceless, yet unavailable in the market. As long as it benefits Mother-S health, I am willing to do anything. Sheng Yunju spoke softly. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Lu Yuanyuan, uninterested in their melodramatic exchange, rose to depart. The atmosphere in the room froze, as if no one had noticed Lu Yuanyuan's presence until now. Sheng Jun glanced at Lu Yuanyuan, feeling hesitant to provoke her, yet unable to resist saying, "Can you not leave the Duke's residence? What purpose do you serve here?" "Xiao Wu, do not speak so." Sheng Yunju quickly tugged at Sheng Jun, biting her lip as she turned to Lu Yuanyuan. "Yuanyuan, please do not hold Xiao Wu's words against him. He is merely concerned for Mother-S health. I understand that today's events may lead to misunderstandings, but I would rather that immortal Shangshan spoke of someone else. That I could be the one to leave Mother-S side, if only it would restore her health. I would do anything as she spoke." Tears streamed down Sheng Yunju's cheeks. "How can you be certain that the person she referred to is not you?" Lu Yuanyuan asked. Sheng Yunju tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her expression filled with bitterness. "I know you harbor resentment towards me. However, you may not comprehend immortal Shangshan's abilities as you are not in the capital. It is said that her master hails from a mystical island and is proficient in the art of fortune-telling. Even the Empress Dowager praises her. And His Majesty has remarked that immortal Shangshan possesses divine capabilities. To receive her guidance is a rare fortune for our household. I wish I could take Mother-S place in her illness. I do not seek your approval, merely hope that you might consider Mother-S well-being and choose to believe." Lu Yuanyuan fixed her gaze upon Sheng Yunju, and upon hearing her words, she suddenly chuckled. "From the moment I heard of this immortal Shangshan, I found it peculiar. I even specifically inquired of Lady Lan earlier. If she is neither a physician, how could she diagnose Lady Lan's ailment? After all this, it boils down to fortune-telling, and the notion of it is better to believe than not to believe. Ultimately, is this not an attempt to expel me?" She had thought that during this time, Sheng Yunju had finally settled down, only to discover that her intentions had shifted here. "Immortal Shangshan, is it?" Lu Yuanyuan inquired suddenly. Sheng Yunju tightened her grip on her handkerchief, nodding slightly. "If my sister does not believe, she may certainly inquire." "Enough," Lady Lan interjected, her chest rising and falling slightly as she pointed toward the door. "I am well aware of my health. I have no faith in such matters. From now on, if anyone mentions any immortal or divine being in my presence, do not come to me. Everyone, please leave. I am tired. Mother, I am sorry. It is my fault. I am simply too worried about you," Sheng Yunju said, her eyes reddening as she looked at Lady Lan, appearing utterly pitiful. Yet Lady Lan turned her face away, refusing to meet her gaze. Sheng Juni could hardly bear it any longer and spoke up. "Mother, third sister only wishes well for you. How can you be so biased?" Initially, he had not intended to provoke Lu Yuanyuan. In fact, he had felt a twinge of pity for her these days. However, any sympathy paled in comparison to their Mother-S health. He could not comprehend why Lady Lan favored this calamity, this bane. "So, fifth young master, it is best if you refrain from speaking further. The lady is fatigued. Let her rest peacefully," Granny Hui interjected, fearing that Sheng Juni might say something that would upset Lady Lan. At that moment, Lady Lan's complexion indeed darkened, and she coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Madam," Granny Hui hurriedly approached, cradling Lady Lan and gently helping her to breathe. Sheng Juni stammered, at a loss for what to do. If that immortal Shangshan possesses such remarkable abilities, then tomorrow, invite her here. I shall question her personally. If her claims hold merit, I shall voluntarily depart from the Duke's residence, ensuring I am no longer a burden to you," Lu Yuanyuan declared. All eyes turned towards her simultaneously. "Yuanyuan, do not speak recklessly. I have said it before. I do not believe." Lady Lan, fearing that Lu Yuanyuan might indeed leave, gasped as she spoke. Do you truly mean that? Sheng Jun asked. Xiaowu, Lady Lan admonished again. Yuanyuan, please do not. Lady Lan gazed at Lu Yuanyuan with longing. Lu Yuanyuan turned to Lady Lan. You have seen for yourself, no matter how I defend myself, as long as this immortal Shangshan deems me a problem, no one in this household will believe me. Therefore, it is better to clarify matters directly with her. I do not wish to bear the sin of harming you. I shall meet her in person. Chapter 42. Why strike you? After Lu Yuanyuan finished speaking, she turned to gaze at Sheng Yunju. Her clear, piercing eyes seemed capable of penetrating the veneer of Sheng Yunju and Oppo's exterior to uncover the authentic soul concealed beneath. This inexplicable perception sent a tremor through Sheng Yunju and Oppo's heart. In just over half a month, Lu Yuanyuan had transformed so remarkably that she appeared as if she were an entirely different person compared to when she first arrived at the residence. Although she remained slender and her complexion had not significantly brightened, the good nourishment had added a hint of flesh to her cheeks, effectively obscuring the scar and instantly enhancing the vibrancy of her features. Clad in a fitted outfit with minimal adornments and her hair styled in a simple bun, she radiated a refreshing brilliance. Standing there, she resembled a refined young lady from an esteemed family, a stark contrast to her earlier appearance, which had evoked pity, akin to that of a beggar. Despite seemingly unchanged, everything felt different, an alteration that left Sheng Yunju in a daze, almost believing she was witnessing the lofty maiden from her previous life again. Yet, no, it was not the same. The day Lu Yuanyuan returned, Sheng Yunju had been nearly terrified by her proclamation of rebirth. Although she had contemplated ways to test Lu Yuanyuan, opportunities had eluded her. More than once, she pondered why, if Lu Yuanyuan truly had been reborn, she did not simply reclaim her rightful status as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, but instead chose to be a distant cousin. Why? Knowing the tragic fate awaiting the Yin family, did she still approach Yinyu? Additionally, there was the matter of the mask she wore yesterday, reportedly bestowed upon her by the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's lineage would surely collapse in 3 years. She could not be so foolish. So why? Unless, perhaps, Lu Yuanyuan was not reborn at all. She might merely have gleaned some knowledge to intimidate her. With this realization, Sheng Yunju finally composed herself, displaying an expression of helplessness and sorrow. Sister Yuanyuan, regardless of the circumstances, our mother's well-being is paramount. If you are determined to seek guidance from the immortal Madame Shangshan, I shall shamelessly go and request her assistance tomorrow. However, I hope you will exercise caution in your words and actions, for the immortal possesses great powers. Should she restore our mother's health, I am willing to devote my later years to cultivating at the Qinglian Temple, praying for our mother's well-being. Very well. Rest assured, I shall find a way to fulfill your wishes. Lu Yuanyuan nodded in response. Sheng Yunju nearly bit her lip in frustration. Who on earth was this Lu Yuanyuan? She could not help but think that she was not the same young lady from her past life. Their personalities were fundamentally different. Who was she, and from where did she come? Could it be that she was merely a wraith occupying that body? This notion made Sheng Yunju's heart race with excitement. If this were true, if there existed a means to expose her, then she could entirely eliminate her. In that instant, Sheng Yunju and Oppo's gaze towards Lu Yuanyuan shifted to one of scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Sheng Yunju, Lu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to her thoughts and was indifferent to the scrutiny. Instead, she bid farewell to Lady Lan, stating, I shall take my leave now. With that, she walked past Sheng Yunju without casting a glance back. Sister Yuanyuan, Lady Lan wished to retain Lu Yuanyuan a while longer, to share some comforting words, fearing she might misunderstand. Yet, her energy waned, and after a brief moment, her vision blurred. Leaning against Granny Hui, she wearily said, Everyone, please leave. I am exhausted. Sheng Yunju and Sheng Juni had no choice but to exit. Without uttering a word, Lu Yuanyuan left the Yulan pavilion, followed closely by Granny Shun, who was holding a box. After walking some distance, Granny Shun could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, My lady, do you feel wronged? Lu Yuanyuan paused briefly, turning to glance at her. What is there to feel wronged about? Granny Shun moved her lips, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Having accompanied Lu Yuanyuan for some time, she may have noticed that despite Lu Yuanyuan's outward indifference, she would unconsciously practice her calligraphy a bit longer whenever Lady Lan visited, stealing glances at her. After Lady Lan fell ill the previous night, Lu Yuanyuan had been somewhat distracted throughout the day, ultimately venturing out to check on Lady Lan. What should have been a harmonious scene was marred by whispers of her being a harbinger of misfortune. She had done nothing wrong. She was still just a child who had never experienced a single day of maternal love since her birth. Having finally returned to her family, not a single person fully embraced her. Everyone in the residence knew she was the true daughter of the Duke's house. Yet they only referred to her as a distant cousin, believing she would eventually be cast out. This place was undeniably her home, where her relatives, her parents, and her siblings resided. Yet, no one considered how she might find her place here. Granny Shun had always been a stoic person, her life marked by misfortune and shallow connections. Yet, witnessing Lu Yuanyuan, she could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Lu Yuanyuan caught the complex and sympathetic gaze of Granny Shun, smiled faintly, then turned her head to continue onward. There is no sense of grievance. My experiences have taught me that the things I desire must be earned through my own efforts. Granny Shun could not resist asking, then, what does my lady desire? To drive Sheng Yinju away. Lu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. Granny Shun was taken aback for a moment before hastily following her. In the Yuan pavilion, as Sheng Yinju and Sheng Junyi stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered several maids with faces swollen like buns kneeling to the side. Upon seeing Sheng Yinju, they immediately began to weep. Third miss, you must help us." Surprised by their pitiable appearance, Sheng Yinju inquired, "What has transpired? Who dared to cause trouble in my mother's courtyard?" Sniffle, it was the cousin. Third miss, we. The earliest maid to be struck began to report the incident, but was quickly pulled down by her companion, realizing the impropriety of her words. They all lowered their heads in unison, appearing woefully pathetic, and timidly said, "And no, it's nothing. Third Mississippi. We are fine." Sheng Yinju hesitated, then sighed. "I apologize for your suffering. DNMO, please summon a physician to attend to their injuries, and grant each of them an extra month's wages. Let them rest well for the next few days." She spoke gently, exuding understanding. Upon hearing this, the maids expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Third Miss. Thank you, Third Miss. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. You are the best." Standing beside her, Sheng Junyi frowned and asked, "Why did she strike you?" The maids were immediately rendered speechless, too timid to respond. At that moment, a voice interjected, "What are you all doing here?" Sheng Yinju looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Elder brother, you have returned. Chapter 43, have you climbed the wall again?" The crowd turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. A strikingly handsome young man appeared, holding a folding fan and striding briskly towards them, his alluring eyes tinged with an unmistakable urgency. "The second young master has returned," a servant called out. Sheng Yinju, filled with joy, hurried towards him and naturally wrapped her arms around Sheng Junyi's, her delicate face adorned with a hint of playful reproach. "Second brother, why didn't you let us know you were coming back? It's been over half a year since you last returned. Have you missed me?" Sheng Junyi playfully tapped her nose with his fingertip, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Have you missed me, dear sister? How annoying." Sheng Yinju pouted, lightly swatting at him. Sheng Junyi stood to the side, lifting his eyelids and coldly addressing him, "Second brother." Sheng Junyi clicked his tongue, noticing the dark expression on Sheng Junyi's face. "What troubles you? Who has upset you? And what is happening here? How is Mother's health?" I rushed back as soon as I heard the news. "What exactly transpired?" "It's nothing serious," Sheng Yinju quickly interjected. "It was just that Sister Yuanyuan came by earlier, and perhaps these servants offended her, which left her a bit displeased. I was just about to send for a doctor for them." "Enough of your kneeling. Hurry back and rest. The doctor will come soon to prescribe medicine for you," she urged the servants, who promptly expressed their gratitude and left. However, Sheng Junyi frowned, although it was said that Lu Yuanyuan had struck them when he inquired about why. They fell silent. Now, with the topic diverted, he realized he would not glean any further information. He indeed harbored a disdain for Lu Yuanyuan, but if she was the cause of their mother's ailment, His mother's well-being naturally took precedence. If Lu Yuanyuan's departure could restore their mother's health, he would wish for her to leave without delay. Yet, to condemn her based solely on the servant's one-sided accounts, without understanding the full circumstances, left him feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. "Who is Yuanyuan?" Sheng Junyi inquired. "Second brother, do you truly not know?" Sheng Yunju's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked up at him, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Yuanyuan is the biological daughter of father and mother. I am merely a substitute, and now that she has returned, she doesn't like me." Therefore, with her eyes reddening, she lowered her head in a posture of enduring humiliation, urging Sheng Junyi, "If mother knows you're back, she will surely be delighted. You should go see her first." Sheng Junyi's expression hardened as he grasped her hand tightly. "Has she bullied you?" "No, she doesn't like me. I have taken her place and enjoyed the riches and honor for so many years. Whatever she does to me is justified. I owe her that much. If she seeks my life," then Sheng Yunju's voice quivered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sheng Junyi, feeling a pang of sympathy, patted her shoulder. "Do not speak such nonsense. The family has written to me regarding this matter. It has nothing to do with you. You grew up in the Duke's residence and are its daughter. No one has the right to bully you. You owe nothing to anyone." "Second brother," Sheng Yunju cried, collapsing into his embrace. "Fear not. I am here. No one shall bully you. Wait, I will seek justice for you. You are the daughter of the Duke's residence. Now and forever." Sheng Junyi tenderly wiped her tears and declared, "Someone, take me to that girl's courtyard." "Second brother, please don't. I just want our family to be well. Do not confront Yuanyuan. It might upset mother, who has not seen me much lately," Sheng Yunju pleaded, her gaze filled with longing and desperation. "How outrageous! How many grievances have you endured during this time?" Sheng Junyi scoffed, then turned to Sheng Junyi. "You're a grown man. Can't you protect your sister?" Sheng Junyi, irritated by the inquiry, retorted, "If you want to confront her, do so yourself. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, he turned away, ignoring the two. Sheng Junyi comforted Sheng Yunju, "Let us first visit mother." With that, he took her hand and led her into Yulan Pavilion. However, before they could see Lady Lan, they were stopped by Grandma Hui, who informed them that Lady Lan had fallen asleep and suggested Sheng Junyi return tomorrow. Understanding the situation, Sheng Yunju gently urged, "Second brother has traveled a long way. You should wash up and rest first. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to pay our respects to mother." Sheng Junyi nodded. "Very well. Do not worry, I shall protect you." With that, they departed from Yulan Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan returned to her courtyard, only to find Sheng Yunjiao peering around, accompanied by Yinyu. Motioning for Grandma Shun to leave, she asked Yinyu in astonishment, "You climbed the wall again?" Yinyu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I hadn't intended to climb the wall. I merely wanted to inform you that Prince Rong has sent a physician to attend to that little horse. They will observe the situation, so it may take a few days before it is brought to you. But as I was climbing the wall, I spotted her beckoning to me, so I came down." "Clarify yourself. Who is being sneaky?" Sheng Yunjiao retorted sharply. "Enough of that. This is not the time for such discussions," Yinyu hastily interjected, turning his worried gaze towards Lu Yuanyuan. "Are you all right?" Sheng Yunjiao also wore a concerned expression. Lu Yuanyuan quickly realized. "Are you speaking of the matter regarding the immortal Shan Shan?" Both nodded in unison. Sheng Yunjiao continued, "I heard them gossiping about it at noon and intended to come find you, but my mother detained me, insisting it was not something I could meddle in. She locked me in the courtyard, keeping a watch over me, so I sneaked out. How ask that for loyalty? Where have you been? And what do you plan to do?" Sheng Yunjiao had felt like a thief sneaking out, without even a maid to accompany her, fearful of being seen. It was indeed a clandestine act, though she had no choice. Yinyu could not help but say, "I believe you have considerable talent. If you have nowhere else to go, I could help you find another place. You need not remain in the Duke's residence. What do you think?" With a mix of concern and anticipation, he looked at her, puzzled why everyone in the Duke's residence seemed to dislike Lu Yuanyuan, yet she still wished to stay. Was it because she had no home to return to? Lu Yuanyuan shook her head, her tone resolute. "I will not leave. That immortal Shan Shan claimed I am a harbinger of doom. Tomorrow, I shall personally inquire how I am a harbinger, An untrained individual like her has no right to declare that the lady's illness is my doing. Chapter 44. You truly do not understand. Yuanyuan furrowed her brows and couldn't help but exclaim, I believe you could earn a living on your own. Truly, there are many opportunities in the capital. She sighed. Why must you be so bothersome? Why can't she stay here? What right do others have to say a few words and force her to leave? Why should there be any reason for it? I am perfectly fine, and you are fine too. Yuanyuan has even healed your leg. Yuanyuan is right. It was not her doing, so why should she bear the blame? Such logic is unfathomable. Sheng Jiao gave Yuanyuan a light tap, clearly displeased. Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing her misstep, and hurriedly apologized to Lu Yuanyuan. I am sorry. I did not mean it that way. I just thought. I truly believe you can do it. Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Jiao is correct. Where I go or whether I stay at the Duke's residence is irrelevant. If it is not my fault, I shall not shoulder the blame. Sheng Jiao shot Yuanyuan a triumphant glance. See? You truly do not understand at all. Yuanyuan felt a twinge of shame, considering that if she were in Yang Yang's position, she too would not tolerate such unjust treatment. However, the figure of the revered Shangshan fairy posed some complications. She had arrived in the capital 3 years prior, armed with a recipe for a nourishing heart pill. This led her to the Qinglian Temple, where she gained the favor of the esteemed Master Bilian, becoming an honorary guest of the temple. Subsequently, the heart pill was presented to the Empress Dowager and garnered her admiration, which skyrocketed Shangshan fairy status, making her a favored guest among the elite women of the capital. Sheng Jiao, ever the gossip enthusiast, seemed to know all the details. The nourishing heart pill was originally a common remedy for calming the heart and mind, traditionally a staple for the nobility. Outside the palace's own concoctions, the best quality was from the Renxin Hall, where most patrons seeking such remedies would go. However, since the Qinglian Temple's heart pill made its way into the palace, it swiftly eclipsed Renxin Hall. I have heard that many sought remedies from Qinglian Temple in secret, and eventually it became priceless and rare. Rumor has it that the heart pill from Qinglian Temple is distinct from that of Renxin Hall in that it not only calms the heart, but also enhances beauty, giving a radiant glow. Thus, it has become highly coveted, with a steady stream of visitors to the temple. Previously, the temple was known as a retreat for the elite, attracting few guests, but since Shangshan Fairy's arrival, it has become a bustling sanctuary, more lively than the great Buddha temple, and it only admits noble women, leaving commoners at the gate. Sheng Jiao chattered away, leaving Yuanyuan dumbfounded. How do you know everything? With a smug expression, Sheng Jiao replied, because I have been there. If you inquire about marriages, auspicious dates, seeking love, peace, or progeny, which family does not go to Qinglian Temple? Only those who cannot meet the standards of entry go to the great Buddha temple. Yuanyuan scratched his head. I truly did not know that. Sheng Jiao glanced at him. Considering his family had few women, it was understandable. Lu Yuanyuan summarized. So this Shangshan fairy is merely a charlatan who emerged from nowhere, entering Qinglian Temple on the strength of a recipe? Sheng Jiao quickly placed a hand over her mouth. Lower your voice. Be careful not to be overheard. She beckoned the two closer and whispered, I must tell you, there are no known connections for Shangshan fairy. The tales of her coming from an island are merely folklore. No one knows their truth. However, she now enjoys the support of noble patrons in the palace and has befriended the wealthy women of the capital. Although the heart pill is said to be crafted by Master Bilian, the key ingredient of the secret recipe is rumored to be in Shangshan fairy's possession, which is why the noble women hold her in such high regard. At this point, she couldn't and amp, oppose, T help but sigh, her face etched with concern. Therefore, Yuanyuan, if you truly intend to confront her tomorrow, it may not be easy, as everyone in the capital believes in her. It is akin to attempting to shake a towering tree. I cannot conceive of a solution. She looked at Yuanyuan, who shook his head. After a moment of hesitation, he said, how about you wait here? I shall return to consult my cousin. He must have a way. Sheng Jiao and amp, oppose, eyes sparkled. The crown prince surely has a solution. However, she looked at Yuanyuan skeptically, but can he intervene in such matters? Yuanyuan is uncertain whether he can or cannot. I will ask him if he has any good ideas. We cannot simply wait idly. Exactly. Sheng Yun Jiao nodded in agreement. The two turned to Lu Yuanyuan, who contemplated for a moment before stating, "There is no need to trouble the crown prince. I have my own means to make her tell the truth tomorrow." "What means?" they both asked in unison. As Lu Yuanyuan met their concerned gazes, she was transported back to Qinghe village, recalling her hurried arrival in the capital and wondering if her friends would be upset upon hearing the news. Lu Yuanyuan made a shushing gesture and leaned closer, mimicking Sheng Yun Jiao's lowered voice. The two eagerly leaned in. "This is a secret," Lu Yuanyuan whispered. "All right, you dare tease me," Sheng Yun Jiao exclaimed, playfully reaching out to swat her, but Lu Yuanyuan dodged and flashed a radiant smile. Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was as if, after knowing Lu Yuanyuan for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed such a smile. He couldn't help but join in the laughter, feeling that the previous worries had dissipated with the sound of their mirth. "I must return now. Yuanyuan, do not fear. I believe in you." As the sky darkened, Sheng Yun Jiao reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, having climbed over the wall, also felt it prudent to take his leave. After seeing the two off and returning indoors, Lu Yuanyuan sat on a chair, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, feeling an inexplicable sense of strangeness. She was familiar with the nourishing heart pill. An elderly doctor she had studied under in Yuanyuan town had mentioned it was an ancient formula for calming the heart and mind. The finest heart pills came from a prominent apothecary in the capital, where the ingredients and ratios were perfected, making it unrivaled by any imitation. Yet the uses of the heart pill were finite. While it could enhance vitality, the claims of beauty enhancement seemed exaggerated. Was the heart pill from Qinglian Temple truly so miraculous? Or was there some hidden trickery? If only she could obtain one for examination. If it could genuinely benefit the Lan family, she would certainly hope for a remedy. Lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Yuanyuan looked up to see a strikingly handsome youth stride into her room, boldly taking a seat at the head of the table. Raising an eyebrow as he casually surveyed her, "You are Lu Yuanyuan, the ugly girl from the countryside?" Chapter 45. On what grounds? Sheng Junyi lounged casually in his loose-fitting red robe, leaning back in his chair as his gaze swept over Lu Yuanyuan, revealing a hint of disdain. "I am Sheng Junyi." Noticing Lu Yuanyuan's lack of response, he added, "What brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Yuanyuan asked, glancing at him before looking toward the door. "Nothing of consequence. The Duke's residence is not a place for you. I shall escort you back to where you belong." Sheng Junyi waved his folding fan, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yuanyuan instinctively dodged to the side as a shadow lunged toward her. Seizing a chair, Lu Yuanyuan struck the shadow without hesitation. The assailant, caught off guard by her swift reaction, clawed at her shoulder with a hand resembling a talon. Lu Yuanyuan feigned a delay, waiting for the hand to land on her shoulder before grasping the wrist with force. A sickening crack echoed as she shattered the wrist bone. Without pausing, she yanked the wrist, bending down to throw the assailant to the ground. Before he could react, she pressed her knee heavily against his chest, eliciting a muffled groan. Without a moment in hesitation, she seized his throat and crushed his windpipe. The entire confrontation transpired in mere moments. Startled, Sheng Junyi sat upright, his eyes wide as he beheld the lifeless body on the floor and the composed expression on Lu Yuanyuan's face. "I merely intended to escort you out of the Duke's residence, and yet you have killed him?" Sheng Junyi regarded the petite girl before him, whose frail appearance belied a ferocity he had not anticipated. She looked like a withered sprout, thin and malnourished, yet she had acted with ruthless precision. He had assumed she was just a naive girl from the countryside, easily manageable, but he had underestimated her decisiveness. Lu Yuanyuan rose, brandishing a chair, and hurled it at Sheng Junyi. He sidestepped, and the chair shattered against the remnants of the one he had previously occupied. "Have you lost your mind?" Sheng Junyi exclaimed, astonished. "The madman here is you, not I. You wish to send me away, thus I am to follow your orders? Why should I leave? Just because you deem me unworthy and have hastily assigned me a crime. Does that justify your actions?" Lu Yuanyuan challenged him, her gaze unwavering. "On what grounds?" Sheng Junyi was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated the question. He merely thought that a mistake made long ago was inconsequential. Whoever grew up in the Duke's residence was, by default, a daughter of the Duke's house. If she remained obedient, she was merely an additional mouth to feed, and the Duke's residence could certainly afford that. Yet, if Yuanyuan was to be unruly, what purpose did her presence serve? It would be simpler to send her away. Struggling to answer, are we? Yuanyuan sneered. You self-righteous individuals are quite amusing. You believe I should leave, so you take it upon yourself to dictate my fate. In turn, I deem you deserving of death. Shall you offer your life? Sheng Juni looked at Yuanyuan with uncertainty. She was unlike any girl he had ever known. Most young ladies in the capital were either delicate or possessed minor tempers, but none posed a genuine threat. It was his first encounter with someone so decisive, capable of lethal action without regard for the reality of her threat. Sheng Juni had always acted according to his whims, but this time, he had hit a wall. He was uncertain how to handle her. For anyone else, he would have simply ended their life without a second thought. But she was his sister. He could let her fend for herself. But he could not bring himself to kill her. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he could not devise a solution. Finally, he relented. You certainly possess a certain intrigue. I shall spare you today, but whether you remain here depends on your own abilities. Father despises the useless. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Yuanyuan picked up the body and hurled it in Sheng Juni's direction, but he evaded, vanishing outside in an instant. I will send someone to handle this. Do as you please. His voice echoed as he disappeared. Two unremarkable servants seemed to materialize from thin air. Heads bowed as they entered the room to swiftly remove the corpse, disappearing just as quickly. Stepping over the threshold, Yuanyuan surveyed the serene courtyard, her mind racing with thoughts of his remarkable agility. Although she had never formally trained in martial arts, she had heard tales from the bodyguards about the esteemed martial clans and their true masters. They had remarked on her potential, suggesting she might excel in martial arts with the proper guidance. Previously indifferent to such notions, she had simply wished to survive until her aunt's passing, at which point she would seek employment at the escort agency. It was only after the recent attack that she recognized the existence of adversaries who could overpower her. She had observed closely. Sheng Juni had traversed the distance from her to the door in mere moments, utilizing the time it took for the chair to hit the ground. Such speed was unattainable for her. She had acted on pure instinct, having survived in the wilderness where it was a matter of life or death. When faced with danger, she seized the opportunity without hesitation. Growing up with a madman, she had learned that kindness from villagers would not suffice against the rogues that lurked in the shadows. She had to be ruthless to ensure her and her aunt's survival, which she had done with swiftness and decisiveness. Yet she understood that she was no match for Sheng Juni. If he chose to strike, she would likely stand no chance of escape. For the first time, Yuanyuan realized that surviving in this capital was far more challenging than she had initially perceived. The following morning, Sheng Yunju and Apos, as chief maid, DNMO, arrived at Yuanyuan's courtyard. Miss Liu, Our Lady has invited the esteemed Xian Gu to the residence. She requests your presence to meet her guests. Due to Madam's ill health, the meeting will take place in Qingfeng Pavilion. I have come to inform you. Chapter 46. Do you wish to banish me? Having spoken, DNMO did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Yuanyuan pivoted to inquire of Yuanxing. Where is Qingfeng Pavilion? It is located in the West Garden, not far from our courtyard. There is a lake there, a venue for hosting banquets and entertaining guests, replied Yuanxing, her brow furrowed with concern. Miss, do we truly have to go? Of course we must. Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively. I shall tidy up a bit. You stay here to keep watch. I will go with Mama. Miss, I can assist as well, Yuanxing implored, her gaze pleading. No need. I shall be fine, Yuanyuan assured her. After changing her attire, she set off with Mama Shun to Qingfeng Pavilion. It was the height of summer, yet upon entering the pavilion, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Yuanyuan had been at the Duke's residence for some time, but this was her first encounter with such a delightful place. The long corridor was constructed alongside the water, connecting one floral hall to another. At the far end lay an expansive courtyard, lush with an array of exotic flowers and plants. Beyond the railing by the water, a lake stretched out, adorned with blooming lotus flowers, their fragrance carried gently by the breeze. Seeing her curiosity, Mama Shun whispered, in previous years, the residents would host banquets at this time, inviting the ladies of the capital. It is a tradition observed by all families, requiring them to send out invitations monthly. This year should have been no exception, and the ladies of the house would have been out and about. However, with Madame Lan unwell, all festivities have been cancelled, and the invitations set aside. As Lu Yuanyuan entered the banquet hall, she first spotted the elderly Lady Li seated at the head. Since the last time Lady Li had attempted to reprimand her and failed, she likely wished to avoid her, as she did not acknowledge Lu Yuanyuan's greeting, making this her first sighting of Lady Li in days. Lady Li clearly did not wish to see Lu Yuanyuan. Upon her entrance, her expression darkened ominously, as if Lu Yuanyuan were an ill omen. She cast a disdainful glance in her direction before returning her attention to Sheng Yinzhu, as though Lu Yuanyuan were invisible. However, Sheng Yinzhu, upon noticing Lu Yuanyuan's arrival, rose and smiled. At last, my dear sister has arrived. Please take a seat. The esteemed immortal Shangshan is on her way, and I have arranged for someone to wait at the entrance. I hope you can forgive me for yesterday's events. I was merely concerned for my mother. If I have caused you any displeasure, I sincerely apologize. I hope there has been some misunderstanding, for I spent the night in worry, unable to sleep. I trust that today, in the presence of immortal Shangshan, we may resolve this misunderstanding. Most importantly, I hope for my mother's recovery. As she spoke, she dabbed at her tears. Lady Li snorted dismissively. Go see where the Duke is. I said this is a misfortune. She should not be within these walls. Truly a calamity. Unfazed, Lu Yuanyuan regarded her coolly and retorted, Yet here you are, seated comfortably. If I were indeed a calamity, why not have wrought havoc upon you already? Impudent. Lady Li slammed her hand on the table in anger. Sheng Yunzhu hurried over to soothe her grandmother, speaking softly. Grandmother, please calm down. My sister must be confused. At that moment, Duke Sheng entered with his two sons. Sheng Juni glanced at Lu Yuanyuan, then lowered his head, while Sheng Juni followed suit, smiling as he asked Lady Li, Grandmother, is this my sister? She seems rather thin. It was as if they were meeting for the first time. Lu Yuanyuan shot him a glance, thinking, hypocrite. She realized she had underestimated the situation in the Duke's residence. Her facial scar had necessitated wearing a mask, yet all others wore their own veils of pretense, each one more duplicitous than the last. Here, come here. Do not mind this girl. She is but a calamity, best sent away swiftly. How unfortunate. Come, let your grandmother see you. You have been gone for some time and appear quite gaunt. Lady Li wore one expression towards Lu Yuanyuan and another entirely for Sheng Juni, as if she could never show enough affection. She beckoned him to sit beside her, causing even the usually favored Sheng Yunzhu to step aside. Sheng Juni approached willingly, exchanging a few words that soon had Lady Li laughing heartily, as if her earlier ire towards Lu Yuanyuan had been but an illusion shared by all. Duke Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yuanyuan before taking his seat beside Lady Li. At that moment, a servant led in the renowned immortal Shangshan. Lu Yuanyuan turned her gaze toward this legendary figure. The woman appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, clad in a light-colored Taoist robe. Her hair adorned with a white jade lotus crown, her stature graceful, her eyes gentle, and a whisk hanging from her arm, resembling the guanine of fable. I humbly greet the esteemed guests, immortal Shangshan said, performing a respectful bow, a warm smile gracing her face. The assembly rose in unison to return the gesture, with Lady Li particularly cordial. Immortal, you are too kind. You are a treasured guest in our home, and it is our honor to have you here. Please, take a seat. Accompanied by a young acolyte, immortal Shangshan made her way to a seat at the head. The moment she settled, her gaze fell upon Lu Yuanyuan, revealing a hint of surprise. This young lady possesses a rather unique fate. She surely hails from a noble lineage, yet has likely encountered considerable tribulation. She bears the fate of a solitary star. Upon hearing this, Lady Li immediately grew anxious and inquired, Immortal, what does it mean to bear the fate of a solitary star? Does it pose a threat to her kin? A touch of sympathy crossed immortal Shangshan's features as she replied, To be candid, those with such a fate, though destined for wealth, are also fated to bring misfortune to their loved ones and neighbors. Anyone who draws near is bound to suffer harm, regardless of blood relations or emotional ties. The consequences may range from minor ailments to severe disabilities or even death. Alas, young lady, heed my advice, do not nurture any obsessions. The deeper your fixation, the greater the obstacles for those around you and for yourself, leading to unwarranted calamities. To mitigate this, it is best to retreat to a tranquil place for meditation, to accumulate virtue and resolve past grievances, thus ensuring a peaceful remainder of your life. Having spoken, she rose, her expression sorrowful. Should you wish it, I would be honored to take you as my disciple, allowing you to reside in Qinglian Temple for your cultivation. After 3 to 5 years, you may shed your burdens and truly be reborn. Turning to Duke Sheng and Lady Li, she continued, Duke Lady, since my entry into the Tao, I have never taken a disciple, but upon seeing this girl, I am compelled by her plight and fear for the safety of her family. My heart is restless. I hope you might support my wish. Lady Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Immortal, do you truly wish to take her as a disciple and guide her in the temple? Indeed, a practitioner of the Tao speaks no falsehood, Immortal Shangshan affirmed. Excellent. This is wonderful news, Lady Li exclaimed, nearly rising from her seat, quickly turning to seek Duke Sheng's opinion. What say you? I believe there is no better course of action. A stay of 3 to 5 years would be just right. Wouldn't you agree? All eyes turned towards Duke Sheng. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. That is acceptable. Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. Do you wish to banish me? Chapter 47. Wuden and Oppose. Would it be more appropriate for you to go? Yuanyuan and Oppose. Gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Sheng Yunju as she inquired. What do you think? Do you wish to drive me away? Sheng Yunju, with a heavy heart, replied, Sister, how could you think such a thing? Regardless of the circumstances, this is your home, and none of us can bear the thought of you leaving. However, you must consider your family. Mother is still unwell. Can you bear to see her suffer? Family? Yuanyuan asked, perplexed. Do I even have a family? The expressions of those present momentarily faltered. Sheng Yunju and Oppo's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition washed over her. Turning her gaze to the illustrious Immortal Shanshan, Yuanyuan posed a question. Immortal, you said I am born to bring calamity to my kin. Does that mean every blood relative of mine is destined to suffer, as you suggested, perhaps falling gravely ill or worse? All is dictated by fate, sighed Immortal Shanshan, shaking her head. My dear girl, it pains me to witness your life of solitude, yet the essence of one's fate is not within our control. If you doubt this, consider your own life. Despite being born into affluence, you have faced hardship with no kin or friends, utterly alone. This is not your fault, but fate and Oppo's decree beyond our will. So, according to your words, does it mean that I, a harbinger of doom, am fated to see my family perish without exception? Yuanyuan's gaze was piercing as she looked at Immortal Shanshan, her lips curling into a hint of mockery. Immortal Shanshan furrowed her brow, taken aback by Yuanyuan's audacity to speak of her own fate in such a manner. Yet Yuanyuan pressed on relentlessly. Why have you fallen silent, Immortal? Am I not speaking the truth? Did you not say I was born to bring misfortune to my family? Is it not only natural that my relatives meet untimely ends? Silence. Lady Li exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. Have you lost your senses? Why is the old lady so agitated? I am merely a distant relative of the Sheng Duke's residence. Even if my kin were to perish, it would bear no consequence to you, would it? Yuanyuan inquired languidly. You. Lady Li stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at Yuanyuan, her lips quivering with rage. Wretched child, what is wrong with my words? Yuanyuan feigned innocence. Enough. The Duke of Sheng's face darkened as he spoke sternly. This is the decision of the household. It is a blessing for you that Immortal Shanshan has agreed to take you as her disciple and allow you to cultivate at Qinglian Temple. This matter is settled. Someone, pack Miss Lu's belongings and send her to Qinglian Temple. The Duke commanded. Wait a moment. Sheng Juni clenched his fists, biting his lip before stepping forward. He did not look at Yuanyuan, but directed his gaze at Immortal Shanshan. Immortal, you have yet to answer her question. Is it true? Sheng Jun awaited her response. Troubled by the events of the previous night, when he had been unable to sleep, he had interrogated one of the maidservants whom Lu Yuanyuan had slapped, only to learn that Lu Yuanyuan had acted out of anger when they spoke ill of her, branding her a calamity and urging her to leave. Upon hearing those words, he had kicked the maidservant in rage. He did not harbor any fondness for Lu Yuanyuan. On the day she entered the residence, he had been resentful, thinking it unfair that a country girl could bring his sister sorrow and claim her position. Yet, upon seeing the scar on Lu Yuanyuan's face, a mark of her suffering, and hearing her recount her childhood, he began to feel lost. Why? He wondered. Should they all deem her unworthy? Why could they not simply ignore her? In the following days, they had refrained from troubling Lu Yuanyuan. She had scarcely left her quarters and had caused no disturbance to anyone. As his mother and Appo's illness worsened, when immortal Shan Shan entered the household and suggested Lu Yuanyuan was the cause of her affliction, he instinctively thought that perhaps if Lu Yuanyuan were to leave, all would return to normal, and his sister would no longer be troubled. Yet, watching the maidservants and old women slander Lu Yuanyuan while his sister made no inquiries and readily condemned her, he felt a growing sense of injustice. The entire household was whispering that Lu Yuanyuan was a calamity, causing chaos and violence against the servants. Yet they all knew she was the true daughter of the Duke's residence. But because of their attitudes, the servants had begun to follow suit, feeling emboldened to insult Lu Yuanyuan. Why was this so? Now, they had gathered here, hastily deciding Lu Yuanyuan's fate, sending her to Qinglian Temple for cultivation, without so much as a word of inquiry directed at her. Sheng Jun was truly baffled. He could not comprehend why those around him treated Lu Yuanyuan this way. Thus, he felt compelled to question them. Although he feared his father's authority and understood he could not sway his decision, he still sought clarity. His eyes fixed intently on immortal Shan Shan. He pressed, "Immortal, is what you said true? Will she truly bring about the demise of all her kin? Without exception? Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Sit down. How dare you speak to the immortal in such a manner?" Lady Li scolded. "Grandmother, father, I merely wish to ask, is that so wrong? Is the immortal not all-knowing? Why does she not answer?" Sheng Jun insisted, his gaze unwavering on immortal Shan Shan, demanding an answer. He was right. Immortal Shan Shan was indeed wise and all-knowing. Why would she not respond? Was she uncertain, or did she doubt her own words? At that moment, Sheng Yunjiao approached from outside, casting a quick glance at Lu Yuanyuan, relieved to see her unharmed. She stepped closer to Sheng Jun, joining him in questioning immortal Shan Shan. "Immortal, why do you not answer? Jiao Jiao, Xiao Wu, why must you burden the immortal?" Sheng Yunju lamented. "She is a person of great kindness, wishing to take Sister Yuanyuan as her disciple to help her accumulate virtue. Wouldn't such harsh words wound Sister Yuanyuan's heart? It is a dream for many to become a disciple of the immortal. If she did not genuinely care for Sister Yuanyuan, why would she go to such lengths?" Sheng Yunju continued, "If it could restore our mother's health, I would willingly go to cultivate instead, if it would bring her blessings. Then, would it not be more fitting for you to go?" Chapter 48. How did you divine my fate? Loathing's perpetual exhortations for kindness retorted sharply, "None are more filial and considerate than you. Wouldn't it be more fitting for you to seek solace in a monastery, praying for the dowager? Your rapport with the celestial is so profound. Surely, nurturing a disciple as virtuous as you would be far more agreeable then. Indeed, I am willing, but—" Her eyes, brimming with tears, gazed at the assembly as if burdened by unspoken grievances, ultimately succumbing to a helpless silence. "Dear child, grandmother knows you are the most filial, as does your mother, who has always cherished you the dowager." Her heart, aching, drew closer, offering solace. "Grandmother, father, in truth, speaks justly. I am the one who should depart. Whether it alleviates mother's suffering or not, I am willing to retreat to the monastery, beseeching the heavens, in my sincerity, to expedite mother's recovery," lifting her gaze, uttered through tears. "Dear child, your place is here, tending to your mother. Your devotion is known to her, and to us all." The dowager, dabbing its tears with a handkerchief, then turned to with disdain, "Unlike some, who are truly ungrateful and devoid of appreciation." Amit Ba, the venerable celestial intoned, breaking her silence. This humble one extended goodwill, loath to witness this maiden's solitude, harboring no ulterior motives. As one devoted to the monastic life, coercion is unfathomable. Since this maiden declines to return with me, I shall not insist. With that, she offered a Taoist salutation to the dowager, announcing, I have spoken my piece, and shall impose no further. Farewell. She then turned to depart. Celestial, tarry a moment, the dowager interjected anxiously, fearing the celestial's departure. These children are impetuous. You must not hold it against them. To earn your favor and become your disciple is a blessing bestowed across lifetimes. We are sincere in our desire to fulfill this union. Rest assured, we shall deliver her to the Azure Lotus Monastery forthwith, entrusting her to your care. The celestial turned back, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You are too kind, esteemed dowager. Your benevolence will surely be rewarded. However, I am due at the Princess Royal's residence and cannot linger. As she approached, she was intercepted. Celestial, what is your haste? The celestial's brow furrowed slightly. Petite in stature, stood a head shorter than the lotus-crowned celestial, unable to reach her shoulders, yet finding her lower back within easy reach. With a subtle step back, her hand rested naturally upon the celestial's lumbar region. Caught unawares, the celestial felt a pang in her lower back, and in the next instant, her knees buckled, sending her to the ground, planted a foot firmly on her shoulder, pressing down. The celestial felt as though a mountain weighed upon her, rendering her immobile. The benign countenance she had worn moments before was now beaded with cold sweat. What's the rush? We haven't finished our conversation, remarked. Celestial, for one so renowned in the capital, your mettle is wanting. Do you not claim to be prescient? Foretell, then, whether you shall leave this threshold today. Insolence, thundered, his countenance darkening. Release her at once. I warned you before. A man accustomed to control found a constant source of vexation. Though indifferent to this daughter, he could not disregard distress over her. His rare moments of discomposure were invariably attributed to this daughter. Are you now incensed? Retorted, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. You orchestrate this grand spectacle against a mere 13-year-old girl, yet I remain composed. Your audacity is astounding. Calmness cloaked her as she confronted adversity, experience teaching her to conceal her thoughts until the very end. I merely admire the celestial and oppose, as abilities and seek answers to a few questions. Why the agitation? Lowering her gaze, seized the celestial's hair, forcing her face upward. I hear your physiognomy is unparalleled, yet I am curious. Since our meeting, I have concealed my face. How did you divine my fate? The celestial, pinned and breathless, felt a sharp ache in her lower back, rendering her lower body numb and unresponsive. Unaccustomed to such indignity, a flicker of ferocity momentarily marred her composure. S voice served as a timely distraction. The celestial is a guest. Even if you have questions, such conduct is unseemly. This is the capital. Do not invite calamity upon a household. Wretched girl, release the celestial at once. The dowager commanded. What an oppose, asked the rush. Countered. Celestial, answer truthfully. Are you not adherents of truth, equality, and benevolence? Then, show some virtue and divine my fate accurately, proving your prowess. I hold in high regard those who earn their keep through skill. Pressed, can you discern my fate behind this mask? Yes or no? Choose your words carefully, lest you misjudge another like me and find your livelihood threatened. The celestial, gritting her teeth, resisted answering, but the pain overwhelmed her. No, she conceded. Excellent, affirmed, turning to the others. Did you all hear that? Observe closely, then, and divine my fate anew. Removed her mask, revealing the scar that marred her face. The disfigurement, positioned beneath her eye, consumed nearly half of her small face, reaching towards her lip. Dreadful, isn't it? She said, her gaze fixed on the celestial. Now that you have seen it, divine again. Am I, as you claim, a harbinger of misfortune, destined for a solitary existence, having exhausted the bonds of kinship? Tell me, are my parents, siblings, grandparents still among the living? Chapter 49. The arriving reinforcements, even the esteemed Fairy Shangshan, accustomed to grand spectacles, was momentarily taken aback by the fierce demeanor of the young woman before her, revealing a flicker of panic. She made a valiant effort to maintain her composure. Yet her trembling lips and quivering eyes betrayed her completely. At that very moment, Yuanyuan displayed a hint of mocking laughter, as if to say, "Behold, this charlatan." Fairy Shangshan felt a surge of agitation and exclaimed, "I did not speak amiss. You, a celestial scourge, are destined to bring ruin to your kin. Your solitary existence is solely due to their demise at your hands." As soon as these words left her lips, the color drained from Sheng Yunju's face, leaving her pallid. Yuanyuan shifted her gaze from Fairy Shangshan to the assembly, inquiring, "Did you hear what she said? Do you not agree with her? Perhaps we ought to investigate further. She may be telling the truth. Do you not think so?" Her tone was light, as though jesting, yet the room fell into an oppressive silence, the kind where a pin drop could be heard. Fairy Shangshan, bewildered, discreetly glanced at Sheng Yunju, struggling to comprehend the situation. She mused, "Isn't this girl merely a distant relative come to seek favor at the Duke of Sheng's residence? How could a solitary orphan travel such a distance to seek kin if any blood relatives were alive?" Suddenly, a crisp voice echoed from outside. "What is all this commotion?" Yuanyuan turned in surprise to see a young man clad in black, pushing the Prince Regent's wheelchair at the door, with Yuanyuan standing beside him, expressing concern through furtive glances. It turned out to be the reinforcements she had been waiting for. Yuanyuan withdrew her foot from Fairy Shangshan's shoulder and bent down to assist the fallen fairy, saying, "This esteemed fairy has tripped. I am merely helping her up." "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, hurriedly rising to pay their respects to the Prince Regent. "We pay our respects to your Highness." "Please, there is no need for formalities," the prince responded, as the young man behind him gently propelled the wheelchair forward. The threshold of the Duke of Sheng's hall was easily navigated, and he smoothly lifted the wheelchair, ushering the prince inside. This seemingly trivial act caused a sudden change in the Duke's expression. In the past 6 months, aside from the recent polo match at Guanfen Garden, the prince had not made a public appearance. Yet, it was common knowledge among the court that the emperor had decreed the removal of all thresholds within the palace, even leveling any steps. Everyone understood the underlying reason: to facilitate the prince's mobility. Since the incident, while there was widespread sympathy for the prince, it was tacitly acknowledged that a disabled individual could not continue in the role of prince. However, with the prince having been injured for over half a year, this topic remained a sensitive subject that none dared broach. Yet today, the threshold felt like a slap in the Duke and Appo's face, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind, and he immediately knelt, pleading, "I was unaware of your Highness and Appo's arrival. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality and hope for your forgiveness. It is I who intrudes uninvited. I beg your pardon, Duke." The Prince and Appo's voice was smooth and relaxed. Despite sitting in a wheelchair, he commanded an aura that made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. The young man guided the prince to a position of honor, and all present parted respectfully, standing in silence. The prince, without uttering a word, rendered them hesitant to take their seats. "What brings the fairy here?" the prince inquired, his gaze landing on Fairy Shangshan as if casually asking. Fairy Shangshan, still dazed from earlier, was further unsettled by the prince's presence. Her heart raced with trepidation. After the prince's injury last year, the emperor had summoned every available healer, monk, and Taoist, even engaging the entire astronomical bureau in his treatment. The empress dowager had fervently endorsed her visit, but upon meeting the prince's gaze, she had been so terrified that her legs shook, and she broke into a cold sweat. The prince, revered as a divine figure, had once executed a man before her for displeasing him, splattering her with blood. She had spent 3 nights haunted by nightmares thereafter. Fairy Shangshan suddenly knelt, shedding any semblance of sage, and stammered, I humbly report to your Highness that I have been invited by the Duke's residence to examine the lady of the house." "Oh, an examination? I was unaware that the fairy had acquired medical skills. Which master taught you?" the prince inquired with genuine interest. Cold sweat trickled down Fairy Shangshan's brow. Sheng Yunju stood behind the elderly matriarch, her head bowed, her fingers nervously twisting a handkerchief, her heart pounding. Having been reborn, she knew the eventual ruler would be the 3rd prince, Yet she had contemplated the prospect of garnering the first prince's favor, for prior to his misfortune, no one could challenge his position. Alas, before she could present herself, the prince's discerning gaze had pierced through her pretenses, leaving her in fear of exposure as a monster to be burnt. In her previous life, the prince had rarely appeared after the incident, ultimately being rendered powerless and dying suddenly years later. The notion of him visiting the duke's residence was unheard of. It was all due to Yuanyuan. The only one capable of summoning the prince was Yuanyuan, her close cousin, who had done so on Yuanyuan's behalf. Cursed fate! Had she misjudged? Was Yuanyuan indeed reborn, but in a different manner, intent on contending for favor through the prince? But the prince was already incapacitated, unable to inherit the throne. Had she lost her mind? Sheng Yunju watched Fairy Shangshan with hidden dread, fearing that the fairy might unwittingly reveal secrets in front of the prince. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I am not proficient in medicine. I have only learned a few rudiments from the masters. I was invited to examine the lady's facial features and feng shui to identify any obstacles and seek remedies, Fairy Shangshan replied, trembling. Oh, now I am intrigued. I have heard the fairy possesses remarkable skill in physiognomy. Pray, enlighten us. What have you discovered? Chapter 50. Perhaps one should engrave one's own fate, the esteemed Shanshan immortal. Kneeling with her forehead pressed against the ground, trembled as she spoke, her hair matted with cold sweat. If her earlier panic had stemmed from the physical pain inflicted by Yuanyuan's threatening stance, the dread she now felt before the prince was a visceral terror that seeped into her very bones. She was genuinely frightened, fearing that a single misstep in her words could lead to her demise. Rumor had it that the immortal was eloquent and persuasive, yet today, she found herself at a loss for words in the presence of the prince. His tone was calm, his expression mild, making it impossible to discern his emotions, which only heightened Shanshan and Appo's trepidation. Resolutely, she closed her eyes and, steeling herself, desperately uttered, I am but a humble practitioner, lacking in knowledge and skill. I dare not boast. I have discerned nothing regarding the illness of the Duchess of the State. It is unrelated to feng shui and requires the expertise of a renowned physician. Upon uttering these words, she felt as if she were drowning, her body nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. The expressions of the Duke's household transformed dramatically. While Yuanyuan's earlier actions had contained an element of coercion, casting doubt on her capabilities, the immortal's open defection was a stark slap in the face. It suggested that her reputation was merely an illusion. If she lacked true skill, it would be wiser for her to remain in her temple, lest she incur the wrath of the royal grandmother. Isn't that so, immortal? The prince inquired. Indeed, your highness speaks the truth. I am woefully inadequate and have failed to live up to the kindness of her majesty. I shall devote myself to diligent practice in the temple, offering prayers for her majesty's well-being and gratitude for her grace. Shanshan hastily replied, eager to express her gratitude for the prince's guidance, hoping he would permit her to return to her studies without delay. After speaking, she tensed, anxiously awaiting the prince's response. However, he directed his attention to Duke Sheng, inquiring, What do you think, Duke? This is a matter for the Duke's household, and since the immortal was summoned by you, the decision rests with you. I have merely heard of a Miss Lu who possesses some knowledge of acupuncture, and I sought her for treatment. I hope you will forgive my uninvited presence. The Duke quickly bowed, responding respectfully, Your Highness is too kind. It is indeed a blessing for my family to have caught your Highness's attention. The immortal's visit today was prompted by concern from the younger members of the household regarding the Duchess's health. Since the immortal can offer no insight, I shall arrange for her return to Qinglian Temple. With that, he promptly ordered someone escort the immortal back to Qinglian Temple. Shanshan felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, akin to escaping death. Her attendant rushed to support her, aiding her as they left the hall. As she passed by Yuanyuan, she yearned to inquire about the mysterious injury on her lower back. Yet in the presence of the prince, she dared not utter a word, merely bowing her head in silence. Once Shanshan was escorted out, the prince instructed the young man in black, Pei Ji, inform Chao Cheng to take my invitation to the head of the Imperial Medical Institute and request him to visit the Duke's household to examine the Duchess. Understood, Pei Ji replied. Upon hearing this, Duke Sheng stepped forward to express his gratitude. On behalf of the Duchess, I thank your highness for your kindness. The head of the Imperial Medical Institute typically only attends to the emperor. Without the emperor's request, it is not easy for concubines to summon him. Only your highness possesses the authority to invite him out of the palace for a consultation. The atmosphere brightened with a sense of relief. However, Sheng Yunju remained silent, her head bowed, anxiously wringing her handkerchief. She was uncertain whether to rejoice at Shanshan's escape or to worry about the potential consequences of the head physician's arrival. Since there are no further matters, may I request Miss Lu to accompany me? The prince turned to Lu Yuanyuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuanyuan nodded, of course. A smile graced the prince's lips as he said, then let us proceed. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Lu. Pei Ji stepped forward to push the prince's wheelchair outside, and as they exited the hall, Lu Yuanyuan followed closely behind. However, after taking only a few steps, she felt someone tug at her arm. Turning around, she found it was Sheng Junyi, who had remained silent until now. Just the night before, he had contemplated throwing her out of the duke's household. Yet today, he feigned unfamiliarity. Lu Yuanyuan felt no inclination to be cordial with the second son of the duke, who resembled a cunning fox and exuded an air of danger. Do you require something? She asked, her tone laced with disdain, refusing to look at him. What happened to your face? Sheng Junyi inquired. Rolling her eyes, Lu Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly, I was branded with a hot iron. If you're interested, why not try it yourself? I think it looks rather appealing. With that, she shrugged him off and crossed the threshold, rejoining the prince. As Lu Yuanyuan walked away with the prince and Yinyu, Sheng Yunjiao spoke up sarcastically. When did you return, second brother? Yuanyuan has been back for some time, and only now do you think to show concern? And you even poked at her wound to ask how it happened? Surely you must know that some people tried to replace her in her youth, deliberately scarring her with a branding iron and leaving her to fend for herself in the mountains. Some people are truly shameless. Harming another's daughter, yet remaining comfortably within their household, is quite laughable. Jiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Go to the ancestral hall and transcribe the family rules 100 times. Lady Li admonished, her face pale with anger. She had hoped to rid herself of the calamity, only to find that the prince had taken an interest in it. What a dreadful fate. In former times, to have the prince take notice was a blessing beyond measure. Yet now, no one knew how long the prince would remain. This was not a stroke of fortune, but rather a death knell for the duke's household. Yes, grandmother. Sheng Yunjiao did not protest, accustomed to such treatment. In the past, Sheng Yunju had often schemed against her, and whenever grandmother punished her, her father would plead on her behalf, resulting in little more than a reprimand. Over time, she had grown indifferent to it all, finding joy only in witnessing Sheng Yunju's misfortune. With a contented smile, Sheng Yunjiao departed, followed hesitantly by Sheng Junyi. Duke Sheng turned to Sheng Yunju, who stood silent and downcast, and uttered, The prince is displeased. In the future, limit your interactions with Qinglian Temple. Sheng Yunju's face drained of color, her fingers trembling slightly. Her father knew. He understood that she had summoned the immortal. The words of a nemesis had come from her lips. Chapter 51. The hero emerges from youth once the Duke of Sheng departed. The agitated Lady Li, unable to successfully escort Lu Yuanyuan away, was assisted as she left. The once crowded room now held only the contemplative Sheng Junyi and the pallid Sheng Yunju. Filled with trepidation, Sheng Yunju approached Sheng Junyi, grasping his arm, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Second brother, is father angry with me? I was merely concerned for Mother-S health. I truly did not know that Master Shanshan. Her voice broke, and her eyes quickly reddened. Enough, do not overthink. Return and rest, Sheng Junyi gently reassured her, returning to the present. However, Sheng Yunju bit her lip and asked pitifully, If father despises me, will he send me away? Second brother, should I not remain? Mother argued with father just to send me away. She trembled lightly, as if having made a grave decision, and in despair declared, Second brother, please send me away. Perhaps if I leave, Mother-S illness will improve. It is my presence that troubles her. Sheng Junyi furrowed his brow and patted Sheng Yunju's shoulder. Do not harbor such thoughts. Mother would never think that way, nor would father send you away. Do not dwell on it. It is late, and you should rest." With these words, Sheng Yunzhu finally felt a measure of relief. After departing from Qingfeng Pavilion, Lu Yuanyuan dismissed Granny Shun. Following Yinyu, she noticed they were headed towards the exit of the estate and could not help but whisper, "Where are we going? Can I truly perform acupuncture on His Highness? I must admit, I am not very knowledgeable." Yinyu regarded her with curiosity. When he first met Lu Yuanyuan, she struck him as hard and unyielding, lacking the vivacity typical of youth. However, as he became better acquainted with her, he discovered that she was not as cold as she appeared. She possessed intelligence and loyalty, and lacked the typical fragility of a young woman, speaking her mind candidly. He could not resist teasing her. "This is the first time I've seen you so modest." Lu Yuanyuan blinked, insisting, "I am quite serious. I do know acupuncture, but I have only studied it for a few years. I am nowhere near the level of the seasoned physicians, let alone the court doctors. His Highness would not truly expect me to try, would he?" She thought highly of His Highness, as he had previously helped her and was now kindly coming to her aid again. If she could indeed be of assistance, she felt it was her duty to do so. Yet, she herself was uncertain about her proficiency. Her pursuit of acupuncture stemmed from a need to control her own strength after realizing her power as a child. Her aunt had suggested she practice acupuncture until she could fully regulate her force with each needle she inserted. It was in this way that her strength would remain concealed, and she could avoid injuring others through lack of control. She had genuinely dedicated herself to mastering this skill. Yin shook his head. "I do not know either. I simply sought my cousin's help because I could not think of a solution. He suggested that since we are to assist you, we should find a valid reason, lest it tarnish your reputation. With such a rationale, you might have some leverage in the future. Thus, it is likely just a formality, and you will not truly be required to perform acupuncture." Although societal norms had relaxed somewhat, the implications of Yinyu's unannounced support for Lu Yuanyuan's reputation could be detrimental. However, the entire capital was aware that the emperor was seeking renowned physicians for the crown prince. Should Lu Yuanyuan and Appo's skills come to light during this endeavor, it could lead to further opportunities for her. Given her current status as a solitary girl seeking refuge in the Duke's residence, with the Duke and Appo's family proving unreliable, her only means of establishing herself in the capital lay in her own abilities. Hence, the crown prince's pretext offered Lu Yuanyuan a remarkable opportunity. Upon grasping Yinyu's implications, she quickly realized that the crown prince was helping to elevate her standing. Regardless of her ability to treat him, the fact that the crown prince sought her acupuncture was sufficient to suggest her competence, which would likely attract more individuals seeking her expertise in the future. Contemplating this, Lu Yuanyuan gazed at the crown prince and Appo's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with hope. She could not help but think how benevolent the crown prince was. Just days ago, she owed him a favor, and now another was added to her debt. When would she ever be able to repay them? Lost in her musings, she suddenly realized they had left the Duke's residence, and to her surprise, the crown prince did not board a carriage, but was instead being pushed by Pei Ji into a neighboring estate. Stunned, Lu Yuanyuan turned to Yinyu. "Is this your home?" Yinyu shook his head. "No, this is my cousin's villa." Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened. "So the residence next to mine does not belong to you?" "Of course not. I had a bit of trouble recently, and was afraid to return home, lest my father punish me. My cousin is currently recuperating here, so I took the opportunity to hide away," Yinyu whispered, recalling her previous eavesdropping at the polo field. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at the crown prince in his wheelchair, then at the lively Yinyu, deep in thought. No wonder, Yin, you had such a whimsical notion of wanting to experience what it felt like to have a broken leg. If only the crown prince's legs could be healed. No, today she must seize the chance to discover the extent of the crown prince's injuries. What if there was indeed a remedy? As they whispered among themselves, they arrived at the crown prince's residence, where they had maintained a quiet demeanor. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a eunuch who appeared to be in his early 30s. Not particularly tall, somewhat slender, yet possessing a gentle and amiable demeanor, as if he carried an innate smile. "Your Highness has returned." He respectfully approached the crown prince's wheelchair, seamlessly taking Pei Ji's place, and smiled at Yinyu and Lu Yuanyuan. "Young lord, Miss Lu, please come in." This is Eunuch Chao. Yuanyuan introduced him to Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan hurriedly greeted him. Greetings, Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao smiled as he conversed with Lu Yuanyuan. I have heard that Miss Lu possesses extraordinary skills in bone setting and acupuncture. And at such a young age, you truly are commendable. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed remarkable. Heroes emerge from youth. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, her skin still held some tan, concealing her embarrassment. It was the first time in her life that someone had praised her so highly. This is too flattering. Truly, you possess a silver tongue. No wonder you serve the Crown Prince. Chapter 52. Wishing to erase imperfection, Lu Yuanyuan and Appo's eyes sparkled with a brilliance that seemed almost luminescent. Fortunately, she remembered to exhibit a modicum of modesty, responding, "You flatter me. Miss Lu, you are far too humble." Yesterday, Dr. Lu returned to the Imperial Medical Institute and could not cease praising you, wishing he could bring you there, said Eunuch Chao earnestly. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Yuanyuan inquired, "Is that truly the case? We never speak falsehoods. If Miss Lu doubts us, she may inquire with His Highness. Your reputation has spread throughout the Imperial Medical Institute," Eunuch Chao replied with a smile. Lu Yuanyuan turned to the Crown Prince, who smiled in affirmation. It is indeed true. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan felt a genuine flush of embarrassment. Unsure whether it was due to the compliments or the Crown Prince's radiant smile, akin to a refreshing rain on a clear day. Once inside, Eunuch Chao adopted a more serious demeanor and respectfully bowed to Lu Yuanyuan. "Miss Lu, I have an unassuming request. Might you examine His Highness and Appo's injuries? Given his special status, I must implore you to maintain utmost confidentiality regarding your findings." Lu Yuanyuan was genuinely taken aback. Prior to her arrival, she had contemplated that Yin Yu's suggestion might merely be a pretext for the Crown Prince to summon her for acupuncture, not truly expecting her to examine him. At her age, being hailed for her medical prowess seemed almost ludicrous, lacking any semblance of credibility. Aware of her own limitations, she dared not overestimate herself. However, considering the Crown Prince had assisted her, she felt a pang of compassion and wished to ascertain the extent of his injuries, contemplating possible remedies. Yet, she had not anticipated the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Should she deem the Crown Prince remarkably brave, or merely reckless in seeking her aid? Lu Yuanyuan blinked, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her mind. Is Miss Lu unwilling? Eunuch Chao probed tentatively. No, Lu Yuanyuan quickly replied. I'm more than willing. His Highness has aided me, and I shall do all within my power to assist, though I must admit my knowledge is rather superficial. If His Highness does not mind, I will be glad to help. Her heart was filled with gratitude, especially towards someone like the Crown Prince, who had once seemed so distant, yet now appeared so approachable and kind-hearted. Then we shall trouble you, Miss Lu. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Eunuch Chao said with sincere warmth. May I first examine His Highness's injuries? Lu Yuanyuan turned to the Crown Prince. He hesitated for a moment, revealing no emotion, and replied softly, yes. Lu Yuanyuan pondered briefly before turning to Yuanyu, who was eagerly leaning forward. You should step outside. Huh? Yuanyu was perplexed, wondering why he was being dismissed. After such a lengthy wait, he was eager to learn the condition of his cousin's injuries, yet now he was being sent away. He looked at Lu Yuanyuan with hopeful eyes, wishing she would allow him to stay, but Lu Yuanyuan, with a resolute expression, urged, go outside. Reluctantly, Yuanyu departed, glancing back multiple times. Eunuch Chao, may you step outside as well? Lu Yuanyuan asked, a bit uncertain. She felt more comfortable asking Yuanyu, but was unsure about Eunuch Chao, who clearly held the Crown Prince's favor. Eunuch Chao looked to the Crown Prince, who nodded slightly. Eunuch Chao immediately bowed respectfully. Then I shall leave His Highness in your capable hands. I will remain just outside. Should you need anything, simply call. Understood, Lu Yuanyuan responded. Once everyone had exited, she closed the door and approached the Crown Prince, kneeling before him. She reached out toward his legs. He wore a loose robe that concealed his legs, and as Lu Yuanyuan's hand brushed against him, he instinctively stiffened. Unperturbed, Lu Yuanyuan removed his boot and grasped his ankle, intending to roll up his pant leg. The crown prince gently pressed her shoulder, and Yuanyuan looked up, meeting his gaze, which held a hint of confusion. From the moment she first beheld the crown prince, she had envisioned him as an almost divine figure, perfect and untouchable. The only thing that intrigued her was how eloquently he spoke, a skill she could only aspire to. Yet, his expression remained serene, devoid of any turbulence, as if his injury bore no weight on his being. She had witnessed countless individuals tormented by injuries and disabilities, but the crown prince's composure was unlike anything she had seen. At that moment, she realized that his celestial beauty belied a more human reality. "Your Highness?" Yuanyuan called softly. The crown prince's fingers tightened slightly, though not with great force. She recognized his internal struggle. After a brief moment, he released her shoulder, his voice hoarse. "I apologize for causing you discomfort." "Not at all. As I grew older, I too became reluctant to let others see my own scars. I appreciate beauty," Yuanyuan replied. During her earlier struggles for survival, she had paid little heed to her appearance, but as a child, she had felt the sting of harsh words. Taking time to realize that her talents would overshadow her looks. To soothe the crown prince's feelings, she reached to remove her own mask, but he halted her hand. "If you dislike being seen, then do not reveal yourself." Yuanyuan beamed at him, then lowered her head to roll up his pant leg, unveiling a pair of scarred legs. His skin was as pale as jade, pristine except for the multitude of scars that marred his otherwise flawless limbs. The injuries appeared far more gruesome than the scar on her own face, as if stones had been ground against his skin, leaving a chaotic array of deep and shallow marks, now healed yet still disfigured. Perhaps due to frequent massage and acupuncture, his legs did not appear emaciated. Yet time had taken its toll, leaving him alarmingly thin, akin to a withered branch discarded in a forest. It was unfathomable that such legs belonged to someone who seemed as ethereal as white jade. As Yuanyuan confronted the scars for the first time, a wave of trepidation coursed through her. She yearned to erase this imperfection. Chapter 53. Solitary belief the sensation was but a fleeting moment, and Yuanyuan quickly regained her composure. With steady hands, she began to explore the prince's scarred legs. In several places, she pressed slightly harder, yet the prince remained unresponsive. He felt nothing, or rather, since his injury, he had lost all sensation below the knee. The only feeling that remained was the sharp, relentless pain at the kneecap, gnawing at his nerves day and night, while below the knee was an abyss of emptiness. His gaze drifted into the distance, his dark pupils devoid of any ripple, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Yuanyuan meticulously examined his legs several times before raising her head. "Your Highness," she hesitated. The prince turned to her, offering a gentle smile. "It's all right, speak your mind." It was likely unnecessary to ponder over the diagnosis, for during the past 6 months, he had heard it countless times, often admonishing himself to relinquish hope, yet a flicker of hope still lingered within him. Below the knee, his leg bones were shattered in multiple places, tendons severed, and nerves severely damaged, leaving almost no possibility of recovery. Yuanyuan's voice dwindled as she recalled her last visit with the prince, pondering the extent of his injuries that rendered the finest physicians futile. Only now, as she touched him, could she confirm the irreversible damage. She truly felt powerless and was uncertain if her aunt could assist. However, her aunt and Apos' periods of lucidity were erratic. Sometimes she would be awake for 4 or 5 hours a day, while at other times she might not regain consciousness for days, lacking any discernible pattern. Thus, persuading her aunt to intervene seemed improbable unless she could achieve a complete awakening. Even under her aunt's guidance, Yuanyuan feared she would struggle to perform such a challenging operation. Indeed, her aunt had stated that such injuries required surgical intervention for any chance of recovery. Moreover, she could not expose her aunt and Apos' existence. Ever since she had sought refuge in her aunt and Apos' courtyard during her childhood, her aunt had been in a state of madness. Yet, during her moments of clarity, she had conveyed to Yuanyuan that regardless of the time or the person, she must always refer to her as the madwoman, never revealing her true identity to anyone. Although Yuanyuan believed the prince to be a good person, She could not risk her aunt's secrecy after having relied on her for a decade. A sense of sadness and shame washed over Yuanyuan. Observing her expression, the prince gently reassured her, "I am immensely grateful that you have come to examine me. There is no need for you to feel sorrow on my behalf. I often reflect on the incident, and the outcomes are simply two. One is death, and the other is a half-life riddled with suffering. It is difficult to ascertain which is preferable, yet surviving offers a glimmer of hope. You are right, Your Highness. As long as one lives, there will always be hope." Yuanyuan had never encountered anyone as magnanimous as the prince. Even as she examined his wounds, he experienced a moment of loss and sorrow, a helplessness he tried to conceal. Yet, upon realizing the futility of her efforts, he turned to comfort her instead. "While I may not restore Your Highness's health, I can assist in alleviating some of your issues. If managed well, with regular acupuncture to ensure the nerves do not completely perish, there may still be a chance of recovery should we encounter a capable physician in the future. In this vast world, there will surely come a day." Yuanyuan mused, acknowledging her limitations yet determined to achieve at least 50% improvement. Perhaps, if her aunt regained consciousness, they could aspire to reach 80%. After all, in this immense world, there might exist someone capable of achieving a full recovery. As she contemplated, she suddenly felt a tight grip around her wrist. Instinctively, she glanced down to find a long, pale hand grasping her wrist firmly. She had rolled up her sleeves for convenience, and the stark contrast between her fair skin and her own slightly darker complexion was striking. "ISN and oppose. It better to be fairer?" Yuanyuan thought to herself. "What did you say?" After a pause, the prince in oppose's voice emerged, tinged with a heaviness that hinted at a tremor. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her inability to do more, Yuanyuan replied, "Your Highness, I apologize. My current abilities are indeed limited, and I cannot do more." She felt a wave of awkwardness, but quickly realized that her age might cast doubt on her credibility. So she added, "I am sincere. Although I do not possess complete confidence, I can certainly try. If you do not believe me, I believe you." The prince interrupted, his unfathomable gaze locking onto hers. One was deep as a dark pool, the other clear as a gentle stream. Their eyes collided abruptly. "I believe you," he reiterated. "How wonderful." Yuanyuan felt a surge of relief, as she had feared he might not trust her or agree, given the significant risks involved. However, the prince did not question her further. He simply expressed his faith in her. Though Yuanyuan had experienced trust before, this was the first time since arriving in the capital that someone believed in her so resolutely. Whether at the polo field, when she claimed she could heal Su Fengxiu, or now, he had not hesitated for a moment, showing no doubt in her abilities. This unwavering belief filled her with profound joy. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" the prince inquired. "I have everything I need. I specifically sought out the finest blacksmith in our county, and the county magistrate even helped me arrange it. He holds you in such high regard. If he knew I was here to consult you, he would surely be envious," Yuanyuan replied, a hint of pride in her voice. After all, the county magistrate was the highest official in their locality. Now, she was in the presence of the person the magistrate admired most. If given the chance to return and share her experience, it would undoubtedly evoke envy. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. "I will return to fetch my supplies. You, prepare some food for me. I fear I may become too famished," she said. The prince chuckled, "Very well." Yuanyuan hurriedly stood and left, pulling Yuanyuan along to scale the wall. Yuanyuan, puzzled, protested, "Hey, why not an amp? Oppose. We just use the front door? Why scale the wall? You previously told me not to climb walls. And now you want me to help you. If cousin finds out, he will scold me. Why are you babbling so much? Hurry," Yuanyuan urged, and the two hurried away. Chao Cheng approached, crouching down to help the prince put on his shoes and socks, worry etched on his face. "Your Highness, do you truly believe in her? She is the young lady mentioned by Ling Pinzhang." Chapter 54. One must not lose face, nor eat less. The crown prince gazed down at his hands, his fingers slightly curled. "Have the kitchen prepare some delicacies that the young ladies enjoy, and make sure to prepare plenty." "Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it at once," Chao Cheng replied, nearly overwhelmed with joy as he hurried out. The crown prince gently closed his eyes, his lashes fluttering slightly. His fingers, which had been slightly bent, gradually clenched into a fist. Do not rush, do not rush. This is merely the beginning. He repeated this mantra to himself until the sound of footsteps outside prompted him to open his eyes, revealing a calm clarity within them. Yuanyuan entered alongside Yuanyuan, placing a small bundle upon the table and unwrapping it to reveal an object resembling animal hide. Is this your treasure? Yuanyuan inquired, leaning closer, his expression one of disbelief. What on earth is it? Unable to resist, he reached out to lift it, only to be met with a swift slap from Yuanyuan. I know now, it's silver needles. You used these when you needled me last time, didn't you? Yuanyuan speculated. With no outsiders present, Yuanyuan unfurled the hide, exposing a row of small blades. Heavens! Yuanyuan exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. Is this an assassination weapon? He stared in shock at the row of blades, yearning to pick one up but was deterred by Yuanyuan's glare. He leaned in to observe closely. Eye and oppose. He had never seen such blades before. They resemble concealed weapons, though they differ slightly. Concealed weapons might be thinner, and their shapes vary. They are not concealed weapons. They are blades, Yuanyuan replied. She had intended to clarify that these were surgical blades, but suddenly recalled her aunt's warning against disclosing any terms related to surgery. What are they used for? Yuanyuan ventured a rather unsettling guess. They and oppose, for incising the skin. Different areas require different blades, especially when dissecting a corpse. Yuanyuan replied casually, but was abruptly interrupted by Yuanyuan. These blades, surely they aren't for autopsy purposes? Yuanyuan exclaimed, jumping back in alarm. Of course not. I commissioned these myself. There's indeed a set for autopsy, but that was taken by Magistrate Ling. When he asked for my assistance with an autopsy, I casually requested him to forge a set of tools for me, but he wouldn't part with it, only allowing me to use it during the autopsy. Thus, I had to save up to forge my own set, which cost me a staggering 10 taels of silver. Do you have any idea how long it took me to save that? Yuanyuan recalled, still feeling the sting in her heart. She had toiled tirelessly, working long hours, hunting for game, and gathering herbs to sell, managing to save that amount over 6 long months. Consequently, she cherished this set of tools dearly, often reluctant to use them. Is this truly worth 10 taels? Yuanyuan found it hard to believe that it took half a year to accumulate such a sum. Was earning money really that difficult? Yuanyuan shot him an incredulous look. Wait until you experience earning your own money, then you shall understand. In the countryside, 10 taels can support an entire family for a year, yet they toil tirelessly all year, unable to save even that much. Yuanyuan rubbed his nose, struggling to fathom such a life. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, is that why you insist on remaining in the Duke and Oppo's residence? Yuanyuan. The crown prince called out softly. Yuanyuan immediately realized he had misspoken and hastily explained to Yuanyuan, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. He looked at her anxiously, unsure how to convey his thoughts without implying that she was materialistic. Indeed, why would I not stay? By remaining here, I can attend the Tom Ming Academy to study. Of course, I shall stay, Yuanyuan asserted. She believed she could thrive anywhere. Yet why would she leave the Duke's residence? Sheng Yunju had taken away a significant part of her life, yet remained comfortably in her position, continuing to view Yuanyuan as a thorn in her side. Why should she concede to Sheng Yunju? She was determined to surpass her, refusing to let herself face a fate akin to that in her dreams. She would demonstrate to Sheng Yunju that, despite having taken away her family and everything else, she could still excel and triumph. She would not suffer a humiliating defeat, nor be driven away so easily. Yuanyuan was taken aback, unable to look away from Yuanyuan, who, at this moment, was illuminated by the midday sun streaming through the window, making her appear almost radiant. In the capital, he had encountered many remarkable individuals, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such vibrant vitality, like a wildflower, seemingly delicate yet fiercely resilient, impervious to any force that aimed to bring her down. The crown prince's gaze fell upon Yuanyuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise he had yet to acknowledge. Just then, Chao Cheng entered with a beaming smile, announcing, Your Highness, young lord, Miss Liu. Lunch is ready and laid out in the side hall. Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to follow him, but suddenly remembered something and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, you mustn't eat." The crown prince paused, nodding slightly. "Very well." Yuanyuan, curious, asked why not. Yuanyuan hesitated, wanting to explain that she would be performing surgery, but quickly recalled that the crown prince had summoned her for acupuncture. Thus, she hurriedly clarified, "Because I'll be performing acupuncture shortly, and I fear he might vomit from seeing his own blood if he eats." Yuanyuan recalled how he had cried out during his own treatment, recalling the basin of blood, his face paling as he bravely asserted, "Cousin Yuanyuan do that." They all entered the side hall together, where Chao Chung stood ready to serve their meal. The crown prince spoke, "You may leave." Gao Zhen Gong Li. And the dining table was left with only Yuanyuan and Yuanyuan. Yet it was abundantly filled with an array of dishes, at least dozens of varieties, each portion modest, leaving Yuanyuan awestruck. She could not help but swallow hard. The crown prince wheeled himself to the window, picking up a book and casually flipping through its pages. Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she seized a bowl and began to eat heartily. Yuanyuan, wide-eyed, couldn't help but interject, "Why do you care about your image in front of my cousin? Are you afraid he'll see you eat since you want to let him eat? Why don't you mind if I see?" Yuanyuan hardly lifted her head, silently reciting the dining etiquette she had recently learned from Granny Shun. Yet her hands moved with unabated speed. One must not lose face, nor eat less. Chapter 55. The Unbearable Waste. Yuanyuan sat on the opposite side, leisurely enjoying the sight of Yuanyuan devouring her meal, while he himself nibbled slowly. Though he was not particularly hungry, the aroma of Yuanyuan's food was so enticing that he unconsciously polished off 2 bowls of rice. When Yuanyuan finally set down her chopsticks with admirable restraint, Yuanyuan was astounded by the sight of the nearly empty table. With only a few dishes remaining in front of him, he quietly placed down his chopsticks and asked softly, "Are you full?" Yuanyuan nodded, looking at him with puzzlement. "Aren't you eating any more?" Yuanyuan replied, "I'm also full." Pointing to the remnants on the table, Yuanyuan remarked, "You haven't finished." Yuanyuan responded, "My dear lady, you may not realize that the lunch prepared by Lord Chao is enough to feed 5 people. The implication was clear. Even if the 3 of them sat down, they could not possibly finish it all. Heaven knows, she alone had consumed at least enough for 3. He truly could not comprehend how such a petite figure could accommodate so much. Surely, her stomach was an endless pit? Yuanyuan frowned, gazing at the leftover food with evident conflict. She simply could not bear to see food wasted. Strangely, Yuanyuan suddenly understood her sentiment. He quickly picked up the bowl he had just set down. "My lady, please, I will eat. Don't glare at me anymore. I know you detest waste. But you cannot push yourself to the brink of bursting." Upon hearing his words, Yuanyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and murmured, "There's so many people in this world who go hungry. Why waste food? My greatest dream was to be able to store uneaten food for later, so I could eat whenever I was hungry." Yuanyuan could not help but inquire, "Did you often go hungry in the past? Weren't you quite adept at earning money? When hunger struck, couldn't you simply buy food? Why must you gorge yourself now? Don't misunderstand me. I do not disdain your appetite." He was genuinely curious about how Yuanyuan had grown up. "I lived alone since I was 3. I was too young then, with short legs, unable to run fast, and there was little to forage in the mountains. The villagers would occasionally give me some food out of pity, but they too were not well off. I could not consistently rely on others for sustenance. For years, I never had a full meal. Even after I became self-sufficient, I could not shake that habit. Even now, residing in the Duke's residence, I have not managed to rid myself of it." Things had improved somewhat. At least she was no longer in such dire straits after feasting on so many delights. Yuanyuan stared blankly at Yuanyuan. "I'm so sorry." He had not intended to unearth her scars. He simply had not known that there were people who lived like this in the world. He had seen the impoverished outside the city, beggars relying on alms, but he had merely glanced over their plight, unable to fathom their existence. Yuanyuan questioned, "What is there to apologize for? It was not you who abandoned me." Yuanyuan was even more astonished. "Were you abandoned? By whom? How utterly inhumane." He had only known that Yuanyuan was a distant relative of the Duke, assuming that anyone connected to the Duke's household would lead a relatively comfortable life. He had never considered that she had been cast aside nor realized that the scar on her face had been inflicted by a branding iron. He could scarcely conceive of what kind of person would commit such heinous acts against a child. Indeed, it was monstrous, yet she had already died. Before Yuanyuan returned to the Duke's residence, she had overheard the old maid Lu mention that the wet nurse he had dared to confuse the lineage of the Duke and deposed household. From the day the truth came to light, the primary culprit had already been executed. Her son and daughter-in-law, along with other grandchildren, had also been soundly punished before being sold off. It was said that this was a directive from Duke Sheng himself. In any case, after Yuanyuan arrived at the Duke's residence, those involved had already been dealt with, leaving only the oblivious Sheng Yunju. Before the age of 3, Yuanyuan could hardly remember the details. However, after that dream, her once vague memories had sharpened, especially upon confirming that Sheng Yunju had been reborn. She was now certain that Sheng Yunju had been aware from the start, having plotted with the wet nurse to abandon her. Had it been otherwise, following the trajectory of Sheng Yunju's rebirth, she would have returned to the Duke's residence as the Duke's daughter at the age of 3, growing up alongside her. Yet the Sheng Yunju who had supplanted her identity would never allow her to return to the capital, perhaps confident that she would not survive. They had left the He family in the capital, serving in the Duke's residence. Otherwise, with Sheng Yunju and deposed cunning, she would have surely silenced her long ago, preventing any chance of exposure. Even now, as Yuanyuan had returned to the capital, Sheng Yunju was relentless in her attempts to oust her. The matter of the immortal Lady Shangshan was far from over. It was merely the beginning. Yuanyuan was determined to see whether Sheng Yunju could successfully expel her, as she had in the dream. While Yuanyuan and Yin were engrossed in their conversation, they remained oblivious to the fact that the prince, seated by the window, had not turned a page of his book for quite some time. He slightly turned his head, his gaze lingering on the frail, yet fiercely spirited young girl. Unable to look away, when Yin finally set down his chopsticks with a satisfied belch, Yuanyuan had already risen and called to the prince at the window. "Your Highness, we can begin preparations." Yin immediately jumped up. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Yuanyuan pointed outside. "Yes. Guard the entrance and ensure no one enters. Last time, Jiao helped you with that." Yin replied. At that moment, the steward Chao, stationed at the entrance, heard the commotion and entered, pushing the prince's wheelchair. He addressed Yuanyuan. "Miss Lu, please feel free to instruct this old servant with any needs." Yuanyuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know martial arts? Are you strong?" It was not that she doubted him. It was just that Steward Chao appeared amiable but hardly seemed like a master. "If Miss Lu requires assistance, I assure you I can be of help," he responded. Yuanyuan glanced at the prince, noting his silence, and understood that this must be someone the prince trusted implicitly. She nodded and told Yin, "You guard outside. Given the prince's condition, acupuncture may take some time. Regardless of how long it takes, ensure no one enters to disturb us. If my hand trembles and I miss, it could lead to serious trouble." Yin thought to himself that this courtyard was as secure as a fortress. Not even a fly could pass without scrutiny. Nonetheless, he readily assured her, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Yuanyuan instructed Steward Chao to push the prince into the room, relocating the soft couch to a well-lit area for the prince to lie down. Chapter 56. She must be hungry. Yuanyuan meticulously sterilized the blades and needles with strong liquor and flames. Just before proceeding, she suddenly recalled something and inquired, "I almost forgot, is there any moth-faced sand in the palace?" Having grown accustomed to rural life, she was unacquainted with such precious medicines, as even for bone setting, they primarily relied on simple herbal pain relievers, devoid of moth-faced sand. Nevertheless, she had heard from an elderly doctor that it was available in the capital. "No need," the crown prince interjected suddenly. Yuanyuan glanced at him. "There is no need for pain relief," he replied. Yuanyuan was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. "It must hurt terribly. I was remiss in my considerations. I have always been in smaller locales, where such things are unnecessary, so I forgot to ask. Miss Lu, you are unaware that when His Highness was injured, various methods were employed by the palace and some skilled practitioners from outside. However, one of the ingredients in moth-faced sand was intolerable for His Highness, nearly costing him his life. Thus, Ma Fei San is forbidden for him, explained Chief Steward Chow. Lu Yuanyuan cast a sympathetic glance at the crown prince. Then bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, just... She offered him a handkerchief and instructed Chief Steward Chow. Perhaps it would be best to blindfold him. The forthcoming scene may be somewhat unpleasant. If he truly cannot endure it, hold him down, and his legs must not move. Rest assured, Miss, Chief Steward Chow assured her. With his promise, Lu Yuanyuan quickly immersed herself in the task at hand. This surgery was exceedingly complex for her, although she had practiced extensively on small animals under her aunt and oppos as guidance. Performing such intricate procedures on a human was an entirely different matter. However, she possessed the virtue of singular focus when engaged in a task, rendering her oblivious to distractions. Having practiced countless times to master her strength, whether wielding a knife or suturing, it felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Her hands would remain steady without the slightest tremor. As time slipped by, she occasionally checked the crown prince's condition. To her astonishment, despite the excruciating pain she assumed any normal person would be unable to withstand, he remained completely still, his only reaction a tightening of his fingers. Were it not for the pallor of his face and the cold sweat soaking the blindfold, she might have believed he felt no pain at all. Lu Yuanyuan lost track of time. It had grown so dark outside that Chief Steward Chow lit numerous lamps around her to ensure they did not obstruct her view, standing quietly by until the moon reached its zenith. Finally, as she cut the last suture and washed her hands in the basin, she exhaled deeply and murmured, "It's done." Then, feeling faint, she swayed slightly, nearly collapsing. A firm grip seized her wrist. She looked at the crown prince in surprise. He was reclining on the soft couch, the blindfold having been changed several times. One hand grasped her wrist, while the other reached toward the blindfold. Wait a moment." Lu Yuanyuan hurriedly leaned forward, placing her freshly washed hand over his eyes. As she blinked heavily, taking in the scene before her, reminiscent of a crime scene, she turned to Chief Steward Chow and implored, "Could you please tidy this up? Do not worry, Mississippi. His Highness has witnessed far worse. You are exhausted. Allow me to handle this. Please rest for a while in the adjacent room. I will have hot water prepared for your bath and dinner." Chief Steward Chow replied gently. Hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan finally relaxed and nodded. "All right, do not move him yet. After you clean up, use warm water and be attentive to any potential overheating. I will rest for a bit." She was truly fatigued. Her aunt had not deceived her. To pursue this profession, one required not only perseverance, but also physical endurance. Thankfully, her stamina was adequate. Releasing her hand from the crown prince's eyes, she failed to notice the slight tremor of the eyes beneath her palm as she withdrew. Paying no further heed, she collapsed onto the bed in the adjoining room, closing her eyes and succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, the crown prince removed the blindfold from his eyes. What lay before him resembled a scene of carnage. Although Lu Yuanyuan had stitched his wounds and cleaned the blood from his legs, the sofa, his clothing, the floor, and even Chief Steward Chow assisting nearby were splattered with crimson stains. It bore a striking resemblance to the day he was carried back after his injury. As he opened his eyes, he was engulfed in a sea of blood, seemingly consumed by its hue. Since that day, countless renowned physicians had visited the Eastern Palace. His legs had been punctured innumerable times, progressing from initial pain, requiring the use of mandrake for relief, to a state where he had completely lost sensation, becoming addicted to mandrake intended for pain relief. It had only been a little over 7 months since his injury, yet it felt like he had endured a lifetime of suffering. Each day brought torment worse than death, with hope dwindling to nothing. He was not merely enduring pain. He sought to rid himself of the addiction that threatened to drive him mad. Yet today, despite still feeling immense pain, he found an unexpected tranquility. Countless times, as he contemplated tearing off the blindfold, he found inexplicable solace in her calmness, gradually soothing the turmoil within him. "Your Highness, how do you feel now? Do you need—" Chief Steward Chow began to assist him with changing clothes, leaning in to inquire softly. "No need," he replied, his voice hoarse from lack of speech and water, yet remarkably lucid. "Check on her." He closed his eyes and spoke quietly. Chief Steward Chow paused in his actions but quickly grasped his intent. After a brief tidying up, He turned to the adjoining room for a glance. Lu Yuanyuan lay soundly asleep on the bed, utterly exhausted, her body sprawled out as she emitted soft snores. Chief Steward Chow returned to the Crown Prince and said, "Your Highness, Miss Lu is utterly worn out. She has fallen asleep." Lying motionless on the blood-stained couch, the Crown Prince appeared almost lifeless under the flickering candlelight surrounding him. Chief Steward Chow felt a sudden jolt of unease. "Your Highness?" he tentatively called out. The Crown Prince responded faintly, "Prepare some food. She must be hungry." Chapter 57. Gazing at beauty under the light, Lu Yuanyuan did not slumber for long. She was roused by hunger. In her childhood, she had inadvertently discovered her remarkable strength. However, the more one exerts strength, the greater the toll on the body, necessitating an increased intake of sustenance. On ordinary days, this was manageable, but today, she was utterly exhausted, having depleted her energy without sufficient replenishment. She had barely fallen asleep when her growling stomach began its protest. Rising from her bed, she noticed the dim, yellow light still illuminating the room, and for a moment, she could not recall her whereabouts. Habitually, she approached the table, grasped the water jug, and tilted her head back, gulping down the water fervently. "Has the young lady awakened?" came the gentle voice of Eunuch Chow from the doorway. Startled, Lu Yuanyuan coughed a few times, suddenly recollecting that she had been treating the Crown Prince's leg, which had taken longer than anticipated. Eunuch Chow had advised her to rest, and she had dozed off almost immediately. Thus, she was not in her former drafty straw hut, nor in the desolate courtyard of the Duke and Appo's residence, but rather in the Crown Prince and Appo's adjoining villa. Still a bit dazed, she scanned her surroundings and responded. Eunuch Chow's voice was particularly warm and kind. "The little kitchen has prepared some easily digestible chicken noodle soup for the young lady. If you are hungry, I shall have someone bring it to you." Before Lu Yuanyuan could speak, her stomach audibly protested again. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she stepped outside, where Eunuch Chow, seeing her emerge, smiled even more warmly. "Please wait a moment. I shall have the evening meal brought to you. I will first check on His Highness." The room where Lu Yuanyuan had been resting was merely separated from the one where she had operated on the Crown Prince by a single door. She navigated around the screen and swiftly made her way to where the Crown Prince was resting. It seemed that, lacking permission, Eunuch Chow had not moved the Crown Prince, but the soft couch had been cleaned of blood, and his garments had been changed. He was now draped in a thin blanket, appearing to be asleep. As she gazed at the slumbering Crown Prince, her eyelids fluttered slightly. She mused, "No wonder people say beauty is best appreciated under the light." The Crown Prince, with his extraordinary looks, seemed almost ethereal, as if bathed in a luminous glow, rendering his beauty surreal. She felt truly privileged to witness such unmatched grace. A small smile graced Lu Yuanyuan's lips as she approached quickly, placing her palm against the Crown Prince's forehead, which felt slightly warm. She then lifted his wrist to check his pulse, finding nothing amiss. Relieved, she thought to herself that the Crown Prince's constitution appeared quite robust, and her skills had proven adequate. Having successfully undertaken such a significant operation without mishap filled her with pride. At that moment, she heard Eunuch Chow approaching and nodded at him, following him outside. "This way, my lady." He guided her to the private dining hall where they had dined at noon. As Lu Yuanyuan stepped inside, she was immediately greeted by a delightful aroma. Ignoring everything else, she hurried in, discovering the table already set with several dishes. Knowing her hearty appetite, they had prepared not only chicken noodle soup, but also neatly arranged platters of sliced beef, flaky pastries, dumplings, and 2 varieties of rice cakes. She began by consuming a couple of pastries to quell her hunger before remembering to inquire, "Where is Yuanyuan? It is getting late." I assured the young Marquis that His Highness was fatigued and sent him home, Eunuch Chow replied with a smile. As Lu Yuanyuan stuffed her mouth, she paused for a moment, quickly realizing that the Crown Prince likely did not wish for the matter to be widely known, even keeping it from those closest to him. "Like Yuanyuan, my lady may not be aware, but there are many eyes on His Highness's injury. Thus, the fewer people who know, the better," Eunuch Chow explained. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, understanding this, though she had not fully grasped the implications. She was always one to keep her word. I shall not speak of this to anyone. In the future, I will only say that I treated His Highness with acupuncture. That was precisely how she had deceived Yuanyuan earlier. You are a clever young lady. This is a token from His Highness. Should you have any needs in the future, you may send someone to seek out this old servant. As long as it is within the Eastern Palace's capabilities, we shall do our utmost to assist you, Eunuch Chao said, his smile becoming increasingly sincere. Who doesn't appreciate a clever mind? This young lady, despite her youth and humble beginnings, was untainted by the schemes and machinations often found in the nobility, which endeared her to Eunuch Chao even more. He presented her with a small, exquisite jade token. Yuanyuan did not reach out to accept it. His Highness has aided me twice. Though I did not grow up in the capital, I am aware that the nobility can be unreasonable. Had it not been for His Highness's intervention, I might not have had the opportunity to treat that young Master Su and could have faced dire consequences. Moreover, during the incident at the Duke's residence, while I did intimidate that Master Shangshan, it was but a temporary measure. Killing her would have caused trouble, and letting her go would have been equally problematic, as she would surely harbor resentment towards me. The Duke's household would not have come to my defense. However, once His Highness arrived, a few well-chosen words revealed her vulnerabilities, effectively dismantling her earlier slanders against me. Therefore, I willingly treated His Highness, but regrettably, my abilities are limited and I cannot cure him. Eunuch Chao, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He then took a step back and, bowing respectfully, said, "My lady must not undervalue herself. While His Highness's injury is not one to be spoken of lightly, the situation is indeed worsening. That you have managed to halt His Highness's condition from deteriorating further is a testament to your extraordinary skills, truly worthy of the legendary Hua Ta." Yuanyuan felt slightly embarrassed by the flattery and quickly lowered her head to focus on her meal, trying to mask her discomfort. Yet, she returned the jade token, saying, "I have merely done what I could. It would not be right to accept such a grand gift. However, I do have a favor to ask of His Highness. Today, His Highness mentioned consulting the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau for the Duke's wife. I would like to trouble Eunuch Chao to inquire about her condition at that time." Yuanyuan found it rather strange. Though Lady Lan had been frail in her dreams, she had not seemed to be in such a dire state. Could it be that something had transpired since her return? She did not subscribe to notions of fate. Lady Lan's ailment might have stemmed from an acute illness or some other issue, though she held no fondness for the Duke's family, and her expectations of Lady Lan were minimal. She did not wish for her presence to hasten Lady Lan's demise. "Do not worry, my lady. I will certainly inquire for you," Eunuch Chao assured her, understanding her hesitance to accept the jade token. He did not press the matter further, saying, "If you choose not to accept it, that is fine. Should you need anything in the future, you may send someone to seek me out. I may be a few years your elder, and perhaps I can offer you some counsel." "Thank you very much," Yuanyuan said sincerely. After finishing her meal, Eunuch Chao thoughtfully inquired if she wished to wash up. However, Yuanyuan realized she had no clothes here and replied, "No need. I will climb back over the wall. Otherwise, Granny Shin will worry. Please keep an eye on His Highness, and if anything arises, do not hesitate to find me." Having satisfied her hunger, Yuanyuan was not feeling drowsy. After bidding farewell to Eunuch Chao, she followed his directions and quickly found the wall of her own courtyard, easily scaling it. The room was still lit, indicating that Granny Shun was likely still awake, concerned for her. Yuanyuan walked to the hall, pushed open the door, and saw Shang Junyi resting his chin on his hand, seated there. Cautiously, Yuanyuan took a step back, her gaze landing on the feather duster on the shelf, meant for cleaning. Grasping it, she approached Shang Junyi. Chapter 58. Am I raised onto? Shang Junyi had long been aware of the stirrings, and upon Yuanyuan's entrance, he caught a whiff of her fragrance mingled with a hint of residual blood. As he opened his eyes, Yuanyuan's feather duster came crashing down towards him without a hint of hesitation. Shang Junyi stiffened, barely managing to evade the duster as it struck the chair instead. "What are you doing?" he asked incredulously. Yuanyuan stepped forward to retrieve the duster, holding it firmly as she warily met Shang Junyi's gaze. "Ought to ask you, second young master, are you addicted to thievery at night? The last time, you brazenly occupied my hall and demanded I leave. And now again." A surge of anger welled up within her. "You may very well try to see if you can actually drive me away. You." Sheng Jinyi ground his teeth. You are utterly unreasonable. I have stated before. If you wish to remain, it depends on your capabilities. This household has no need for the ineffectual. His fox-like visage was marked by indifference. Your ability to persuade Yuanyuan and the crown prince to come to your aid is what defines your worth. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yuanyuan asked impatiently. She was thoroughly exasperated by these individuals who could not speak plainly, preferring instead to beat around the bush. They were not on such intimate terms that they could casually meet at night, intruding upon her territory with their charades. Yuanyuan, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, and regardless of your motives for wanting to stay in this residence, one thing remains clear. You are always a member of the Duke's household. A secret cannot be concealed indefinitely. As long as you live, your identity cannot remain hidden. As Sheng Jinyi continued to meander through his thoughts, Yuanyuan's impatience grew. She wielded the duster and hurled it towards him once more, but this time, he was prepared and evaded her strike. Disinterested in further discourse, Yuanyuan turned to leave. At this hour, Yuanqing should be asleep, and she needed to heat water for her bath. Fortunately, while her courtyard was somewhat desolate, it was spacious enough. Although it lacked a small kitchen for cooking, there was a modest room for boiling water. Sheng Jinyi watched as she walked away, speaking while she seemingly ignored him. He had never been so disregarded in his life. Momentarily dazed, he hurriedly stepped after her. I am discussing serious matters with you. Where did you go with the crown prince? What is the source of the blood on your clothes? Have you seen the crown prince's injuries? Speak honestly. What is the state of his wounds? Is there any hope for recovery? Sheng Jinyi had never encountered someone like Yuanyuan before. He had intended to clarify her position and the associated implications. But she not only refused to engage, but seemed disinclined to listen at all. He began to doubt whether his father's insistence on keeping an eye on her was a fanciful notion. Yuanyuan halted her steps, turning to roll her eyes at him. What does it have to do with you? You really are like a hen brooding over ducklings. Are you insulting me? Sheng Jinyi was taken aback, momentarily diverting from the matter at hand. Yuanyuan nodded. What do you mean by that? Keep it out. With an expression that suggested he was a fool, she replied, It means you are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. What she chose to do was none of his business. The condition of the crown prince and Appo's injuries was irrelevant to him. Why was he so intrusive? Yuanyuan, now too weary to even spare him a glance, turned her back and exited the hall towards the small courtyard. There, she skillfully drew water from the nearby tub, pouring it into the pot on the stove. She gathered kindling and set about starting a fire to heat the water. Sheng Jinyi felt his head pound with irritation from her words and followed her, noticing how adeptly she worked at the stove. He could not help but pause. What are you doing this for? Don't you have servants in your courtyard? Since moving into this residence, aside from Yuanqing, who had been assigned to her initially, Yuanyuan had only requested the assistance of Granny Shun, sent by the Lan family. With little to do in her courtyard, Yuanqing managed daily chores, including cooking and cleaning. After a month, Yuanqing, who could gain weight merely by drinking water, had lost considerable weight. When Yuanyuan had free time, she would help out. And if she was busy late, she would allow Yuanqing to sleep first while she took care of the water herself. Thus, faced with Sheng Jinyi's puzzled expression, she impatiently urged, Why are you still here? Sheng Jinyi did not leave. He stood in the doorway, observing Yuanyuan as she expertly tended to the fire and heated the water. Suddenly, it struck him that she must have done this countless times before. Accustomed to the task, he could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Did you often do this in the past? Yuanyuan regarded him as if he were mad, retorting, Otherwise, do you suppose I was raised on dew? Sheng Jinyi's expression darkened. Standing at the entrance of the cramped room designated for boiling water, he had to bend his head to enter. He beheld Yuanyuan, small and hunched over the stove, adding kindling. The firelight cast a glow on her frail face, rendering her gray and indistinct, reminiscent of the scullery maids he had encountered before, small and pitiful. Yet, Yuanyuan was not merely a scullery maid. Sheng Jinyi harbored no benevolence. His kindness was typically reserved for the fairer sex, and Yuanyuan, being thin and unattractive, failed to evoke such sentiments. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he could not fathom that she was his sister. He recalled the day when they brought Sheng Yunju back to the manor. At that time, She was merely 3 years old, having lived in the countryside with her wet nurse for 3 years. Yet, when Sheng Yunju returned, she was plump and fair. Even in dire circumstances, their mother had ensured she brought back money, fearing her daughter would suffer, providing her with silver notes and precious jewelry before her departure. He had heard from Granny Hui that the total amounted to over 1,000 taels of silver. Such wealth would have sufficed to care for a small infant for 3 years. Even if it supported the entire family of the wet nurse, it was more than adequate. Thus, when Sheng Yunju returned, no one was surprised. They merely felt pity for her suffering, lamenting her skin was not soft enough and her clothing of poor quality. And now, what of Lu Yuanyuan? At 13, she remained as frail as a scullery maid, even less substantial than the newly acquired maidservants. Such a person was his own sister. Sheng Junyi suddenly stepped back, feeling a sense of suffocation within the small room. Chapter 59. The savage Lu Yuanyuan boiled water swiftly, pouring the prepared mixture into a wooden barrel before effortlessly carrying it out of the small room. She noticed Sheng Junyi still lingering at the door, and with a hint of wariness, she inquired, "You're not planning to follow me to bathe, are you?" "How absurd!" Sheng Junyi gritted his teeth, turning away in a state of disarray and fleeing hastily, vanishing from her courtyard in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuanyuan gazed at the empty yard, suddenly realizing the implications of the solitude. She muttered softly, "It seems having fewer people isn't ideal either. If one were to casually knock me out, wouldn't this courtyard allow him to come and go as he pleases?" Though she had no qualms about being seen, she could not condone Sheng Junyi's peculiar habit of climbing walls at night instead of using the front door. She needed to devise a plan. Entering the bathroom with the water bucket, she cautiously peered around, ensuring no one was present before she breathed a sigh of relief and secured the door. Indeed, life in the capital was far from easy. Lu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and sighed. Meanwhile, Sheng Junyi seemed to be fleeing from an unseen pursuer until he reached the study of Duke Shenghua in the front courtyard. He knocked on the door, trembling slightly. "Come in," replied Duke Shenghua, setting down his book and looking up at Sheng Junyi. "Why have you returned so late? Did you manage to inquire about what I asked?" Sheng Junyi hesitated before responding. "No." Duke Shenghua frowned. "What is the matter? You couldn't handle something so minor? She is merely a child. Can't you extract a few words from her? What is the status of the crown prince's injury?" Sheng Junyi fell into an unusual silence, his mind persistently conjuring the image of Lu Yuanyuan, small and focused as she boiled water by the stove. Duke Shenghua, visibly displeased, snapped, "I'm asking you a question." Sheng Junyi snapped back to reality. "When I returned, my clothes were drenched in blood. Beyond that, I couldn't gather any further information. She, though young, is quite difficult to handle." At this, Duke Shenghua's expression darkened further. "Father, what were your intentions when you brought her back?" Sheng Junyi inquired. "She is of the Duke's bloodline. I have confirmed this and would not have erred in my judgment. The plan was to raise her as a twin, whether or not the truth is revealed later. It would serve as a plausible narrative." As Duke Shenghua spoke, his fingers involuntarily tapped the table. "However, I did not anticipate that this girl, having spent over a decade in the countryside, would possess such wildness." Indeed, wildness was the appropriate term. Initially, Duke Shenghua had not regarded this daughter with much importance. He brought her back primarily to prevent the Duke's bloodline from being lost to the world, thereby averting future exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Secondly, there was an unspoken betrothal that required a suitable daughter to fulfill it, and he had only one eligible daughter, Sheng Yunju, who was currently close to the much-coveted third prince. This was advantageous, yet he needed to observe the situation. Thus, Lu Yuanyuan's arrival was perfectly timed. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, Lu Yuanyuan proved to be an unmanageable force. At first, she refused to acknowledge her ancestry, and he indulged her in hopes of tempering her spirit, teaching her that her concerns held no weight within the Duke's household. However, he never expected Lu Yuanyuan to be so capable. Not only did she charm Shang Yunjiao into running errands for her, but she also managed to incite Lan Shi to the point of desperation. And now even Yin Yu had been seen attending to her personally. Furthermore, the crown prince himself was showing her considerable favor. Had Lu Yuanyuan grown up in the Duke's residence with such talents, Duke Shunghua would have been overjoyed. Yet, she had never regarded the Duke's household as her home, nor did she care for her family. He found himself utterly unable to control her. Each time he sought an opportunity to discipline her, Lan Shi would go into a frenzy. The thought alone sent a throbbing pain through Duke Shengguo's head. "May I meet the person you dispatched to investigate her background?" Sheng Junyi asked. Duke Shengguo, taken aback by the question, furrowed his brow and summoned one of his stewards. Steward Zhang entered, bowing respectfully to both men. He was a steward responsible for collecting debts on behalf of the Duke's estate, with business interests in Qingzhou. After the incident unfolded, Duke Shengguo had sent him to investigate. Sheng Junyi appraised Steward Zhang and inquired, "What have you discovered about Miss Lu's living conditions? How can you confirm she is indeed the true third miss? Have you ascertained how she has been living?" Duke Shengguo glanced at Sheng Junyi, surprised by the line of questioning, as he had merely asked a few casual inquiries before arranging for her retrieval. Steward Zhang replied earnestly, "In response to the second young master, when I visited the village of Qinghe, where Miss Lu grew up, I inquired thoroughly. Given that it has only been a decade, the villagers had clear memories of her. The wet nurse, was well known. She is in her 30s, has a son and 2 daughters, and a newborn infant. Their family is reputable, and a younger sister married into a merchant family in the capital, which likely facilitated her recommendation to serve as a wet nurse. If my memory serves me right, before the birth of the third miss, the madam selected 3 wet nurses, and he was merely one of them. It is said that upon her return to the village, she was indeed seen with a newborn swaddled in silk. Coincidentally, during his absence, her eldest daughter-in-law also gave birth to a girl. He claimed that the girl was a foundling, pitifully abandoned, and that she had returned after failing to be chosen as a wet nurse, leading the villagers to harbor no suspicions. As the 2 girls grew, one thrived and became plump, while the other was small and frail. Neighbors reported hearing frequent sounds of scolding, but such occurrences were commonplace in the countryside, and no one took notice. Additionally, as the children seldom ventured out, the villagers saw little of them, only knowing the frail girl as Chao Ye and the plump one as Zhu Zhu. It was not until the Duke's household sent for the third miss that the news broke that the girl he had brought back was a lady of high birth, elevating her entire family's status. No one anticipated that they had abandoned one of the girls in the mountains. Chapter Anampulu, letting go of Yuanyuan Zangguan inquired meticulously. About 2 days after their departure, a hunter from a village went into the mountains to collect his nets. It was late autumn, nearing winter. The hunter heard a sound from one of his traps, resembling a cat's meow, and assumed he had caught something. To his astonishment, he discovered a 3-year-old girl, her face smeared with blood, wearing only a thin garment, barely clinging to life. The hunter, not well acquainted with the villagers, presumed the child had wandered off from her family, and hurriedly took her back to save her. He then carried her to the village chief's house. Inquiring whose child she was, someone quickly recognized her as the granddaughter of the He family. By that time, the He family had been gone for 2 or 3 days, and it was impossible to pursue them. They had left without a trace, only known to have gone to the capital, with no one knowing their exact destination. The village chief, helpless, gathered the villagers to raise some silver to pay for a doctor to treat the child, ultimately managing to save her life. However, no one in the village was willing to adopt a girl, especially one with a disfigured face, as there was a concern she would grow up without the possibility of marriage or a bride price. Consequently, Miss Lu stayed with various families in the village for a few days at a time, some of which were kind enough to let her sleep inside, while others would simply toss her a bun and shoo her away. Over time, she realized that no one would take her in, so she went to live with a mad old woman at the village entrance. This woman, reportedly, had lost her entire family and had gone insane, living a deranged life in her thatched hut. Miss Lu stayed with her, and the villagers were aware of their plight. The village chief, unable to bear the sight of their suffering, occasionally rallied the villagers to bring them food. As Miss Lu grew a couple of years older, she began working for various households in exchange for food. Eventually, she became brave enough to venture into the mountains. Being clever and resourceful, she not only foraged for wild vegetables, but also learned to identify medicinal herbs. When she brought them to the town and Apo's apothecary, the doctor recognized her talent and offered her guidance. By the time Miss Lu was about 8 or 9 years old, she could take simple pulses and treat external wounds. She offered her medical services to the villagers without charging money, asking only for some grain or a handful of vegetables in return. Initially, the villagers were skeptical, but soon they recognized her capabilities and were quite pleased. In that rural area, having a barefoot doctor was a rare blessing, and Miss Lu became well known throughout the region, earning praise from all. Indeed, Miss Lu and Apos' talents extended beyond medicine. She was also skilled in butchering pigs, renowned for her efficiency and precision, leaving no blood to waste. Even the wealthy families from the county would occasionally call upon her, acknowledging her expertise. Zhang Guanshi, assigned to investigate this significant matter, took great care in gathering detailed information. However, upon his return, the Duke did not inquire further, merely confirming the girl's identity without any anomalies, and dismissed him with some reward money. Thus, Zhang Guanshi had no opportunity to share his findings. Today, however, he recounted everything in meticulous detail. After he finished, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Duke Sheng's expression was as dark as ink, while the second young master appeared momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. A chill ran down his spine as he worried whether he had spoken out of turn. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Lan Shi stood with tears in her eyes, leaning weakly against the side of Granny Hui. Beside her, Sheng Junyi looked dazed, helplessly gazing at Lan Shi, his mouth opening to speak, yet unsure of how to begin. Lan Shi bit her lip and pushed the door open. Duke Sheng and Sheng Junyi, as if in a dream, turned in disbelief to look at the entrance. They were utterly unprepared for Lan Shi's appearance at this late hour, well past midnight. "Mother," Sheng Junyi instinctively called out, glancing at Zhang Guanshi, uncertain how much of his earlier words she had heard. "Zhang Guanshi, you leave. You two go outside." Lan Shi could no longer stand, leaning on Granny Hui for support as she made her way to a nearby chair, addressing Sheng Junyi. Zhang Guanshi instinctively looked to Duke Sheng, who nodded, prompting Zhang Guanshi to bow and withdraw hastily. Sheng Junyi wished to stay, but, seeing his mother's expression, he too had no choice but to exit. In the study, only Lan Shi, Granny Hui, and Duke Sheng remained. Lan Shi instructed Granny Hui to step outside. Soon, the only individuals left in the study were the husband and wife. Duke Sheng, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "My dear, I cannot send Yunju away." The moment he saw Lan Shi enter, he sensed trouble brewing. He wondered how the people in the courtyard managed things. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. He could not be on guard against his wife at all times. "No need. You need not send Yunju away," Lan Shi replied, her voice hoarse, followed by a few faint coughs. With one hand gripping the armrest of the chair, she looked up at Duke Sheng. "Husband, we have been married for over 20 years, and I have never asked you for anything. Today, I beseech you, regardless of what transpires in the future, whether Yuanyuan and Apos' lineage is revealed, you must not allow her entry into the Sheng family genealogy. Promise me. Do you realize what you are saying?" Duke Sheng furrowed his brows, initially thinking Lan Shi was about to make a scene over Lu Yuanyuan again, only to be surprised by her unexpected request. "I have little time left, and you have heard. Send a message to a Yao to return immediately to wed. I will hold on until after his marriage. Then I will pass the household responsibilities to my daughter-in-law." Lan Shi displayed a calmness that contrasted sharply with her previous outbursts, as if she were quietly delivering her last wishes. Duke Sheng grasped her hand, feeling its coldness, devoid of warmth. He gazed at the delicate flower he had cherished for half a lifetime, suddenly feeling lost, unable to comprehend how, in just a month, from discovering they had a biological daughter lost to the world to retrieving her, this once-loving couple had arrived at such a juncture. It simply should not be. He sensed something was amiss, but could grasp nothing concrete. "I know why you wish to keep Yuanyuan. It is for the crown prince, is it not? The empress herself had once mentioned to me that if I were to have a daughter, she would be destined to become the crown princess. Yet, how curious fate is. At that time, Yuanyuan had not yet been born, and the empress was enamored with her. After all that transpired, when she finally retrieved Juju, the empress was gravely ill and passed away within 2 years, having never laid eyes on Juju. When the crown prince was well, you sought to match Juju with him, but But upon their first meeting, she was scorned, and you became displeased with Zhu, deeming her unworthy. When you learned of her association with the third prince, you were furious. Only when the crown prince was injured did your attitude shift. What you cared for was not who your daughters were, but what utility they could provide, what benefits they could bring to the duke's household. I have refrained from speaking of this because I understand that as women, this is our fate. It is their fate, and it is mine as well. We cannot resist it. Husband, I am not foolish. You wish to exchange Zhu for decades of stability for the duke's household. I will grant you that, and I will grant her that. My only request is that you let Yuanyuan go. She shall remain merely as a distant cousin of the Shang family. Chapter 61. What has brought us to this point? Duke Shang gazed at his wife, whose expression was calm yet filled with unwavering resolve, and his gaze deepened with concern. What are you saying? He inquired as he sat beside her, pressing his fingers to his forehead. Who am I doing this for? If I do not exhaust every effort, how could I possibly maintain the current state of the Duke and Appos? As household, have you forgotten the calamity of years past? Have you forgotten the reasons behind that disaster? Were it not for that, how could the bloodline of the Duke's house have fallen into obscurity? Indeed, despite your calculations over the years, I have remained silent. Yet, it is Yuanyuan who has been sacrificed, the very one I implored you to bring back, but you refused, fearing the burden of an infant would weigh you down and affect your. Lady Lan retorted angrily. Lanyi, have you lost your mind? Duke Sheng looked at his wife in disbelief. Throughout their many years of marriage, they had faced trials together without ever raising their voices in anger. Yet, since Yin Yang's return, she had become unrecognizable, disregarding her image to confront him, neglecting her own well-being, and now even accusing him of ulterior motives. Could it be that after all these years, they would come to blows over a child? Duke Sheng's countenance darkened significantly, and after struggling with his emotions for what felt like an eternity, he barely managed to rein in his feelings. Even if I were to agree with you, what difference would it make? As you have stated, the matter of marriage was proposed by Her Majesty the Empress, and this is beyond our control. Why must I keep her here? The truth will eventually emerge. The servants of the Duke's household are already aware of this matter. Sooner or later, it will come to light, and regardless of my stance, she remains a part of the Duke's lineage. Surely, His Majesty is not oblivious to this? Besides, with her current antics, should she truly capture the Emperor's attention, what can you do? Lan Yi, in this world, who dares oppose the will of the sovereign? Lady Lan swayed slightly, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. After a long silence, she began to speak as if in a trance. Very well, setting this matter aside. Promise me that you shall not interfere in Yuanyuan's affairs. Unless the Emperor issues a decree, allow her to live happily as a young lady, to attend school, to pursue her passions. Do not harbor any designs against her. Do not let anyone monitor her. Can you do this? If you cannot, I am prepared to risk everything. I will not allow you to have an easy time. Aya will respect my decisions. Lady Lan fixed her gaze firmly upon Duke Shang's eyes. The once resplendent beauty, who had captivated the capital, now looked at her husband devoid of affection, only determination remaining. Duke Shang and Appos' eyes reddened. He truly did not comprehend. What has brought us to this point? What do you think? Lady Lan scoffed bitterly. What has brought us to this point? Upon waking today and learning of the events at Qingfeng Pavilion, how they used that baseless accusation to send Yuanyuan away for seclusion, I suddenly awakened to the truth. My hopes were utterly in vain. This family is no longer as I once envisioned. I had merely grown accustomed to self-deception. But ever since Yuanyuan returned, I have increasingly found myself sinking into illness, realizing that my time may be limited. Only then did I start to confront the reality of this home I once thought perfect. In truth, it is a mere farce. I have no more time. I can only muster the last vestiges of my strength to secure a few joyful days for Yuanyuan. I heard from Nershan that she loves to read and wishes to attend Tai Ming Academy. My daughter is still so vibrant and beautiful, undaunted by the many trials she has faced. That is truly wonderful. I want her to continue living joyfully, even if I may never witness it myself. Duke Shen closed his eyes in sorrow and uttered, very well. Thank you for your understanding, Duke Sheng. Lady Lan's expression finally relaxed. As if she had finally unburdened herself, of a heavy concern. She coughed uncomfortably a few times and called for Nurse Hui to assist her in leaving. Sheng Junyi and Sheng Jun, the two brothers, had not yet departed. Seeing the situation, they rushed forward to support her. Sheng Junyi, standing closest, reached out to offer his arm. "Mother, let me carry you." Lady Lan brushed him off. "No need." She gave him not even a glance, and, with Nurse Hui and Oppos, as help, struggled to exit the courtyard. Nurse Hui had already arranged for a soft sedan chair, and they helped her into it. "Mother." Sheng Junyi could not help but take a few steps forward, wishing to say something, but heard Lady Lan's cold voice. "I have no son who bullies his sister." Sheng Junyi had long been secretly assisting Duke Sheng, and Lady Lan was aware of this. She had never interfered in their father-son matters, for she did not understand such things. Nonetheless, when they turned their attention to her innocent daughter, Lady Lan could not abide it. This was not merely childish bickering like Sheng Junyi's. They were applying their external tactics to their own family. A chill settled in her heart. Without looking back, Lady Lan departed. Sheng Junyi, seeing this, hurried to follow, but was restrained by Sheng Junyi. "Why has mother come at this hour?" Sheng Junyi pursed his lips, reluctant to respond, yet he knew his brother's temperament and replied, "Mother woke this afternoon, learned of the events at Qingfeng Pavilion, and was so enraged she spat blood. She has been keeping an eye on Lu Yuanyuan, and after several sleepless nights without news, she grew increasingly anxious and came to seek father. I happened to encounter her and followed her here, intending to ask father to send someone to inquire, but unexpectedly, upon reaching the study, we overheard those words." Sheng Junyi felt a whirlwind of emotions, unable to articulate his feelings. Initially, he had harbored a strong aversion to Lu Yuanyuan, yet he had never considered how she had endured all these years. Lu Yuanyuan was, in fact, his sister, and she had suffered so much at the hands of that family. Why had he never felt a shred of compassion before? For the first time, Sheng Junyi felt lost, as if he no longer recognized himself. He did not wish to speak further with Sheng Junyi, and after answering, he brushed him off and fled. Sheng Junyi stood dazed, brows slightly furrowed in contemplation. The following day, Lu Yuanyuan awoke close to noon. She had been utterly exhausted the previous day, and encountering that neurotic Sheng Junyi had been particularly bothersome. Yawning, she rose to freshen up. Yuan Xing peeked her head around the door and whispered, Miss, the imperial physician has arrived. They say he is quite renowned, having just entered the residence to attend to the madam. Is it the chief physician from the Imperial Medical Institute?" Lu Yuanyuan paused, recalling the prince's words from yesterday, surprised that they had managed to find him so quickly. She hurriedly donned a fresh outfit, hastily arranged her hair, and rushed towards the residence of Lady Lan, Yulan Pavilion. Upon entering, she found the hall filled with people. Duke Sheng was present, as were Sheng Yunzhu and the two brothers from the Sheng family. Alongside several unfamiliar faces, a slender young man resembling Sheng Junyi and a couple of women dressed like ladies. Lu Yuanyuan exchanged glances with Duke Sheng, feeling mutual disdain, and had no inclination to greet him. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the inner chambers. At that moment, Nurse Hui emerged, addressing Lu Yuanyuan, "Miss, the madam requests your presence." Chapter 62 Apologies. The gazes of the onlookers fell upon Lu Yuanyuan, their expressions a tapestry of complexities. Lu Yuanyuan chose to disregard them, following Granny Hui into the inner chamber. After traversing the outer room and maneuvering around a series of screens, she arrived at the resting place of Madame Lan. At that moment, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow was attending to her, accompanied by a young man who stood vigil at her side. To avoid any appearance of impropriety, Madame Lan was not reclining on the bed, but rather resting against a soft pillow on a small couch by the window. The elderly man was presently feeling her pulse. Lu Yuanyuan scrutinized the old man, surmising that he was indeed the head of the Imperial Medical Department. She remained quietly beside Granny Hui for a while until the head physician withdrew his hand and meticulously examined Madame Lan's eyes, tongue, and other areas. Madame has long suffered from a deficiency, and now that her condition has worsened, it may impede her longevity. I shall prescribe several doses of medicine. If Madame takes them regularly, she may gradually improve. Be mindful of the boiling time. Any miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. After considering his words, he beckoned to his waiting disciple, who prepared to write the prescription. Once completed, he handed the prescription to Granny Hui, admonishing her, "Do not rush the preparation of the medicine. A slight error can lead to a significant miscalculation, which will greatly affect its efficacy." Granny Hui promptly expressed her gratitude upon receiving it. The head physician then extended his hand to his disciple, requesting a box of Yuanyuan. The disciple opened the medicine chest and retrieved a box, which he presented to the head physician. The physician passed the box to Granny Hui, stating, "This is a pill for nurturing the essence and fortifying the foundation. Take one per day. The deficiency must be addressed gradually. If Madame S' condition is managed appropriately, she may slowly regain strength." Granny Hui was immensely delighted and expressed her thanks once more. Even Madame Lan, who lay wan and frail upon her sickbed, seemed to gain a modicum of vitality at these words. She weakly waved at Yuanyuan, who approached her. Madame Lan grasped Yuanyuan's hand and spoke to the head physician. "Esteemed sir, this is the young lady Lu I mentioned, who possesses some knowledge of medicine. Even His Highness has summoned her for consultation. If she could receive your guidance, it would indeed be her fortune." Yuanyuan cast a surprised glance at Madame Lan, initially believing she had been called in to discuss her condition, only to realize she was being introduced to the head of the Imperial Medical Department. The head physician appraised Yuanyuan and remarked, "I have heard from Physician Liu that you not only excel at acupuncture, but also possess skills in bone setting and tendon repair. Have you studied this formally? Under whom did you learn?" "One could not say I formally studied," Yuanyuan replied. "In my youth, I befriended a hunter who had some knowledge of bone setting. Out of curiosity, I often researched it in my spare time, gradually mastering it through practice. As for acupuncture, I learned a bit from an old doctor who ran a pharmacy, along with some basic pulse diagnosis and prescriptions for common ailments like colds and fevers. Beyond that, I know little else." Yuanyuan was uncertain of the head physician and Appo's intentions, but she understood that she must not reveal her aunt and Appo's condition. The head physician, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "If such accomplishments are achieved independently, you truly are a prodigy. I have dabbled in this field myself, though I am not an expert. I would very much like the opportunity to learn from you. Hence, I have an unusual request. I am nearing retirement and wish to take you as my apprentice. What say you?" His words left both Madame Lan and Yuanyuan astounded, and even the young man accompanying him was taken aback. "A master?" The head physician, however, smiled at Yuanyuan, awaiting her response. Yuanyuan felt disoriented. How did their discussion of Madame Lan's health lead to a proposal for apprenticeship? Had he heard of her reputation and grown curious? Or was he aware of her acupuncture session with the crown prince? Or perhaps he suspected her connections? Though usually not one to overthink, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. It was not surprising she pondered deeply. After all, she was merely a girl from the countryside. Even had she grown up in the Duke's residence, securing a mentor like the head of the Imperial Medical Department would be nearly impossible. Such figures typically chose disciples based on lineage and early training. Why would it fall to her? Even the old doctor who had initially taught her pulse diagnosis had deemed her unsuitable for apprenticeship. "Yuanyuan, this is a wonderful opportunity," Madame Lan said, her excitement evident as she began to urge Yuanyuan to accept. However, realizing the inappropriateness of her eagerness, she quickly retracted. "You must think carefully. It requires consideration." Hearing this, Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, respectfully bowing to the head physician. "I am grateful for your recognition, esteemed sir. To receive your guidance would indeed be a blessing. Yet I must ponder the matter of apprenticeship further." Although tempted, she resolved to consult with the crown prince first. His wisdom would surely illuminate the head physician's true intentions. "Do you understand?" The young man behind the head physician looked at Yuanyuan incredulously, about to speak when the head physician raised his hand to silence him. With a smile directed at Yuanyuan, he said, "Precisely so, young lady. There is no need for haste in your response. I still have some time before retirement. Whenever you have made your decision, simply send word to my residence." With that, he rose to take his leave, while Granny Hui hurriedly stuffed the prescription and medicine into Yuanyuan's arms. "Take these and accompany Madam for a while. I will see the esteemed sir out." Yuanyuan accepted the items with a nod. Granny Hui escorted the head physician away, and as the young man passed by Yuanyuan, he shot her a disdainful glare. In response, Yuanyuan made a face at him, provoking him to widen his eyes in irritation. Yet he had no choice but to depart. Once they had exited, Madame Lan, having witnessed Yuanyuan's playful antics, could not suppress a light laugh, as if the weight of her worries had been significantly alleviated. Yuanyuan glanced down at the prescription, recognizing it as a restorative formula. Though unfamiliar with the specifics, she quickly stowed it away and noticed Madame Lan gesturing toward a small drawer on the treasure rack. Just place it there. Following her instructions, Yuanyuan set the items down and turned to find Madame Lan leaning against the couch. Would you like to lie down on the bed? It might be more comfortable. Madame Lan nodded, lifting the thin blanket draped over her and preparing to rise. Then I would trouble you to assist me. Yuanyuan assessed the situation, approached her, draped her arm over her shoulder, and gently lifted her. Madame Lan gasped in surprise. Yuanyuan? Without uttering a word, Yuanyuan effortlessly carried her to the bed. It was only once Madame Lan was settled and covered with a light blanket that she fully registered what had transpired. Tears welled in her eyes as she grasped Yuanyuan and Appo's hand, her voice thick with emotion. Yuanyuan, do you blame me? It is I who failed to protect you. Yuanyuan, I am sorry. Chapter 63. The timing of brewing medicine. Since Yuanyuan had that dream, she had ceased to harbor any expectations for her family. Her feelings toward her mother, the Lan family matriarch, were rather intricate. She had never envisioned embracing her as a mother, nor could she fathom what a mother's love truly entailed. Although she longed for maternal affection, she remained oblivious to its essence. She understood that Lan would never dismiss Sheng Yunju from her life for her sake, nor would she ever unreservedly favor her alone. Hence, she never anticipated the blossoming of any maternal bond between them. With no expectations, naturally, there was little animosity. She bore no significant resentment towards Lan. Thus, her interactions with Lan were akin to those with any other acquaintance. Aside from refusing to expel Sheng Yunju, Lan had shown concern for her well-being and imposed no demands upon her, which left Yuanyuan thoroughly satisfied with their relationship. She firmly believed there was no notion of blame to be cast, yet she worried that her presence might have inadvertently precipitated some misfortune leading to Lan's declining health, prompting her concern for Lan's ailment. However, she had never anticipated that Lan would apologize to her. This unexpected gesture left Yuanyuan momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Had Lan truly wronged her? Certainly, despite her intentions. Lan had lost her and only sought her out after a protracted absence, failing to realize her mistake. After finally bringing her back, Lan's unwillingness to let go of another left Yuanyuan questioning the worth of the suffering she had endured for over a decade. It was absurd to expect her to coexist amicably with the daughter of her adversary. Yuanyuan remained silent. Tears streamed down Lan's face more fiercely as she grasped Yuanyuan's hand tightly, her lips quivering without uttering another sound. To express sorrow once is to apologize. To repeat it ceaselessly becomes a burden. I cannot accept your apology just yet, for it changes nothing. Yuanyuan finally spoke, having pondered for a moment. She recognized Lan's internal turmoil, yet she found herself incapable of indulging in deception. Upon hearing her words, Lan nodded vigorously, holding her hand with a smile. Mother knows. Mother understands that no words can amend the suffering you have endured over these years. Yuanyuan, there is little I can do for you. It is my inadequacy. Yet you are wonderful, truly wonderful. I lament that time is too short, that I have no opportunity to make amends, and so I am deeply sorry. I hope that in the future, you find joy in what you love to do. This perhaps was her punishment. She had lost her daughter and, upon finally retrieving her, had broken her heart. It was only when she fell gravely ill that she realized the extent of her grievous mistakes. Yet, there was no time left to make amends. Madam, young miss. Granny Hui approached, hastily offering a handkerchief to Lan. Madam, please do not cry. The head physician has assured that with proper care, there is hope for improvement. I shall fetch the medicine immediately. For the sake of the young miss, you must recover. Granny Hui, with reddened eyes, gently consoled her. Yuanyuan released Lan and Appo's hand, knowing she was not one to comfort others, and added, listen to the physician, take good care of yourself. Lan nodded, Yes, yes. Indeed, madam, we must heed the physician's advice. I shall personally brew the medicine. Granny Hui began, but suddenly paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Young miss, do you understand some medical principles? Is the timing of brewing medicine truly that critical? Granny Hui inquired unexpectedly. Indeed, Yuanyuan recalled the head physician and Appo's instructions, contemplating the significance of timing in brewing medicine. Just as with cooking, the timing could indeed affect the efficacy of the medicine, though unless one was overly meticulous, the impact should not be substantial. Yes, yes, it seems the physician's reminder was to ensure the medicine's effectiveness for Madam's benefit. Granny Hui nodded in agreement with Yuanyuan, adding, Madam should rest. Young miss, you may return for now. Very well, Yuanyuan replied, bidding Lan to rest well before turning to leave. Once outside, Yuanyuan noted that those who had been stationed in the hall had vanished. As she walked back, she could not shake off Granny Huey's words regarding the timing of brewing medicine. The head physician had mentioned it twice. Could there truly be an issue with the timing? Or perhaps, Yuanyuan paused. Could it be that the medicine itself was flawed? Chapter 64. The art of subtle murder. Yuanyuan possessed limited knowledge of the clandestine affairs within the esteemed families. Yet she had gleaned some insights from the old physician who had taught her how to take pulses. The journey from the prescription to the medicine consumed could be fraught with manipulation. Sometimes, the issue was not that the medicine was inappropriate, but rather that someone did not wish for the remedy to be effective. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly made her way back to her courtyard, only to find a head peeking over the wall as she prepared to climb. Yuanyuan, perched atop the wall, met her gaze and inquired, You're back? Realizing he had been waiting for her, Yuanyuan asked, Were you waiting for me? Yuanyuan nodded. Master Chow mentioned you would certainly come looking for me. So I waited. He was correct. Yuanyuan intended to seek out Master Chow for some inquiries. Last night, she had specifically asked him to inform her of any developments after the clinic's chief had completed his diagnosis. Now that the clinic's chief had departed from the Duke's residence, she assumed Master Chow had received word. Even if not, he would likely assist her in gathering information. Please wait a moment, she said, finding a suitable spot to climb the wall with agility. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, she swiftly vaulted over. Yuanyuan descended from the ladder, exclaiming, You are quite adept at climbing walls. I presume you have done so many times before? Yuanyuan shook her head, earnestly correcting him. I have only climbed trees in the past. She had wished to scale walls, but in the countryside, few homes featured such structures. A simple fence or a low earthen wall sufficed. Who would waste money on erecting a proper wall? Noticing the ladder leaning against the wall, an idea struck her. Can you perform lightness skills? Her curiosity piqued. She wondered if someone skilled, like Shang Junyi, could leap directly over the wall. Yuanyuan affirmed, Indeed, lightness skills are not difficult to master, provided one first cultivates internal strength. Realizing the direction of her gaze, he quickly added, I am still recovering, as you mentioned. I cannot be reckless. Oh, Yuanyuan replied, turning to head towards the prince and Appo's courtyard. Hey, is that your response? Do you not believe me? Yuanyuan hurried after her. Upon arriving at the prince and Appo's courtyard, Yuanyuan fell silent. Master Chow was absent, and Pei Ji stood guard. Pei Ji greeted them, saying, Master Chow instructed that Miss Lu should meet with His Highness first, while young Master Yin should wait in the hall. Yuanyuan looked incredulously between Yuanyuan and himself, questioning the unequal treatment. However, Yuanyuan did not dwell on such thoughts and rushed inside. Upon entering the inner chamber, she found the prince already awake, reclining with a book in hand. He waved her over, and without waiting for him to speak, Yuanyuan placed her hand on his forehead, asking, You haven't had a fever again today, have you? No, the prince replied, his voice gentle. That's good. Let me take a look, Yuanyuan declared, reaching to lift the thin blanket and tugging at his pant leg. The prince instinctively grasped her wrist. Yuanyuan turned, puzzled. Nothing, he released her. But a hint of unease colored his ears. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Yuanyuan proceeded to inspect his wound, confirming there were no abnormalities. She then took his pulse, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, maintain this state. The prince chuckled softly. Thank you. No need for gratitude. It is I who should express my thanks. Were it not for you, I would not have the opportunity to tackle such a challenging task. Yuanyuan nearly let slip her words, recognizing the inappropriateness of her statement and halting abruptly. At that moment, Yuanyuan called from outside, "Master Chow." Recalling her purpose in seeking Master Chow, Yuanyuan informed the prince and hurried out. The prince watched her vibrant silhouette depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the outer hall, Master Chow addressed her, "Miss, the matter you entrusted me to investigate yesterday has shown some promising leads. Please tell me," Yuanyuan urged anxiously. Master Chow glanced at Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, understanding the unspoken cue, quickly excused himself. "I shall step outside for a moment." Once Yuanyuan had left, Master Chow turned to Yuanyuan, saying, "I have just met with the clinic's chief. I must not conceal the truth from you. Mississippi Madame Land's condition is rather grave. Please, Master Chow, speak candidly." Yuanyuan insisted. The clinic's chief had examined Madame Land's pulse record. A month prior, although her health was frail, it was not critical. It stemmed from long-standing ailments. And with proper care, there was no reason she could not live for another 20 years. The problem arose with the recent medications. The prescriptions previously provided to bolster her health had been effective, yet in a short span, they had drained her vitality. It was evident that someone had tampered with the medicine, hastening her decline and irreparably damaging her health. However, such frailty could also result from shock or mental strain, complicating the determination of whether the medications were at fault unless concrete evidence was presented. Thus, the notion that the medicine was defective remained a hypothesis, not a conclusion. Master Chow had promised to assist Yuanyuan in uncovering the truth and would not withhold information. Piecing together what she had heard from the clinic's chief, Yuanyuan grasped the situation. Madame Land's condition was indeed one of long-standing weakness, and the prescribed medications had been appropriate. Under normal circumstances, her health should not have deteriorated so rapidly unless the medication was compromised. Yet, this was not definitive. Those with weakened constitutions were particularly vulnerable to stress and exhaustion, any of which could precipitate swift decline. If someone were indeed behind this, they would have to possess an intimate understanding of Madame Land's health and her surroundings to tamper with her medication successfully. Moreover, given that Madame Land had recently expended considerable energy over Yuanyuan's return, it would be easy to attribute her rapid decline to Yuanyuan herself. This maneuver was a masterstroke, a silent assassination. And since it was uncertain whether the medications had been tampered with, even if the clinic's chief recognized the issue, he could not speak openly about it. Hence the subtle hints regarding the need for caution with the previous prescriptions. A cold glimmer flickered in Yuanyuan and Appo's eyes. This was her first encounter with such insidious machinations. Prior to this, she had never contemplated the stratagems that unfolded within the inner sanctum of households. So quietly and unobtrusively, a person could be undone. "Miss," Master Chow's gentle voice broke her contemplation as he regarded her with warmth. "Having spent years in the depths of the palace, I have heard many intriguing tales. Now that our prince is recuperating in the gardens, should you find the time and do not mind my chatter, you're welcome to come speak with me." Chapter 65. Whose child are you? Yuanyuan regained her senses, realizing that old Master Chow was concerned that she might not be able to handle such clandestine matters and, being unaware of them, might fall prey to scheming. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Yuanyuan then took her leave, stating, "I have just checked on His Highness and found no significant issues. I shall return later." Old Master Chow understood that she had matters to attend to and nodded as he escorted her out. In a hurry as she arrived, Yuanyuan swiftly turned and climbed back over the wall. Yuanyuan, with a puzzled expression, followed old Master Chow and inquired, "Isn't Yuanyuan supposed to have acupuncture today? Why did she leave so early?" As they conversed, they had already entered the door, and before old Master Chow could respond, the Crown Prince asked, "Have you completed your assignments for today? I did not allow you to stay in the courtyard merely for idleness. Master Lan is visiting today to impart knowledge. Prepare yourself for a lecture and come to listen shortly." Huh? Yuanyuan was taken aback, wondering why extra lessons were being added out of the blue. In a daze, he walked into the room, only to turn around and head back out again. Old Master Chow relayed his earlier conversation with Yuanyuan to the Crown Prince, advising, "Your Highness, since Master Lan is coincidentally visiting today, should we inform him of this matter?" Master Lan, being the father of the Lan family, had been appointed as the Crown Prince's tutor since his birth, responsible for his education to this day. Teachers tend to cherish their pupils, and such matters cannot be concealed. It is likely that with Madame Lan's intelligence and the physician's hints, she has already come to her senses. Informing the teacher would keep him well informed. The Crown Prince agreed. It is indeed true that Miss Lu is a kind-hearted person, persistently concerned about this issue. Last night, she refused to accept the jade token from the East Palace and insisted that the old servant inquire about Madame Lan's health, Old Master Chow remarked. The Crown Prince shifted his gaze to the window, contemplating the image of Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan returned to the courtyard, pondering over Old Master Chow's words. Subconsciously, she started to head outside, but suddenly remembered that old Madame Hui had specifically asked her whether the timing affected the efficacy of the medicine, which implied that she had realized something was amiss at that moment. Yuanyuan did not comprehend the intricacies of the inner court, yet she surmised that someone close to the Lan family must have tampered with the medicine. With many ears and eyes around, if she were to approach old Madame Hui now and express her suspicions, it might lead to unnecessary alarm. However, being unfamiliar with the inner court, how could she investigate? Yuanyuan pinched her chin and paced around the trees in the courtyard. "Miss," old Madame Shin called out to her, "it is time for your lesson. Will you not practice your writing today?" Yuanyuan's writing skills were not particularly poor. After all, she would have the opportunity to improve once she enrolled in school. Nevertheless, her handwriting was not presentable. After much effort and practice, she had finally managed to maintain a consistent size, and with the entrance exam approaching, she needed to ensure her writing was not too glaringly poor. Thus, for this period, her primary focus had been on practicing her writing. Upon hearing the voice, Yuanyuan halted, pressing her hands against the tree trunk and lightly knocking her head against it a few times. "Miss, what are you doing?" Old Madame Shun exclaimed, hurrying over to pull her away. "Madam, there is something I do not understand." Yuanyuan turned to her. Old Madame Shun was momentarily taken aback. "If there is something you do not comprehend, feel free to express it. I shall assist you in pondering it through," she replied. Yuanyuan held old Madame Shun in high regard, yet she was uncertain if she could trust her, considering even Madame Lan could be manipulated by those close to her. Nonetheless, she could not keep this matter to herself. "I suspect that the medicine Madame received previously may have been tampered with, but I have no evidence. Is there any way you could investigate this, Madam?" Yuanyuan inquired. "What?" Old Madame Shun gasped, instinctively glancing around. Since Yuan Xing had been called away for lunch, the courtyard was now empty except for the two of them. Old Madame Shun gestured for Yuanyuan to step inside, and once the door was closed, she lowered her voice to ask, "How did you come to this conclusion?" Yuanyuan refrained from mentioning her visit to old Master Chow, instead sharing the hints given by the courtyard steward and her own deductions based on knowledge she had acquired. After listening, old Madame Shun's expression turned serious as she contemplated the gravity of the situation. The most alarming aspect was that this incident occurred in Madame's courtyard, indicating that the place was highly unsafe and the people within it untrustworthy. "Miss, you must not speak of this to anyone else." Since Sister Hui specifically inquired, she likely already has some ideas regarding this matter. Madame will find a way to address it. I shall visit her shortly. If she has already taken action, we will await news. We must not alert the enemy, old Madame Shun cautioned in a hushed tone. Yuanyuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It would be most advantageous if Madame Lan had her own plans. Old Madame Shun hurriedly exited. Before long, she returned, leaning close to Yuanyuan and assuring her not to worry, for Madame had already begun making arrangements. With this reassurance, Yuanyuan finally felt at ease to continue practicing her writing. By afternoon, she glanced at the time and realized it was time to attend to the Crown Prince. She climbed over the wall to the neighboring courtyard. Approaching the outer area of the Crown Prince's courtyard, she faintly heard voices from within. Just as she was about to step in, she hesitated, wondering if she had arrived at an opportune moment. As she turned to leave, she was called back by Pei Ji. "Miss Lu, old Master Chow mentioned that if you arrive, you should go straight in. The tutor is giving a lesson to His Highness, and you may listen as well. Yuanyuan was taken aback. His Highness is attending class too? Bei nodded expressionlessly. Young Master Yin is present as well. Everyone is in class? She was curious about what the Crown Prince and Appo's teacher looked like. Would he be the type of stern, old man often depicted in tales? Yuanyuan felt a surge of curiosity, yet she had always held a deep respect for the pursuit of knowledge. The scholar next door in her village would rise before dawn and study late into the night. Had it not been for the worry of wasting oil for the lamp, he might have studied until dawn. Yuanyuan had greatly admired his perseverance. When she first arrived at her aunt's house at the age of 3, her aunt was in a state of madness, and she was frightened every day. Thankfully, the sound of the scholar's daily readings reassured her that she was still alive and had not been devoured by the wild beasts of the mountains. Thus, her initial eavesdropping on his lessons was merely to bolster her courage. Gradually, as she began to comprehend some of the content, she began to explore recognizing characters. Stealthily, Yuanyuan entered the courtyard, listening closely to the voices from within, which seemed to be discussing history. Not wanting to disturb them, she quietly slipped beneath the window and leaned in to listen. Previously, she had only heard snippets of historical tales, as the scholar was too poor to afford history books. Suddenly, Yuanyuan recalled that she now had a bit of money. Perhaps she could buy some books to send back to him. How clever of her! As she mentally praised her own idea, she was suddenly struck on the head by a book extending from the window. Listening to lessons is a serious matter. Why must you do so stealthily? Whose child are you? Chapter 66. What is the purpose of such large eyes? Yuanyuan was rapped on the head, straightened up, and gazed out of the window, locking eyes with a gaunt and serious face. It was an elderly gentleman with gray hair and a spirited demeanor, possessing sharp features and a tall, slender form. Indeed, a distinguished old man with an air of charisma. Yuanyuan, however, could not perceive this charm. She simply felt that this elder exuded immense, scholarly wisdom. It was her first realization that such attributes could be discerned at a glance. She mused inwardly. So this is what the prince's teacher looks like. Sir, Yuanyuan hurriedly clarified, fearing misinterpretation, I did not intend to eavesdrop. I came to see His Highness. Upon entering, I heard you discussing literature and felt it would be rude to intrude, hence I remained outside. Though she had never formally attended classes, Yuanyuan held great respect for scholars. She stood obediently, awaiting the elder's words. To her surprise, the old man gazed at her face, momentarily lost in thought, and inquired, What's your name? Yuanyuan. In the presence of such an erudite figure, Yuanyuan felt a bit shy to flaunt her limited knowledge, so she answered candidly, Yuanyuan, as in the flowing waters of the river. Cloudy mountains, flowing rivers, murmured the elder, Lan Taifu, as he regarded her with a hint of abstraction, nodding gently. Indeed, a fine name. Since you are here, come in and listen. There is only a segment remaining. Yuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. He wanted her to enter and attend the lecture. Eager to learn, she had never truly been to school, so this was perhaps her first experience in a formal setting. Upon entering, she noticed Yuanyuan sitting properly, and she too hurried to take her seat respectfully. The prince, however, reclined comfortably on a soft couch. Yuanyuan discreetly glanced at him, noting that his complexion appeared somewhat improved since the afternoon. Lan Taifu continued his lecture, stating that only a brief section remained, yet he spoke for approximately another quarter of an hour before pausing. His gaze shifted from Yuanyuan to Yuanyuan. Did you comprehend what I taught? Yuanyuan blinked her innocent, large eyes. What did she understand? She was utterly lost, but fortunately, her memory was sharp, and she quickly paraphrased a few sentences from his discourse. As for the meaning, she felt quite embarrassed as she failed to grasp it entirely. Lan Taifu, unfazed, asked kindly, Have you attended school? Yuanyuan shook her head, but fearing he might think her illiterate, she attempted to salvage her dignity. I can read. I have studied the 300 poems and am preparing for the entrance exam to the Tai Ming Academy. Lan Taifu tapped on the table before him, beckoning her to come closer and write a few characters. Yuanyuan thought, Is the prince and Appo's teacher really so keen on imparting his knowledge? After all, he was the one instructing the prince. Surely, he would not scrutinize her skills. Typically a confident individual, Lu Yuanyuan now felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Her calligraphy was far from presentable. Reluctantly, she approached the table, kneeling before it, and, mustering her courage, picked up the brush, striving to write a few of her best characters on the paper. Yuanyuan, intrigued, leaned closer and exclaimed, "Yuanyuan, you have made significant progress. You've been cooped up practicing your calligraphy every day, haven't you?" Lu Yuanyuan wished to cover his mouth. After practicing for over half a month, her writing was still far from impressive, and it was certainly not the time to showcase it. She dreaded the thought of making a fool of herself. To her astonishment, Lan Taifu did not express disdain. Instead, he praised her efforts, saying, "Quite good." He then earnestly proceeded to correct her grip on the brush and her technique, encouraging her to continue writing a few more characters. Lu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Could writing truly require such skill? Her confidence surged as she eagerly looked up at Lan Taifu, awaiting further guidance. He did not disappoint her, offering additional pointers. In her excitement, she wrote fervently, completely oblivious to Yuanyuan, who was nearly blinking in disbelief at the scene. When Lu Yuanyuan finally set down her brush, Lan Taifu stroked his beard, visibly pleased, and remarked, "You possess great talent. His Highness has some practice books suitable for a young lady like you. I shall ask him to provide them for you. Pay attention to your technique and practice diligently. I will visit every other day to lecture His Highness. If you are free, you may join us." With that, he stood to take his leave, bidding farewell to the prince. Yuanyuan instructed eunuch Chao to escort him out. Once Lan Taifu had departed, Yuanyuan regarded Lu Yuanyuan as if she were a curious spectacle. No way. In my entire life, I have never seen Lan Taifu exhibit such gentleness. If anyone else had written like that in front of him, they would have been ridiculed mercilessly. His tongue is sharper than a knife. Even the emperor avoids his scorn. As he spoke, Yuanyuan quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "By the way, you are a distant relative of Lady Lan. That must be why he was lenient with you. But that doesn't in Oppos quite add up. I have heard that Lan family in Oppos, as children fare even worse, often the subjects of his mockery. The only thing that could redeem him is his wisdom." "Yuanyuan," the prince interjected, prompting him to cease his commentary. Yet Lu Yuanyuan, intrigued, asked Lan Taifu, "What is his relation to Lady Lan?" "Why, he's her father. Did you not know?" Yuanyuan replied. Lu Yuanyuan's understanding dawned. Lan Taifu was indeed the grandfather mentioned by Lady Lan, which suggested that he had recognized her lineage. Her background was not something she could disclose to outsiders. Only those within the duke's household were privy to it. However, as the maternal family of the lands, they would certainly inform Lan Taifu of her identity. Reflecting on the old man's demeanor, she casually remarked to Yuanyuan, "He seems quite amiable." Yuanyuan nearly spat out his tea in surprise, coughing. "It is the first time I have heard someone describe Lan Taifu in such a manner. I hope when you meet him at Tai Ming Academy, you do not drop your jaw in astonishment." Curious, Lu Yuanyuan asked, "Does Lan Taifu also teach at Tai Ming Academy?" The academy offers a variety of courses based on students' needs, and Lan Taifu teaches 2 classes each term. "You will find out soon enough," Yuanyuan replied, his expression shrouded in mystery. Lu Yuanyuan, dismissing the intrigue, stated, "It is getting late. I must prepare acupuncture for His Highness. You may leave now." "Hey, why do you always want me to leave as soon as I arrive?" Yuanyuan grumbled. However, upon meeting Lu Yuanyuan's gaze, he reluctantly got up, muttering, "Stop staring at me with those big eyes." As he shuffled out, he continued to whisper to himself, "What a strange situation. Why is he afraid of her?" Lu Yuanyuan approached the prince, ready to lift the thin blanket, when she heard him ask, "The entrance exam for Tai Ming Academy is in a month. Do you feel confident?" Chapter 67. "How about I be your teacher for a few days?" Lu Yuanyuan's movements froze momentarily. She turned her head slowly, a hint of perplexity gracing her features as she gazed at the prince in Oppos' flawless visage. Was and Oppos today supposed to be a significant examination task? Why was everyone inquiring about her studies? She was uncertain. Moreover, she had no intention of relying on the Mingjing subject for her admission. She had barely finished her reading, and any examination would surely expose her shortcomings. She had inquired with Shang Yunjiao about the entrance examination for the Timing Academy, learning that it comprised numerous subjects, and as long as she excelled in 2, she could gain admission. Shang Yunjiao reassured her that despite the Academy's stringent entrance exams, legitimate children of noble families often had their ways to enter, a sentiment subtly echoed by Granny Shun. All she needed was to practice her reading, which served as a fade, leaving her other concerns at bay. Yuanyuan was not solely counting on such backdoor methods. While she might falter in the Mingjing subject, she possessed a solid grasp of mathematics. Her aunt had not only taught her the techniques for treating external injuries, but had also imparted her knowledge of mathematics. Though her aunt would occasionally teach her on a whim, her stubborn nature meant that Yuanyuan had to master whatever was taught. Failure to do so would result in countless repetitions alongside her aunt, sometimes hundreds or even thousands of times. Immersed in her own world, her aunt found no tedium in this process, and Yuanyuan, having experienced profound boredom in her youth, also found it not dull. As time passed, she absorbed her aunt's teachings quite well. She had tested her mathematical skills against the scholar next door and found herself superior. She had even discreetly quizzed Granny Shun and Shang Yunjiao, discovering that her skills surpassed theirs. Thus, she felt confident about securing points in this area. For the other subject, she planned to take up archery and horseback riding. Although she had not practiced riding much, her archery was remarkably precise, honed through years of hunting in the mountains, and she was certain it would not fall short compared to the noble youths. After calculating her prospects in her mind, Yuanyuan nodded confidently at the prince, stating, "There should be no issues. Granny Shun said that with some practice, I'll be fine." "Indeed, quite right," the prince replied, his voice affirming. Hearing his words, Yuanyuan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. If even the prince deemed her capable, then surely there was no cause for concern. Her confidence surged instantly. She then bent down to carefully examine the prince's wounds, noting no abnormalities, and proceeded to puncture a few spots to alleviate the blocked blood vessels. Observing the prince's lack of reaction, she sighed internally. It was evident that her efforts were still insufficient. He remained devoid of sensation. For the first time, Yuanyuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in her area of expertise, yearning to achieve greater results. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the head of the medical institute and hastily inquired of the prince, "Your Highness, today the head physician mentioned wanting to take me as his disciple. Do you think that would be appropriate?" The prince was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, found it unsurprising. Over the past 6 months, he had encountered numerous doctors, both from the imperial hospital and the common folk. Nearly all reputable physicians had been summoned, yet all had failed. His condition worsened, his legs transitioning from a faint sensation to complete numbness, rendering them increasingly grotesque and useless. The physicians now dreaded approaching the East Palace, having deemed him a lost cause. His legs, they believed, were beyond recovery. Furthermore, due to the consumption of prohibited medicines, his health had deteriorated significantly. One by one, the physicians approached him with trepidation. Eventually, even those responsible for his daily care and acupuncture were replaced by former palace physicians, as others dared not risk their reputations by treating him. In this context, the notion of allowing a young girl to perform acupuncture must have left them utterly astounded. Prior to meeting Yuanyuan, they had probably begun to contemplate what extraordinary talents she might possess. Nevertheless, the very proposal to accept Yuanyuan as a disciple was indeed remarkable, though it hardly constituted a positive development. The prince regarded Yuanyuan in silence. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "Your Highness, is there something amiss?" "Not at all," he replied softly. "I was merely pondering the old fellow's expertise and whether he is indeed qualified to be your master." Yuanyuan's eyes widened in embarrassment. "My humble skills hardly compare to those of the head physician of the imperial hospital." The prince chuckled at her astonishment. The head physician had devoted his life to the imperial hospital, witnessing countless cases. Learning from him would undoubtedly be beneficial. However, there was a downside. Such individuals often spoke in riddles, a habit that could lead you astray. However, he has a junior disciple who recently arrived in the capital and should currently be at the Rinqin Hall. Inform him that I suggested practical application is the best form of learning. Given his advanced age, you may study under his junior disciple. Are you implying that those physicians who have spent too long in the palace enjoy speaking in riddles? Yuanyuan asked in astonishment. The prince chuckled again, affirming, indeed, you are correct. Realizing her question had been overly blunt, Yuanyuan felt her cheeks warm. However, she understood the prince and oppose, intent. She was not aspiring to become a palace physician and had no need to learn the oblique ways of the trade. Instead, by observing more patients directly, she could enhance her skills. Thank you, Your Highness, I comprehend. Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. She mused that if she could not heal the prince with her current abilities, perhaps with further learning, she would discover the means to do so in the future. Resolutely, Yuanyuan decided to make healing his legs her small goal as a way to repay the prince for his guidance. Just as she was about to share this resolution with him, the prince spoke up. While you seem confident about your entrance examination, bear in mind that the first year does not allow for subject selection. To avoid falling behind, it would be prudent to learn as much as possible during this period. Since you will be coming by for acupuncture, and I find myself with some spare time, how about I take on the role of your teacher for a few days? Chapter 68. An unusual background. What? The crown prince wishes to be her teacher as well? Yuanyuan was left utterly astonished, unable to utter a single word. Her eyes wide as she gazed at the crown prince. What kind of day was this, with everyone seemingly eager to impart their knowledge upon her? Was she truly so diligent and eager to learn, or did they genuinely perceive her as a person of notable potential? Briefly questioning herself, Yuanyuan, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, readily agreed. The corners of the crown prince's lips curled into a smile once more. Yuanyuan found herself momentarily dazzled by his grin, completely forgetting her intention to inform him about her plans to remedy his leg. She summoned eunuch Chow to assist the crown prince in cleaning the bloodstains before returning to her own quarters. As eunuch Chow observed Yuanyuan's departing figure, he couldn't help but remark to the crown prince, Miss Lu is truly a spirited young lady. It's rare to find such vitality among the young women in the capital. No wonder even the academy's head and Master Lan treat her with such distinction. Curiously, he added, it is indeed peculiar, given Master Lan's temperament. Today he seemed notably irritable, yet was unusually gentle with Miss Lu. I cannot fathom why. Has the teacher not scolded anyone today? The crown prince suddenly inquired. Eunuch Chow lowered his voice. Oh, he certainly did. After relaying Lord Yuan's comments to him, he scolded for a full quarter of an hour, leaving his attendant in tears as he rushed back to find someone. Oh, who did he scold? Clearing his throat, Eunuch Chow, somewhat bashful, replied softly, well, first he berated Madame Lan, claiming her mind must have been devoured by a dog to marry such a man. Then he scolded the Duke, saying that if he lacked the ability, he should not marry at all. If not, he ought to return their daughter. For who would endure the indignities of a mere commoner? Had I not intervened, he likely would have sought out Duke Sheng to argue further. It is no wonder Duke Sheng avoids him like the plague. At this, Eunuch Chow couldn't suppress a chuckle. Although Master Lan was the crown prince's tutor from a young age, several princes and princesses had attended his lessons. However, they all succumbed to his harsh methods, crying and feigning illness to avoid his classes. Even now, Master Lan, while teaching at the Tai Ming Academy, remains an unpopular instructor, primarily due to his unappealing manner of speaking. Aside from the crown prince, few could expect any favor from Master Lan. It was said that when His Majesty appointed Master Lan for the crown prince, the latter and oppose, as father, who was also His Majesty and oppose, as teacher, advised him to reconsider, warning that while his son was exceptionally talented, he was ill-suited for officialdom. He cautioned that if the crown prince were to hear any seditious remarks, it could lead to dire consequences. Amused, His Majesty insisted on placing the crown prince in Master Lan's care. The crown prince, deep in thought, gently tapped his fingers, finding the situation rather strange. Shall I have an inquiry made? Eunuch Chow tentatively suggested. I trust her, thus I cannot investigate her privately. However, her origins do seem somewhat peculiar, the crown prince mused, recalling that he had known of Yuanyuan even before her arrival in the capital, aware of many of her deeds. Yet, he had never anticipated encountering her in person. Initially, when he heard Yuanyuan mention her, he assumed it was mere coincidence until he witnessed Yuanyuan's recovery, which confirmed it was indeed her. Intrigued by the nature of this extraordinary young lady, he found himself drawn to the polo grounds. It became evident that she was a delightful surprise, but it also reinforced the need to respect her rather than pry into her past or the odd connections she had with the Duke's household. Should we investigate? O nukao inquit unsetini. When the time is right, we shall know. If we do not yet know, it merely signifies that our current relationship is not conducive to such knowledge, the Crown Prince replied. Upon returning to her quarters, Yuanyuan diligently practiced her calligraphy as per Masterland's guidance. Comparing her progress, she felt a surge of happiness at her significant improvement. Just then, Granny Shin entered, whispering in her ear, "The first Madam of the Lawn family has arrived. You can rest easy now. Madam Wei will assist with the Crown Prince's wedding arrangements and will be staying at the residence, ensuring everything will be well." Madam Wei? Yuanyuan inquired with curiosity. Who is she? She is the wife of the Lawn family's eldest son, your mother-in-law's own sister-in-law. You shall meet her tomorrow. Madam Wei is meticulous in her work and will surely uncover the hidden motives behind this, Granny Shin said, visibly relieved. Then, she continued discussing important matters. The wedding is set for this year, having chosen several auspicious dates. Originally, it was planned for the end of the year, but with your mother suddenly falling gravely ill, the Crown Prince has sent word to select the 2nd of August for the ceremony. Fortunately, everything is in order, and the Crown Prince will likely return in a few days. The mention of the Crown Prince left Yuanyuan in thoughtful silence. In her dreams, there had been no mention of his wedding. In her visions, the Lawn family had not suffered sudden illness, and thus the wedding had proceeded as planned at the year and Oppo's end. Unfortunately, the bride and Oppo's grandmother had passed away, necessitating a year of mourning, preventing the Crown Prince and Oppo's return. Tragically, he perished in battle before the year concluded, never to return. Hence, throughout her dreams, she had never met this Crown Prince, her own elder brother. Now, everything had changed. Yet, contemplating the Duke Sheng and his erratic son, Sheng Junyi, as well as the tyrannical Sheng Jun, she held no great expectations for this elder brother. Since the Lawn family had devised a plan, she decided not to dwell on it excessively. Yuanyuan turned back to her calligraphy practice. Indeed, the following day, she met Madam Wei, who, contrary to her expectations, welcomed her with remarkable warmth, as if she wished to embrace her as her own daughter. Insisting on taking her back to nurture her, Yuanyuan sensed her goodwill and cooperatively spent some time with her before taking her leave. In the ensuing days, Yuanyuan diligently practiced her calligraphy in the courtyard, administered acupuncture to the Crown Prince, and occasionally attended Masterland's lessons. Her days were filled with a sense of purpose and activity, until the day of the 15th of July, when the Duke Sheng and Oppo's son, Sheng Junyao, returned to the residence, abruptly shattering the rare tranquility she had been enjoying. Chapter 69. I did not receive the letter on the 15th day of the 7th month during the Ghost Festival. The entire Shengguogong residence was bustling with activity. As dusk fell, preparations for offerings, burning paper money, and releasing river lanterns continued in full swing. On such an occasion, Madam Wei, who was assisting with the wedding arrangements, returned to the Lawn family due to Lady Lan's illness. Consequently, the responsibilities of the Shengguogong residence fell upon the 2nd Madam and the legitimate daughter, Sheng Yunju. The 2nd Madam intended to train Sheng Yunjiao in household management, hoping to have her assist in various tasks. However, Sheng Yunjiao took every opportunity to quarrel with Sheng Yunju, leaving the 2nd Madam exasperated and ultimately deciding to let her go. Excited, Sheng Yunjiao rushed to find Yuanyuan, who, fortunate for her, did not have to attend lessons with the Crown Prince that day and had some rare leisure time. The two spent the entire day indulging in an array of delicacies that Sheng Yunjiao had brought from the kitchen. It was only after dinner that Yuanyuan reluctantly sent the still eager Sheng Yunjiao away, much to Yuanyuan's surprise. Not a quarter of an hour had passed before Sheng Yunjiao returned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yang, hurry! Brother has come back." Yuanyuan felt a jolt of disbelief. Truth be told, she had little faith in the supernatural. Yet, why would her elder brother, who had tragically passed away in her dreams, return on such a significant day as the Ghost Festival. Before Yuanyuan could fully process her thoughts, Sheng Yunjiao tugged at her arm, leading her swiftly towards the Lan family courtyard. Sheng Junyao had journeyed back from the border upon receiving an urgent letter regarding Lady Lan's critical condition, compelling him to return for the wedding. Upon entering, the first thing Sheng Junyao did was to seek out Lady Lan. "Mother," he exclaimed, kneeling before her, his eyes glistening with tears. At 19 years of age, he had yet to don the cap of adulthood, having left for the battlefield at 14 and returning only once in the past 5 years. In the Dezhao kingdom, marriages were typically arranged around the time of coming of age, symbolizing maturity and the responsibilities of family and achievement. Although Shang Junyao and Appo's marriage was not pressing, his remote station made travel difficult, and thus it had been tentatively scheduled for year-end, following his coming-of-age ceremony. However, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Lady Lan, upon seeing her longed-for son, felt tears welling up in her eyes. With Madame Wei's care over the past few days, she had been administered medication in 2 portions. One secretly provided by Madame Wei, and miraculously, her health had improved slightly, enough to regain some color and vitality. With assistance, Lady Lan rose and approached Sheng Junyao, disregarding the dust of his travels as she embraced him and wept openly. "It is my unfilial son who has caused you to suffer," he hoarsely comforted her. Meanwhile, Granny Hui, supporting Lady Lan, dabbed at her own tears with a handkerchief. "Your return is enough, Ah Yao. Just seeing you brings me peace. I could depart without worry." Lady Lan, observing her son's weary appearance and the stubble on his chin that he had not had time to groom, felt a surge of maternal pride. "Mother, please do not speak like that," Sheng Junyao interrupted. "You shall not come to harm." Lady Lan tenderly wiped his face with a handkerchief, her heart swelling with joy. In the confines of the residence, her true source of support was not her husband of 2 decades, but rather her eldest son, who had been her protector since he could speak. No matter the tribulations faced, her reliance had always been on him. Just seeing him filled Lady Lan with a renewed sense of strength, as if the recent tribulations were no longer daunting. She urged Sheng Junyao to sit and hastily relayed the recent events, including her attempts to contact him through letters that had inexplicably gone unanswered. Concerned that his duties in the military had precluded him from reading her correspondence, she had sought the assistance of Shang Wugong to expedite the delivery of her messages. At last he was home. Exhausted, she entrusted the remaining details to Granny Hui, who swiftly recounted everything, including the events she had overheard outside Sheng Wugong and Appo's study. With each revelation, Sheng Junyao's expression darkened. "Mother, I have not received any letters," he stated, his brow furrowed in concern. The absence of communication regarding such significant family matters could only imply that someone wished to keep him uninformed. Before they could delve deeper into the matter, a notification came from outside. Upon his return, Shang Junyao made his way to the Yuan pavilion, where many had gathered, eager to see him. Lady Lan, hearing the commotion, momentarily appeared troubled, but quickly regained her composure, smiling as she took his hand. "Come, let me introduce you to Yuanyuan, your dear sister. She is a wonderful girl." Nodding, Sheng Junyao stood and stepped outside to await Lady Lan's readiness before proceeding to the parlor with Granny Huey's assistance. In the short time it took, nearly all the guests had arrived, including Shang Wugong and Lady Li, who were eager to reunite with the heir of the Guogong residence after several years apart. As Sheng Junyao helped his mother to sit, he refrained from taking a seat himself, casting a measured glance at the crowded room. His brow furrowed. Where was the sister his mother had mentioned? Just as his expression began to soften, Shang Guogong and Lady Li entered. Quickly, Sheng Junyao knelt to pay his respects. Despite her favoritism, Lady Li held a deep affection for her eldest grandson, embracing him tightly before reluctantly letting go. Sheng Guogong nodded approvingly at his son, patting his shoulder. "It is good to have you back." As Sheng Junyao rose to greet the others, Sheng Yunju suddenly dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back. I missed you so much," with a stern expression. Sheng Junyao gently pulled her away. "You're no longer a child. Please conduct yourself appropriately." At that moment, Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao, having rushed to join the excitement, stood at the doorway, overhearing his words. Chapter 70. Each to their own. Sheng Yunjiao and Amp. Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Lu Yuanyuan, prompting them to halt their steps. Hush, Sheng Yunjiao whispered, signaling Lu Yuanyuan to quiet down and guiding her to the side instead of entering directly. Their concealment was hardly subtle, yet no one inside the room seemed to notice their presence. Sheng Junyao pulled Sheng Yunju aside, scrutinizing her with a furrowed brow, deepening the lines on his forehead. The affection that Sheng Yunju had prepared suddenly choked in her throat under his gaze, rendering her expression flushed and her eyes brimming with tears, amplifying her vulnerability. However, Sheng Junyao, who had always been a serious and fair older brother in Sheng Yunju's heart, showed little sympathy. He reprimanded her sternly. You are no longer a child. Such reckless crying is unbecoming. Mother often praised you for your grace and intelligence. Yet in just a few years, how have you changed so drastically? Sheng Junyao and Appo's expression was grim. Even though he had just learned that this beloved sister was not his biological sibling, the bond they shared in childhood was genuine. He truly could not comprehend how a once admirable young lady had become so peculiar. At 13, what was it to throw herself into his embrace and weep? What disgrace! Brother, Sheng Yunju had never anticipated such a reaction from him, but she quickly composed herself, raising her tear-streaked face to look at Sheng Junyao timidly. You have been away for years. I have missed you terribly, worrying day and night about your well-being. Now that you are back, I'm truly overjoyed. Her heartfelt words, filled with admiration and longing, drew tears from the elderly matriarch, Lady Li. Yaoer, your sister speaks the truth. You have been gone for 5 years, returning only once, and we have been concerned for you day and night. Sheng Junyao turned, respectfully bowing to Lady Li. It is my unfilial conduct that has caused grandmother to worry. Outside, Sheng Yunjiao rolled her eyes and whispered to Lu Yuanyuan, did you see that? He always puts on such a show as if she alone possesses deep emotions. It's all so exaggerated. Sheng Yunjiao then pulled Lu Yuanyuan inside, and upon hearing the commotion, Sheng Junyao turned, immediately spotting the small girl beside Sheng Yunjiao. She was petite and slender, her skin noticeably darker than the girls from the capital, reminiscent of a girl from the borderlands. A delicate mask adorned her face, enhancing her enigmatic and lively aura. Seeing Sheng Junyao looking at her, Sheng Yunjiao quickly called out, brother. He nodded in acknowledgement. Then his gaze fell upon Lu Yuanyuan. You are Yuanyuan? Lu Yuanyuan nodded. Sheng Junyao stood tall, formally introducing himself. I am Sheng Junyao, your elder brother. He bore more resemblance to the Lan family than to their delicate beauty, appearing steadier and more resolute due to his years at the border, making him seem more mature than his actual age. He was strikingly tall and slender, a handsome young man. Lu Yuanyuan held no particular fondness for the Sheng family, yet Sheng Junyao appeared more agreeable, certainly not like Sheng Junyi, who had obstructed her at the door, nor like Sheng Junyi, who brazenly intruded into her courtyard at night to assert his dominance. At least this brother seemed relatively normal. Unsure how to address him, Lu Yuanyuan contemplated briefly and offered, eldest young master. Sheng Junyao frowned slightly and beckoned Lu Yuanyuan over. Although puzzled, she approached him. Once beside him, he gently patted her shoulder, saying, these years have caused you suffering and distress. Lu Yuanyuan blinked, perplexed, pondering the meaning of his words. She remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Sheng Junyao led her aside, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on the Duke of Sheng, who sat at the head of the table. He spoke, Father, how have you arranged for Yuanyuan and Appo's return to the Duke and Appo's residence? The Duke and Appo's eyelids twitched, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. He had almost forgotten that his eldest son was not one to be trifled with. Yaoer, you have returned from your travels. We can discuss these matters later. Now that you have met your mother and us, you should return to your quarters to rest and visit your grandmother and Appo's chambers tomorrow to pay your respects, the Duke replied. Lady Li quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Yao and Appo's, your father is correct. You must be exhausted from your journey. Rest now. I will have someone prepare a late-night meal for you. You must have had a tough time on the road. The others echoed her sentiment, urging him to rest. Only Lan, appearing either fatigued or indifferent, leaned back in her chair, smiling at her son without uttering a word. The Duke subtly reminded her, "My lady, Yawer has traveled a long way. Let him rest." Lang, though pale and weak, surprisingly brightened, smiling as she replied, "Why the hurry, dear husband? I was thinking to discuss this tomorrow. But since you and the family are concerned for Yawer, let us address it today." "My lady, what do you wish to say?" The Duke frowned, sensing something amiss. He once understood his wife well, but since Yuanyuan's return, she had become a stranger, and he could not fathom her thoughts. "Let us first discuss the primary matter," Lan said, directing her gaze at Sheng Junyao. "Your father has agreed to allow Yuanyuan to remain in the Duke's residence as a cousin and not be included in the family registry." The Duke's face darkened instantly. It was one thing for Lan to argue with him privately, but to raise such a matter in front of their son and so many others was another. He felt an unusual irritation brewing within him. Since Lu Yuanyuan's return, this household had been in a constant state of turmoil. "Enough." The Duke raised his voice, addressing everyone. "It is getting late. My lady is tired. You may all leave now." With the Duke's command, his concubines and others understood it was time to take their leave. However, before they could rise, Sheng Junyao spoke gravely. "Father, I believe this arrangement is inappropriate. Since the truth has been established that it was a malicious servant who deliberately swapped Yuanyuan and Yunju, and not by chance, now it is time for each to return to their rightful place. Since Yuanyuan has been brought back, Yunju must be sent away and properly settled. Such confusion of bloodlines, if it were to become known, how would it reflect upon our Sheng family?" The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard following his declaration. "Yaya, what are you saying? Yunju is your sister. You have watched her grow up. Can you bear to see her suffer outside?" Lady Li gazed at her proud grandson in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would utter such words. "Grandmother, you are mistaken. The truth has been established. The true daughter of the Duke and Apos. S residence is Yuanyuan. My sister is Yuanyuan, not Yunju. This is the first point. Secondly, when I proposed to relocate her, I did not mean to send her back to the countryside. How could that be considered suffering? If that is suffering, then how much hardship has Yuanyuan endured growing up alone in the countryside for over a decade?" Chapter 71. Striking off the family tree, Sheng Junyao gazed back at old Madame Li with a demeanor both respectful and composed. He was not rebuffing her, but rather articulating the facts with reason and evidence. If the earlier confusion between the two had been due to the machinations of deceitful individuals, now that the truth had been uncovered, was it not only just that they each returned to their rightful places? Moreover, he had already proposed a separate arrangement for Sheng Yunju, which was an act of utmost benevolence. Old Madame Li was taken aback by her most cherished grandson's words. Her lips quivered for a long moment before she could respond, incredulous that such statements could emanate from Sheng Junyao. Anger surged within her. Nonsense. A wild girl from the countryside cannot possibly compare to Yunju. Grandmother, please choose your words carefully. Sheng Junyao interjected sternly. He had always adhered to propriety and would never interrupt an elder, yet old Madame Li and Apos' remarks left him utterly astonished and in staunch disagreement. Yuanyuan is Yuanyuan, and Yunju is Yunju. Why must they be compared? Yuanyuan had been wronged by treachery and should not have remained in the countryside. Grandmother should not evaluate her in such a manner. Even if she were not Yuanyuan, a girl from the countryside is not merely a wild child. She is both parents. Sheng Junyao fixed his gaze on old Madame Li and stated gravely, "Grandmother should apologize to Yuanyuan." "You want me to apologize?" Old Madame Li and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if the world around her was spinning. After years of being the matriarch, how could anyone demand that she apologize to a younger generation, especially to a country girl? Old Madame Li looked at her beloved grandson, whom she had not seen in years. Indeed, time has a way of blurring memories. She had long been astounded by his excessive righteousness, often feeling prideful about it. But now, old Madame Li and Apos' eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she pressed a hand to her heart, regretting her decision to come here today. "Big brother, have you grown to disdain me? The moment you return, you wish to cast me aside. Do you think I am responsible for what has happened to Sister Yuanyuan? But big brother, I was just a child back then. I knew nothing. If my presence offends you so much, then send me back." Sheng Yunju, wounded and in pain, gazed at Sheng Junyao with a face full of grievance and disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that her revered brother would treat her thus. I do not despise you, nor do I find you an eyesore, nor am I blaming you, Sheng Junyao replied, his brow slightly furrowed. I am merely stating the facts. Though you are not the perpetrator, you are a beneficiary. The truth has been clarified, and it would be unjust to keep you in the Duke and Oppo's residence while Yuanyuan remains outside. Rest assured, I will arrange for you elsewhere. Whether you wish to stay in the capital or leave is entirely your choice. Big brother's words imply blame. Yes, it is my fault. My existence has hindered Sister Yuanyuan. I owe her an apology. Sheng Yunju felt her resolve crumble and, in a sudden frenzy, dashed toward a pillar to collide with it forcefully. Juju, third miss. The onlookers were shocked, unable to believe that Sheng Yunju would attempt such an act. In a moment of desperation, Sheng Junyi caught her. Juju, don't do anything foolish. Sheng Junyi quickly pulled her back. Please, second brother, do not stop me. Let me die. That would cleanse me of my debt to Sister Yuanyuan. This family has no place for me anymore. What meaning does my life hold? I grew up here, with these people who were once my family, and now. What purpose does my existence serve? Sheng Yunju wept, her sorrow profound. This is your home. No one wishes to drive you away. Do not act impulsively. Sheng Junyi soothed her gently. Duke Sheng, taken aback by the turn of events, firmly stated, what your brother says is true. This is your home, and no one can force you to leave. As time pressed on, Duke Sheng attempted once more to dismiss everyone. However, before he could speak, Sheng Junyao interrupted. So, father has indeed made up his mind to keep Yunju here? Duke Sheng's expression darkened. Yes. Yunju is the daughter of the Duke's residence. She is your sister and will not go anywhere. Sheng Junyao paused, nodding slightly. He then turned to Lu Yuanyuan and asked Yuanyuan, would you like to be the third miss of the Duke and Amp, Oppo's residence? Lu Yuanyuan, engrossed alongside Sheng Yunjiao in the unfolding drama, was caught off guard by Sheng Junyao and Amp, Oppo's question. With a sardonic smile, she replied, of course not. I could never agree to such a thing. From the very first day she entered the residence, she had never intended to become the third miss. No one acknowledged her, and she had no desire for their recognition. Sheng Juanyao's eyes were filled with remorse as he turned to Duke Sheng and said, since Yuanyuan does not wish to assume the title of the third miss of the Sheng residence, and father insists on keeping someone unrelated to the Duke's family in that role, it is against propriety. Father, please strike Yunju's name from the family tree. What did you say? Duke Sheng was momentarily stunned, incredulous as he regarded his eldest son, who was both his pride and his headache. He had thought that the Lan family caused such a ruckus to summon Junyao back merely to wait for this moment. Sheng Junyao reiterated with solemnity, I ask father to remove Yunju's name from the Sheng family tree. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Duke Sheng could no longer contain his frustration. This family is not yours to govern. Father, this is not a matter of authority. Your actions are contrary to propriety. Should you insist on this course, I will have no choice but to seek the clan leader and elders to arbitrate. If they refuse justice, I shall appeal to the local magistrate to resolve this matter. A family that does not adhere to its own rules renders the very concept of family law meaningless. There must be a resolution, Sheng Junyao stated firmly, maintaining his composure. Duke Sheng was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth. He surveyed the room and found everyone in stunned silence. Even Lu Yuanyuan stared at Sheng Junyao in astonishment. It was indeed a revelation for her. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. It was as if a new world had opened before her. Sheng Yunju, with downcast eyes, wept silently. Her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, nails digging into her palms without her noticing. Why must she be treated in this manner? After 10 years of striving to be a daughter and sister in this family, why was she still deemed inferior to Lu Yuanyuan? Chapter 72. Who is scheming behind the scenes since her arrival at the Duke's residence over a decade ago? Sheng Yunju had never encountered such an embarrassing predicament. The atmosphere in a room had grown tense, caught in a standoff between Duke Sheng and Sheng Junyao. Father, elder brother, I believe this matter would be better resolved if... Sheng Junyi attempted to assist Sheng Yunju to her feet and guide her to a chair, hoping to diffuse the stalemate, but before he could finish his sentence, he heard a soft cough from Madame Lawn. Having addressed the first matter, let us now discuss the second. Madame Lawn, feeling weak and barely able to support herself, clutched the armrest of her chair. Recently, the renowned immortal Shangshan had visited her home, claiming her health was adversely affected by Yuanyuan. However, it was later proven that the immortal's assertions were nothing more than fanciful nonsense. Without delving into the reasons behind the immortal's claims, it was fortunate that His Royal Highness had summoned the chief physician from the Imperial Medical Academy to examine her. The physician assured her that her health was not severely compromised, merely weakened. After the physician's departure, Madame Lawn found herself perplexed. How could her condition deteriorate to such an extent without apparent cause? Her gaze fell upon Duke Sheng, noting the deep furrow of his brow, which chilled her heart. Her words quickened as she continued. I instructed the maid to inspect the remnants of the medicine I had taken recently and, to my dismay, discovered an issue. I was unaware that someone had tampered with my medication, altering the dosage of 2 ingredients. This explains why my condition worsened in just over half a month. I have reached a point of utter exhaustion. In traditional Chinese medicine, the precise dosage is paramount. Exceeding the amount of any herb can lead to dire consequences, especially for someone like Madame Lawn, who had long relied on herbal remedies to bolster her frail constitution. Tampering with her medicine was tantamount to endangering her life. What? As soon as Madame Lan's words fell, everyone turned to her in astonishment, including the second madam, who had merely come to observe the spectacle. Old Madame Li had only 2 sons and 1 daughter, yet she also had 2 illegitimate sons and daughters. After the passing of the late Duke, while old Madame Li did not cast out her illegitimate children, she did confine them to the southern courtyard, where they rarely interacted except for the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Thus, only the 1st and 2nd household resided within the Duke and Amp, Oppo's, estate, maintaining an air of tranquility with few clandestine matters. The second madam had lived in the estate for many years, and aside from some unrest in her early years, she had enjoyed relative peace, indulging in minor schemes for personal gain, but never resorting to such despicable tactics. Old Madame Li regarded Madame Lawn with disbelief. She had never been particularly fond of her daughter-in-law, who hailed from a humble background. Before the late Duke's rise to prominence, he had been a mere 5th-rank officer, while old Madame Li was the daughter of a 7th-rank official. To marry the late Duke had been a stroke of fortune. Little did she anticipate that amidst the chaos of war, the late Duke would rise through the ranks, ultimately becoming a 1st-rank Duke. It was expected that his title would be reduced with the next generation, yet his son proved to be equally impressive, marrying a noble lady from the capital and securing their status through merit. Old Madame Li had enjoyed a lifetime of privilege, accustomed to being revered, which only fueled her disdain for the delicate and seemingly frail Madame Lawn. Over the years, she had silently cursed Madame Lawn for her perceived misfortune, but she never genuinely wished for her demise. Upon hearing that Madame Lan's frail state was due to someone drugging her, old Madame Li felt a surge of panic. Who could be behind such treachery? What could their motives be? In this household, aside from Madame Lawn, the only other matriarch was herself. Was she the next target? Old Madame Li, who typically relished in grandeur and pretense, was, in truth, quite timid. While others were engulfed in uncertainty, Sheng Junyao swiftly moved to shield Madame Lawn, surveying each individual in the room with a protective stance. When he had last seen Madame Lawn, she had only shared the troubling matters concerning Yuanyuan and had not mentioned anything about being poisoned. He had thought her frail condition was due to her habitual optimism, unaware that her health had been deteriorating for years without his knowledge. Now, he was confronted with a shocking revelation. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, and were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have interrogated everyone present to uncover their true intentions. Huixin, bring her here. Madame Lan Gongman. Huimai promptly exited, and moments later, a servant dragged in a maid, forcing her to the ground. Please spare me, madam. Please spare me. The maid knelt, frantically banging her head in supplication. Behind her, the servant placed a bundle of medicinal dregs onto the floor. This maid, Xiaohuan, is responsible for tending the fire in the madam's kitchen. I have had her under observation for several days, and it was she who tampered with the medicine, the servant declared. Sheng Junyao glared coldly at Xiaowan. Do you have anything to say for yourself? It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I never interfered with the Madame medicine. I truly didn't. Xiaowan sobbed pitifully, continuing to bow her head in desperation. Silence, you wretched girl. How dare you deny it? The servant, losing patience, struck her on the back of the head. Xiaowan trembled but continued to sob, shaking her head. I swear it wasn't me. I don't know anything. This refrain persisted, and the servant, exasperated, found herself at a loss for words with so many witnesses present. At that moment, Yuanyuan stepped forward, placing her foot firmly on Xiaowan's back. Step aside. I shall conduct the interrogation. The servant quickly moved aside. Xiaowan felt as though a heavy weight had pressed down upon her, collapsing to the ground with a cry of pain. Please, cousin, spare me. Madam, please help. I have heard that cousins are particularly harsh with the servants. I swear I have done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong, you say? Yuanyuan bent down, seizing her hair to force her to look up. I detest being wronged, and I simply wish to uncover who is scheming behind the scenes to frame me. Chapter 73. Is it truly coincidence? Yuanyuan had endured for many days. Although she had not inquired directly, the matter had lingered in her thoughts. She yearned to uncover who had poisoned the Lan family, rendering them weak, while also spreading rumors that she was a harbinger of misfortune. As Yuanyuan contemplated, she seized the hair of the maid Xiaowan, turning her to face Sheng Yunju. Think carefully before you speak. Who instructed you to tamper with a lady's medicinal herbs? Terror-stricken, Sheng Yunju looked at Xiaowan, whose trembling fingertips concealed themselves beneath her sleeve. Yet within her frightened gaze lay a glint of coldness. No, it couldn't oppose. TB. As Xiaowan caught Sheng Yunju and oppose. SI. She instinctively opened her mouth to defend herself. Yuanyuan shot a glance at Sheng Yunjiao, who, bewildered and slightly afraid, approached. Yuanyuan plucked a slender pearl silver hairpin from Sheng Yunjiao and opposed S hair. Being still quite young, Sheng Yunjiao had not yet come of age, typically adorning her hair with floral pins and delicate silver hairpins. This particular pearl silver pin was slender and long, resembling a silver needle. Without hesitation, Yuanyuan plunged the pointed end of the pin into Xiaowan's neck. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. None could have anticipated that Yuanyuan would dare to commit such an act in front of so many witnesses. Xiaowan emitted a piercing scream. Surprisingly, however, the pin did not draw blood. The onlookers watched in disbelief as one end of the delicate silver pin vanished into Xiaowan's neck, the other firmly grasped by Yuanyuan's hand. Xiaowan's face turned pale, trembling, as cold sweat beaded on her brow. The scene evoked memories of Yuanyuan's previous encounter with the adept Shanshan at Qingfeng Pavilion, where she had displayed the same decisive ruthlessness that left Shanshan utterly defenseless. It seemed the tableau was replaying itself. Yet Xiaowan was no seasoned adversary, merely a lowly kitchen maid. With one shriek, she was so frightened that she wet her pants. Shivering, she cried out, I confess. It was Aunt Meng who instructed me. My elder brother is in debt, and I was left with no choice. Aunt Meng assured me it wouldn't harm the lady, merely weakening her a little. I didn't switch the herbs, just increase the dosage of 2 ingredients. It wouldn't kill her. If I did this, she'd give me money. If I failed to get the money, my father will beat me to death. He told me to sell myself in secret. I truly didn't want to harm the lady. Xiaowan, in her panic, babbled incoherently. Aunt Meng said it wouldn't be discovered. As long as I denied it, there would be no repercussions. There's no evidence. I made sure to dispose of the dregs each time, dumping them into the slop bucket. No one would notice. The lady's health has been poor, and our household always has quality herbs on hand. No one would know if one ingredient was a bit more or less. No one would know. Listening to her disjointed ramblings, Yuanyuan quickly scanned the room. Who is Aunt Meng? Sheng Jun immediately interjected. Father, please have Aunt Meng brought here. Aunt Meng was soon ushered in. She appeared to be a young woman in her 20s, with a gentle demeanor and eyes that sparkled like water, exuding an alluring charm. At last, Yuanyuan recalled that Sheng Yunjiao had previously gossiped about her, although the Duke of Sheng had been married to the Lady Lan for 20 years. Showering her with affection, he also had several concubines and illegitimate children. However, as the other concubines were not favored and Lady Lan's children were exceptionally talented. The presence of the concubines and their offspring barely registered within the household. The duke had a legitimate daughter named Yuanyuan, who had married off 2 years prior, and a fourth son, Shang Junshu, who, like the second son, Shang Junyi, was studying in the academy. There was also a sixth daughter, Shang Yinxiao, who was only 7 years old. Among the 4 concubines, the 2 elder ones had already aged, and the mother of the sixth daughter was rather timid and cowardly. Thus, Aunt Meng, being young and not having borne any children, was somewhat favored. Due to Lady Lan's poor health, the duke had spent less time in the rear courtyard over the years, dividing his time roughly equally between Lady Lan's chamber and Aunt Meng's. Yuanyuan held no interest in the duke's private matters. She had quickly forgotten what Shang Yunjiao had mentioned. Now, upon seeing Aunt Meng, she finally recognized her. Aunt Meng, named Meng Chua, was 26 years old and reportedly a distant relative of the elderly matriarch of the Li family, who had taken her in after a series of family tragedies delayed her marriage until she was 18 or 19. Upon entering the duke's household, the matriarch had seen her gentle nature and arranged for her to become a concubine of the duke. Once brought in, Aunt Meng appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the number of onlookers. She timidly glanced at the duke before greeting the assembly. This humble servant pays her respects to the matriarch. The duke and the lady, may I inquire why I have been summoned? Her gaze, lowered yet filled with anxiety, darted toward the duke as if seeking solace. Aunt Meng, this maid has accused you of instructing her to tamper with the lady's medicine. What do you have to say? Sheng Junyi questioned sternly. Aunt Meng was immediately taken aback, kneeling in shock. I had no knowledge of this. I did not even recognize this maid. How could I have her meddle with the lady's medicine? Duke, you know me. I have served here for many years with utmost respect for the lady, never daring to overstep my bounds. I have no reason to target her. Duke, why would you wrongfully accuse me? She appeared genuinely flustered, as if truly unaware of the situation. At that moment, the elderly matriarch of the Li family finally regained her composure. What Chua says is not without merit. She has been obedient during her time here, never overstepping her role. Could it be that this maid is fabricating accusations? Matriarch Duke, I truly do not know. Aunt Meng wept, feigning ignorance. Yuanyuan too found herself perplexed. She presumed Aunt Meng had no grievances against the duke's wife. Initially, she believed someone had sabotaged Lady Lan's medicine to solidify her own reputation as a harbinger of misfortune and drive her away. She held some suspicion towards Shang Yunju, as she had been the one to summon the adept Shanshan previously. However, the duke's concubine had no need to resort to such underhanded tactics against her. Xiaowan, in her state of terror, could not speak. It was undoubtedly Aunt Meng who had prompted her. Could it be that Shang Yunju merely seized the opportunity to ride the wave? After all, Lady Lan had treated her like a daughter for many years, and it seemed unlikely that Shang Yunju would be so deranged as to harm her. But was it truly mere coincidence? Chapter 74. I give you one chance Yuanyuan would not be trifled with in this matter. Her approach was always straightforward and brutal, disobedient or dishonest. A good beating should suffice. If they remained silent, it simply indicated that the punishment was insufficient. Yuanyuan released Xiao Huan and cast a chilling gaze upon Meng Yinyang. Meng Yinyang, is it? I grant you an opportunity to explain yourself. Who instructed you to tamper with the lady's medicine? Meng Yinyang cast a timid glance at her, then turned her doe-like eyes toward Duke Shenghua. Your Grace, it was not I. I know nothing of this. Why must my cousin wrongfully accuse me? I bear her no grudge. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, a pitiful sight reminiscent of rain-drenched pear blossoms. Yuanyuan, how long do you intend to act recklessly? This is the Duke and Appo's residence. I have warned you before. This is not a place where you can unleash your temper at will. The Duke's patience had evidently reached its limit. His expression darkened as he directed his gaze toward the entrance. Bring them in. In an instant, 2 guards appeared at the door as if conjured from thin air. Father, Sheng Junyao called out sharply, hastening to position himself protectively in front of Yuanyuan. Do you intend to administer private punishment in your own abode? His eyes glinted with cold defiance as he silently confronted the Duke. The Duke's expression grew increasingly somber. for none could have anticipated that the day would devolve into such chaos. Initially indifferent towards Yuanyuan, the Duke now felt a rising disdain. "Take her away," he barked impatiently. The guards advanced, but without hesitation, Sheng Junyao turned and shielded Yuanyuan with his own body, his gaze sharp as a sword directed at the intruding guards. "Hold on." Lady Lan shut her eyes briefly, concealing her disappointment. A faint, mocking smile graced her lips. Disappointment, when accumulated, becomes a part of one's existence. What was once deliberately ignored and self-deceived would eventually surface, revealing the truth of accumulated despair. It merely depended on how long one could deceive oneself. With her eyes weary yet composed, Lady Lan directed her gaze towards the entrance. "Bring them in." Soon, two maidservants escorted a maid and an old woman into the room. Meng Yinyang's countenance shifted drastically upon seeing them. One was her trusted maid, Xiang, and the other, the coarse servant, old Wu. The maidservants wasted no time, producing their findings and presenting them to Lady Lan. "Madam, we found this document in Xiang's quarters. It bears the handprint of Xiao Huan's father." Meng Yinyang gave him 200 taels of silver, fearing he might go back on his word, and thus had him leave his mark. They then revealed another parcel. This package of medicine was discovered in old Wu's quarters. I have traced her numerous visits to the apothecary, where she secretly purchased these two ingredients. To avoid detection, she visited several apothecaries, and here are her records. At that moment, old Huimama produced a list. "The madam has required medication for years, though the household maintains a substantial supply. We have always kept meticulous records to prevent errors in medication. I have checked the records for this month, and we are short by 4 taels for these two ingredients, which is why they went unnoticed. The household's herbs are carefully selected, primarily sourced from Ringsentang, differing in quality from others. After comparison, the herbs found in old Wu's quarters included some from the household stock and others from outside. Since we recently altered the prescription, the demand for these two ingredients has decreased, and I ensured the storeroom was closely monitored. Thus, no herbs have gone missing in the past half-month. However, the package discovered in old Wu's quarters contains both household losses and outside purchases, clearly indicating a discrepancy in quality. The remnants of the medicine were not from earlier times, but rather recent, indicating a boldness in tampering with the lady and Appo's medicine that was beyond what a mere maid or servant would dare attempt. "Meng Yinyang, do you still claim ignorance?" The color drained from Meng Yinyang's face as she stammered, struggling to present her defense, but the evidence was irrefutable. I, it is my fault. Please spare me, madam. I have erred. I beg for your mercy." Old Huimama, concerned for Meng Yinyang's proximity to Lady Lan, hastily pulled her aside. "Your Grace, please help me. I recognize my mistakes. After so many years of service, grant me this one chance." Meng Yinyang crawled to the Duke, grasping his leg. "Get away." The Duke's face darkened as he kicked her aside. Struck, Meng Yinyang coughed up blood but defiantly crawled back, clutching at his garments in desperation. The Duke seized her throat, his grip firm. "Speak. Who commanded you to do this? What emboldened you to lay hands on the lady?" Her delicate neck felt as if it could snap at any moment under his hold. Staring at the man before her, Meng Yinyang snapped from her stupor and suddenly laughed. "No one commanded me. I did this of my own volition. What is my crime? All I desire is a child of my own. Your Grace, after serving you for so long, my only wish is to have a child. I have always been respectful to the lady and kept my place. Yet why? Why must she use medicine to terminate my child and ensure I can bear no more? Yes, it was I who altered the medicine. The lady already has several excellent children. Why can she not accept mine? Why?" Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet they burned with a fierce crimson. Despair clouded her gaze as she looked at the Duke, teetering on the brink of madness. His grip tightened slightly, leaving Meng Yinyang gasping for breath. He finally released her, and she collapsed feebly to the ground, coughing gently. Perhaps realizing her situation was hopeless, she lay there, laughing and crying in a state of utter despair. "You have already stated that I possess several excellent children. Why then would I need to harm yours?" Lady Lan's tone remained remarkably calm in the face of Meng Yinyang's frenzy. "I know not from where you have heard such rumors. If I truly wished to sever your lineage, I would have administered a potion on the very first day you entered this household as a concubine, rather than waiting until you became pregnant. Chapter 75. Gifts. Upon hearing Lan's words, Aunt Meng was momentarily stunned. Xiao, you truly are foolish. The old lady Li gazed at Aunt Meng with disapproval. Despite her dislike for Lan, she was well aware that Lan would never harm the children of a concubine. If it were another mistress, it might not be surprising for her to act against the children of a concubine. However, Lan had no reason to tarnish her hands for the sake of a concubine's offspring. She hailed from a distinguished family of scholars and had always been cherished by the Duke. It was only after she gave birth to a legitimate son that other illegitimate children were born. The Duke had always maintained a distant demeanor toward his concubines. In the initial years of their marriage, he seldom visited their quarters, and this remained unchanged even now. She had never sought that affection. Old Lady Li, who had spent half her life contending with concubines, felt a deep resentment for this daughter-in-law, especially since the Duke had never harbored any intention of favoring concubines over his wife. Aunt Meng covered her face and began to weep softly. My lord, I can either leave this matter in your hands or hand it over to the officials in the capital. Alternatively, if you wish for me to continue investigating, I can do so. My only request is that Yuanyuan remains the third young lady of this household, but since Yuanyuan is not included in the family tree, let us also remove Yuanyuan's name. Lan disregarded the Duke's displeased expression and turned to Sheng Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, our bond as mother and daughter is a matter of fate. I cherish the years you've spent by my side, but I am now too weary to care for you any longer, and I wish you a bright future. After uttering these words, Lan was utterly fatigued and grasped the arm of Nurse Hui, preparing to retreat for rest. Mother, do you not want me anymore? Sheng Yuanyuan cried pitifully, feeling as though she had been abandoned by the entire world. Yet, Lan did not look back, instructing Nurse Hui, I am tired. Assist me in returning to rest. Nurse Hui helped Lan to her feet and carefully guided her toward the inner chambers. Sheng Yuanyuan continued to call out in despair, Mother. Lan did not pause, nor did she turn her head. The Duke and Aunt Oppo's face was grim as he coldly commanded, Take Aunt Meng back to her quarters and keep a watchful eye on her. 2 guards stepped forward to escort Aunt Meng away. As for the maids and servants involved in the matter, the Duke waved his hand dismissively. Take them away and leave their fates to the steward. Let him deal with them as he sees fit. Soon, several maids and servants were dragged out. Once these matters were arranged, the Duke rose to leave. Father, Sheng Yuanyuan called out to him. When do you plan to address the family tree? The Duke's expression darkened significantly. He could neither allow the household affairs to reach the ears of the clan elders, nor permit Lan to take Aunt Meng to the officials in the capital. He was accustomed to being in control. This was the first time he had been caught off guard by his trusted wife and favored son. Lan must have already investigated the matter of the medicinal herbs, inviting Madame Wei under the pretext of preparing for the wedding banquet, all while dealing with the issue of the poison. Yet she remained discreet, waiting for Sheng Yuanyuan's return to unveil the truth. Her intention was to catch him unprepared, first bringing up the matter of sending Sheng Yuanyuan away, knowing he would never agree, and then presenting the idea of removing Sheng Yuanyuan from the family tree, which he would also refuse. Thus, at this moment, she revealed the poisoning incident implicating his concubine. He did not care for a concubine, but if word spread that a concubine had harmed the mistress, it would not only tarnish the Duke's reputation, but also lead to severe repercussions from the censors. Lan's elder brother held the position of an official with authority, known for reprimanding officials. If he did not acquiesce, a petition to impeach him would be placed on the emperor's desk the following day. It was an intricate web of schemes aimed at ensnaring him. The wife he had adored for 20 years was now orchestrating against him. The Duke glared fiercely at Sheng Yuanyuan, stating, after your wedding, when the new bride is included in the family tree, I will ensure that the clan elders handle it. At present, Sheng Yuanyuan was recognized as the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, representing the young ladies of this generation. Removing her name would be neither simple nor complicated. As long as the Duke provided a reasonable explanation and presented another young lady to take her place, the matter could be resolved. After all, the Sheng family was not an illustrious clan. They had risen to prominence only after the late Duke's efforts. Although the Duke was not the head of the family, As the most powerful individual within the Shang clan, his words carried significant weight. However, if the Duke were to agree immediately, it would be a loss of face. After casually remarking, he strode past Shang Junyao. As the Duke departed, old Lady Li followed suit. She could not influence her son's decisions. Yet her heart ached for Shang Yunju. She offered her comfort. Zhu, do not worry. You will always be a lady of our Duke's household. With your grandmother here, no one will bully you. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Moved, Shang Yunju grasped old Lady Li's arm and walked out with her. As they reached the door, she cast a covert glance at Yuanyuan, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. If they insisted on treating her this way, they should not blame her for being ungracious. One by one, the others followed suit. Yuanyuan prepared to leave as well, but was called back by Shang Junyao. At this point, only the two of them remained in the room. Shang Junyao looked at Yuanyuan and pulled a stack of silver notes from his pocket, pressing them into her hands. Yang, I apologize. My elder brother initially intended to send Yunju away and persuade our father to restore your status. However, our mother believes that you may find greater freedom outside the Shang family. My time in the capital is limited, and I cannot care for you. Please take these silver notes. I will arrange for more to be sent to you later. During my time in the capital, you can always seek me out if you need anything. Yuanyuan stared in astonishment at the silver notes in her hands. She had to admit, this gift struck a chord within her. What did she lack the most? Money. Yet for the first time, she hesitated to accept a gift from a member of the Shang family. After all, since her arrival at the Shang household, Shang Junyao was the only one who had steadfastly advocated for her from the very beginning. She wondered if, in a dream, if Shang Junyao had not met his demise on the battlefield so soon, but had instead returned to the capital, perhaps her fate would not have been so tragic. After a moment of contemplation, she accepted his goodwill and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Shang Junyao smiled gently and lightly ruffled her hair. It is getting late. You should return. Yuanyuan turned and exited. Not far from the door, she was halted by Shang Yunjiao. What did Big Brother want with you? Yuanyuan replied. He was giving gifts. Huh? What could that old stick in the mud possibly give? Surely he didn't bring back a rock from the border. Shang Yunjiao expressed her disbelief. You see, Big Brother has always been exceedingly stubborn. Every festival, he insists on sending gifts to the younger siblings in his name. Yet, he is such a dreary person. His gifts are either books recommended by the scholar or some peculiar items meant to encourage learning. Heavens, you must understand. I'm a girl. If he truly has no gift to give, he could at least give me some silver. Do you know what he once sent me? He thought my handwriting was poor and, in his stubbornness, sent me 2 years' worth of pens. I was so terrified that I diligently practiced my writing for an entire year before he finally stopped. So please, whatever you do not let him see your handwriting. Shang Yunjiao appeared as though she were an experienced elder, letting out a sympathetic sigh. Yuanyuan. To be frank, Shang Junyao indeed gifted her money. However, she resolved not to disclose this, wishing to avoid provoking Shang Yunjiao further. The two departed from Yulan Pavilion, retracing their steps through the garden. The night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any moonlight, and the illumination within the garden was dim, with occasional gusts of wind rustling the shadows of the trees. Shang Yunjiao, trembling, clutched Yuanyuan's arm. Yuanyuan, do you think we might be dreaming today? How could my elder brother return at this hour? Especially on the 15th of July. She lowered her voice, yet it was evident that she was quaking with fear. Yuanyuan glanced at her, her heart sinking. In her dreams, Shang Junyao had never returned. Yet now, he was back on this eerie night of the 15th of July. It was indeed quite unsettling. Yuanyuan cautiously touched the banknote she had tucked in her pocket, relieved by its tangible texture. Surely it could not be a mere illusion? She had previously handled ghost money, which felt entirely different. Exhaling quietly, she attempted to shift her thoughts and inquired of Shang Yunjiao, by the way, have you sensed something amiss with Aunt Meng? Indeed, there is something off. What a coincidence it is. Aunt Meng has been in the household for all these years and has never contemplated harming my aunt. Yet, the moment you return, she takes action. No one would believe there is something suspicious at play. Shang Yunjiao became animated with gossip. I wagered there must be someone behind her. Could it possibly be Xing Yinzhu? Sheng Yunjiao speculated, only to dismiss the thought. But that seems unlikely. Though she often feigns innocence, and is so kind to her, surely, she cannot be that heartless. Can she? No, it can't be. Chapter 76. A profound regret. Sheng Yunjiao demurred, not believing Sheng Yunju capable of such depravity, despite her dislike. Yuanyuan, however, contemplated the matter with a thoughtful mien. She, too, found it difficult to attribute the deed to Sheng Yunju, given the affection and favor shown to her by Madame Lan. Yet, the timing was peculiar. Why would Consort Ming, after so many years, suddenly target Madame Lan precisely upon Yuanyuan and Appo's return? Surely, it could not be mere coincidence. Yuanyuan strained to recall her dream, but details were hazy. Consort Ming had indeed appeared, later assisting Sheng Yunju in her machinations against Yuanyuan. In the capricious nature of the world, where the high and mighty are flattered while the lowly are trampled, Consort Ming's later support of Sheng Yunju was not entirely unexpected. Hardly a definitive clue. As time elapsed, the fleeting scenes of her dream grew increasingly indistinct, with only a few pivotal events remaining etched in her memory. The rest would likely only resurface upon encountering them directly. She shook her head, resolving not to dwell incessantly on the dream. She was her own person, distinct from her dream self. Her life was hers to forge. From the moment she set foot in the Sheng Manor, her destiny rested solely in her hands. With this realization, Yuanyuan felt a palpable sense of liberation. In Qingzhou, Magistrate Ling had once remarked that misdeeds invariably leave a trace. Whether Sheng Yunju was involved in tampering with Madame Lan's medicine would eventually be revealed. Why are you shaking your head like that? Are you possessed? Don't scare me, Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed, clutching Yuanyuan's arm in trepidation. It's nothing. I've simply come to a better understanding of things. Let's go. I'll escort you back, Yuanyuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Really? Promise you and Amp, Appo's, LL take me back first, and then I and Amp, Appo's, LL have a servant accompany you home. Sheng Yunjiao pleaded, her fear palpable. She dared not walk alone. Her eagerness to witness the spectacle had overridden her prudence, causing her to rush off with Yuanyuan, forgetting to bring a servant. I'm not afraid of the dark, Yuanyuan declared gallantly. Sheng Yunjiao, lacking such fortitude, clung tightly to her arm, her head nestled sheepishly on Yuanyuan and Appo's shoulder. Then you must protect me, as the elder sister should. Yuanyuan's shoulders stiffened slightly. Elder sister. She was often addressed thus by the children in her village. But this was the first time someone with whom she shared a genuine blood tie had called her by that name. It felt peculiar, yet strangely pleasant. As the two figures slowly receded into the distance, neither noticed a shadowy form emerge from behind a screen in the corridor, its gaze fixed upon their departing figures with venomous resentment. Young mistress, a maidservant ventured timidly, prompting Sheng Yunju to tear her gaze away from the vanishing figures and turn away. Suddenly, she felt a faint dampness in her palm. Raising her hand, she examined it closely in the dim light, discovering a patchwork of marks etched into her skin. They were the imprints of her own fingernails, drawn in anguish. Clenching her fist, Sheng Yunju silently vowed, Yuanyuan, you will not steal what I have painstakingly built. Never. Within the Jade Orchid Pavilion, tranquility finally descended after the departure of the others. Nanny Hui assisted Madame Lan in her ablutions before guiding her back to bed, offering her a cup of warm water. Madam, please have some water. Madame Lan sipped from the cup, then coughed several times, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Nanny Hui hastened to pat her back. After a moment, Madame Lan gradually recovered. Nanny Hui then retrieved a pear syrup candy for her. Madam, keep this in your mouth and rinse afterward. The young lady sent it over during the day, saying she made it herself. Madame Lan accepted the candy, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Madam, regarding Consort Ming's matter. Nanny Hui began hesitantly. Back when she was pregnant and things wearing into Appo's, tea looking good, it was you who requested the imperial physician to attend to her. It was the Duke, Madame Lan stated softly. Madam, Nanny Hui gasped, instinctively reaching to cover Madame Lan's mouth. Madame Lan closed her eyes wearily. Rest assured, he won't come here. He loathes me now more than ever. Hui Xian, I am not truly foolish. I have merely grown accustomed to it, accustomed to playing the carefree, innocent daughter at home, and then the slightly obtuse wife after marriage. From a moment he refused to send people to search for our child, I knew everything. I knew what he truly desired. I did not wish to change. So, I pretended to know nothing. Clarity is a lifetime, and so is delusion. What difference does it make? Even when Yuanyuan was first brought back, I still intended to smooth things over, thinking that raising one child was no different from raising two. Yunju was innocent as well, and the Duke in Appos. Manor could certainly afford to raise two daughters. Yuanyuan had suffered these past years, and I would simply compensate her well. I'm not a good mother. I never truly considered her feelings. I knew nothing of the life she had led, the resentment she harbored towards that family, or the unease she felt in the presence of Yunju. I only sought to maintain a facade of peace, to drift along. Madam, it is not your fault. No one could have anticipated that family's audacity. Nanny Hui quickly interjected, attempting to comfort her. Madame Lan opened her eyes with a bitter smile, gazing vacantly at the bed curtains. Does having no anticipation absolve one of responsibility? You see, we all took it for granted that her return would suffice, assuming that because she grew up in the countryside, she would be unrefined. No one considered the life she had lived or how she had endured it all. Madam, if not for this illness, if not for repeatedly hearing of her past hardships, if not for tearing away this veneer of pretense, I would likely continue to deceive myself, to maintain the facade, to drift along. If she were not so exceptional, I might even have been disappointed in her, unconsciously harming her again and again. Hui Xin, she is my own flesh and blood, and even I have caused her such pain. How disheartened must she be? Tears welled in Madame Lan's eyes, streaming down her face. Nanny Huey's eyes reddened as she hastily reached out to wipe away the tears. Madam, you must take care of yourself. You must rally your spirits to plan for the young lady's future. Otherwise, you are right. I must rally my spirits. Even if time is short, I must persevere and pave the way for her as much as possible. But I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Chapter 77. The beautiful younger sister, when one chooses to avoid contemplation, they can often deceive themselves. However, once the mind begins to dwell on the matter repeatedly, the absurdity of such self-deception becomes glaringly evident. She was wrong, and she had wronged Yuanyuan. Therefore, it is understandable that Yuanyuan did not wish to acknowledge her from the very beginning, perhaps having seen through her hypocrisy at a glance. Madame Hui, concerned that Lan might become obstinate, attempted to redirect her attention. Madam, have you discussed the matter of removing the third young lady from the family register with the heir? No, Lan replied, unable to suppress her relief. Io always manages to be more considerate than I anticipate, and he performs commendably. Had Io been home earlier, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. I should have sent word to Io, urging his return. Had he handled matters as he would have, even if Yunju were not sent away, she could have been placed elsewhere. Rather than being left in proximity to Yuanyuan and attempting to have Yuanyuan regard her as a sister, perhaps Yuanyuan would not have been so disappointed. Nonetheless, it is futile to dwell on these thoughts now. Fortunately, and Appos, Yao has returned. With him here, I can rest easier, even if I must depart. The heir has always been meticulous in his affairs, Madame Hui mused. If only the heir could remain in the capital. Both women felt a twinge of melancholy at this thought. In truth, Sheng Junyao excelled in scholarly pursuits more than in military endeavors. However, the Sheng family had built its foundation on military achievements, with 2 generations having spent years at the borders, establishing connections that could not be abandoned in the heir and Appos' generation. Thus, despite Sheng Junyao and Appos' academic prowess rivaling that of the sons of scholars, he was obliged to forsake literature for arms, guarding the borders as was his duty as the heir of the Sheng family. Consequently, unless a significant matter arose, it was generally challenging for him to return to the capital. Even this time, under the pretense of marriage, his leave was brief, and after the wedding, he would again be bound for the frontier. Fetch the medicine, Lan urged, summoning her strength. In a few days, we shall attend the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Cheng and Appos family. I wish to take Yuanyuan with me. Remember to inform Hui Qing tomorrow, so she can bring the fabric for Yuanyuan's garments. Madam? Madame Hui voiced her strong disapproval. Given your current condition, how can you run about? The birthday celebration at Chengyin family is not something you must attend personally. The second madam can represent us. The entire capital knows we are preparing for the heir's wedding. Your absence would not be a matter of concern. I can manage, Lan reassured. Last time, when Yuanyuan treated young Master Su and Appo's injury, although the Cheng and Appo's family sent a token of gratitude, I later inquired about the circumstances and felt uneasy. Lan smiled softly. Do not worry. I have improved significantly these past few days, and I am aware of my own limits. Madam Hui wished to argue further, but upon seeing Lan's demeanor, she realized a decision had been made. She stood and went to fetch the medicine. The following day, Madam Hui sent for Shen Mama, who returned with a multitude of items. Yuanyuan was practicing her calligraphy, having made rapid progress under the prince's guidance. Shen Mama was utterly impressed. She measured Yuanyuan's dimensions, and Yuanyuan curiously inquired, "Why do we need to make more clothes? I have had several made this month already. Is it customary for affluent families to be so particular?" "Dear girl, you may not be aware, but in a few days, the matriarch of the Chengyin family celebrates her birthday, and the madam wishes to take you along. Does she not want to ensure you are well presented?" Shen Mama explained with a smile, astonished as she noted the measurements. "You have grown taller." Yuanyuan looked at the noted figures in surprise, realizing she had indeed gained half an inch. It appeared that good nourishment truly contributed to growth. Yuanyuan smiled brightly in response. However, she was not particularly interested in attending the birthday celebration. "What purpose do I have there? I am busy." "Tell her I shall not go." She was focused on entering the Tai Ming Academy and had no time for frivolous gatherings. "Do you still remember young Master Su? The matriarch of Chengyin family is his grandmother. Last time, when you treated young Master Su's injury, the Su family sent their thanks. They will certainly extend an invitation to you for this birthday celebration, and it would be impolite to decline," Shen Mama patiently explained. Yuanyuan was impatient with such social obligations, yet she was not entirely ignorant of the intricacies involved. Shen Mama had taken time to educate her on the complex relationships among the city's elite, and with the incessant gossip from Sheng Yunjiao, Yuanyuan had developed a general understanding of these figures, despite having never met them. "Very well," Yuanyuan conceded with a nod. Recalling the events of the previous evening, what became of Aunt Ming? Last night, Lan had entrusted Aunt Ming to the Duke of Sheng for resolution, and Yuanyuan was curious about the outcome. This morning, Aunt Ming was sent from the estate, reportedly to a rural estate, Shen Mama replied. Yuanyuan scoffed lightly. "Is that all? To be dispatched so lightly after attempting to harm the mistress?" She found the Duke of Sheng even more repugnant than she had anticipated. Merely thinking of it made her stomach churn. She shook off the thought and returned to her calligraphy practice. A few days later, at the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Chengyin family, Yuanyuan was roused early by Sheng Yunjiao, who insisted on sharing a carriage with her. After some preparation by Shen Mama, Yuanyuan emerged resplendent. It seemed that the good nourishment she had received had improved her complexion, while she had not regained her former pallor. She was much fairer than upon her arrival, and her cheeks had a hint of fullness. She no longer bore the frail appearance of before. Her bright eyes radiated vitality, and even clad in simple garments, her exuberance was unmistakable. Now, adorned in elegant attire, she appeared transformed, capturing the attention of all not for her beauty, but for the vibrant energy she exuded, uplifting the spirits of those who beheld her. Upon arriving at the Chengyin estate, Yuanyuan nimbly alighted from the carriage and turned back to Sheng Yunjiao, who hesitated before following suit. The coachman, preparing to set down the mounting block, stared in astonishment. At that moment, an unexpected laugh echoed from across the way. Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao turned to see a familiar face, the second daughter of the Cheng family, Cheng Shujin, disembarking from her carriage. It was a case of enemies meeting, and the tension was palpable. However, surprisingly, Cheng Shujin refrained from initiating confrontation, casting a begrudging glance at Yuanyuan before stepping aside with the support of her maid. Just then, another young lady emerged from the carriage, delicate and endearing in a flowing pale purple gown that accentuated her fair complexion, exuding an ethereal beauty. Sheng Yunjiao's eyes lit up as she cheerfully called out, "Ruo Shui." Cheng Ruo Shui, with her classically beautiful features and perpetually smiling countenance, appeared exceptionally amiable. Dear sister, it has been a while. Whose lovely sister might you be? Chapter 78. Eyes without pearls, Cheng Ruo Shui approached Sheng Yunjiao, warmly grasping her hand while gazing earnestly at Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan mused. So this is the sister of Cheng Shujin whom Jiao mentioned, the one who has a contentious relationship with Sheng Yunju, Cheng Ruo Shui. I am Lu Yuanyuan, a distant relative of Madame Lan, residing temporarily in the residence of the Duke of Sheng. Lu Yuanyuan felt utterly defenseless against such a gentle and beautiful young lady, especially with her sincere gaze, which nearly melted her heart. Yuanyuan, what a lovely name, Cheng Ruo Shui exclaimed, then took Lu Yuanyuan and Apos as hand, smiling genuinely. I am Cheng and Apos, as eldest daughter, Ruo Shui. Like Jiao, you may simply call me by my name. Lu Yuanyuan echoed, Ruo Shui. Just then, a disdainful snort came from behind. Cheng Shujin. Cheng Shujin was already displeased to see Sheng Yunjiao and Lu Yuanyuan together, and now witnessing her elder sister being so affectionate only fueled her ire. Unable to contain herself, she retorted mockingly, elder sister is certainly not picky. Some people seem to think that just because they come to a banquet in the capital, they can transform into noble ladies from impoverished backgrounds. Cheng Er, if you cannot speak properly, then kindly remain silent. Did you consume excrement before leaving the house? Spewing such filth? Though Sheng Yunjiao was feisty, she and Cheng Shujin were longtime rivals and would not indulge her. Cheng Shujin initially aimed to insult, but upon hearing Sheng Yunjiao's words, her facade crumbled immediately. Who are you calling excrement eater? Repeat that if you dare. Who's spewing filth? Sheng Yunjiao rolled her eyes dramatically. You. Cheng Shujin was so furious she nearly yanked the maid's hand to strike back, but the movement aggravated her injury, causing her to pale. Sheng Yunjiao did not miss her reaction, scrutinizing her closely. Oh, you must still be recovering from that tailbone injury you sustained last time? Shut your mouth. You're the one who fell on your tailbone. Cheng Shujin was on the brink of exploding with rage. Indeed, her current restraint was due to her recent fall at the polo field, which had injured her coccyx. Fortunately, it was not severe, and with rest, she would recover. She should have been at home recuperating, but she couldn't bear to miss such a gathering, so she had come despite her discomfort. Initially, she refrained from provoking anyone, remembering her past lesson. However, her composure shattered almost immediately. Second sister, what did you promise me before leaving? If you speak out of turn, since we were just at the entrance, perhaps I should send you back? Cheng Ruo Shui turned, smiling sweetly at Cheng Shujin. Cheng Shujin's previously arrogant demeanor deflated instantly. Meanwhile, the carriages of the ladies began to arrive, prompting both parties to part ways and follow their elders into the estate. Madame Lan had not been socializing for some time, and upon her arrival, everyone greeted her warmly, especially with the impending marriage of the Duke of Sheng and Apos as son. Aside from the remarkable heir, the Duke and Apos, as family also had a suitable second son, and the third and fourth sons were not too young either. In affluent families, engagements were typically arranged early, and it was common for years to pass before the actual marriage. Thus, the Lan family's handsome and talented sons were in high demand, drawing countless suitors eager to ingratiate themselves. Madame Lan seized the opportunity to introduce Lu Yuanyuan to the gathered ladies, merely describing her as a relative's daughter, though her behavior sparked a hint of awkwardness among the crowd. After all, Madame Lan used to attend such events with the third daughter, Sheng Yunju. Now, while Sheng Yunju had also come, she immediately sought out familiar friends and had not accompanied Madame Lan, who was still holding onto Lu Yuanyuan's hand without mentioning Sheng Yunju, thereby piquing the curiosity of those observant enough to wonder about Lu Yuanyuan's true identity. Madame Lan flaunted Lu Yuanyuan for a good 15 minutes before Sheng Yunjiao rescued her, leading her to the garden. Sheng Yunjiao leaned in close to Lu Yuanyuan, winking. Doesn't Annie seem eager to find a chance to marry you off? That's why she's so keen to introduce you to those ladies. Lu Yuanyuan glanced down at her wrist, adorned with several bracelets she had received as gifts. While she accepted the tokens with joy, the thought of marriage was utterly inconceivable. Shaking her head in self-awareness, she declared, I am merely 13. How could I possibly marry so soon? Moreover, their politeness is solely due to Madame Lan and has little to do with me. If they were to discover my true identity, they would likely avoid me like the plague. Despite her slender appearance, during her time in the countryside, many families had approached her regarding marriage, not for her looks, but for her skills, believing she could earn a living. The rural folk were less concerned with appearances when practicality was at stake. However, things were different now. In the capital, despite their outward friendliness, one could never know their true thoughts. Yuanyuan had not returned to the Duke of Shang and Apos as his estate to seek marriage. Rather, she aimed to evade the fate of being wed off at random and suffering domestic violence to the point of death. Although she felt that such a grim fate was somewhat unrealistic given her capabilities, she remained wary of any despicable schemes that could arise. Upon hearing her thoughts, Sheng Yunjiao recalled her initial impression of Yuanyuan, where she too had been quick to judge based on appearances and felt a twinge of guilt. Do not say that. They simply do not understand you. If they did, they would surely recognize your talents. If anyone were to overlook you, it would only reflect their lack of discernment. Initially, Yuanyuan had not viewed Sheng Yunjiao as an ally, but through their interactions, she gradually accepted her friendship. Receiving the compliment, she felt a flicker of pride. You are right. If that were the case, it would indeed indicate their lack of discernment. I am not someone to be dismissed or chosen from. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A mere country girl dares to speak so boldly. Zhu, when did your family acquire such a destitute relative to beg for favors? Don't you have a mirror to see if you are worthy of attending the banquet at the Duke of Chengyin's estate? It's simply laughable. Yuanyuan and Shang Yunjiao turned to the source of the voice, realizing they had unknowingly reached a pavilion where several young ladies were seated, including Shang Yunju, Chang Shujin, and the sixth princess, whom they had previously encountered. The girl who had mocked them was adorned in striking green, resembling a peacock, her chin held high. Princess Li Duan. Yuanyuan is one of us from the Duke of Shang and Damp, Apos, S estate, and has personally received an invitation from the Duke of Cheng and Damp, Apos. How could she not attend? Chapter 79. My benevolence only led to your sabotage upon seeing the individuals before her. Sheng Yunjiao instantly grasped the situation and retorted with fiery indignation. Upon hearing her words, the peacock-like lady pair turned irate. Shang Xiaoxi, to whom do you speak? Zhu has already stated that she is a distant relative of Lady Lan, a connection that is far from trivial. To refer to her as a cousin is to elevate her status. A mere country bumpkin dares to consider herself a cousin of the Duke's residence. Is this banquet of the Chengyin Gongfu a place for her? How dare you claim I am in the wrong? However, the moment her words escaped her lips, the expressions of those present shifted to one of profound discomfort, particularly Sheng Yunju. The color drained from her face. The people in the garden were numerous, and with the volume of the county lady's voice, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It was certain they would think she had been scheming behind their backs. Reluctantly, Sheng Yunju steeled herself to mediate. County lady, you misunderstand my intent. Yuanyuan is someone my mother holds in high regard, which is why she brought her to the banquet. I merely meant to convey that Yuanyuan has endured much hardship, and my mother is particularly fond of her as a result. Lady Pear immediately turned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glared at Shang Yunju. Didn't you just say that you were not with your mother because she brought this country girl and overlooked you? I was merely standing up for you. Sheng Yunju felt an urge to cover her mouth to prevent further utterances. Truly, her cousin's assertions were not unfounded. Yuanyuan was indeed a country girl, not only lacking in beauty, but also possessing a fierce temperament. The last time she visited her grandmother's home, Yuanyuan had even shoved her, leaving injuries that had yet to heal. At that moment, Zheng Hui happened to approach and, upon seeing Yuanyuan, readily joined the fray, glaring at her with resentment. Had it not been for Yuanyuan throwing them out of the house last time, causing her to injure her waist, she would not have been confined at home until now. Zheng Hui took hold of Sheng Yunju's arm, offering encouragement. Cousin, why should you yield to her? Isn't it merely because she relies on Aunt's favor that she dares to act in such a manner? Now she is bullying you. If you do not teach her a lesson, she will truly believe she is a lady of the Duke's residence. Dear cousin, do not speak so harshly. Regardless, Yuanyuan is my sister, and I hope you do not misinterpret her. Sheng Yunju attempted to dissuade Zheng Hui from her tirade. If an outsider dares to ride roughshod over you, and you feel too embarrassed to teach her a lesson, allow me to do so. I cannot abide such a usurper. With Zheng Hui and Oppo's words, Lady Pear was instantly revitalized, akin to a fighting rooster, hands on her hips as she summoned her attendants. Come here. Stop. Sheng Yunju interjected hastily. What are you afraid of? Whatever happens, this county lady will take the blame. Besides, sixth cousin is here. There is nothing to fear. Lady Pear, with a look of confusion, gestured for her not to be afraid, assuring her that with the sixth princess backing them, there was nothing to worry about. The suddenly embroiled sixth princess was momentarily taken aback. She had only been observing Lady Pear confront Lu Yuanyuan to avenge her grievance from the polo field. Little did she know she would be pulled into the fray. She stifled the urge to roll her eyes and coolly remarked, "If you wish to cause a commotion, do so without involving me." Lady Pear gazed at her incredulously but quickly dismissed the thought, resolutely continuing her quest for retribution on behalf of Sheng Yunju. Come here. Seize this wild girl. Upon hearing Lady Pear's command, two maidservants promptly advanced, attempting to restrain Lu Yuanyuan. With a swift kick, Lu Yuanyuan sent one maid flying into the bushes. Turning her gaze towards the visibly anxious Sheng Yunju, she remarked with a smirk, "Sheng Yunju, did you hear what she just said? She said she wanted to teach a lesson to the usurper." Lady Pear, stunned at the sight of her maid being kicked aside, was momentarily speechless until she cried out, "Indeed, it was I who said that." Lu Yuanyuan looked at Sheng Yunju, whose complexion was steadily paling. "Sheng Yunju, tell me, should I reveal to them who truly is the usurper?" "Yuanyuan," Sheng Yunju interrupted, her voice trembling slightly as she turned to Lady Pear, bowing respectfully. "County lady, I implore you to quell your anger. My previous expression was poorly conveyed, leading to your misunderstanding. Yuanyuan is our esteemed guest, and certainly not a usurper. I apologize to you, and I also extend my apologies to Yuanyuan, hoping she can forgive my unintentional offense." With her head lowered, Sheng Yunju bowed again towards Lu Yuanyuan. "Cousin, why do you fear her?" Zheng Hui, still fanning the flames, stretched out her hand to pull Sheng Yunju, only to be met with a quick pinch on her arm, a silent signal to cease her comments. Displeased, Zheng Yu fell silent. Having observed enough of Sheng Yunju's theatrics, Lu Yuanyuan scoffed. "Then, Miss Sheng, you ought to remember to choose your words carefully in the future. Be mindful of what should and should not be said. If you fail to remember, I cannot guarantee I won't inadvertently let slip something." Lu Yuanyuan reveled in the sight of Sheng Yunju's face draining of color, wanting nothing more than to roll her eyes. In her dreams, she often encountered Sheng Yunju's false friends who would bully her and attempt to undermine her. Though she was the true daughter of the Sheng family, she was often portrayed as someone who had usurped Sheng Yunju's position, scorned and labeled as an interloper. But how simple it is. The one who fears exposure is none other than Sheng Yunju. Lu Yuanyuan grasped Sheng Yunju's hand and remarked, "Let's take our leave. It appears this place is rather raucous, perhaps a bit too much like a gathering of ducks." Sheng Yunju chuckled softly in agreement. "What you say rings true. They are indeed quacking like ducks." Sheng Yunju, on the brink of collapse, clutched her handkerchief tightly. Lady Pear, infuriated, raised her hand, pointing at Sheng Yunju, and coldly huffed, "I offered you my assistance, yet you sought to undermine me. Prepare to face the consequences." Chapter 80. A show of color. The county princess of Lijuang stormed off in a huff. No matter how hard Sheng Yunju tried to maintain her composure, it was becoming increasingly difficult. She felt a mix of frustration towards the foolish county princess and irritation towards Zheng Hui, the instigator. What could have been a light-hearted jibe at Lu Yuanyuan had turned into a sharp retort, with Lu Yuanyuan threatening her in return. Sheng Yunju sensed that the situation was spiraling out of her control, which was utterly unacceptable. Years ago, she had abandoned Lu Yuanyuan to the countryside, fully aware of the kind of women that would emerge from such humble beginnings. The village was a place capable of thoroughly shattering one's self-esteem. Why then? Was Lu Yuanyuan different? She couldn't help but feel a surge of regret, wishing she had simply extinguished Lu Yuanyuan's life back then instead of harboring jealousy over her beauty. If given another chance, she would ensure Lu Yuanyuan never lived to see another day. Now, however, taking Lu Yuanyuan's life was no easy feat, Juju, if I may say. You are simply too kind. Why you continue to spare that country bumpkin? Once Lu Yuanyuan had left, Cheng Shujin finally dared to speak. She had refrained from taking the opportunity to belittle Lu Yuanyuan, as Cheng Ruoxue was present, recalling the hardships she endured because of her sister's warnings. Cheng Shujin felt stifled and did not dare confront Lu Yuanyuan directly. Indeed, cousin, why do you always accommodate that ugly girl? Zheng Hui echoed, utterly perplexed by Sheng Yunju's behavior. The remarks from these two provided Sheng Yunju with a momentary reprieve. With a bitter expression, she replied, regardless. Yuanyuan is someone my mother brought into the household and has familial ties with her. My mother treats her as her own daughter, and with Jiao inseparable from her. My brothers dote on her as well. Naturally, I must pay her some attention. The others listened to Sheng Yunju and Appo's words with sympathy. Only the sixth princess cast a disdainful glance at her, unimpressed by Sheng Yunju's pretense. However, bound by her elder brother's instructions, she feigned comfort. Why should you lower yourself to her level? You are the rightful daughter of the Duke's residence, and no matter how fondly Lady Lan regards her, she can never surpass you. The others quickly agreed. Yet, Sheng Yunju tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Her position in the Sheng family was becoming increasingly precarious. Her only hope now lay in capturing the third prince's attention. Thus, she gazed at the sixth princess with genuine gratitude and softly expressed her thanks. Thank you for your comfort, your highness. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan followed Sheng Yunjiao to another pavilion for tea, in a courtyard of the Cheng'an Duke's residence. Su Fengxiu was seated with bamboo splints strapped to his leg, resting on a low stool, a scowl on his face as he held an orange in his hand. A small table beside him was laden with fruits, snacks, pastries, and drinks. Several young scions, his companions, were engaged in spirited toasts. One of the young gentlemen remarked, I heard that the ugly girl also came to the residence today, personally brought by Lady Lan of the Sheng Duke's residence. Su, are you really just going to let the last incident slide? Su Fengxiu's expression darkened further. Prince Rong has already sent someone to clarify the situation. A small mark was found on the horse I was riding, indicating that someone had deliberately struck it during the chaos, causing it to spook. It had nothing to do with that ugly girl. Another interjected, that seems a bit far-fetched. We were practicing ball at the time. It's quite normal for a horse to bump into something. Who knows if it's true? Perhaps they are just trying to absolve her of blame. Shut up. Would you dare say that to Prince Rong? Su Fengxiu snapped. Hey, brother, we're doing this for you. That ugly girl is now in the Cheng'an Duke's residence, which is your territory. Are you really going to let her off the hook? If you don't give her a taste of reality, she might think she is invincible. Exactly. Su, are you truly planning to overlook that ugly girl? His companions chimed in. Su Fengxiu was equally displeased and replied impatiently, What else can I do? Given my current condition, it's uncertain how long it will take to recover. What can I possibly do to her? In frustration, Su Fengxiu crushed the orange in his hand, the juice staining his fingers, and angrily tossed it onto the plate. A maid quickly knelt beside him to wipe his hands clean. One of the young gentlemen leered. I've heard that ugly girl comes from the countryside, lacking any background. She is merely relying on the Duke's wife's favor to maintain her status as a distant cousin. I reckon she came to the capital hoping to marry well. But with her looks, who would want her as a wife? She wouldn't even make a decent concubine. Indeed, who would want to marry an ugly girl? Why don't we give her a taste of our power? Let us teach her a lesson, so she knows who Su Fengxiu really is. Fun. That girl looks like a demon and is as thin as a stick. You really have no standards. Laughter erupted among them. The man known as Fan feigned seriousness. Waving a fan, what do you mean? I never said we should do anything drastic. We simply need to give her a lesson, so she knows her place. Enough. Su Fengxiu shouted. Su, you're not afraid of that ugly girl, are you? One teased. Su Fengxiu's face darkened. Am I afraid of her? She has wronged me. If I seek her out, it will be on my terms, not yours. Oh, So, Su plans to confront her personally? One questioned. Although you're not in the best shape, I have a potion here that guarantees women will come to you willingly. Don't be shy. The lewd fan handed Su Fengxiu a packet of medicine. With a scowl, Su Fengxiu replied, I said this is my business. You all need to leave. All right. We won't disturb your affairs. They laughed, rising to leave, casting ambiguous glances at Su Fengxiu. We'll be waiting for good news from you. Su Fengxiu shot them a glare and turned to the maid beside him, instructing, go and lure that ugly girl named Lu over here. Think of a way, but don't let her know who sent for her. Yes, young master, the maid replied eagerly before hastening out. The young scions exchanged sly looks as they left. As they exited the courtyard into the garden, they lowered their voices, discussing, what do you think Su will do with the ugly girl from the Shang Duke's residence? Given Su's current situation, even if he wanted to do something, he might be powerless. It all hinges on the efficacy of Fan's potion. You can't say that. What if that girl is looking to climb the social ladder by getting close to Su? As they laughed and walked away, Sheng Junyi emerged from behind a tree, his brow furrowed in concern. He glanced towards Su Fengxiu and Apos, as courtyard, hesitated for a moment, then quickened his pace in that direction. Chapter 81. Future husband Sheng Yunjiao and Lu Yuanyuan sought refuge in a secluded pavilion. After ensuring no one was around, Sheng Yunjiao leaned closer to Lu Yuanyuan and whispered, let me tell you, among all the young ladies from noble families in the capital, there are 3 whom I utterly despise. She spoke in hushed tones, almost pressing her head against Lu Yuanyuan and Apos. Esir. The first 2 you've already encountered at the polo field, the haughty and unreasonable 6th princess, who covets everything in sight. She is the adopted daughter of Consort Xiao, and her biological mother was merely a low-ranking concubine who passed away many years ago. She was handed over to Consort Xiao and, emboldened by her foster mother's influence, has developed a domineering personality. It is said she frequently bullies other princesses in the palace and has a foul temper, always heeding the 3rd princess words as he is Consort Zhao's biological son. The second is Cheng Shujin, a brawny simpleton who relies on her father, General Cheng, who enjoys the emperor's favor. She roams the capital with an air of superiority, looking down on others due to her imposing stature. She delights in belittling those of lesser status and is particularly fond of tormenting young ladies from less illustrious backgrounds. Rumor has it she has her sights set on the 3rd prince, which is why she treats the 6th princess like royalty, but alas, the 6th princess merely toys with her. The 3rd prince, while occasionally polite due to her rank, harbors no genuine interest in her. Lu Yuanyuan paused mid-bite, turning to blink at Sheng Yunjiao in astonishment. How do you know all this? Sheng Yunjiao, puffing with pride, winked at her and added mysteriously, and did you not notice that Sheng Yunju is often seen with the 6th princess? That is because there is something going on between her and the 3rd prince, which I once witnessed at a banquet. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. The notion that Sheng Yunju had entanglements with the 3rd prince was within her realm of suspicion. After all, in her dreams, Sheng Yunju married the 3rd prince, suggesting their connection was not a mere happenstance. Clearing her throat, Sheng Yunjiao continued, the last one is the peacock, Princess Liduan of Lijuanshan County. She is the youngest daughter of the eldest princess, nearly your age, and her name is Zone Liduan. Lu Yuanyuan stared at Sheng Yunjiao in disbelief. Even someone unfamiliar with the intricacies of the capital would know that the current imperial family of Dazhao is the Zone clan. How could the youngest daughter of the eldest princess not inherit her mother and dad? Apos' surname. Sheng Yunjiao lowered her voice further. The eldest princess once had a consort. Approximately 2 decades ago, when the literary crown prince was held hostage in Beiyin along with a group of civil officials, including the newly appointed top scholar, Lord Bo, who was also the eldest princess's consort. After Lord Bo went and never returned, the eldest princess gave birth to her eldest son alone and remained unmarried for many years. However, about 13 years ago, she bore a daughter, the Princess Liduan. Although everyone is curious about the identity of her father, who dares to inquire of the eldest princess? When censors attempted to criticize her for her private morals, she simply brought her daughter to the Golden Yuan Hall and caused a scene, ultimately not only escaping criticism, but also compelling the emperor to recognize her niece under her surname. admitting her into the Zhong clan's family tree and bestowing her the title of county princess. Since this was merely an honorary title without any fiefdom or income, people could not address her as County Princess Zhong, hence her name, Princess Yuanyuan. From a young age, Princess Yuanyuan has been showered with affection, yet her personality is somewhat difficult to describe as endearing. She is rather dim-witted and impetuous, lacking the ability to adapt her thinking. In short, when you encounter her, keep your distance. Who knows when she might suddenly act out. Leaning against Yuanyuan and Amp, Oppo's shoulder, Sheng Yunjiao continued to chatter while keeping a keen eye on their surroundings. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, what is it?" Yuanyuan inquired. Sheng Yunjiao nudged her shoulder, gesturing towards a flowering tree in the distance. "Look over there. Is that not Sister Ruoxue with the third prince? My goodness, Sister Ruoxue is indeed remarkable. When did her fishing pond extend to catch the third prince?" Following her gaze, Yuanyuan indeed spotted a young couple engaged in conversation. It was the third prince whom they had met before, and Cheng Ruoxue, whom they had seen just that day. Curiously, Yuanyuan asked, "What do you mean by fishing pond?" Coughing lightly, Sheng Yunjiao responded, slightly embarrassed, "I was just saying that Sister Ruoxue attracts far too many suitors. As for her, well," Yuanyuan, not quite grasping the concept, slowly asked, "Are you saying she is simultaneously courting them?" Sheng Yunjiao quickly covered her mouth and blinked. "I certainly did not say that. It and Oppo's. It's just that those young masters are infatuated with Sister Ruoxue. Even the third and fourth princes greatly admire her and often ask me to deliver their poetic tributes to her. But Sister Ruoxue has no interest in them. Half of the young masters in the capital must regard Sister Ruoxue as a goddess." Yuanyuan nodded. "They do seem to have discerning taste." "Ha ha, Yuanyuan. I knew you were different. Many women disapprove of Sister Ruoxue's demeanor, believing her to be. But it is evident that those who adore her are the ones in the wrong. Sister Ruoxue has never agreed to any of their advances. She says that when seeking a husband, one must consider not only family background, but also whether the man is truly devoted. If she does not remain selective, how would she discern the character of these men?" Sheng Yunjiao said, her cheeks flushed. Yuanyuan was at a loss for words. Though she had interacted with village girls, matters of marriage felt distant and foreign to her. She never anticipated that city folks would be so precocious. Noticing her bewilderment, Sheng Yunjiao could not help but ask Yuanyuan, "Do you not have any thoughts about your future husband?" Yuanyuan shook her head in confusion. What even was a husband? Having glimpsed the outcome in her dreams, she had never considered marriage, only wishing to alter her fate. At that moment, a maid with an oval face approached Yuanyuan and inquired, "Are you Miss Yuanyuan?" Yuanyuan nodded. "What is it?" "Greetings, Miss Lu. I am a maidservant of the young master's wife. The last time you saved our young master. The young master's wife has been most grateful and wishes to find an opportunity to thank you properly. She has invited Madame Lan to our young master's wife's residence for a small gathering and specifically asked me to invite you to join us." The maid said respectfully, bowing slightly, "Madam has asked you to come? I shall accompany you," Sheng Yunjiao said, rising to follow. Just then, a young lady called out from a distance, "Jiao Jiao, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere." Chapter 82. I'm going to confront him now. Following the sound, Sheng Yunjiao noticed several young ladies gathered in one spot, all of whom were her close companions. She glanced at Yuanyuan, feeling a moment of hesitation. Yuanyuan waved her hand reassuringly, saying, "Go ahead, I will check what the madam requires of me and come find you shortly." Sheng Yunjiao nodded. "All right then. Remember to look for me later and don't wander off. I promised I would take you with me today." She fussed over Yuanyuan like a concerned mother, entirely forgetting that her initial intention for befriending Yuanyuan was solely to conspire against Sheng Yunju. Now, however, she felt a sense of unease. Yuanyuan replied, "You needn't worry. I will return soon. When you come back, we shall enter together. I will wait for you." With that, Sheng Yunjiao left, turning back multiple times as she walked away. Yuanyuan followed the maid into the back courtyard, traversing through the garden and the covered walkways, moving further away. As they walked, Yuanyuan suddenly halted. The maid, unaware of the movement behind her, turned back and nervously asked, "Miss Lu, what is the matter?" Lu Yuanyuan looked at her. Where are you taking me? The maid hesitated before responding. To meet our young master's wife. That is not right, Lu Yuanyuan said, glancing up at the sun. You first led me north, then west. If I am not mistaken, the young master's wife resides in the eastern courtyard. The maid's eyes widened, her speech faltering. How could that be? Miss Lu, this is your first visit to the estate. You might have mistaken the layout. The young master's wife's courtyard is indeed this way. We must hurry. The young master's wife and Lady Lan are waiting. Lu Yuanyuan let out a scoff. Speak plainly. Where exactly are you taking me, and who truly wishes to see me? Miss Lu, the maid, rushed to explain. It truly is our young master's wife. When I entered, I inquired about the layout of the Chengyan manor. The household is straightforward. The Duke and Duchess reside in the northern courtyard, the young master and his wife in the eastern courtyard, while the western courtyard serves as the guest quarters. Today's gathering is in the garden towards the west of the central courtyard, which is where we just came from. If you were genuinely to meet the young master's wife, we would head eastward, yet you have taken me in a circle towards the west. Do you think me a fool? Although this was Lu Yuanyuan's first visit to Chengyan Manor, she was no stranger to navigating such estates. To avoid wandering aimlessly, old Madame Shun had briefed her on the fundamental rules of large households, including the garden's layout. Chengyan Manor, being the maternal family of the Empress Dowager, undoubtedly adhered to strict protocols, especially since the Chengyan family had been passed down through generations without complication. The young master's wife could not possibly reside in the West. Furthermore, Shang Yunjiao, the ever-informative, had immediately told her about their destination, where they would dine, and that as the hostess. The young master's wife would not lead guests far from where they were gathered, particularly since Lady Lan was unwell. If Lu Yuanyuan was correct, the western courtyard would currently host male guests. Thus, the person requesting her presence could neither be the young master's wife nor Lady Lan. Her words drained the color from the maid's face. Initially, she had been led to believe that Lu Yuanyuan was merely a poor relative from the countryside, lacking sophistication. Hence, she felt bold enough to deceive her, assuming that in the vast estate, an outsider would easily lose their bearings. Little did she know that Lu Yuanyuan would notice such details, unsure of how to respond, and realizing that failing in this simple task would surely lead to dire consequences. The maid steeled herself and reached for Lu Yuanyuan. Miss Lu, what are you saying? You are unfamiliar with our estate. How could you possibly know where the masters reside? Time is of the essence, and we still have a luncheon to attend. Please, come with me to see the young master's wife. The maid thought that as long as she could take Lu Yuanyuan there, everything would be fine, not realizing that when she grabbed Lu Yuanyuan, she found herself unable to budge her. Lu Yuanyuan seized the maid's wrist, twisting it gently, and with a crack, the maid cried out in pain. Lu Yuanyuan pressed down on her shoulder and kicked her calf, causing the maid, who was considerably taller, to kneel before her unexpectedly. The maid's face turned pale as she looked up at Lu Yuanyuan in terror. You're being truthful? Who truly wishes to see me? Lu Yuanyuan inquired. Why, yes. It's the young master. He sent me to invite Miss Lu to him. The maid stammered, biting her lip, still trying to maintain her defiance despite Lu Yuanyuan's unyielding grip. He said that at the last polo match, if it weren't for you startling the horse, he wouldn't have injured his leg and be in such discomfort now. So he wants to show you some color. Oh, Su Fengxiu? Lu Yuanyuan recalled the frail, yet arrogant young scion from their last encounter. What exactly did he intend to show her? Some young gentlemen mentioned they wanted to bully Miss Lu, but our young master drove them away. He didn't say much, only instructed me to lead you there. Beyond that, I know nothing else, the maid replied, trembling and sobbing. Lu Yuanyuan let out a cold snicker. Bully me? I am intrigued to see how Su Fengxiu plans to accomplish that. If I can mend his leg, I can just as easily break it again. Lu Yuanyuan grasped the maid firmly, declaring, Lead the way. I shall confront him now. Why, yes. The maid stuttered, trembling as she covered one of her hands. Her legs weak as she moved forward. After taking a few steps, Lu Yuanyuan called out, Forget it, we shan't go. Given Lu Yuanyuan's temperament, she could easily resolve matters by breaking Su Fengxiu and Appo's leg on the spot. However, she realized that doing so would only invite trouble. To break Su Fengxiu's leg on his own territory might offer momentary satisfaction, but would ultimately be foolish. Take me back, Lu Yuanyuan decided, pondering that she would spare Su Fengxiu for now, knowing full well that she would remember this grievance and ensure he would learn precisely who held the upper hand next time. Chapter 83. This is troubling the maid. Clutching her wrist, turned back cautiously to look at Lu Yuanyuan. Her lips parted as if she wished to speak but hesitated. What is it? Lu Yuanyuan observed the maid's demeanor, her brow furrowing slightly in annoyance at the indecisive nature of such individuals. The maid, initially dismissive of the slender girl before her, especially after learning of her humble origins, now felt a cold sweat break out, her heart racing with trepidation. She feared the repercussions of failing her master and dared not defy Lu Yuanyuan. Mustering her courage, she voiced her request. Miss, may I seek a doctor first? My wrist is numb from the pain. After you twisted it so lightly, I can hardly feel my hand. The maid was terrified. If she could not fulfill her master's task and further injured herself, what would become of her future? Tears welled in her eyes. Stepping forward, Lu Yuanyuan gently grasped the maid's wrist and deftly twisted it back into place. The maid trembled and tentatively moved her hand, astonished to discover that the pain was subsiding and sensation was returning. She gazed at Lu Yuanyuan in disbelief, utterly perplexed by her ability. Now, take me back and follow closely behind. Inform them that the young master has entrusted you with my care. Do not leave my side until I depart from the Chang and Amp, Oppos, and Duke and Amp, Oppos, S estate. Do you understand? Lu Yuanyuan instructed. The maid, still in shock, nodded hurriedly, affirming that she understood. Having witnessed Lu Yuanyuan's capabilities, she dared not utter another word and promptly led her back to the garden they had just left. Sheng Yunjiao was engaged in conversation with several of her friends when she spotted Lu Yuanyuan's return. She immediately abandoned her companions and rushed over, embracing Lu Yuanyuan's arm. Why are you back so soon? What did Annie want you for? Nothing much, just a few inquiries regarding young Master Su's injury, Lu Yuanyuan replied. Although she was unfamiliar with the intricate dynamics of the noble families in the capital, she was no fool. If the matter of Su Fengxiu and Oppos' clandestine visit to her were to spread, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Since Su Fengxiu had not seen her, it was best to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. I see, Sheng Yunjiao responded, her expression brightening as she eagerly pulled Lu Yuanyuan aside. Kulme, let me introduce you to my close friends. We should have opportunities to enjoy each other's company in the future. Reluctantly, Lu Yuanyuan allowed herself to be led away, and the young ladies engaged in light conversation. Before long, the hour for the afternoon banquet arrived, and the maids came to announce it. Lu Yuanyuan rose accordingly, accompanying Sheng Yunjiao to the banquet hall. The previous maid attentively followed behind Lu Yuanyuan, striving to minimize her presence. It was then that Sheng Yunjiao noticed the maid's continued presence and quietly inquired, "Why hasn't she left yet?" "Perhaps she is here for convenience's sake," Lu Yuanyuan replied casually. Sheng Yunjiao chuckled. The young master's wife is indeed thoughtful. As the group entered the banquet hall, they had scarcely taken their seats when a panic cry rang out. Something's gone wrong. There has been a death. The guests were instantly alarmed, and the young women turned pale with fear. A throng of maids surrounded the young master's wife, Lady Zhou, as she hurriedly made her way outside. Sheng Yunjiao quickly grabbed Lu Yuanyuan, urging her to follow. "We must see what has happened. Hurry." Lu Yuanyuan, compelled by her friend's insistence, kept pace with her. Soon, they arrived at a guest courtyard that had already been surrounded. Inside, a voice shrieked, "I told you, I don't know." "What do you mean? I truly don't know. How would I know how she died? I only came with Sheng Urge, and then I knew nothing. What does the death of Feng Qingyao have to do with me? I barely knew her. Are you accusing me of murder?" The distressed voice sounded remarkably familiar. It belonged to Princess Liduan. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at Sheng Yunjiao, who was equally astonished. Just then, a beautiful woman let out a piercing scream, pushing through the crowd towards the guest room's door. Upon entering, she found a disheveled woman lying lifeless on the ground, utterly still. "Yaya, Yaya, my child," Lady Feng cried frantically as she lunged toward the deceased Feng Qingyao. At that moment, the onlookers finally grasped the scene within the room. Feng Qingyao lay in disarray, while Su Fengxiu, equally disheveled, sat in a chair, his injured legs splint nowhere to be found. his collar slightly undone, and his hair in disarray. He appeared as though he had just emerged from a debauched encounter, his expression blank, eyes reddened, and his complexion ghastly pale. On the other side stood Princess Yuanyuan, her attire intact, but her demeanor furious, akin to a fighting cock, alongside Sheng Junyi, whose exquisite features were marred by a frown. Yuanyuan had seen him on several occasions, but this was the first time he appeared so bewildered. Besides these two, a young man stood nearby, clearly the one who had just questioned Princess Yuanyuan, provoking her near rage. "Achu, what has happened? What is going on?" Lady Zhou, the young master's wife, was momentarily taken aback by the shocking scene before her. It took her a moment to regain her composure, and she hurriedly approached Su Fengxiu, gripping his shoulder and meticulously checking for injuries. "Lord, we are unaware of what has transpired," a voice called out from behind, belonging to the third prince, who had arrived with several companions, inquiring about the unfamiliar young man. Yuanyuan quickly exchanged a glance with Sheng Yunjiao, who, though still dazed, understood the unspoken message. She whispered, "The Deputy Minister of Justice, Ing Sun." So, this was a matter of crime-solving. Sheng Yunjiao leaned in closer to whisper, "Feng Qingyao, the legitimate granddaughter of the Minister of Revenue. This is going to be troublesome." Yuanyuan understood. The granddaughter of a second-rank official had tragically died at the Chengyin Duke's estate. If this matter were not thoroughly investigated, even with the Empress Dowager's backing, the Duke and Appo's estate could not escape the fallout. In her previous life in the countryside, she had been involved in several cases under the guidance of the county magistrate, Lord Ling. It was evident to any discerning eye that this case suggested Su Fengxiu harbored malicious intent, luring the young lady to her demise in a cruel and sordid manner. But wait, Yuanyuan recalled that Su Fengxiu had intended to deceive the maid into bringing her here. She swiftly turned to the maid, who appeared utterly stunned. The maid, regaining her senses, nodded hesitantly. "Yes, it was this room. Su Fengxiu had originally instructed me to lure Yuanyuan here." Chapter 84. No one escapes confronted with Yuanyuan's silent inquiry. The maidservant trembled, her legs giving way beneath her, ultimately collapsing to the floor. It was unclear whether she was overwhelmed by the harrowing scene within the room, or she had come to some dreadful realization. Outside the guest room, the corridor buzzed with commotion, yet no one noticed the maid and Appo's as palpable fear. In light of the shocking incident, the hostess of the celebration, Lady Cheng and Appo's hurried over. "Esteemed guests, we deeply apologize for this unfortunate occurrence. Please proceed to the banquet hall. Lord Ing is here and will surely clarify the matter." Lady Chengyin, though shaken by the scene before her, maintained her composure, offering her apologies to the onlookers and urging them to disperse. The crowd exchanged glances, recognizing that remaining there was futile. Thus they complied with Lady Chengyin's request and began to move away. With a slight sigh of relief, Lady Chengyin turned to Ing Sun, saying, "Lord Ing, we entrust this matter to your investigation. The young master will arrive shortly. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command." Though the Chengyin estate had the Empress's backing, Lord Su, the Chengyin Duke, was a frivolous man, more concerned with frivolities than the affairs of the household or the court. His son, Su Shitsi, displayed a penchant for gourmet food and storytelling, not as reckless as his father, yet hardly exemplary. The only one of sound mind in the family was Lady Cheng and Appo's, and Jiang. Ing Sun, as the Deputy Minister of Justice, typically did not handle common cases, which fell under the jurisdiction of the capital and Appo's as magistrate. However, having stumbled upon a murder case beneath his very nose, and recognizing its seemingly straightforward nature belied a far more complex web of implications, he realized that mishandling it could lead to tremendous complications. Even if it reached the magistrate, it was likely to be escalated to the Ministry of Justice due to indecision. Thus, Ing Sun did not shirk his duty, bowing respectfully to Lady Chengyin and assuring her, "Madam, you need not worry. I shall uncover the truth." He then handed his command token to a servant, instructing, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and summon individuals associated with this case for questioning." "You wish to take my daughter away? Even in her current state? You intend to drag her to the Ministry of Justice? What do you intend to do? What do you want?" The third young mistress of the Feng family, Chun, who had been on the verge of tears beside her daughter, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sharp and piercing as a sword, fixed on Ying-sun. Ying-sun could only respond truthfully, "Madam, there remain uncertainties surrounding Miss Feng's death. She must be brought back for investigation." Uncertainties? What uncertainties? I tell you, no matter how you investigate, not a single person who is present here shall escape. Even if it reaches His Majesty, I demand justice for my daughter. The third young mistress of the Feng family cried out, her voice filled with anguish. "You cannot take my son away. Lording, you see how gravely injured he is. How could he possibly be involved?" The young mistress of the Chengyin Duke's son panicked upon hearing that someone was to be taken to the Ministry of Justice. Having initially focused on her son's condition, she now realized the implications of Miss Feng's demise, which clearly pointed to foul play. If Su Fengxiu was in good health, she might have felt some guilt, yet, with his severe injury, how could this accusation fall upon him? Absolutely not. This is the Chung and Amp, Oppos, in estate. Your son is right here. Who else could it be? The young mistress of the Chengyin Duke's family protested vehemently. "You are utterly overstepping. Someone, take the girl. We are leaving. My daughter Yuanyuan is yet to be married. I will not allow her to suffer further indignities, even in death." The third young mistress of the Feng family trembled with rage, her eyes blazing. Hearing the uproar, the maidservants hurried to the side of the third young mistress, whispering, "Madam, do not worry. The second mistress has gone to summon several gentlemen." Upon hearing this, the third young mistress regained her confidence, kneeling on the ground, spreading her arms to shield her deceased daughter. "No one shall lay a finger on my son today." With the sudden turn of events, Lady Chung and Oppos, who had prepared to leave with the onlookers, found herself compelled to stay, seeking assistance from the third prince. The third prince addressed the third young mistress, "Madam, there are indeed uncertainties. We cannot allow Miss Feng to die unjustly. I implore you to cooperate, allowing the Ministry of Justice to thoroughly investigate this matter. What she says is not without merit. I arrived just as I saw Su Fengxiu and Feng Qingyao in this state. What more uncertainties could there be? It no longer concerns me. I shall take my leave." The county princess Li Du hurriedly interjected. "Please, Your Highness, Su Gongzi is injured. We cannot conclude that he is the perpetrator. Thus, I must ask the county princess to remain and accompany us to the Ministry of Justice." Ying-sun interjected, his expression unyielding. The county princess Li Du, infuriated, retorted, "What do you mean? Are you implying that I am responsible? Do you think I would go to such lengths? On what grounds do you prevent me from leaving and insist on going to the Ministry of Justice? I refuse. The cause of Miss Feng's death must be determined through an autopsy. Until then, not only those present at the crime scene are suspects, but all guests at the Chung and Oppos in estate today, including myself." Ying-sun turned to the third young mistress of the Feng family, saying, "Madam, if you wish to seek justice for Miss Feng, it is imperative to swiftly identify the culprit. Your cooperation is essential." "An autopsy? You want to examine my daughter's body? You must be dreaming." The third young mistress of the Feng family nearly lost her composure, appearing as if she might attack Ying-sun. Had her maidservants not held her back? "The crown prince has arrived, along with Lord Feng and the Chung and Amp, Oppos, and Duke and Amp, Oppos, his heir." A voice rang out, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as they turned to look towards the corridor. Pei Ji pushed the crown prince forward, accompanied by the silver-haired Lord Feng and the solemn-faced Su Shitzi. The crowd quickly parted to create a path. Father, you must seek justice for my second mother. She has just reached the age of marriage. She never got the chance to express her feelings before she was so brutally wronged." The third young mistress of the Feng family cried out, collapsing to the ground in anguish at the sight of Lord Feng. "I was in a discussion with the crown prince when I received word of the incident and rushed over. Please, calm yourself with my presence. I assure you that your second mother shall not have died in vain." Lord Feng, closing his eyes momentarily at the sight of his granddaughter's tragic fate, offered a few words of comfort to the third young mistress of the Feng family. He then turned to Ying-sun, asking, "Lording, please recount the events as they transpired." "Your Highness, Lord Feng, I was invited to the Chengyin estate for a birthday celebration today. Around 1 o'clock, I received news of a murder and hastened here, taking less than half an hour to arrive. By the time I entered, Miss Feng was already dead. The scene remains untouched, with only Su Gongzi, Miss Feng, County Princess Li Du, and young Master Sheng present, aside from the maidservant who delivered the message. No other individuals were found. Chapter 85. I can assisting Sun concluded his presentation of the facts he had gathered thus far, respectfully bowing to the Crown Prince and Minister Feng. Your Highness, this case is not overly complex. Yet there remains one crucial point. We must ascertain the cause of Miss Feng and Appo's death. I implore your Highness to permit me to take her body back to the Ministry of Justice for examination. The Crown Prince remained silent, turning his gaze towards Minister Feng, whose brow was furrowed in deep concern. The third young mistress of the Feng family knelt before Minister Feng, clutching at his robes, and pleaded, "Father, my stepmother has already suffered so greatly. She is our only daughter. I beseech you, whatever may come, do not allow them to take her away. If she faces further indignity, I would have no face to live on." Minister Feng's expression darkened further. The Feng family, being of scholarly lineage, held their daughter's reputations in high regard. The disgrace surrounding their daughter's death, so undignified, ignited a fury within Minister Feng, who could not bear the thought of allowing Miss Feng Qingyao's body to be taken for examination. To think that a girl, merely attending a banquet, should meet with such misfortune. I implore your Highness to show compassion for this old minister, who mourns a child lost. She has already suffered greatly. It would break my heart to subject her to further disgrace. Please allow me to take her home for a proper burial. Minister Feng turned and bowed deeply to the Crown Prince, appearing as if he had aged several years in an instant. The third young mistress wept bitterly. Your Highness, Minister Feng, without determining the cause of Miss Feng's death, we cannot render her justice. It is not only the 3 individuals present at the crime scene who are suspects. All the guests within the residence are under suspicion. If Miss Feng is taken away, we may lose vital clues, and the true perpetrator may never be apprehended. Ing Sun stated calmly. As the Deputy Minister of Justice, he had witnessed numerous homicide cases, understanding that the optimal moment for investigation often lay at the crime scene itself. Once the scene was disturbed, it became exceedingly difficult to uncover leads. Who do you claim as a suspect? It cannot be me. I have no connection to this. Princess Li Duan glowered at Ing Sun, her anger palpable. Li Duan, do not act rashly. Since you were present at the scene, your status as a suspect cannot be dismissed. You must cooperate with Lord Ing to uncover the truth and absolve yourself of suspicion, the Crown Prince admonished, casting a warning glance at her. Li Duan stamped her foot in frustration. Cousin, the Crown Prince and Appo's gaze silenced her. The third prince intervened, advocating for Li Duan. Second brother, Li Duan is still a young girl. Given the circumstances, it is likely an unfortunate accident. Perhaps she should return home for now, and the Ministry of Justice can conduct inquiries later. Yes, Li Duan began to defend herself, but faltered under the Crown Prince's gaze, her expression turning sulky. Cooperating with the Ministry of Justice to solve this case is the duty of all citizens of Dezhou, the Crown Prince stated softly. The third prince's expression darkened, while Minister Feng broke into a cold sweat. The situation had reached an impasse. Minister Feng, unwilling to subject his granddaughter's body to further indignity after her death, knew that a thorough investigation necessitated an autopsy. Yuanyuan stepped forward, addressing the assembly. I can assist in determining the cause of Miss Feng's death. Sheng Yunjiao instinctively pulled Yuanyuan back. After a moment's contemplation, Yuanyuan stepped closer to the Crown Prince, stating earnestly, Your Highness, I have previously assisted in examinations and possess some knowledge in this area. As a young woman, I believe my involvement would not tarnish Miss Feng and Appo's reputation. May I take a look? If I can uncover the true cause of her death, we may expedite the investigation. The Crown Prince did not immediately respond, choosing instead to address Minister Feng. Minister Feng, I understand your current emotional turmoil. This young lady, Miss Liu, has provided acupuncture for me previously and possesses commendable medical skills. Perhaps she could be of assistance. I will grant you some time to consider this proposal. Minister Feng scrutinized Yuanyuan, his brow slightly furrowed, but he nonetheless bowed respectfully to the Crown Prince. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. The Crown Prince gestured for Yuanyuan to stand beside him, and turned to Sun. Since this matter has arisen today, it cannot simply be overlooked. Issue a decree that all guests present, including the household servants, are to remain until I give the order to leave. As the three individuals who first discovered Miss Feng are the primary suspects, we shall begin our inquiries with them. Have personnel come to the scene to record their statements. Sun immediately comprehended the crown princess' intent. If substantial doubts regarding the case could be established, perhaps Minister Feng would agree to the autopsy. He bowed to the crown prince and hastily called over his newly arrived assistant, advancing to Su Fengxiu. Young Master Su, may I inquire how Miss Feng came to be in your chamber? If my memory serves me correctly, the women were gathering in the garden for the banquet, which is about a quarter of an hour away. If she took a detour, it would take nearly 2/4 of an hour. Why would Miss Feng be found here? Did you arrange a meeting with her? Or did she come seeking you? Sun scrutinized the dazed Su Fengxiu, his tone growing slightly urgent. Su Fengxiu instinctively shook his head, casting a swift glance at Yuanyuan before lowering his gaze. That is impossible. My daughter would never seek him out. Lady Feng, the third mistress, interjected vehemently. Madam, please refrain from disrupting my inquiry. Sun cautioned, refocusing his attention on Su Fengxiu. Su Fengxiu shook his head once more. I do not know. I truly have no idea how this occurred. I did not summon her. We are not acquainted. I only learned of her name when my mother once asked me what type of girl I preferred, indicating an interest in a match with the Feng family. The plan was to introduce us at grandmother's birthday banquet, but I had been preoccupied with my injured leg and had completely forgotten about it. How could I possibly have invited her? With an air of frustration, Su Fengxiu raked his fingers through his hair. I admit, my reputation is not stellar. Had I been in better spirits, I might have indeed invited her. However, in my current state, why would I do so? I was asleep in this room and woke to her screams. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Miss Feng. He pointed towards Princess Yuanyuan. Her voice was so loud, it startled me awake. At that moment, Shang Junyi was also present. Yes, indeed. Originally, I held great admiration for Miss Feng, believing her to be gentle and refined, likely a good match for our family Chu. I intended to discuss this with the Feng family. But then the incident at the polo field occurred. Our minds have been preoccupied with Chu's leg. We have had no time to think of anything else. Lady Zhou, the young master's mother, added hastily, not forgetting to emphasize Chu and Amp. Appo's leg is severely injured. The physician can attest to his condition. It could not possibly have been him. Sun instructed his assistant to record the statements and turned his attention to Shang Junyi. Young Master Shang, what brings you here? Were you seeking young Master Su? When did you arrive, and what did you observe upon your arrival? Did you witness young Master Su committing any act of violence? Who entered this room first, you or Princess Yuanyuan? Shang Junyi and Appo's eyelids fluttered slightly as he discreetly glanced at Yuanyuan before quickly averting his gaze. I arrived nearly simultaneously with her. We had a brief quarrel on the way. Unable to shake her off, I was forced to allow her to accompany me. Upon opening the door, we were greeted by chaos. Miss Feng was already lifeless, and young Master Su lay nearby. I did not dare linger and quickly grabbed a blanket from the couch to cover Miss Feng. He nodded slightly and inquired once more, young Master Shang, you have yet to provide an answer. What brings you to this place? Chapter 86. The two foxes, Shang Junyi's brows slightly furrowed in impatience as he passed by. Sun turned to ask Su Fengxiu, did you summon young Master Shang? Su Fengxiu found the question perplexing. Why would I summon him? I feel vexed just seeing him. Su Fengxiu was renowned in the capital as a debauched youth, and Shang Junyi was no less notorious. Yet when people spoke of Su Fengxiu, they labeled him a good-for-nothing rogue, while Shang Junyi was considered a dashing young gentleman. With his exquisitely enchanting visage, particularly his beguiling peach blossom eyes, he could evoke deep affection even from a mere dog. It was no wonder that the eligible maidens of the capital would blush and their hearts would race at the sight of him. Even the famed courtesans of the brothels could not forget him. Though Su Fengxiu was also handsome, he and Shang Junyi belonged to different archetypes. Both were in their mid-teens, at an age where rivalry was common. Each time, he found himself overshadowed by Shang Junyi, and merely hearing his name irked Su Fengxiu. Since it was not Su Fengxiu who had summoned Shang Junyi, His presence in that vicinity raised suspicions. Ing Sun inquired further. Young Master Sheng, as far as I know. Guests at the West Garden are received at Lin Jian, with a garden in between, and the guest quarters are only accessed afterward. If you were merely seeking a respite from the effects of wine, that would be commonplace. However, it is not yet time for the banquet. Why would you deliberately pass by the guest quarters? Are you here to look for someone? The south side of the West Garden of the Chengyan Gongfu was adorned with a vast bamboo grove, complete with a stream of flowing water, designed to entertain male guests, and included a few small compartments for changing attire. Thus, unless one was overwhelmed by drink or unwell, it was uncommon for guests to wander to the quarters before the banquet commenced. Sheng Junyi's excuse was rather flimsy, casting a shadow of suspicion upon him. As expected, upon hearing this query, Su Fengxiu chimed in, "Ah, I knew it. The moment I open my eyes, I see you, you two-faced fox. Could it be that you secretly arranged to meet her, ended her life, and now you intend to pin the blame on me? What are your intentions?" Silence. Sheng Junyi, angered by Su Fengxiu and Appo's mention of the derogatory nicknames bestowed upon him, felt his face flush. "I have no acquaintance with Miss Feng. How could I possibly harm her?" Yet to prevent any misunderstandings, Sheng Junyi offered a brief clarification. Seizing the opportunity to absolve himself of blame, Su Fengxiu retorted, "You claim not to know her? You are quite the actor. Who does not know that your third sister is familiar with Miss Feng? I heard she even discreetly sent you a handkerchief and sachet. What pretense are you maintaining?" At this point, Su Fengxiu seemed to have a sudden revelation and raised his voice. "Could it be that you and Miss Feng were involved in a clandestine affair, fearing discovery? You directly took her life? You still wish to frame me? Enough." This commanding tone came from Minister Feng. Upon meeting his gaze, Su Fengxiu felt a twinge of intimidation. Pursing his lips into silence, Sheng Junyi coldly stated, "I have no ties with Miss Feng. Although she is acquainted with my sister, I have had no dealings with her. My sister can attest to this. I refrained from mentioning it solely out of concern for Miss Feng's reputation, and there has been no exchange of gifts." Sheng Junyi and Appo's assertion lent greater credibility to his previous statement. With no connection and no gifts exchanged, it was even less likely that he had arranged a meeting. However, both claimed to be unacquainted with Miss Feng, which not only failed to exonerate them, but also left the case at an impasse. Without knowledge of Miss Feng's cause of death, it was impossible to discern the truth of their claims. The Crown Prince glanced at Minister Feng, who solemnly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. An elderly minister of over 50, holding a second-rank position, bowed respectfully to Yuanyuan, beseeching her to help uncover the truth for the sake of his daughter, seeking peace for her soul. He emphasized the importance of a woman and Appo's reputation, imploring her to agree to examine the body in the adjacent room, ensuring that her mother would accompany them so as not to disturb her. Yuanyuan found it difficult to comprehend why such importance was placed on reputation, as if it surpassed life and wealth. However, she had often encountered cases in the countryside where women met untimely ends, and their families would conceal the truth to protect their names, refusing to seek justice. This situation had improved slightly since Magistrate Ling mandated that all unexpected deaths must be reported to the authorities. To her surprise, even in the bustling capital, there existed such constraints. Minister Feng's earnestness indicated he had made a significant decision, especially with the Crown Prince present, which compelled him to approach Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan was unwilling to see a young woman perish unjustly, though she harbored resentment towards Su Fengxiu, anticipating a chance to settle the score. She was acutely aware of the fragility of his condition, having performed the surgery herself. Magistrate Ling had previously told her that the world was rarely black and white. Yet whether good or bad, one should depart this life with dignity. The truth served to ensure that the innocent would not be wronged, and the guilty would face due punishment. Yuanyuan nodded to Minister Feng. "I should do my utmost." With that, she approached Feng Qingyao, bending down to adjust the blanket that covered part of her body. She slipped her arm around the lifeless figure. "What are you doing?" The third young mistress of the Feng family instinctively tugged at her. Yuanyuan ignored her, maintaining a stoic expression as she effortlessly lifted Feng Qingyao. Everyone present was taken aback, but Yuanyuan merely surveyed the layout of the room before carrying Feng Qingyao towards another compartment. Noticing that the third young mistress of the Feng family had not followed, she cast a puzzled glance back. Realizing her oversight, the third young mistress hastily scrambled to catch up. Upon reaching the compartment, Yuanyuan did not place Feng Qingyao on the bed, but rather found a soft couch with a favorable view and gently laid her down, then carefully lifted the thin blanket to reveal Feng Qingyao and Amp, Oppose, as corpse. The third young mistress of the Feng family let out a piercing scream, swaying dangerously close to fainting. Yuanyuan frowned at her. You are her mother. What are you afraid of? Tears streamed down the third young mistress's face, yet she clamped her mouth shut. Lying on the couch, Feng Qingyao's clothing was in disarray. Not only was her collar torn, but even the hem of her dress appeared to have been violently ripped. Chapter 87. Absolutely not me. Yuanyuan paid no heed to the mentally frayed Madame Feng, the third young master's wife, but instead reached out to gently press on several spots on Feng Qingyao's body. At that moment, Madame Feng was utterly dazed, her body uncontrollably leaning to the side as she desperately clutched a nearby stool to prevent herself from collapsing entirely. Her eyes were clouded, and she bit her lip fiercely, attempting to suppress any sounds, her knuckles white with tension as the veins on the back of her hands bulged. Meanwhile, Yuanyuan busied herself with examining the corpse, while the investigator, Sun, was equally occupied. After querying Su Fengxiu and the others, he had formed a rough understanding of the situation. The likelihood of Princess Yuanyuan being the perpetrator seemed slim, yet both Xing Junyi and Su Fengxiu remained suspicious. Thus, he refrained from hasty conclusions, opting instead to meticulously observe the room's condition with his assistant. The guest room was expansive, comprising approximately 4 chambers in size, with the 2 smaller compartments separated by inner doors, one where Yuanyuan was inspecting the corpse and the other likely a lavatory. The main room, where they currently stood, was significantly larger, serving as a guest bedroom with a sitting area partitioned by a screen, behind which lay a private chamber. The furnishings in the hall were somewhat disordered, as if someone had inadvertently bumped into them. Su Fengxiu sat on the floor, leaning against a chair. A variety of fruits and pastries lay on the table, alongside several cups of tea, remnants of discarded fruit peels and seeds scattered about, clearly indicating that guests had been entertained. Sun cast a glance at Su Fengxiu, maneuvered around him, and proceeded into the bedroom behind the screen. In stark contrast to the tidier outer room, the bed in the inner chamber was in disarray. It was summer, and a light quilt lay crumpled at the foot of the bed, nearly brushing the ground. The air was filled with the scent of sandalwood from the incense burner, mingling with a faint aroma of heather. Sun's expression shifted slightly as he hurried to the bed, lifting the quilt, only to discover a familiar stain upon it. His gaze drifted to the sheets where he spotted a patch of crimson. On the inner side of the bed, a small paper package lay discarded. He retrieved it, finding remnants of a powder inside. Bringing it to his nose, he frowned and, clutching the package, returned to the hall. He directly presented the small package to Su Fengxiu. Young Master Su, what is the substance contained within this package? How did it come to be on your bed? Upon seeing the package, Su Fengxiu and Oppo's eyes widened in realization, and his eyelids twitched violently. If you find it inconvenient to disclose, I can certainly take it to the Imperial Medical Academy for examination, Sun interjected coldly, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. I don't know. It was given to me by someone else, and I had no intention of using it. I swear I know nothing. Su Fengxiu's agitation resurfaced. Ison and Amp. Oppos. Teeth at the end Amp. Oppos. Spring fragrance and Amp. Oppos. Powder provided by Wu San. A bystander interjected, drawn by the commotion. Su Fengxiu and Amp. Oppos. Expression darkened profoundly. Sun turned his attention to the speaker, and those who understood the name shared similarly perplexed expressions. Sun summoned the individual who had spoken, along with the mentioned Wu San. Wu San, a young scion of an earl's family, was commonly known as Wu San due to his position within the household hierarchy. He often mingled with Su Fengxiu and his associates, indulging in the pleasures of the brothel, and was known to have access to dubious substances. Sun directly questioned Wu San, "Did you provide this powder to young Master Su? When did you get it to him? What was your intent? Well, Wu San, usually brash and carefree, faltered under Ing Sun's authoritative presence, especially given his role in the court. It's just a joke among friends, right? I mean, giving someone a gift isn't illegal, is it? Su said he wanted to teach a girl a lesson, so I just gave him this packet of powder. I truly don't know anything else. Wu San glanced nervously at Su Fengxiu, instinctively taking a step back, his eyes silently pleading for understanding. What's going on, brother? How did it come to this? Su Fengxiu, understanding Wu San's unspoken words, felt his face flush with anger. I told you, I had no intention of using this. I don't know how it ended up on my bed. How many times must I say it? Su Fengxiu was genuinely exasperated. Wu San had indeed given him a packet of powder, and he was acutely aware of its purpose. Yet, even if he were physically capable, he would never consider employing it against Yuanyuan. His feelings toward her were incredibly complex. She had been the sole glimmer of hope during his darkest moments, saving him from potential disability. The physician had assured him that his leg was not severely injured, and with time, he would recover, largely thanks to Yuanyuan. Thus, Su Fengxiu had never entertained the notion of truly harming her. He had merely been provoked in the heat of the moment, hoping she might come to apologize. Yet even that thought had been fleeting, and he had never intended to act on it. However, he found himself unable to articulate this to his friends, feeling too embarrassed to admit that he had lured Yuanyuan under false pretenses, seeking an apology from her. Frustrated, he clenched his fists and struck the ground in anger, cursing the bizarre turn of events he had encountered. Young Master Su, I advise you to disclose everything you know. Otherwise, with witnesses and evidence present, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to clear your name. The bed in the inner chamber bears marks indicating a woman has been violated. Both young Master Sheng and Princess Liduan arrived simultaneously and were the last to enter this room, leaving no opportunity for them to commit the act, Ing Sun stated coldly. What did you say? Su Fengxiu's eyes bulged in disbelief as he shouted, Impossible! It was absolutely not me. I did nothing. Chapter 88. The culprit is not him, Ah Chu. The young lady, Lady Zhou, was deeply concerned as she firmly grasped Su Fengxiu's arm, fearing that his agitation might lead him to inadvertently harm himself. Su Fengxiu was genuinely incensed, his mind clouded with fury. How many times must I proclaim it? It was not me. Mother believes in you. Mother believes in you. Please, calm down. Do not hurt yourself, Lady Zhou urged anxiously, yet tenderly, her hands gripping Su Fengxiu's arm tightly. Lording, since it has been established that Master Su is the prime suspect, I believe it is prudent to take him back to the Dali Temple for further interrogation. At this moment, an unfamiliar male voice interjected. It belonged to a tall, stern-looking young man in his 30s, who regarded Su Fengxiu with the coldness of one surveying a corpse. This man was Feng Su, the father of Feng Qingyao and the Deputy Minister of Justice. After making his statement, Feng Su turned to the Crown Prince and Minister Feng, bowing respectfully. This humble official, Feng Su, pays his respects to His Highness and to my father. I implore your Highness to ensure justice for my daughter. The Crown Prince raised his hand, signaling him to rise, with lording present. The truth of this case will be uncovered. Feng Su stood up and looked back at Ing Sun. May I ask, since the suspect has been apprehended, why is he not being taken to the Dali Temple for questioning? In reply, Deputy Minister Feng, there are still uncertainties in this case. Until these uncertainties are clarified, it is unwise to hastily remove the suspect, Ing Sun replied calmly. As the Vice Minister of the Dali Temple, his priority was to reveal the truth of the case. However, as the Minister of Justice, Feng Su was well-versed in interrogation and the management of criminal cases. Ing Sun quickly grasped Feng Su's intent. Should he fail to resolve the case promptly, Feng Su would demand to take the suspect back to the Ministry of Justice. Deputy Minister Feng, what Lord Ing states is accurate. The situation remains unclear. You cannot take Chu away. Lady Zhou, initially intent on leaving with the other ladies, now found herself torn, for her beloved grandson was entangled in this matter, and she could not bear to leave. She was acutely aware of Feng Su and Appo's reputation for being stern and impartial, if they allowed him to take Su Fengxiu, who knew if he would return alive. Then, Might Lady Zhou clarify what your young master was doing with that vile package of drugs? Feng Su, having just arrived, had witnessed Ying Sun inquiring about the package of medicine from Su Fengxiu. He could not suppress a cold snort. In my estimation, the case could not be clearer. Master Su claims to have an injury on his leg, but how can we ascertain its authenticity? He utilized this package of drugs. In this room, he was the only one present. Who else could it have been? Lady Zhou refused to let the Dali Temple take him away, as she feared it might be construed as shielding him. You? Lady Zhou gritted her teeth at a loss for words. She could only voice sternly, "The injury to my grandson was examined by the court physician himself, and His Highness was present at that time. Are you questioning the physician or the Crown Prince?" Feng Su respectfully bowed to the Crown Prince. I would never dare to question His Highness. However, the Dali Temple and Amp, Oppo's handling of the case, under such clear circumstances, without taking the suspect away, compels me to question the Dali Temple and Amp, Oppo's investigative capabilities. I humbly request that the Ministry of Justice take over this case. As a relative of the deceased, I can apply for recusal. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Lady Zhou exclaimed in alarm. The young master of the Qingyin Duke's household, Su Fengzi, also began to sweat nervously, appealing to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the investigation regarding Miss Liu has yet to yield results. I implore Your Highness to allow us to wait until Miss Liu determines the cause of death before making any decisions. Your Highness, my daughter was merely visiting, yet such calamity has befallen her. I beseech Your Highness to permit the Ministry of Justice to handle this case and restore justice for my daughter. Feng Su continued earnestly. Minister Feng also stepped forward. Your Highness, I too implore Your Highness to show mercy and allow the Ministry of Justice to adjudicate this matter. The Crown Prince's gaze swept over the assembly before settling upon Ying Sun. I have already stated that this case is to be handled by the Dali Temple. I understand the sentiments of both gentlemen, but to render a final verdict on this case at this juncture would be premature. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Lady Zhou and Su Fengzi quietly exhaled in relief, though their hearts remained troubled. The Qingyin Duke's family had always indulged Su Fengxiu, aware of his tendency to associate with a dubious crowd. However, from the Duke to the young master and then to Su Fengxiu, all three generations were far from exemplary. Thus, Lady Zhou found herself wishing to defend her grandson further, but struggled to find the right words. Her anxiety mounting over how the package of drugs had come into Su Fengxiu's possession. What sort of dubious friends had he been consorting with? For the first time, Lady Zhou regretted not having properly guided her only grandson. After much contemplation, she finally turned to Su Fengxiu. Ah Chu, speak honestly with Lord Ying. Your grandmother believes in you. Yet her conviction was not entirely resolute. Su Fengxiu was already shaken by the earlier confrontation with Feng Su. His face flushed with distress as he stammered. I have said it. I was merely sitting here waiting for someone. I know nothing. Truly, I know nothing. I woke up here. I never went to bed. I have no recollection of anything. Nor have I met this Miss Feng. His words tumbled out in disarray, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Yet Ying Sun quickly seized upon a crucial detail. You claim to have been waiting here for someone. Who were you waiting for? Ying Sun's gaze bore into Su Fengxiu. Earlier, Wu Sen mentioned that he gave you this package of drugs because you intended to teach a girl a lesson. Who was this girl you wished to reprimand? How did you plan to do so? Did you intend to administer these drugs to her? Has she arrived? Where did you conceal the drugs? I did not mean to. I did not administer anything. Su Fengxiu's anxiety caused his gaze to scatter, and he was on the brink of losing composure. He broke free from Lady Zhou's grasp, his hands anxiously tugging at his hair, as if caught in a trap from which he could not escape, frantically pulling at his ears and feeling utterly helpless. Master Su, if you cannot provide an answer, I shall have no choice but to send you to the Dali Temple for questioning. Ying Sun's voice held an element of coercive persuasion. If I am not mistaken, the person you were waiting for was indeed me, and the one you wished to reprimand was also me. Just then, Yuanyuan emerged from another partition, stepping around the screen to stand before the crowd, gazing down at Su Fengxiu. You intended to teach me a lesson and had your maid deceive me into coming here. Did you not? Su Fengxiu froze, panic-stricken as he looked at Yuanyuan and then hurriedly averted his gaze, seemingly trying to evade her penetrating stare. Yuanyuan pointed out the maid who was cowering in a corner, her spirit utterly shattered. "You, come forth." The maid trembled as she stepped forward. Yuanyuan then declared, "I can testify that Master Su is not the culprit." Chapter 89. Evidence. Everyone was captivated by Yuanyuan's words, their gazes converging upon her in unison. Even Ingsun appeared somewhat taken aback. His stringent interrogation of Su Fengxiu was driven by the conviction that this case was riddled with anomalies, undoubtedly omitting some crucial detail. Yet, he struggled to pinpoint it. To his astonishment, Yuanyuan spoke with such unwavering certainty, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him. Su Fengxiu, on the other hand, swallowed hard, his throat tightening as he stared blankly at Yuanyuan, unable to fathom that such words had come from her lips. Unperturbed by the varied stares from the crowd, Yuanyuan exhibited no hint of trepidation. She didn't even glance away, as if the esteemed nobles surrounding her were mere commoners, rendering her statements as straightforward declarations of fact. "I have examined Miss Feng's body. It has already begun to stiffen, with clear livor mortis evident, and a faint odor has started to emanate, indicating that she has been deceased for approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. If my recollection serves me correctly, today's banquet commenced around the end of the Qin hour, 8:30 to 9 o'clock, with guests arriving during the C hour, 9 to 11 o'clock. Seating starting at noon, 11:30, and the meal officially beginning at noon, 12 o'clock. The current time is roughly 1/4 noon, 12:15, meaning that nearly half an hour has elapsed since we discovered Miss Feng. Su Fengxiu instructed a maid to find me around the second quarter of the C hour, 10:30, suggesting that Miss Feng's death occurred at least between the second quarter and the hour mark of the C hour, 9:30 to 10 o'clock. The maid, traveling from the West Garden to locate me, would have taken nearly 1/4 of an hour, indicating that the time Su Fengxiu sent for her was likely around the first quarter of the C hour, 10:15. The maid informed me that prior to her departure, several young gentlemen were still with Su Fengxiu, and at that moment, Miss Feng had already succumbed, leaving him without an opportunity to commit the crime. Upon the conclusion of her statement, Ingsun and Appo's eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue, his gaze towards Yuanyuan imbued with an involuntary admiration. It was rare for him to encounter a woman so articulate and coherent. He quickly realized, if the time of death was indeed accurate, Su Fengxiu had no opportunity to commit the crime. Even if the time of death were pushed slightly later, Su Fengxiu had witnesses to corroborate his whereabouts. Ingsun promptly inquired of Wu San, "When did you separate from Su Fengxiu?" Wu San hesitated, shaking his head in confusion. "I can hardly recall." Another individual eagerly interjected, "I remember. It was indeed around the second quarter of the C hour, 10:30. We were all together, playfully urging Su to teach Miss Lu a lesson. Su was quite irritated and sent us away, and afterward, we continued to discuss it outside. Oh yes, we had begun arriving around the second quarter of the C hour, 9:30, spending roughly an hour with Su. This corroborated the timeline, providing at least some proof that Su Fengxiu indeed lacked an opportunity to commit the crime. The first to react with fervor was Madame Zhou, whose tears streamed down her face. I knew it. It could never be our Chu. It could never be him yet, another voice interjected. But what gives you the authority to determine this time? If the time of death was within an hour, could the suspicions against the Su family's young master be truly dismissed? Feng Suyi, the stern-eyed minister Feng, directed a chilling gaze at Yuanyuan, pressing her with cold inquiry. He had arrived a little late and was unaware of Yuanyuan's identity. In a case such as this, an alibi often serves as pivotal evidence. If it could be established that Feng Qingyao's death occurred over an hour prior, then Su Fengxiu indeed possessed an alibi. However, how could this time be substantiated? Could Yuanyuan's assertions be entirely accurate? As a minister of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Suyi had seen many corpses. Possessing a modicum of knowledge, he acknowledged the logic in Yuanyuan's words, yet with his daughter deceased, who could ascertain whether she spoke the truth or was shielding Su Fengxiu. Moreover, the time of death she posited was derived from typical circumstances, considering the current heat. Could it not also influence the timeline? Had she contemplated this? Feng Sui pressed further when Lu Yuanyuan remained silent. Minister Feng, Miss Lu is a person appointed by His Highness. If you doubt her, I can summon the forensic specialist from the Dali Temple, Ing Sun interjected, stepping forward. No. The third young lady of the Feng family quickly interjected, her tear-filled eyes pleading with her husband. Darling, our Yaoyang has already departed. Can you bear to let her be further humiliated? I have only stated one point, Lu Yuanyuan replied, undeterred by Feng Sui's interrogation. I have only mentioned the time of Miss Feng's death, not the cause. She was silenced and dragged into the room from outside, suffocating in the struggle. The few bruises on her body were inflicted while she was alive. The numerous contusions on her neck and body were intentionally inflicted post-mortem. Additionally, there are bruises on her heels, likely from her feet pushing against the ground during the dragging. Lu Yuanyuan turned to Ing Sun. I treated Su Fengxiu's leg injury. With the Imperial Hospital's physicians as witnesses, many present can attest that for 2 months he could not rise from bed, let alone engage in vigorous activity or drag anyone from outside. Even if he had enlisted the aid of a servant, there would be no need to smother Ms. Feng before dragging her into the room. If what you claim is true, how do you explain the traces and the medicinal packets found in the room? Feng Sui continued his inquiry. Lu Yuanyuan slightly furrowed her brow, as she was unaware of the traces and medicinal packets being referenced. Ing Sun quickly elucidated the marks discovered on the bed in the inner chamber. Upon realizing Lu Yuanyuan's bewilderment, he suddenly comprehended that she was merely a young girl, and such matters would likely elude her understanding, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, his face slightly reddening. Ahem, the crown prince cleared his throat, addressing Lu Yuanyuan. Do you have any other discoveries? Attempting to divert the conversation. However, Lu Yuanyuan, seemingly unfazed, continued, though I may not be adept at investigation, if I am not mistaken, it appears that efforts were made post factum to frame Su Fengxiu. Miss Feng showed no signs of violation, yet there are indications of such, namely the marks I previously mentioned, which were inflicted post-mortem, along with substances smeared on her clothing. Chapter 90. A mother's love for her daughter. After Lu Yuanyuan finished speaking, she cast a knowing glance at Ing Sun. In an instant, he comprehended the implication behind her last words, and the normally placid expression on his face revealed the faintest fissures. This young woman, unsurprisingly, was well acquainted with the macabre. Armed with the clues provided by Lu Yuanyuan, he was now able to piece together the entire case. He turned to the third young mistress of the Feng family and inquired, May I ask, when did you bring Miss Feng into the residence? Even if the third young mistress of the Feng family could not recall the exact time, the doorman of the Chengyan Duke's residence would likely have some recollection. Nevertheless, Ing Sun made a point to ask. The third young mistress pondered for a moment before responding. They likely arrived at the outer gate around the end of the Qin hour. Yuanyuan, along with a few familiar young ladies, should have gone to the garden to play around the time of the sea hour. Upon entering, they first went to greet the lady of Chengyan Duke in the banquet hall, while the young ladies had already ventured outside to amuse themselves. Those like Lu Yuanyuan, who were introduced to the ladies by Lady Lan, would have arrived at the garden a bit later. When visiting, it is inappropriate to bring too many maidservants. Given Feng Qingyao and Appo's typically composed nature and her company of familiar friends, the third young mistress did not specifically instruct any maidservants to follow her. Who could have anticipated that this would lead to trouble? The third young mistress's eyes reddened at the thought. After hearing the third young mistress's account, Ing Sun had a clearer understanding. Thus, the case was becoming increasingly transparent. Miss Feng must have been invited to the garden and subsequently harmed by a nefarious individual. Fearing exposure, the perpetrator likely found it inconvenient to dispose of Miss Feng and Appo's body, and perhaps having made prior arrangements or acting impulsively, incapacitated young Master Su, transferring Miss Feng's body to his chamber in an attempt to frame him. The murderer was still within the garden. Ing Sun then addressed the lady of Chengyan Duke and young Master Su, requesting that they gather the male and female guests along with their attendants separately, in order to identify the culprit. Upon learning that their son-grandson had been wrongfully accused, the lady of Chengyan Duke and young Master Su initially sighed in relief, only to adopt a serious demeanor thereafter. They promptly assured Ing Sun, Rest assured, sir, We shall not allow any suspicious individuals to leave until the perpetrator is identified today. Ing Sun then glanced at the crown prince, who exchanged a look with Minister Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Minister Feng inclined his head toward the crown prince, saying, "This old minister has no objections. I only hope we can swiftly uncover the culprit and restore justice for Yuanyuan." "Very well. I have no pressing matters today. I shall await with Minister Feng to expeditiously identify the fiend," the crown prince replied gently. With the crown prince and Appo's commitment, Minister Feng felt considerably reassured. Although Feng Su still bore a heavy expression, he too accepted this resolution. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Lu Yuanyuan approached Ing Sun with a suggestion. "Sir Ing, the cause of Miss Feng's demise was asphyxiation. Coincidentally, she had adorned herself today. The assailant likely exerted force while dragging her away, leaving faint fingerprints on her face. Though not very distinct, they can still be discerned, which may assist in identifying the perpetrator more swiftly. Furthermore, Miss Feng carried a sachet, which I noticed had been torn. It is possible that the assailant has been tainted with the fragrance as well. Additionally, Miss Feng and Appo's shoes bore traces of damp earth, and her delicate garment showed signs of tearing. We should search the vicinity of this guest house, as there may be traces of the struggle that were not adequately cleared away. Perhaps we can discover the original crime scene, where Miss Feng met her tragic end, leading to further revelations." Listening to her insightful observations, Ing Sun and Appo's gaze brightened with gratitude. "You have been of immense assistance today, young lady. It is truly unfortunate that the circumstances are not conducive for further discussion. I shall certainly express my gratitude to you on another occasion." As the Deputy Minister of Justice, investigating cases was Ing Sun's primary duty. Although this case was not particularly challenging, its complexity arose from the involvement of a noblewoman. Such incidents were rare, and even if they did occur, they were seldom reported, as reputation outweighed all for those of high birth. If a young lady and Appo's demise were shrouded in mystery, it was often preferable to keep it hidden from public scrutiny. Thus, this case proved exceptionally arduous. However, with Lu Yuanyuan and Appo's assistance, the pursuit of the culprit became significantly more manageable. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, Ing Sun would have relished the opportunity to engage Lu Yuanyuan in a more extensive conversation. Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I merely acted on impulse. It is tragic for a young woman in her prime to perish under such obscure circumstances." She had not intended to offer her help, but felt that it was intolerable for a young lady to meet such an unjust fate, only to be wrongfully maligned and insulted in death. Finding the culprit would be far preferable to having her name tarnished and the matter hastily concluded. The third young mistress of the Feng family, overwhelmed with sorrow, suddenly knelt before Lu Yuanyuan. "Miss Lu, I thank you on behalf of Yuanyuan. From this day forth, you shall be my benefactor." Startled by the unexpected gesture, Lu Yuanyuan remembered how fiercely the mistress had opposed the autopsy earlier, and now she was expressing heartfelt gratitude. Lu Yuanyuan found herself puzzled. Was this what a mother's love for her daughter looked like? She hastily assisted the third young mistress to her feet. "There is no need for such gratitude, madam. It is best that we expedite the search for the culprit." Nodding in agreement, the third young mistress refrained from saying anything further. Ing Sun, noticing that the lady of Cheng'an and young Master Su were already arranging for the guests to depart, turned to Sheng Junyi and asked, "Young Master Sheng, while we have clarified the suspicion surrounding young Master Su, I must inquire further. What brings you here?" Sheng Junyi furrowed his brow slightly, perhaps taken aback that he could not evade the inquiry. With everyone still present, if he chose to remain silent, it would only amplify his suspicion. He could not help but glance at Lu Yuanyuan, resignedly stating, "I overheard young Master Wu and his companions discussing that young Master Su intended to confront Miss Lu. Lu cousin, so I thought I would come and see. However, I did not anticipate being spotted by Princess Li Du, and fearing she might misunderstand, I delayed her for a moment. Ultimately, I had no choice but to come here." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan cast a curious glance at him, while Sheng Junyi awkwardly turned his face away, reluctant to meet her gaze. Unfazed, Lu Yuanyuan remembered how he had dared to act against her on their first encounter. She would never trust his words. With that, She turned on her heel and walked away. In the crowd, Sheng Yuanzhu watched the exchange with a flicker of resentment in her eyes. Yuanyuan, how dare you steal the limelight again? Lowering her head, she wished fervently that it were Yuanyuan who had met her demise today. It was not until the third prince brushed past her, inadvertently nudging her, that she snapped back to reality and quickly sought an excuse to depart. Chapter 91. I can no longer endure. I am famished under the host and oppose. As arrangement, the crowd began to disperse. As the banquet time had elapsed, the lady of Cheng'an decided to have the guests reseat themselves, for the investigation of the murderer would not be a swift endeavor. Yuanyuan also made her way toward the entrance, where Sheng Yunjiao stood in the corridor, eagerly waving at her. Yuanyuan and Amp, Appo's gaze fell upon the crown prince, who was also heading out, and she intended to greet him, acknowledging that she had been of assistance. However, without the crown prince and Appo's as presents, the situation would have been far more challenging. The high-ranking officials were quite obstinate, as Yuanyuan had witnessed today, and they were decidedly less accommodating than Magistrate Ling. As Yuanyuan approached the crown prince, she was about to call out to him when a sudden thought struck her. She swiftly turned and dashed toward the room where Feng Qingyao's body lay. Her speed was remarkable, so much so that the others had yet to react by the time she had bolted forward. Ing Sun, witnessing her movement, immediately understood and summoned others, urging them to seal off the entire courtyard. Pushing open the door to the small compartment, Yuanyuan discovered that the maid left to guard Feng Qingyao's body had fainted. With the window wide open and a figure attempting to escape, without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed a flower pot and hurled it at the fleeing individual. Striking him on the shoulder, he stumbled, let out a cry, but gritted his teeth and continued to flee. Yuanyuan, agile as ever, leaped through the window after him. Within a few strides, she closed the distance and kicked him forcefully in the back. The blow caught him unawares, propelling him several steps forward. Yet he knew he could not be captured. After falling to the ground, he struggled to rise and run again. However, before Yuanyuan could move, a flash of red appeared, and Sheng Juni stepped in, pinning the fugitive beneath his foot. Moments later, Ing Sun and his men arrived, commanding, "Hold him down." Two officers from the Dali Temple promptly restrained the man from either side. Sheng Juni released his foot, allowing the officers to lift the man, revealing his true identity. He was an ordinary-looking youth, perhaps 17 or 18, and his face was a portrait of confusion and panic. "Dong Lu, how could it be you?" Someone among the arriving party recognized him immediately. Ing Sun and Appo's gaze turned sharp as he locked eyes with Dong Luyan. "Dong Xiaoyan, you murdered Miss Feng." Dong Xiaoyan and Appo's fear escalated, and he averted his gaze, lost in a daze before finally regaining his senses. He struggled to protest. "No, it wasn't me. I did not." "Hold his hands," Ing Sun commanded, not wasting any time, as he instructed the officers to restrain Dong's hands. He then turned to request the presence of Minister Feng. "Minister Feng, I require a comparison of the fingerprints." Minister Feng nodded in acquiescence. Ing Sun, unceremoniously, jumped through the window, careful not to disturb Feng Qingyao's body, merely lifting the thin blanket covering her face. The expression revealed was already stiffening, with the marks left by a forceful grip glaringly apparent. After scrutinizing for a moment, he replaced the blanket without further intrusion, then procured paper and pen, rapidly sketching the impressions from memory. Exiting with the paper, he aligned the drawn fingerprints with Dong Xiaoyan's desperately retracting hand. They fit perfectly. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Ing Sun queried coldly. I. Dong Xiaoyan trembled, shaking his head in panic, his lips quivering as fear overtook him, yet he persisted in denying his guilt. Yuanyuan interjected, "Lord Ing, I have heard of a method that can extract fingerprints from a corpse. When I examined the body, I hardly touched Miss Feng, so if I am not mistaken, most of the remaining fingerprints belong to the murderer. A comparison will reveal the truth." Ing Sun paused, realization dawning upon him. How could I have forgotten such a technique? "You are correct. I shall summon someone to retrieve the fingerprints immediately. I did not mean to. I merely liked her, but she could not see me. I just wanted to speak with her, but when she saw me, she would run away. I was terrified. I feared she would scream and alert others, so I thought to drag her into the room. I was so frightened. I did not know she would die. I truly did not. Dong Xiaoyan crumbled completely. As if every ounce of strength had left him, his eyes reddening in an instant as he whimpered, I truly did not mean it. I genuinely liked her. Everyone looked down on me, but she would gently call me cousin. Why, oh why did she still shun me? Beast! You wretched beast! The third lady of the Feng family, upon hearing his words, lunged forward in a frenzy. I shall have you pay for my son and damp. Oppo's life. Feng Su hurriedly restrained her, looking at Dong Xiaoyan as if he were already dead. Dong Xiaoyan, utterly petrified, trembled, and shockingly began to lose control of himself. Ying Sun addressed the officers. Take him back and conduct a thorough interrogation. The officers led the now utterly frightened Dong Xiaoyan away. As Lu Yuanyuan watched him being dragged off, she was about to turn when she noticed Dong Xiaoyan cast a fleeting glance toward the crowd as he turned a corner. It was but a moment, quickly withdrawn. Lu Yuanyuan could not ascertain if it was merely her imagination or if Dong Xiaoyan had genuinely been looking for something. Miss Lu, I must thank you once more. Had it not been for you, this case would surely not have reached resolution so swiftly. Ying Sun, as a junior official of the Dali Temple, usually stoic, allowed a hint of appreciation to surface. Even adopting a lighter tone, I must arrange a time to discuss matters with you further. I hope you will grant me the honor. Lu Yuanyuan, snapping back to reality, hastily waved her hand. It is nothing. I merely recalled that if the murderer were present, he might attempt to confirm his situation or perhaps destroy evidence. With so many people in the courtyard, even if I had not reacted, his guilty conscience would have drawn attention. It was merely speculation. Miss Lu is too modest. Today's events owe much to your keen insight. I shall certainly express my gratitude in person at a later date. Ying Sun, having apprehended the culprit, needed to expedite the investigation and reluctantly took his leave. Once he departed, Lu Yuanyuan shook her head. Perhaps she had overthought the situation. What was she thinking? Yuanyuan, you were truly magnificent today, Sheng Yunjiao exclaimed excitedly, shaking her arm. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have screamed in delight. Yet Lu Yuanyuan's expression suddenly shifted. Ah, I can no longer bear it. I am famished. Chapter 92. The illegitimate daughter. Early this morning, Lu Yuanyuan was abruptly roused and made to prepare, leaving her quite famished. She had initially anticipated experiencing the grandeur of a noble banquet, but little did she know that an unforeseen event would transpire. By now, well past noon, she had only nibbled on a couple of pastries in the garden and had yet to partake in any substantial meal. Turning to urge Sheng Yunjiao to hasten, she inquired, "Shall we eat now?" Sheng Yunjiao and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her. You can still think about food at a time like this? Just moments ago, Warren and Oppo's. "Are you afraid?" You. Caught in the throes of gossip, Sheng Yunjiao had momentarily forgotten her fears, but now the gravity of the situation struck her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Just hours ago, they had encountered a person who had now become a lifeless corpse. Suddenly, her expression turned ashen. She timidly grasped Lu Yuanyuan's sleeve, her face a mask of distress. "Yuanyuan, I'm a little scared." Lu Yuanyuan, puzzled, asked, "Scared of what?" Sheng Yunjiao shuffled closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Just. As she faltered, the memory of Lu Yuanyuan holding Feng Qingyao's corpse resurfaced, and she released her grip. Flustered. I'll take you to change your clothes first." Lu Yuanyuan was baffled. Change clothes? Didn't we just do that this morning? Turning around, she caught sight of Sheng Yunjiao and Oppo's pale visage and suddenly understood. Oh, in Oppo's broad daylight. You fear there are ghosts. Sheng Yunjiao and Oppo's face grew even paler. Lu Yuanyuan thought to herself how overly sentimental these young ladies could be. Yet, seeing Sheng Yunjiao's pitiful demeanor, she relented, saying, "All right, let us change clothes first, and then we shall eat." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yunjiao finally sighed in relief, as the thought that Lu Yuanyuan had just held Feng Qingyao in her attire made her anxious. It was indeed a matter of clothing. Immediately, she pulled Lu Yuanyuan to change. Behind them, Princess Li Duan, glancing around anxiously, noticed no one in sight and stomped her foot in frustration. Where's everyone? How can they vanish after I merely stepped away for a moment? Her maid, Lin Shuang, rushed to catch up, panting. Princess, whom are you searching for? Never mind that. Where is everyone? Li Duan peered left and right in desperation. Lin Shuang, with a furrowed brow, replied, Princess, I was only a moment behind you. Given the chaos that just unfolded, I can't possibly return to His Highness without an explanation. My aunt will surely punish me. Li Duan shot her a glare and stamped her foot. Enough, enough. Let's take our seats. I refuse to believe we cannot find her. With that, she strode away. Lin Shuang, perplexed, asked, Princess, who exactly are you looking for? Lu Yuanyuan. Have you seen her? Li Duan casually inquired. Oh yes. Miss Lu mentioned she would go change clothes with a fourth young Miss Shang before dining. Lin Shuang found it curious. But Princess, why are you looking for Miss Lu? Weren't you just expressing disdain for her? Who said I disliked her? I do not harbor such feelings now. Come on, hurry. Li Duan hurried towards the banquet garden. Upon exiting, Lu Yuanyuan found that Mama Shun had prepared a spare outfit for her. Upon arriving at the guest house where the banquet was to take place, a maid promptly led them to their room. Mama Hui, who accompanied Lady Lan today, personally delivered the garments. Upon seeing that Lu Yuanyuan was unharmed, she sighed in relief. Miss, do change your clothes first. I and oppose, LL informed Madam. She was quite anxious upon hearing of the incident and nearly rushed over herself if I had not stopped her. Oh, please tell her I am well. Lu Yuanyuan always felt a bit awkward in response to Lady Lan's concern, but she would not begrudge a sickly woman her anxiety. She took the clothes and went to change, while Mama Hui hurried back to Lady Lan. Now that the culprit had been apprehended and Su Fengxiu and oppose, S involvement cleared, Lady Lan, who initially lacked the spirit to host the banquet, became revitalized and personally expressed her gratitude to Lady Lan. Only then did Lady Lan realize what Lu Yuanyuan had accomplished. Feeling a mix of surprise, pride, and heartache, her emotions swirled, but she managed to maintain her composure. When Mama Hui returned, she noticed Lady Lan appeared somewhat haggard and quickly reassured her. Madam, do not worry. The young lady is well. She is fine. I merely returned to inform you. So there is no need for concern. Lady Lan nodded, somewhat dazed. Madam? Mama Hui softly inquired, noticing her pallor. Are you unwell? Perhaps we should inform Lady Qingyan and return home. Lady Lan shook her head. I'm not gravely ill. It is just that having heard about the incident with the Feng family girl today, I am immensely grateful to Yuanyuan for uncovering the perpetrator. I am both delighted by her capabilities and unable to suppress thoughts of the hardships she must have endured to acquire such skills. Just thinking about it fills me with disbelief, knowing she has traversed these years. Lady Lan pressed her hand against her chest, feeling as though she had only scratched the surface of her daughter and Appo's reality, far removed from the true depths of her experiences. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached. Mama Hui promptly offered her some comfort, gently patting her back. As the saying goes, life is a mix of sweet and bitter. There are always ups and downs. In my humble opinion, regardless of her origins, the young lady possesses the strength and character to thrive. Heaven never forsakes those with talent. Mama Hui had always empathized with Lu Yuanyuan, yet her loyalty to Lady Lan, whom she had served a lifetime, rendered their bond akin to family. While she had previously struggled to understand Lu Yuanyuan, witnessing her journey had made her genuinely appreciate the young lady's tenacity and kindness, as resilient as wild grass, unbreakable. Listening to her words, Lady Lan nodded in agreement, softly expressing, I only wish for my Yuanyuan to lead a life of peace and safety henceforth, so that I may rest easy. Outside, Princess Li Duan, eavesdropping, wore a puzzled expression as she stepped away, contemplating, why do I sense that Lady Lan and Appo's feelings towards Lu Yuanyuan are quite extraordinary? Was and Appo's Tiet said she was merely a distant relative looking for favors? Lu Yuanyuan is truly intriguing. Lin Shuang, startled, tugged at her sleeve. Princess, do keep your voice down. You haven't gone far enough. Oh, Li Duan retreated a step, turning back. I still find it peculiar. There must be something amiss. Tell me, could Lu Yuanyuan be Lady Lan and Appo's illegitimate daughter? Lin Shuang nearly fainted at the thought, forgetting her place as she hurriedly covered the princess's mouth. Your Highness, I beseech you, control your tongue. If anyone overhears, we might find ourselves summoned by the Sheng Guogong residents. Can such things be said? Can they? That is the esteemed wife of the Sheng Guogong. How dare you suggest she has an illegitimate daughter? Chapter 93. Let us bind our fates as sisters. Lin Shuang was genuinely astonished by her master and Appo's astonishing words. With a pleading look, she gazed at Princess Yuanyuan, practically begging her to cease her incessant chatter. Princess Yuanyuan, displeased, swatted her hand away, huffed softly, and turned to leave. However, she caught sight of a guest room door swinging open, revealing Yuanyuan and Sheng Yunjiao, both freshly attired. Without a second thought, she dashed over. To her surprise, Yuanyuan was considerably quicker. By the time Princess Yuanyuan caught up, Yuanyuan had already seated herself with Sheng Yunjiao at the banquet. Gasping for breath, Princess Yuanyuan stood behind Yuanyuan, observing as the latter swiftly devoured delicacies from the banquet, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Even after standing there for quite some time, Yuanyuan barely lifted her head. At that moment, a guest approached, intending to sit beside Yuanyuan. Princess Yuanyuan, with a cunning glint in her eye, stretched her long legs and swiftly occupied the seat next to Yuanyuan, turning to fix her gaze intently upon her. She was determined that Yuanyuan could not overlook her. Yet, Yuanyuan truly did not notice her. Overcome with hunger, she had barely changed her clothes before rushing over. As soon as she sat down, she could hardly wait for the dishes to be replenished, hastily stuffing her mouth with the appetizers before her. Meanwhile, Sheng Yunjiao, keen to avoid drawing attention, quickly swapped her empty plate for Yuanyuan's and discreetly maneuvered the plate from the vacant seat next to her. One was eating while the other was exchanging plates, their coordination impeccable. Fortunately, Sheng Yunjiao soon noticed Princess Yuanyuan's presence. What business does the princess have here? Sheng Yunjiao's tone was somewhat curt, as she had not forgotten the princess's earlier provocations in the garden. Her principle was to keep a safe distance from someone so obliviously foolish. Seeing her was vexing. I came to dine. What else would I be doing? Princess Yuanyuan retorted, though her eyes never strayed from Yuanyuan. It was evident that her intentions were directed at Yuanyuan. Princess, if you're seeking amusement, I suggest you look elsewhere. Was it not Yuanyuan who assisted you earlier? Do not provoke her, Sheng Yunjiao warned, fearing that her subtle hints would be lost on Princess Yuanyuan. To her astonishment, Princess Yuanyuan graciously nodded. You are correct. I, the princess, am known for my gratitude. Hence I have come to repay my debt. From this day forth, you shall ally with me. Sheng Yunjiao nearly choked, questioning her own hearing. What did you say? Please repeat that. With a raised eyebrow, Princess Yuanyuan declared, Are you deaf? I said, Yuanyuan, from now on I shall protect you. You. Sheng Yunjiao and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. You shall protect her? Do not forget your own inflated sense of self-worth. Sheng Xiaoxi, do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Believe it or not, I can have someone slap your face this very moment. Princess Yuanyuan glared defiantly at Sheng Yunjiao. Sheng Yunjiao rolled her eyes, exasperated. While she was somewhat wary of Princess Yuanyuan's impulsiveness, they were all part of the same circle. Everyone knew everyone else. Princess Yuanyuan was all bark and no bite. A blusterer who would not dare escalate matters, as the Grand Princess would surely not spare her. As the two exchanged barbs, Yuanyuan found it increasingly difficult to feign ignorance. After sipping some water and settling her stomach, she slowly turned to Princess Yuanyuan, who had been watching her intently, and asked, May I inquire, Princess, what brings you here? Princess Yuanyuan blinked her eyes rapidly. Yuanyuan prompted him. Princess Yuanyuan grasped Yuanyuan's hands with both of hers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us become sworn sisters. From now on, we shall be bound together in sisterhood. Yuanyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. For some inexplicable reason, this scene felt oddly familiar. She cast a silent glance at Sheng Yunjiao, who instantly comprehended Yuanyuan and Appo's expression, recalling how she had once eagerly sought an alliance with Yuanyuan to confront Sheng Yunju, employing similar flattery. Thankfully, she and T needed to forge such a bond. Taking a sip of water to steady herself, Sheng Yunjiao thought, what a stroke of luck. Yuanyuan, at a loss for words, gently pried Princess Yuanyuan's fingers away, saying, Princess, I have no intention of forming such a bond. Princess Yuanyuan was taken aback. What? You actually refuse? How can you refuse? Do you know who I am? My uncle is the emperor. By becoming sisters with me, you would essentially have the emperor as your uncle, and you dare reject me? Princess Yuanyuan was genuinely bewildered. Sheng Yunjiao, having just taken a sip of water to calm her nerves, could no longer contain her laughter and spat it out. Wait, princess, did you obtain His Majesty's consent for this proposal of yours? And another uncle, really? How absurd. Why must the emperor approve of our sisterhood? Isn't it a delightful prospect for him to gain a niece? Isn't that a blessing? Princess Yuanyuan replied, her expression one of utter confusion. Sheng Yunjiao suppressed her laughter, realizing that Princess Yuanyuan's thought process was indeed unique. Yuanyuan, did you hear that? You. Princess Yuanyuan shot Sheng Yunjiao a glare, continuing her attempt to persuade Yuanyuan. I refuse, Yuanyuan stated firmly. Princess Yuanyuan pouted, her displeasure evident, feeling a tinge of grievance. Her maid, Lin Shuang, noticing her mistress's embarrassment, coughed lightly and suggested, Princess, you and Miss Lu have only just met. Why not be friends first? In time, you may become true sisters. Heavens, may this princess indeed find a good friend. Tonight, I shall light incense for the deity of love, so that the threads of friendship may intertwine as well. Upon hearing this, Princess Yuanyuan readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically, yes, yes. Then from this day forth, I declare that Yuanyuan is my friend. Yuanyuan cast her a bemused glance, realizing that this person had quite the talent for self-assertion. She did not accept the title, but had no means to refute it. She preferred to keep matters simple. As long as she did not cross her, all would be well. At that moment, the dishes that had been prepared earlier were brought back to the table, and Yuanyuan completely forgot about Princess Yuanyuan. She picked up her chopsticks and joined the feast. Sheng Yunjiao, lacking appetite, turned her attention to Princess Yuanyuan. Princess, what brings you to dine with my second brother today? Did you not always complain about his flamboyant attire, claiming he looked better than you? Why are you so attached to him now? Chapter 94. To eat melons or to return home, the county princess of Lijuang did not anticipate that Sheng Yunjiao would pose such a sudden question. Her eyes widening in disbelief, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Sheng Yunjiao, taken aback by her reaction, instinctively replied, no way. Yuanyuan, with a chicken wing in her mouth, mumbled with her head down, what do you mean, no way? Still in profound shock, Sheng Yunjiao's voice trembled as she stammered, why you? You can't amp, oppose, possibly have feelings for my second brother, can you? That's impossible. Sheng Yunjiao felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information today. Her inquisitive mind struggled to contain it all. Meanwhile, the previously blushing county princess of Lijuang was now utterly bewildered, her voice rising sharply. What did you say? I have feelings for him? The commotion attracted glances from nearby tables, prompting Lin Shuang to hurriedly cover her mistress and oppo's mouth. Fortunately, their table had been left undisturbed due to the county princess's earlier domineering presence, resulting in only 3 of them, Yuanyuan and her friends, seated there. Otherwise, Sheng Yunjiao would not have dared to broach such a topic. She had not expected the county princess to react even more dramatically than she had. Clearing her throat, Sheng Yunjiao gently reminded the county princess to lower her voice. Why are you so agitated? It's not about my second brother. The county princess shot her a furious glare, her teeth gritted as she muttered, I'm not blind. How could I like him? Caught in the middle. Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing her support, the county princess instantly transformed, warmly embracing Yuanyuan's arm, her head nearly resting on her shoulder, brimming with excitement. Right? I may not say much, but my judgment in men is impeccable. That Sheng Eru, so self-absorbed and lacking grace. Whoever marries him will be out of luck. Sheng Yunjiao was left perplexed. Then why do you keep pursuing him? Clearing her throat, the county princess replied softly, well, I heard that brother, Yao, has returned, and I initially wanted to inquire about Zhu, Sheng Yinzhu. But when I approached her, she was so ungrateful, complaining about how Lady Lan favors Yuanyuan and isolates her. I was just trying to stand up for her, and she turned against me. It infuriated me. Sheng Yunjiao found it hard to respond, adding that S called tea-related grievances. I don't care about her tea. How dare she mock me? I'll make her pay. The The county princess was still furious, believing Sheng Yuanju had played her for a fool. Wait a moment. Sheng Yunjiao suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. What did you just say? You wanted to ask about Sheng Yunju? Brother Yao? My elder brother? You were trying to gather information about my brother, and since you couldn't tea from Sheng Yunju, you turned to my second brother just to learn about him? Sheng Yunjiao was once again struck dumb. So, the gossip was about her own family? She finally processed the situation and incredulously stared at the now flustered county princess. Are you serious? Why on earth would you want to inquire about my elder brother? He.S. getting married next month. Even if you had feelings for him, it would be futile. The arrangement for Sheng Junyao's wedding was set for before the Mid-Autumn Festival, leaving little time. I'm not looking for anything. It's just that brother Yao saved me before. I've always wanted to find a chance to repay him, but he has been gone for 5 years. And I haven and Oppos, seen him once. I know he is marrying soon, and I just wanted to give him something personally to express my gratitude. The county princess was surprisingly bashful. She understood that seeking out Sheng Junyao alone would be inappropriate, hence her desire for assistance. Looking at Sheng Yunjiao with hopeful eyes, she pleaded, Sheng Xiaoxi, Jiao, could you help me? Sheng Yunjiao responded, I didn't hear anything. The county princess exclaimed in frustration, You? Relieved that the county princess harbored no ulterior motives, Sheng Yunjiao sighed, fearing that the county princess's tempestuous nature might bring trouble to her elder brother, especially as he was soon to welcome his bride. Your brother saved you, but he likely doesn't even remember it. 5 years ago, you were so young. You might not even recall who you are. It's best not to complicate things. Sheng Yunjiao spoke plainly and bluntly, hoping to make her point clear. As expected, the moment she finished speaking, the county princess was almost ready to explode, nearly slamming her hand on the table until Lin Shuang intervened just in time to restrain her. I don't care. If you don't help me, I'll go to your home myself. I'll visit Yuanyuan. We're good friends now. Or I'll say I'm looking for you. I'll come every day until I run into him. The county princess, seeing her soft approach was failing, prepared to take a more forceful stance. Sheng Yunjiao was filled with regret for having opened her mouth, suspecting that the county princess had not come merely to befriend Yuanyuan, but rather to stir up trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan, satisfied after finishing her meal, looked at the two of them, who were glaring at each other like two fighting cocks. Aren't you both hungry? In perfect unison, they turned their heads away, declaring, Not hungry. Lu Yuanyuan was taken aback. She struggled to comprehend the thoughts of these young ladies, feeling perpetually out of sync with them. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? I still have homework to finish. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at the remnants of the feast she had nearly devoured, feeling quite satisfied with the banquet. Both Sheng Yunjiao and the county princess abruptly turned to her, incredulously asking, You still have the energy to do homework? Sheng Yunjiao clearly did not understand how Lu Yuanyuan remained so composed amidst the day's events. As for the county princess, she was bewildered as to why anyone would bother with homework at all. Lu Yuanyuan replied innocently, The entrance exams are coming up soon. What if I don't pass and can't get into Tai Ming Academy? Tai Ming Academy? The county princess blinked. Is there even an exam? I'll just ask my mother for an admission letter, and you can attend as long as you want. Lu Yuanyuan shook her head. I believe I can pass. I believe in you, Yuanyuan. Sheng Yunjiao immediately chimed in with enthusiasm. The county princess, not to be outdone, added, Yuanyuan, I believe you can get in too. The two girls clenched their fists, cheering for Lu Yuanyuan. Their 3 heads huddled together, exuding a sense of camaraderie that was both endearing and jarring. Outside the corridor, Sheng Yunju stood watching the 3 shadows leaning together, unable to resist tearing a leaf from the flowering tree before her. She took a few steps away, casting a glance at her maidservant, who stepped forward to support her. Suddenly, a concealed projectile sliced through the air, hurtling toward Lu Yuanyuan's unprotected head. Chapter 95. Someone wants her dead. This scene unfolded with astonishing abruptness. The banquet at the Chengyin Duke's residence was held in a series of small chambers separated by curved corridors, specifically designed for entertaining guests from prominent families in the capital. These chambers encircled a garden, and during the summer, the windows were replaced with gauzy curtains, allowing for both scenic views and festive gatherings. The distance between the small halls varied, and each was attended by maids from the Cheng and Amp, Oppos, and Duke and Amp, Oppos, as household. for the sake of convenience in conversation. Some maids were dispatched to the central corridor to wait. At the table occupied by Lu Yuanyuan and her two companions, the absence of the Duke's maids was noted, as they were only joined by Lin Shuang, the maid of Princess Yuanyuan. Lin Shuang, delighted to see her mistress making friends, suddenly froze in terror as a dark arrow shot toward the back of Lu Yuanyuan's head. Instinctively, she screamed and attempted to leap forward, but her shock delayed her reaction. The arrow, swift as lightning, found its mark just as Lin Shuang's voice pierced the air. It seemed that blood would soon stain the scene. Immersed in the lively atmosphere of encouragement, Sheng Yunjiao and Princess Yuanyuan had yet to realize the danger. In an astonishing display, Lu Yuanyuan, as if blessed with eyes on the back of her head, seized a chopstick and struck fiercely at the spot behind her. With a resounding thud, the projectile was deflected, embedding itself in the pillar of the small hall. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. Guests from nearby chambers, startled by Lin Shuang's scream, turned in unison to witness the unfolding drama. They could nearly discern the details of the alarming situation. As they beheld the scene, jaws dropped in disbelief. Sheng Yunjiao and Princess Yuanyuan, now aware, slowly directed their gaze toward the pillar, where a black arrow, approximately the length of a hand, was firmly lodged. Had Lu Yuanyuan not evaded the strike, one among them would have faced the grim fate of being pierced through the skull by that malicious arrow. The horrifying image was too much to bear, and they both screamed in unison. Their cries drew the attention of all present. The attending maids and guards rushed toward them, and Lin Shuang, regaining her senses, quickly grasped Princess Yuanyuan's shoulders, shielding her protectively. Nearby guests, equally alarmed, sprang to their feet, fearful that the sudden assault might target them next, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lu Yuanyuan, disregarding the need to comfort the petrified Sheng Yunjiao and Princess Yuanyuan, swiftly stood and scanned the surroundings. There was no sign of abnormality. Behind them lay the garden, lush and verdant in the summer, offering no hint of unusual activity. Yet one fact was undeniable. Someone wished her dead. Why? Approaching the railing of the small hall, she peered out into the garden, now in disarray, with guards and maids frantically attempting to manage the terrified guests, unable to identify the hidden assailant, who harbored such animosity toward her. Names flitted through Lu Yuanyuan's mind, but she found it perplexing. If someone truly intended to harm her, why execute such a plan here? If she were to perish at the Cheng'an Duke's residence, it would certainly incite a commotion, especially with the recent death of Feng Qingyao. Could it be related to her assistance in uncovering the murderer? Lu Yuanyuan was momentarily baffled. Deciding to set those thoughts aside, she turned to see the dazed Sheng Yunjiao and the trembling Princess Yuanyuan. She felt a pang of guilt. The intended target was her. Yet these two had been terrified in the process. Approaching Sheng Yunjiao, she gently pinched her cheek. Jia, it's all right now. There's nothing to fear. Sheng Yunjiao, jolted back to reality, looked up at her and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, I was so scared, repeating the phrase in a frantic loop. The earlier shock of Feng Qingyao's death had already unnerved her, and now, during a mere meal, she had brushed against a life-and-death moment. Lu Yuanyuan, unskilled in the art of comfort, simply patted her back soothingly. Do not fear, it's over now. Turning to the quaking Princess Yuanyuan, she inquired, Your Highness, are you all right? The princess trembled uncontrollably. I'm not well. Woe is me. Who dares to attack me? I shall report this. I will seek my uncle. If I catch the fiend, I shall ensure their entire lineage suffers. Her vehement outburst, though laced with panic, revealed her resilience. Just then, Lady Zhou, the closest noblewoman, hurriedly approached with a concerned entourage, scanning the trio with a worried expression. Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? The Cheng'an Duke's residence has not hosted well today. I offer my apologies and request you follow me to the guest room to rest while I arrange for an investigation into the assassin. Lady Zhou and Apos, S face was pale, clearly shaken, having just navigated her son's near wrongful accusation, only to find herself amidst an assassination attempt during what was likely the most tumultuous banquet she had ever organized. My lady, we cannot assist in the search for the assassin. Jia and the princess are in shock. I shall take Jujia home. Please inform Lady Lan and arrange for the princess and Appo's return, Yuanyuan proposed, recognizing that continuing the banquet was no longer feasible after such an incident. Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Lady Zhou replied, her admiration for Yuanyuan swelling as she efficiently organized the next steps. Yuanyuan turned to Sheng Yunjiao, asking, "Can you stand?" Sheng Yunjiao attempted to rise but found her legs weak. With a pitiful glance at Yuanyuan, she replied, "I cannot." Without hesitation, Yuanyuan wrapped her arm around Sheng Yunjiao's shoulders and effortlessly lifted her onto her back. Yang. The sudden act of kindness eased some of Sheng Yunjiao and Appo's fear. Astonished that Yuanyuan could carry her despite their height difference and her own greater weight. Yet, the delicate frame of Yuanyuan's shoulders somehow provided her with a profound sense of security. As Yuanyuan made her way outside, Princess Yuanyuan, consumed by jealousy, sprang up, calling out, "Wait for me. Yuanyuan, how can you be such a friend? Put her down. Why not carry me? I cannot walk either. My legs are weak. And I am frightened." Her voice rang out in exasperation as she hurried after them, desperate not to be left behind. Chapter 96. Why Am I So Slow? Yuanyuan, with her remarkable strength, carried the plump and taller Sheng Yunjiao as if she were weightless, moving with astonishing swiftness. The county princess of Yuanyuan could only manage a brisk jog to keep up with her. The three of them, accompanied by Lin Shuang, departed the Duke of Chang'an's residence, all under the curious gazes of guests and servants. At this moment, Sheng Yunjiao and Appo's spirits were somewhat revived. Yang, you are simply incredible. You managed to memorize the route after just one walk. The Duke of Cheng and Appo's residence is no smaller than the Duke of Sheng and Appo's. Yuanyuan, not one to feign modesty, replied, "I used to run to the mountains every day. My sense of direction is sharpened through practice. It was not an innate talent. Rather, it was a habit formed over time." She reflected that during her days in Qingzhou, she had not noticed it, but now it was clear that familiarity bred memory. Yang, Jiao, what has happened? Sheng Juanyao's voice came with an anxious urgency. Yuanyuan looked up just in time to see him dismounting, his long legs striding towards them in a few swift steps, his eyes scanning them with concern, as if assessing whether they had sustained any injuries. "Brother." Sheng Yunjiao raised her head to see Sheng Junyao, feeling a surge of reassurance wash over her. The boisterous spirit she usually exhibited was now tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "Do not be afraid. It is all right. Take your time to explain," he said softly, turning his worried gaze towards Yuanyuan. Yang, rarely had Yuanyuan experienced such concern, and an unfamiliar warmth blossomed in her chest as she instinctively replied, "I am fine. First, let us place Jiao in the carriage. Is she injured anywhere? Hand her over to me. I will see her there." Sheng Junyao extended his hand, wanted to take Sheng Yunjiao from Yuanyuan. Brother, I am fine. I was just frightened," Sheng Yunjiao interjected urgently, gesturing for Yuanyuan to set her down. In a hushed tone, she continued, "We were almost scared to death just now. An arrow shot at us, and if it weren't for Yang, Sheng Junyao and Appo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Yang, you have endured much. You truly are remarkable." To avoid alarming Yuanyuan further, he gently patted her shoulder. "You both should wait in the carriage. I will visit Mother and return to escort you home." Yet still uneasy, he produced a dagger from his robe and handed it to Yuanyuan. "Keep this for protection, but do not act recklessly. You're still a child. Safeguarding yourself is paramount." Yuanyuan accepted the dagger in a daze, unable to respond before Sheng Junyao strode off. She turned quickly, watching his tall, graceful figure depart, unable to suppress a thought, if only he were not dead. "Ah!" The county princess of Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, disrupting Yuanyuan's reverie. She looked up to see the panting county princess, irate as she stomped her foot. "Why was I so slow? Just a step behind. I saw him speaking with you. I ran so fast, yet still arrived late." The county princess was on the verge of madness. Despite her frantic pursuit, the distance widened, and when she finally reached the entrance, she glimpsed a tall figure conversing with Shang Yunjiao and Lu Yuanyuan. It took a moment for her to register that it was Shang Junyao, the very person she had yearned for over the past 5 years. She hadn't even expressed her gratitude. Ignoring her fatigue, she sprinted forward, but just as she took a couple of steps, Shang Juanyao's long legs carried him away, and he vanished from sight. After her moment of frustration, she squatted down, tears brimming in her eyes. If only I had been a little faster. County Princess, County Princess. Lin Shuang rushed over, breathless. Guess who I just saw? I saw young Master Sheng pass by there. It's true, though he's changed a lot. I recognized him immediately. The County Princess could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears, dispelling any remnants of fear from Shang Yunjiao. She trembled as she grasped Lu Yuanyuan's arm. Otherwise, let's return home first. Otherwise, we might be surrounded by onlookers soon. Lu Yuanyuan nodded, in full agreement. Thus, she assisted Shang Yunjiao as they turned towards the carriage. The County Princess, still weeping, was incredulous to see them leaving without her. You two heartless creatures, are you really abandoning me? Lu Yuanyuan turned back, kindly advising, then you should return home early. With that, she swiftly helped Shang Yunjiao into the carriage and climbed in herself, promptly shutting the door. The County Princess was left bewildered. Why do I feel even sadder now? Lin Shuang, meekly behind her, suggested, County Princess, perhaps we should return. We can visit the Duke of Sheng's residence tomorrow. Today has been overwhelming, and it might not be suitable. The County Princess was not entirely oblivious, glaring resentfully at Lu Yuanyuan's carriage. She stood and stomped her foot in frustration before turning away. It felt as though her pursuit today had been in vain. Not long after the County Princess departed, Shang Junyao returned. He approached the carriage and tapped on the window, prompting Lu Yuanyuan to lean out. Seeing him, Shang Junyao offered a small smile. I have visited Mother. My younger brother is with her and will escort her home. Mother asked me to come first to take you home. Lu Yuanyuan was at a loss for words and simply nodded. However, Shang Junyao seemed unfazed by her demeanor, smiling gently before mounting his horse and instructing the coachman to head back. As their carriage pulled away, in a nearby carriage, a long finger slowly lowered a curtain. Moments later, Pei Ji entered the carriage. Your Highness, have the assailants been located? The Prince and Appo's voice was somewhat chilling. Pei Ji, startled, replied, No. The attack occurred in the banquet garden, where many guests were present. I personally inspected the vicinity and found only a few women and Appo's footprints beneath one tree and 2 crushed leaves. Could it be that someone targeted Miss Lu? Pei Ji was perplexed as to why the hidden arrow had unexpectedly aimed at Miss Lu. The Prince and Appo's fingers absently traced a string of beads on his wrist. Continue the investigation. Examine everyone who visited the Duke of Cheng and Appo's residence today. Chapter 97. Favoritism. Shang Junyao returned his 2 younger sisters home. First, escorting Shang Yunjiao to the second house, ensuring her comfort before personally accompanying Lu Yuanyuan back to her courtyard. As he surveyed the desolate yard, which contained only a few trees and not a single blooming flower, he could not help but frown. How has this courtyard fallen into such disrepair? He inquired tentatively. If you prefer solitude, I could procure some flowering trees for you to plant. Regardless, a young lady in Appo's garden ought not to be so barren. Shang Junyao, who harbored a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, found such aesthetics difficult to accept. Lu Yuanyuan regarded him with surprise, perhaps realizing what Shang Yunjiao had meant when she spoke of their elder brother's stubbornness and penchant for worrying. Why would you personally come to assist me in planting flowers? She wondered. Blinking innocently, she explained, the lady mentioned bringing someone to tidy up the courtyard, but I declined. I intended to plant some herbs here. However, I have been preoccupied with the upcoming exams at Tom Ming Academy, so that plan has been temporarily shelved. I am not accustomed to having many people around, so I simply asked my maid to clean up the courtyard when she is free. Since she had not retained any servants in her yard when Granny Shen arrived, she would need to rely on the originally assigned maid, Yuanyuan, to run errands and occasionally tidy up. The quietude of the courtyard allowed her the freedom to slip next door to attend classes without disturbance. After hearing her explanation, Shang Junyao appeared quite accepting. Planting herbs sounds good. Is there anything specific you wish to grow? I can find someone to procure seeds and seedlings for you. And once your exams are over, we can plant them together. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. You can grow herbs? With a gentle laugh, Sheng Junyao shook his head. Not exactly. But while stationed at the border, I often tended to the fields and planted various flowers and plants. I imagine growing herbs is quite similar. Lu Yuanyuan was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone from the Sheng family could possess such qualities so different from those she had encountered before. It was rather intriguing. Therefore, she did not refuse his offer. If you find the time later, you may assist me. Yet, she thought to herself that once her exams concluded, Sheng Junyao would likely be wed, leaving him little time for such endeavors. Thus, she did not place much weight on it. However, Sheng Juanyao's eyes sparkled with delight, as if her acceptance brought him immense joy. He could not resist reaching out to gently tousle her hair before continuing. Regarding the matters of the Cheng in Gongfu, I have gathered some information. Having been away from the capital for some time, I am not well informed about many events. However, the death of that Miss Feng was likely not an accident, but rather a deliberate act. The subsequent assassination attempt may also be linked to your unintentional disruption of someone else's plans. I will send someone to investigate further and will update you if I learn anything new. Later, I will assign a few guards to watch over your courtyard. Just in case. Be clarified, I share this not to admonish you for involving yourself in this matter. Your ability to take action is commendable, and I am proud of you. However, the capital is rife with entangled interests. Sometimes it is not about your missteps, but rather the nature of the world. Therefore, you must always protect yourself. The Duke's residence cannot be your support for now, but I can be. So, do not fear, Yuanyuan. Pursue whatever you wish. Should anything arise, your elder brother will shield you. If there comes a day when you find the capital unbearable, come to the border to find me. During his visit to the Cheng in Gongfu to see their mother, Sheng Junyao had first sought to understand the day's events. Prior to receiving news of the incident at the Cheng in Gongfu, he had visited the Lan family and spoken with his maternal grandfather, learning more about Lu Yuanyuan. In the days leading up to this, he had met with those he had dispatched to Qingzhou to gather information, meticulously inquiring about the attitudes and events surrounding Lu Yuanyuan's return. He first reprimanded Xiao Wu and placed him under confinement. If he could not reflect on his mistakes, he would take him back to the army for proper correction. As for Sheng Junyi, he was unaware of the full extent of the happenings. Yet, given their mother's discontent with his second son, he had also chastised him. Had he not been concerned about their mother venturing out, he would not have allowed him to accompany her. Having learned of Lu Yuanyuan's upbringing and the injustices she faced upon her arrival at the Sheng family, he felt both pity and guilt, finally understanding why their mother was so remorseful. Yet, regret ultimately served no purpose. Had Yuanyuan not been so extraordinary, had she merely been an ordinary girl who suffered greatly, struggling to survive and find her family only to discover that her kin favored someone who usurped her life, she would have felt utterly helpless and despairing. Sheng Junyao, raised amidst the whirlpool of power in the capital, was examining his family and kin for the first time with such scrutiny. He felt an increased sense of guilt towards this sister who had been cast away since childhood. He was uncertain if he could change the Sheng Duke's residence by his own efforts, but he understood that even if he succeeded, it would not remedy the harm done to Yuanyuan. Thus, all he could offer was his unwavering support. Lu Yuanyuan, however, had not anticipated that Sheng Junyao's earlier discussion of planting flowers and herbs was merely a prelude to this heartfelt conversation. His sincerity left her both astonished and somewhat at a loss. She had encountered kindness before, yet never such unadulterated goodwill, devoid of ulterior motives. This was a form of favoritism she had never envisioned. I understand now. Thank you, Lu Yuanyuan stammered, finally managing to utter those words after a lengthy pause. Sensing her discomfort, Sheng Junyao refrained from elaborating further, merely advising her to rest well. I shall take my leave now and will visit you when time permits. All right. Lu Yuanyuan replied obediently, nodding in agreement. Once Sheng Junyao departed, she suddenly recalled something and retrieved the dagger from her embrace. This is for you. It was the very dagger Sheng Junyao had given her for self-defense, yet with no immediate need for it, she deemed it proper to return it. Foolish girl, It is a gift for you, Shang Junyao chuckled. Keep it for your protection. And should you desire anything, regardless of what it may be, do not hesitate to inform me. I will find a way to assist you. Yuanyuan tightened her grip around the dagger, feeling a surge of emotion. Thank you, she uttered dryly. Shang Junyao nodded in acknowledgement. Now go home. With that, he took his leave. As Yuanyuan watched him exit the courtyard, she glanced down at the dagger in her hand, unable to suppress another thought. If only he were not dead. He truly is a good person. She tucked the dagger away and, upon returning to the Shang Duke and Appo's residence, felt a warmth blossom in her chest for the first time. So this is what it feels like to be favored. It was somewhat peculiar, yet it felt rather delightful. Chapter 98. But you are the crown prince. As Yuanyuan returned to her room, Mama Shun had been waiting for quite some time. Not wanting to interrupt Yuanyuan while she conversed with Shang Junyao, she had held back. However, upon seeing the change in Yuanyuan's attire, her instincts told her something was amiss, prompting her to inquire urgently, "Miss, has something happened today?" Yuanyuan did not conceal the truth from her and briefly recounted the incident. Such a thing actually occurred. Mama Shun, well-versed in the ways of the world, found it utterly incomprehensible that someone would kill at a banquet and dare to frame a host. "Miss, please wait a moment. I shall call Yuanyuan to prepare hot water and mugwort for you. You should cleanse yourself soon to dispel any ill fortune." Mama Shun hurriedly summoned Yuanyuan to heat the water. Yuanyuan mused that she had encountered numerous corpses before, even exhumed from graves. They were all human, and what ill fate could befall her? Nevertheless, the old doctor who had taught her previously had mentioned that burning mugwort could ward off all ailments. In her aunt and Appo's words, it was akin to a thorough disinfection. Thus, she did not stop Mama Shun, but instead sat down at her writing desk, her fingertips gently tapping on the paper. Shang Junyao's words had indeed reminded her that what appeared to be a mere homicide might harbor deeper implications. Although she had gained some understanding of the capital in recent days, the intricacies of court politics remained a mystery to her. Initially, these matters seemed irrelevant, but now it was evident that Shang Junyao was correct. This place was a whirlpool of power, and regardless of her actions, she might not escape its grasp. Furthermore, she could not bear to witness the wrongful death of an innocent person. Whatever comes, let it come. As long as I am alive, nothing is insurmountable. "Miss, the hot water is ready." Mama Shun called from outside. Yuanyuan rose and allowed Mama Shun to meticulously groom her once more, followed by the aromatic mugwort. By the time she emerged, the sun was beginning to set. Though she did not feel fatigued, a twinge of hunger gnawed at her. She wondered if the crown prince had returned yet, as it was nearly time for acupuncture. Contemplating this, she informed Mama Shun and quietly scaled the wall to the next courtyard. Just as Yuanyuan finished tidying up the clean room, she caught sight of Yuanyuan climbing over the wall. She paused, glancing at the wall, then lowered her head and bit her lip gently. Yuanyuan navigated the familiar path to the crown prince and Appo's residence. Before she even approached the courtyard, the enticing aroma of food wafted toward her, causing her stomach to growl audibly. "Miss Lu has arrived. His Highness is in the study and said that Miss Lu must be hungry. So he instructed me to serve the meal first and wait for you to finish before he joins you." Steward Chow greeted her at the entrance, almost as if he had anticipated her arrival. Having grown accustomed to dining at the neighboring residence, Yuanyuan did not feel the need for formalities. Is His Highness not having dinner? Typically, if he had time, he would share the meal with her. His Highness has some official matters to attend to. Dinner has already been sent to the study, Steward Chow replied with a smile. Yuanyuan nodded and refrained from asking further. She first enjoyed her meal before proceeding to the study. Upon entering, she encountered an unfamiliar guard exiting. She noted that the crown prince's expression appeared somewhat frosty. However, as she stepped inside, that chill quickly dissipated, replaced by his usual warmth. Yuanyuan approached with familiarity, and they both silently understood each other as she completed the acupuncture treatment for him. After removing the needles, the crown prince spoke. "I apologize. I was unable to identify the assailant at the banquet. However, it seems the perpetrator is likely a woman, so you must exercise caution in the future." "A woman?" Yuanyuan was taken aback. The one who attempted to kill her was a woman? How did he arrive at such a conclusion? Curiosity piqued, she asked. How did you deduce that? The crown prince hesitated briefly, noticing her eyes filled with curiosity rather than fear, which offered him some reassurance but also stirred a pang of concern within him. It troubled him that such a young girl, who should be carefree, had experienced so much hardship growing up, enabling her to face the dangers of life and death with such composure. Were it anyone else, they might have been terrified. Suppressing his emotions, he patiently explained, "I had someone investigate the scene. The position from which the hidden weapon could be launched was near a few trees. To evade the attention of everyone present, even if someone did see her, she would not be suspected. It could only be one of the female guests or a maid. In such a case, regardless of whether she was spotted in the garden or passing by, she would not attract notice. Additionally, the only footprints found near those trees belonged to a woman, indicating someone had deliberately scouted that location." Yuanyuan and Apos, S eyes widened. "All this just to kill me? Is it because I uncovered the truth behind Miss Feng and Apos' death today?" The crown prince appeared somewhat surprised. "You are quite astute. It was the eldest son of the Sheng family who informed me that the person targeting me was seeking revenge for today and Apos' disruption of their plans. However, he did not elaborate further." Yuanyuan replied hastily. "So it was Yao." The crown prince chuckled lightly, as understanding dawned on him. "Are you quite familiar with the eldest son?" Yuanyuan was taken aback. "He never mentioned that he was once my companion in studies when he was young?" Yuanyuan and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such a connection, and Sheng Yunjiao had not shared this gossip with her. The crown prince found her astonishment amusing, yet felt a sense of relief. With Yao in the duke's household, he could rest easy, for he was a man who could not tolerate any deception. "Rest easy? What do you mean?" Yuanyuan inquired, puzzled. "Nothing." The crown prince quickly concealed his emotions and continued, "Miss Feng and Apos' death today was no accident. It was a deliberate setup aimed at implicating the Duke of Cheng and Apos' Apos' household. Miss Feng indeed met with an unjust fate. Were it not for you, perhaps no one would have sought justice for her. A young woman dying at a banquet in such a manner would undoubtedly become an unsolved mystery if no one uncovered the truth at that moment." Yuanyuan recalled the individual named Dong Xiaoyan and hurriedly recounted her earlier thoughts. Believing she had merely been seeing things, "I saw him glance into the crowd and thought I was mistaken." The matter of his involvement in Miss Feng and Apos' death could either be instigated by someone or be a result of someone and Apos' instructions, the crown prince added. "Therefore, you were not mistaken," he affirmed. "Minister Feng oversees the Ministry of Revenue, and Feng Sanlang is the Deputy Minister of Justice. However, the Feng family has no intentions of marrying their daughter into the royal family, making Miss Feng's marriage prospects all the more coveted and conspicuous. If Miss Feng's death were to successfully be pinned on Su Fengxiu, the feud between the Feng family and the Empress Dowager would be cemented. The Empress Dowager has a distant niece who recently gave birth to a prince." Yuanyuan listened to the crown prince and Apos' words, utterly stunned, as if she were hearing a fantastical tale. She had only ever read about such things in stories. The most crucial point was her gaze fixed on the crown prince. "But you are the crown prince." The crown prince's lips curled in a playful smile as he gently pinched her cheek. "What if I were not?" Chapter 99, But what if things change? "Yet you are the crown prince. What if I am no longer so?" These casual words caused a jolt in Yuanyuan's heart. She had forgotten that in that dream, the ultimate victor was not the crown prince. 3 years later, he would be stripped of his title, and subsequently, it was said he perished during his exile. No one knew. Even the Yuanyuan in the dream did not know, for shortly after, she herself also met her demise. In the dream, upon entering the duke's residence, she was consumed by jealousy day by day until her identity was completely erased, even attempting to vie for affection with Sheng Yunju, resulting in numerous laughable incidents, ultimately transforming into a figure despised by all. After enduring 2 years, upon reaching maturity, her striking visage made it exceedingly difficult to secure marriage, and she was hastily wed to a fierce and brutal soldier, suffering months of abuse, and not long after the crown prince and Apos' fall from grace. She died during one of those beatings, faintly hearing that the final victor was the third prince, Sheng Yunju and Appo's husband. Some time had passed since that dream. Many details had grown hazy, and she was utterly unaware of the specifics. Yet one thing was certain. If the situation remained unchanged, the crown prince would be deposed within 3 years, then exiled, perishing on the path of exile. A year later, Shang Junyao, who had never returned to the capital, would also meet his end on the battlefield. But what if things were to change? If they did, would they be spared from death? Lu Yuanyuan suddenly lifted her gaze to meet the crown prince's eyes, only to find them remarkably calm, as if the notion of his deposition was merely an offhand remark. Your Highness, Lu Yuanyuan spoke abruptly, I will heal your leg, I promise. Even if it were impossible now, there remained 3 years, and if 3 years proved insufficient, there would be another 3. She would heal him, regardless of whether he could prevail or ascend to that supreme position. A person like him should not meet his end on the path of exile. She believed in what Lord Ling once said. As long as the crown prince remained, De Zhao would enjoy a prosperous era for 50 years. He must survive. Very well, I believe you. The crown prince regarded her with unwavering seriousness, and his heart, which had rotted and festered since becoming a cripple and catching glimpses of certain truths, felt as if it were being stitched together by a vibrant force. Seeing him believe her so readily, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could he be feigning happiness for her sake? Your Highness, I am being earnest, she emphasized. The crown prince chuckled. Indeed, I am earnest as well. He extended his hand towards her playfully. Shall we make a pinky promise? Lu Yuanyuan shot him a glare. I'm not that childish. The crown prince laughed heartily. Lu Yuanyuan was momentarily dazzled by his smile. It turned out that a beautiful person looked so enchanting when they smiled. If only he would smile more often in the future. However, once the matter was broached, the crown prince candidly shared the events of the day. Father is still in his prime. For the time being, he will not hastily decommission the Eastern Palace due to my leg. Yet, the court has already begun to stir. Some are observing, while others have begun to take sides. Even those who remain neutral must secure their family and Appo's future and ensure a safe retreat. Before the storm, there is always a bloodbath. Once you enter the Time Ming Academy, you will inevitably encounter these matters. Whether you choose to engage or not, you will become a pawn within this game. You will either manipulate others or be manipulated. To escape the chessboard, you must possess the insight to see through the situation to safeguard yourself. Many in the capital were keen on forming an alliance with the Feng family, including several eligible princes who sought the Feng family support. However, the Feng family currently had no intention of taking sides, thus they deliberated over marriage proposals. The Su family had the Empress Dowager as a backing. Now, with a distant niece of the Empress having a prince, utilizing the Su family to win over court officials would be subtle yet effective, binding interests together. Moreover, if the Empress Dowager were to issue a decree to wed before the Feng family could finalize an engagement, the Feng family would be unable to refuse unless they were willing to forsake their daughter. Although Lu Yuanyuan was oblivious to court affairs, her mind was quite agile. If all went smoothly, if the Feng girl died at the Su family's hands, it would not only thwart the Empress Dowager's plans, but also turn the Su and Feng families into bitter enemies. The Feng family would seek vengeance for their daughter, inevitably targeting the Su family. And if Su Fengxiu was wrongfully executed, the Su family would not let it rest either. Once the two families were embroiled in conflict, those behind the scenes would find greater opportunities, regardless of which side they sought to ally with. Clever. The crown prince was somewhat astonished that she could conceive so much in such a short time. Sometimes, a period of tranquility can be the most troublesome. It is necessary to stir the waters before fishing in murky depths. No matter how resolute the Feng family is in not taking sides, once they are slapped in the face, the future will be uncertain, and this is merely the beginning. The crown prince chuckled, knowing this is enough. No need to delve deeper. Today, they made their move, but could not harm you. They will not act rashly in the short term to avoid revealing their intentions. However, you still need to be cautious, as there will be those who seek to exploit this opportunity to create trouble for you. I understand, Lu Yuanyuan replied brightly. Those who originally looked down upon her and wished to cause her trouble might seize this opportunity to conspire against her. The crown prince, observing her excitement, gently tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Be cautious if you know. Do you need me to arrange 2 bodyguards for you? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuanyuan declined. No need, I will protect myself. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. She had already troubled him enough. How could she ask him to find someone to protect her? Besides, she would ultimately have to rely on herself. If she lacked the ability to survive in the capital, how could she speak of altering her fate? It would be better to concede and leave early. The crown prince, seeing her refusal, did not press the matter further and nodded instead. Lu Yuanyuan rose to bid him farewell. Upon returning to her courtyard, night had fully descended. However, Lu Yuanyuan felt no fatigue but was rather exhilarated. She returned to her study, retrieved the history book that Master Lan had lectured on previously, and read for a while before going to bed. The next day, Lu Yuanyuan awoke feeling refreshed, only to learn that Shang Yunjiao had developed a high fever the previous night. She went to visit Shang Yunjiao and, after some thought, made her way to the Lan family. Perhaps due to Shang Yuanyuan's return, Mrs. Lan was in good spirits and appeared quite well today. Upon seeing Lu Yuanyuan, she joyfully waved her over, took her hand, and looked at her with warmth and affection. Your elder brother said you were quite formidable yesterday. I was initially very worried, but he told me to respect your wishes. Yuanyuan, do whatever you wish. With your elder brother here, you need not fear anything. I told your elder brother that the day after tomorrow we will go to the Gua temple to pray for a peace talisman and ensure your examinations go smoothly. What do you think? Chapter 100. I shall seek the eldest son. The Lan family did not admonish Lu Yuanyuan with words of restraint, and she felt quite satisfied with that. Although she was certain she would not adhere to any such counsel, she was equally disinclined to engage in any further discussion. As for visiting the Hugua temple to offer incense, Lu Yuanyuan was not a believer in deities or Buddhas. However, since her arrival in the capital, she had been a stranger in a new land. Apart from her previous visit to the polo field and yesterday's excursion to the Chung in Gongfu, she had yet to explore any other places. Had she not been preoccupied with her studies recently, she would have felt stifled by the monotony of her surroundings. A leisurely stroll would indeed be refreshing. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Very well. It was somewhat regrettable that Shang Yunjiao had fallen ill and would likely be